Forgotten Dungeon by Maheush001. It was a day like any other, sitting down on the couch, playing some video games, getting supper ready. These kinds of mundane thoughts were on his mind today. It was Friday after all, and work was already done for the week. No overtime, too. That's why the sudden surge of black color caught him unaware. He only managed to feel a bit of pain as a slightly fat and pale figure collapsed on the floor. There was no time to scream for help or even react. In retrospect, living this type of life, alone, feeding on ready-to-eat meals and without any exercise, may have been a mistake. Yup. After all, it was death. Right here, right now, the remorse was overwhelming. Not. There was always a bit of apathy inside, this lack of ambition, as his boss and co-workers described it. He always answered resolutely that his priorities were simply different. It was true, in a way. This specific strain of carpe diem bordered on self-destruction, so death wasn't really that scary. Well, there were regrets about not asking out that lively girl from the apartment next door, about his loans which he hadn't managed to repay, about his internet history which he didn't remember to clean. Well, I guess Murphy's Law rears its ugly head. Maybe he wasn't as ready as he was thinking, but it was in the past. He would somehow ferry over to whatever afterlife awaited. Why afterlife? He didn't believe in any religious crap that he was fed from morning to night. Working with machines made him desensitized to such ideas. Still, the facts were easily recognized. Here he was, floating above the meat bag that was his former body, waiting for something to happen. Now that he looked over himself, it seemed that while he looked rather okay in the mirror, on the lower scale of okay but still, in reality, his face and especially his body were neglected. It was all too late, though. And for a long time, nothing happened. After getting a bit worried, he tried to float away. Up first, thinking about heaven, but then down, just to escape this limbo. But quickly understood that he was bound to the place of his death. Worse, what was left of the body started to smell and rot. The telephone came to life a few times until its battery died. I'm pretty sure these were calls from work. I'm still on no speaking terms with my family. Well, was. I'm pretty sure there will be no getting back into this rotten flesh unless I get turned into a zombie. He smirked, even though the situation was not funny at all. But that was how he always was. Slow, but easily adaptable. Maybe lazy was the better word. It was only after a week passed that his neighbors connected the dots and called the police and ambulance. Some shouting and knocking on his door later, his home was broken into, and the desiccated and rotting body was discovered. He floated around, taking in the various horrified expressions, even the young policeman who ran out to empty the contents of his stomach. It didn't register. He'd spent a lot of time locked in with a corpse, even if it was his own body lying there. As he looked over, some paramedics came in and lifted him delicately onto their stretcher. Then, after covering him with a cloth, they slowly left the room. He followed the procession and promptly bumped his head on an invisible barrier that blocked him from leaving his former home. Contrary to his expectation, it wasn't that unnerving. Shouldn't he be more worried? Something smells here and it isn't my body, he joked to himself for the first time in a week, speaking out loud. Well, speaking was a big word. Without vocal cords, lungs, and all this jazz, this was more like the VR simulation he was reading about. To his mild surprise, somebody answered, "Oh, so you really weren't one of the lost." Crap. That makes things complicated. The voice was neither young nor old. It had the lack of tension that he associated with machines, but also something more. Huh? Who are you? Maybe what are you should be a better question, he asked, sizing up the wisp of light floating near his face. Yet the being was completely in its world. The process of dissipation has already begun. They really fucked up upstairs, huh? It swayed around with a sense of schadenfreude, bobbing in what seemed like anger. I told them, the chances are high enough, send somebody, but no. We don't have enough resources. It's like a 5% gamble. Bureaucrats. It huffed in annoyance. Sorry? Yes? I'm thinking don't disturb me, Vessel. Maybe just a question or two. I'm pretty lost right now. Ha ha. Lost, you say? For this pun alone you can ask. The answers are another thing altogether, though. Wow, what a dick. He thought but decided to take his chance. Then, What's going to happen to me and who you are? Huh. Still quite attached to your mortality. I was thinking that a person like you wouldn't care. The strangest things. It murmured, but stopped seeing his expression. Yeah, yeah. I guess it's in your welcome packet anyway. Even if somebody upstairs fucked up. It murmured, but not quietly enough to escape his ears. Maybe it was never meant to. What? He asked noncommittally. To tell the truth, it wasn't such a big deal. Okay, so the short version. After death, all souls that survive the ordeal, and understand that not many do that since the shock is pretty big, are collected and sent to the cycle of reincarnation on Earth, or just made into angels and demons and other more kinky things. And there are procedures for that, and it seems like somebody frecked up yours. So it's a bureaucratic error? He asked incredulously. It was ridiculous enough to break even through his apathy. Yeah, you can call it that. The wisp of light visibly deflated. So why aren't you fixing it? This question struck the being, and after a minute of silence, it responded in a serious tone. It's not so easy. You see, we collect souls, so-called vessels, fast not because we love perfection, but because they turn useless after some time. Evil ghosts, poltergeists, possessions. Let's say they're not completely unreal. If I had a body, I would start sweating, yet somehow I don't care. He answered while looking at the floating wisp. Yup, these are the first symptoms. Apathy, dissipation of care, and mortal bonds. At least you're not the crying or raging kind. Thank the divines for small favors. So what now? We get creative, of course. While such a soul can't be used in our system, it's only when considering ordinary reincarnation. I need to make a few calls. Please wait. Wisp stopped looking at his interlocutor, and his white light turned slightly gray. It slurred some words which seemed like greetings in a multitude of languages. Some seemed even outside human ability to hear. Well, I'm not human anymore, so why do I care? After half an hour, the wisp tone started to sound more and more strained. In the end, it answered somebody with clear gratitude and ended his call. Okay, it's not ideal, but there's this small god constellation where they can use you. Sorry, I can't get anything better. So, what's the gig? He asked, not thrilled at all. Dungeon core on one of the planets. I'll be honest with you. The gods out there pretty much screwed both themselves and the inhabitants. It's slowly getting towards the apocalyptic proportions, with two magical wars pretty much mutating most of flora and fauna, and sapient races going apeshit on each other. Its voice trailed off at the end. 2 questions. How does that affect me, and are there no other options? Yup. There aren't many things that a vessel of your quality and dissipation state can do, and dungeon cores are pretty much on the lowdown anyway. There was something like a sigh. Dungeons are used for 2 purposes: to filter out the mana in the atmosphere, and to give resources to sapients on this world. As such, you're supposed to help them survive and grow, maybe even save the planet. It added with a tiny voice. I guess there isn't much choice, he mumbled to himself, deliberately letting himself be heard. No need to hesitate. Send me in, Captain. Yes, I appreciate your cooperation. I hope that after your core is destroyed, you will choose to use our company again. Wisp bobbed up and down, reciting the formula. Some of the words poked the last embers of curiosity, but the young man's spirit only managed a moment of thought. What do you meow? He screamed before getting sucked into some kind of a black hole. At least this one was reasonable. It was worth those few calls. At least there isn't any mark on my spotless record. Pydel Solomon of the Fallen Angels, what are you doing here? Another voice broke the silence, but only a low laugh answered it, echoing. In the meantime, Future, the dungeon core, was being transported away from Earth while screaming in his mind. Fall! I never asked for the name of the planet. There will be a tutorial, right? And maybe some hot chick fairy like in light novels. Right. But there was only silence. 002. Dungeon core. With an audible pop, I was spat out from the maelstrom that consumed me on Earth. That wisp-like thing really did a number on me. Even my human-like body was torn to shreds, and I was now looking nothing like before. I was now a slightly more blue wisp of energy, floating on the wind. The sensation only lasted a moment, though. The voice boomed in my proximity, paralyzing my new senses. "What do we have here?" It mused. "Another package from a foreign world. Strange. Such a backwater system, and there is still somebody who remembers. Anyway, what are you?" The excitement was nearly visible, as was the large sphere floating above me. To reiterate, I was a small wisp of bluish light floating in the air. My size was no bigger than a dinner plate, and the being next to me was similar except larger, much larger. Elephant or even walrus category larger than my poor dinner plate. I could only hope that it wasn't hungry. What did I do in response? Fight or flight, right? The ancient coping mechanism. Nope. My true and trusted reaction was to keep my mouth shut, do not make eye contact, and wait it out. Like a small animal under a predator's gaze, it works somehow and being sighed. Another piece of subpar goods, it seems. Dissolved soul to be put into a dungeon core gem? Ha! It can't even speak. I was hoping for a hero or saint soul. Divinity knows we need them here. There was another pause. Well, nothing I can do about it now. Begin the procedure. It commanded into the ether. And surprisingly, our surroundings responded. From the black mist, a robotic voice answered with mechanical precision. "Seeding module ready. Compatible source vessel detected. Begin." "Yes. Authorized seeding. Authority checking. Authority confirmed. God of stars and science. Brighton. Checking available locations on Yana. Installing soul guiding system." A slight itch came through my body as I twitched in displeasure. Brighton's eyes focused on me once again. At least it felt that way, seeing as he didn't have any. The voice continued. "Installation complete. Checking compatibility. None found. Forcefully creating compatibility. Anima compatibility was created." Oh, now that's rare. Maybe something good will come out of this after all. "Searching for available locations. No locations found. Converting existing location." That's right. It's like the 600th core that I was able to plant on the soil of Yana. The non-corrupted landmass has its limits, but that means, for the first time, unease was heard in God voice. "Ruined castle of Henrik Walzer found compatible." No, 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 no. Abort, abort. Panic was now clearly heard in Brighton's voice, but his orders fell on deaf ears. Whatever being was dragging me down to the earth below promptly ignored him. Location confirmed. Seeding. My whole being was sucked down towards a black onyx crystal buried in dirt and debris. It was like a roller coaster, but without a safety harness. I would promptly discharge the contents of my stomach if I had anything inside, or had a stomach at all, or mouth. Yep. It was still very nauseating, even as a simple soul. And there was a box floating before me, taunting, "Welcome to Yana. Your race has been changed to Dungeon Core. Your affinity has been changed to none. Your starting element has been changed to anima. Your starting location has been changed to Henrik Walzer's ruined castle. Dungeons. Your name has been changed to Uno." As always, it seemed like life decided to grant me lemons. It was time to make lemonade, only how? "Brighton, I think I made a mistake." "Well, it's not like there are many of my fellow gods left anymore, so I won't be admonished, but still, it doesn't sit well with me. It simply doesn't. Gotta do something. First check from where the soul came. Earth. Where is that? Ho, in the white dark duality, non-magical world, non-magical beings, with a lesser amount of willpower and luck. Completely unremarkable. I still don't understand. Then maybe the sender is the key. Pidal Solomon of the Fallen Angels? What the hell? What is one of the big guys swindling an innocent random soul to become a dungeon core? There has to be something more here. After all, Pidal is known for his perfectionism. Everything was already done, but if it's a piece of information, maybe I can deal with some angels or demons from that dimension? Who knows? It will take time, though. Then let's make sure that the dungeon is growing all right. There should be a tutorial ready. What the hell is this? Why can't I access the system? Oh, it's only when it comes to Uno and his dungeon. Wait, did he name himself? The simple, dissolved soul doesn't have such strength of will, nor does it care about names. It's getting more and more complicated. I sure hope that it won't affect our other plans. Maybe I should send some of my followers near it, but it's on the edge of known territories. There won't be many people in the area, even outside of my or other gods' followers. Maybe I just let it be. It will be years before a dungeon will grow strong enough to arrive near the territories of sapient races. That's not even taking into consideration that it would have to battle corruption all the way through. And with the anima element, wasn't that like spirit magic in some shamanistic rituals? This isn't exactly my cup of tea. Magic is much less regulated than science. But then again, what could that core even do without normal animals? I might have doomed it already. It left a bitter taste in my mouth. Despite being one of the younger gods, I've already been strapped with so many responsibilities. At least with the current pace, the world should end in a few hundred years and let us all rest. Thinking about what went wrong this time, maybe I could ask Mirabelle? As goddess of luck and chance, she could get a better glimpse. But then, talking to her is grating. Maybe I'll just let it go. And so Brighton continued to panic like a headless chicken, and Uno was waiting in the darkness. Cero, tres. Uno. It was dark and cramped. Truth to be told, it wasn't worse than one of my old apartments, but still, this was some seriously creepy shit. I've heard of sensory deprivation chambers, and this space inside me seemed just like it. Yes, inside me. When falling, I had a glimpse of my surroundings and noticed that my soul landed in some kind of basement and into this largish, round onyx, only 5 centimeters in diameter. It looked completely unremarkable, just like me in my previous life. It was a bit fattish on the edges, too. Was that harassment? Were my physical features converted into an unliving stone, only to make me fat again? No. Calm down. It's stress talking. How did they say it in these survival shows that were running on TV? Remain calm, take in your surroundings, plan your next move. There are no surroundings. I'm pretty sure that I'm underground, but this darkness screams of I'm blind type, not it's too dark to see. So there is not much more I can do other than wait. And maybe, just maybe, some kind of tutorial or special being will talk to me and explain what I can do. No? Fine then. I'll just wait and wait. I can't sleep, so it's not really fun, but I'll wait and wait. I'll wait for your wait. W-A-I-T. No, seriously, I'll wait. There is no sense of passing time in this endless blackness, but I sure get creeped out. Was it minutes, hours, days, weeks, months? Are dungeon cores immortal? Do we not die even when we are killed? Will I wilt in this darkness before anything happens? Or maybe it's happening, but I simply can't react to it. Stupid questions. Sure, I can start counting sheep or doing some mental gymnastics, but it's all for naught. I can't feel, I can't see, I can't hear, I can't taste, I can't smell. Are these all senses? What about the mystical sixth sense then? Is it too cut off from my surroundings? Stretching mentally, I tried to focus. But how to do something that was simply beyond my understanding? Do I cramp up, trying to shit out the magic? Or does the Super Saiyan way of screaming at things work better? I would leave the questions of how I could shit out something or scream without needing body parts alone. There was also always available mumbo-jumbo of spiritually high nations. Wink, wink, with shaman-like motions and drugs. Sadly, no drugs for me, but I could always meditate and stuff. If I could only sleep here, but no, it has to be a high caffeine-induced dungeon core experience. What if, just if, dungeon cores can't sleep? Gasp. No longer being able to laze around while eating chips and enjoying the culture and then going into slumber. Damn, it feels like my emotions are returning. All of them at the same time, but still. They're back. I won't be a desiccated shell of a person. Only a smallish Super Saiyan gem. Yeah, it was time to scream. Brighton. Inviting himself to Mirabelle's divine realm was always a pain. Not only was his cloud-like figure dissipating to create an image of a long-haired elder with large glasses on his nose, but instead of floating, he had to walk. Walk. Like a mortal. But instead of huffing, he only hugged tightly the leather-bound book that somehow appeared in his hands and continued his journey. Unlike his realm, empty and raw, Mirabelle made sure that her surroundings looked rich and artistic, a grand palace with marble walls, covered in paintings, reliefs, and statues. All of these were made from precious materials and created by grandmasters. It was opulence, but not too much, not by a dilettante nouveau riche desire, but by the caring hand of a real connoisseur. Along the precious halls young mortals wandered, boys and girls covered only in thin clothing. In truth, they were spirits, amalgamations of a will bound to Mirabelle's realm and created only to serve her. They murmured as Brighton was walking forward, while not daring to stop him. Only when he entered the palace and sought the largest, most oppressive door, one of them stepped in and asked with a slight frown, "Hello, Master Brighton. May I ask what you need from our mother? She is pretty busy at the moment." His body trembled a bit, but knowing consciously that this foreign god wouldn't hurt him did miracles for courage. "There is a development on Yana." He answered patiently, "Mirabelle's expertise is needed. Any more concrete information is only for her ears." "I understand, but still, I cannot." Words trailed off as he moved his long ears to hear something only audible to him. "Yes, yes. Right away, master." He opened now blue eyes almost immediately and stared at the man standing before him. The white hair of the spirit danced on invisible winds, and when few moments passed, he spoke at last. The possession took place already, and both his demeanor and tone changed a lot. "I will be ready in a moment, Brighty. I, too, felt something, so don't worry your pretty little head about it." "I see," answered Brighton. It was a heartfelt relief that he wouldn't have to barge into his companion God's inner realm. Knowing her hobbies, he could probably see something he wouldn't unsee, and most importantly, anger Mirabelle. They were equals. It was true, but this still didn't allow them to break some barriers of conventionality, and being polite was something he tried his best at. As the god of science was musing while staring dumbly at the nearby wall, the person he was thinking about, the goddess of luck, was just getting out of bed. She wasn't alone there, but her companions weren't moving, not just yet anyway. Taking in the sights and smells, she waited for a moment before materializing a see-through pink robe which accented her well-shaped breasts, small waist, and long legs. Her face also seemed more like a doll, so perfect that it was clearly inhuman. Bright blue eyes and deep violet hair complemented the rest of her form. It took her only a minute or two to move out from her inner space. She appeared from thin air just next to Brighton. "Hello there. It was ages since you managed to take a few steps into my realm." She smiled brightly while hugging him. His awkward reaction was cute. She wasn't sure if it was because he reacted to her, or maybe how he didn't really use corporeal form anymore. Still, her bright smile remained. "So, what brings our most diligent god under the sun to my parts of the realm?" she asked, still full of smiles. Brighton took a deep sniff and sighed. This was another reason he disliked walking into the Mirabelle world. It was so impure. "You should know by now." He huffed in annoyance. "There is a variable brought from another world, by a fallen angel no less." This put a damper on Goddess's teasing. Only for a moment, though. She concentrated, the world growing slower and less vibrant, like something essential was being sucked out of its surroundings. In a sense, it was. After draining mana for a few minutes, her little companions started escaping. They were used to her trances, but this one was longer and much more dangerous than anything they saw up to date. If they weren't careful, only dried-up bodies would remain. And then it ended. There was no mana-draining monster anymore, but a sensual young lady with a brilliant smile. "How interesting!" she exclaimed while jumping up and down in place. Her large globes followed. "Now, Brighty, a question for you. Have you handled a foreign soul ever before?" No?" The god in question gulped. "Are they somehow different from natives?" So you kind of assumed that everything would be the same nonetheless. Isn't that quite reckless, my dear?" Her smile was now in full bloom. It was even more inhuman. Perfectly white teeth and full crimson-stained lips, and yet the male god was feeling some anger behind it. "I'm sorry." He bowed immediately. "I'll repent, I promise, but right now we must save this core. It was sent to the Badlands, and without any instruction, it would starve right away. I have to give it a chance. Brighton screamed while frantically waving his hands. Normally, he would never fall so low, but right now there were lives on the line, so his dignity was secondary. Please help me. Of course I'll help, you silly god. Mirabelle laughed loudly, her anger hidden. This is this and that is that. Since it's a foreign entity, we need to circumvent the system a bit and get a special connection. Something like a scrying orb, but linked towards only one place. Her pretty brows scrunched up. Now, let's check this, and connect through the mana field and to get another. She mumbled to herself for a long while and weaved her hands around, leaving blue lines in the air. Her little minions gathered back, watching the spectacle. Living in Mirabelle's realm was anything but boring. It was true that their lives could be in jeopardy in a second, which happened nearly daily, but it was worth it. What more did they know about living? They were stuck in this world anyway. It took a few days, but gods, unlike mortals, were patient creatures. By the end, Mirabelle was covered in sweat, accentuating her voluptuous figure. At least Brighton grew used to his form and squirmed much less. He even managed to create some kind of mana circuit, remotely completing most of his work. True, he could leave and return only when she finished, but his intuition screamed loudly enough to reconsider such a course of action. So he did. A gleaming mirror formed in empty space. It was about 2 meters high, edges made from live mana, trembling under a touch of goddess realm compressed energy. It formed a perfect window into the place where this dungeon core was dumped in. They peered forward, expecting to see starving and feeble crystal buried in dirt, only to be greeted by a shocking sight of a few already dug out rooms, and strange things roaming between them with purpose. Mirabelle started laughing with a shrill voice. Ha 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 ha. What is that? It's just too good to be true. Did you pick up a little genius, Brighty? She mocked. God of Science had other problems, though. What is this? He looked closer at one of the roaming beings. Wait, you can do that? He screamed while flattening his face in the mirror. The target of his scrutiny simply trotted forward while wobbling dangerously. That wasn't the problem. What was the problem was the fact that it was dead. No, it never was alive in the first place. Even now, and yet it knew how to move, work, and think on the most basic of levels. And it was held together by mana, which looked suspiciously like duct tape. Not that either of the two gods knew what it was. 004. Uno, a few days earlier. So yeah, plan, I have no mouth and I must scream has ended in failure. It was clearly not a Super Saiyan world. No blonde hair, no monkey tail. I'm not even thinking about how ridiculous would it look on the onyx gemstone that my body was turned into. This operation ended badly. Not for the lack of trying, though, but because I felt something. Ground, to be more precise. Yep, I've fallen down from somewhere to somewhere. Progress. It's time to try another method. Dumb repetition? Maybe. But there isn't much to do anyway, so why not? Let's just say that shitting out magic didn't work either. I don't want to talk about it. After another failure, I've moved towards new goals, or rather magic systems I remembered from different games and media. It was tiring. I didn't even know that I could get tired. After all, this body is now an unliving piece of earth. Well, maybe not completely unliving, but still. So there was a shot at Aztec blood sacrifices. But where to find a victim willing or not? Or a virgin, for that matter. I couldn't even bleed myself. Scratch that. Maybe voodoo? But how? Without drugs. And I'm all out of bodies to use. No zombies, then. Chanting some Indian spells? Once again, silence was the answer. Witchcraft? Where would I, once again, find ingredients, and more importantly, a place to carve my sigils in? Summoning? I didn't remember any of lesser devil names, and getting somebody like Lucifer or other grand and the powerful demon was out of the question, especially because I now understood that they were most definitely real, and possibly fatal to a little gem like me. Maybe after I'll grow bigger. If I will. This took some time, but I tried every single trick in the book and was at my wit's end. Nothing worked. I mean, nothing. I even tried some Viking-like ancestor summoning or New Age bullcrap. Maybe my ancestors were just too timid. There were no heroes in my family tree. Bite me, and so, null. 0! In desperation, I decided to be stupid. Status, I thought. Having no mouth is really a handful. But lo and behold, it worked. Name, Uno. Race, Dungeon Core. Affinity, none. Element, anima, location. Henrik Walzer ruined castle. Dungeons, magic, none. Skills, none. Innate abilities, mana sight, mana levels, full. Seeing the blue box, once again, I made up my mind. If going stupid was the way to deliver, then I'll do just that. Mana sight. My mind whispered, and then I saw everything, which meant that I could recognize that I was lying on the floor in a small half-buried room with a skeleton chained to the wall and parts of the ruined table and chair from which I undoubtedly fell. It was a small place, not even big enough for an adult human to stand up, but for a dungeon core like me, it was perfect. Safe for once. Unless there were some worms or other weird creatures in this world that would enjoy the crunchy texture of gems. No, don't jinx it, Uno. Weird. It was the first time I referred to myself by my new name. Huh. So human beings can get used to anything. Interesting. Now, how do I describe my newfound power? It was like echolocation. Mana goes out, mana bounces from wall, dirt or that rat, mana goes back, and I know everything. Wait, rat? What the hell is that? This place was sealed just a moment ago. How is there a rat inside? With a quick scan of surroundings, I get a closer look at both the being and its way of entrance. To put it simply, it dug a tunnel through the dirt. To put it in a bit more complicated way, this is no simple rat. While it is as big as a soccer ball, which would by itself elicit screams of horror from many women I know, it also has damn big claws and comically oversized front teeth. It's like a mole crossbreed with a rabbit and a rat. The grayish fur covering most of its body seems rather tough too. Clearly, this creature was made in a way to ensure survival in some damn dangerous places. That's bad. Maybe this silly god who sent me here was panicking because of that? Now this means that chances of me surviving are Ow! Why are you eating me? I'm a freaking gem. You won't get full from nibbling on me, you damn rat. Yeah! It hurts, it hurts. I was only hurt like that once. That damn heater was malfunctioning, and trying to repair it, I was electrocuted. Ow! It felt just like this! Bzzz. Huh? I scanned the room once again. Molarot, let's call it that right now, was lying on the floor, twitching. Its chest rose slower and slower, and then simply stopped. And so another blue box appeared. Congratulations. New attribute has been created, Dungeon Core level. Your Dungeon Core level has been changed to 0. New innate ability has been added, Anima Manipulation. New innate ability has been added, Dungeon Creation. Was I teleported to some virtual reality? What's with this world and freaking video game logic? I was still reeling from the pain, but noticed that my surface was untouched. Seems like I'm one sturdy gem. Just please, please. I hope that all this pain was me losing HP? To turn away from reality, I started to wonder even more about the rules of this world. By earlier demonstrated logic, I still can't stand how irrational it is. There should be few actions that could be taken right now. To summarize, killing gains me something. Let's, in true gaming fashion, call it experience. By getting it, I'll grow stronger, level up. That much is clear. There are some weird things. Like, how did I generate electricity that killed this rat, or why it wasn't working before? Why skill or magic ability wasn't added when it worked? What is anima manipulation? What is the damn anima itself? To answer the last question, I think I remember something like that at least. There were some psychological shows I watched. Again, the Science Channel was my all-time favorite. And there was something about that word. Was it Greek in origin? Roman? I don't remember. But it was about inner truth, I think, or getting to the truth. Yet what was such truth if not preconception? Bah! Before I get too philosophical, what does it do? How do I use it? Think Uno. Think. Video game logic. Okay, let's be stupid once again. Activate anima manipulation. Boom! Wow, it's so weird, it's impressive. So to call out my powers, I need to express them. Something happened. There was a sense of power going through me. I knew I could create, give life, enforce my truth on the universe. So of course I did. I started the creation of my first minion. There wasn't much around to choose from, so I decided in my delusion to create as God did in the Bible by using dirt, and maybe a bit of wood and iron which were just lying around. Courtesy of broken down jail bars and wooden furniture. The main body was made from dirt with pieces of stone mixed in. The same was done for the head. These weren't really important. Arms and legs were created from wood reinforced with small pieces of iron. In all honesty, they look like simple sticks. But most of it was used on the left one to create shovel-like appendage. I didn't have the ability to heat up metals, but stacking sharp parts of it next to each other created enough space to both dig with it and carry some material. Second hand had 3 fingers made from iron, which gave creature ability to grasp, albeit on a basic level. Legs were made from wood with circular feet, looking like small plates. It was finished, and I looked at it in pride. The act of creating something, however ugly and DIY looking, was always one of the best parts. And as soon as I stopped pouring mana, it simply fell apart. Huh? Why? No. No. I won't be defeated. Video game logic. Video game logic. My chant worked like self-hypnosis. I sculpted, connecting various parts together, and the being was turning to nothingness almost immediately. And again. And again. But it wasn't a one-sided fight. I was learning. When I squinted enough, yes, I know, quite hard without eyes, it seemed like there were parts of energy flowing away from my gem, core, if you like, and reinforcing my creation. Only they dissipated the moment I took away my attention. They reminded me of glue used to keep the parts together, yet I was firmly in duct tape camp, using it and its varieties in both my private life and while working. There was nothing that couldn't be held together by it. What duct tape joined, let man not disconnect, or so. So, why not? I started using my mental duct tape on a future minion and getting more important parts together. It took me some time, but with patience, Dirt Human stood before me. In one piece. Even when I took my mana attention back, it wasn't moving, so I tried the next trope. If ability calling worked with other things, then what about analyze? Anima glued dirt drone. Dungeon drone made from inferior materials by young and inexperienced dungeon core. It has a basic ability to move, function, excavate, transport, and attack. It is also first of its kind, both in the dungeon and on Yana, because of ingenious use of anima magic as a bonding agent. Drones are incapable of moving outside limits of the dungeon core influence that spawned them. It worked, and that explains why this drone of mine cannot move. There was something in earlier announcements about creating a dungeon, right? Status. Race. Dungeon core. Name. Uno. Dungeon core level. Affinity. None. Element. Anima. Location. Henrik Walzer ruined castle. Dungeons. Magic. None. Skills. None. Innate abilities. Mana sight. Anima manipulation. Dungeon creation. Yep. Here it is. Let's do it like before. Dungeon creation. Congratulations. Unnamed dungeon has been created. Innate ability has been lost. Dungeon creation. Hey, that's not fair. I worked hard for that. Well, maybe not. But it was mine nonetheless. Why do I feel so tired? Good night. Wait, I thought that I couldn't sleep? Who cares? Sweet dreams. Congratulations. Unnamed dungeon basic drone chassis has been created. Drone production will commence. Room creation will commence. Materials dissolution will commence. Now? 005. Uno, I was sleeping soundly for the first time in what felt like years. There is something deeply enjoyable about this soundless abyss. That's why I was quite pissed when the words waking me up were so rude. What is this? The voice of a middle-aged man sounded, and then a really, really loud shout followed. Wait, you can do that? Somebody's trying to sleep here, I grumbled, speaking in the same way that I used to activate abilities. Somehow it worked, and the being responded. You can hear me? Mirabelle. Ah, so much for looking like an ancient divine being. He grumbled too. Wait, I know that voice. Brighton? I probed. Oh, so you remember me. Good. Why weren't you talking earlier? I was sent toward your world without much warning, you know. Ah, as expected from Pidel, ruthless. God sighed with remorse. I too wasn't the best host. If only I knew. But there isn't much I can do right now. Maybe just offer my apology. Sorry for asking, but aren't you, a god? There shouldn't be any things that you can't do. I asked, thinking about how complicated it was starting to be. Normally, yes, but you see, Yana is a bit different in that regard. His voice slowed down. I just knew that there was more to the topic. Like what? You see, He started talking unwillingly, only to be interrupted by a much younger, lighter voice. Oh, let me explain. You and your useless pride. Bah. After berating Brighton, the voice continued. I'm called Mirabelle, and I'm the goddess of luck and chance. Nice to meet ya, youngling core. Hello? I answered weakly at that intrusion into our conversation. Howdy. Now to continue our discussion. You see, some time ago, thousands of years in the past, natives of this planet pretty much fucked themselves up during the magical war. Mirabelle, language! A voice from the background screamed in indignation. Don't be so stiff. We're all adults here. I could sense her wide smile through these words. By meddling with powers they didn't understand, pretty much all of the planet's mana was thrown into chaos. Children were born horribly mutated. Both flora and fauna faced near extinction, then grew madly aggressive, and normal magic stopped working. That kind of bad. I see. Yup. Like people on our planet thought would happen after a nuclear holocaust. Well, maybe without the magic part. Everything was in chaos. Stabilizing both the planet and its inhabitants took a lot from us. There were more gods then, though. And when we were thinking that Yana was on its way to recuperation, they did it again. I'm sorry? They fucking magically nuked their planet. Again. So, little core, you're now on a planet sliding down a one-way ride to hell. Most of the gods were so pissed that they simply left the planet searching for other job opportunities. I briefly wondered what were job opportunities for gods. So now we're stuck, seeding dungeons and trying to use them to both cull the number of the sentients and get them strong enough to stop this madness, and preferably reclaim the territories of the Badlands. We established the system to take care of sapients and help them fight the beasts and, most importantly, stop the spread of corruption, which turned out better than expected. Sadly, it cuts down our power and ability to intervene. Okay, what are the Badlands then? It's the place where you are, the borders of it anyway, full of mutated creatures and mad, desperate people who hunt them or just try to eke out a living. Living here is better than starving in the bigger cities or dying in bloody clan wars, or worse, race wars. And what I can do? A few hundred years ago, I would have said, help us. Now, just survive. Now that you created your dungeon, both mutated creatures and surrounding people will find you. It's only a matter of time. After all, your mana is clean and tasty, like an oasis in the desert. Shit. Then I'll change my question. What should I do? Shore your defenses, kill invaders, be it beast or man, and survive. Her voice quietened for a moment. We're nearly out of time. Any tips? I asked hopefully. I can see that you're a bit stuck. If you'll stand by us in the end, some of my or Brighty priests will contact you, and hopefully help you. Also, remember that your mana manipulation isn't limited to innate abilities, but I don't have access to other skills. Duh. Maybe people down here have already forgotten this, but system is only a crutch, nothing more. She laughed at the end until whatever they were using for communication ran out of gas. Then I turned on my mana sight and trembled. What the hell is that? Why are there more of you? Mirabelle. Ha 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 ha. It was so nice. Such a naive little core. Now only to make sure it survives, and in a few decades it will be ripe for harvest. Lovely. Maybe she won't have to leave this planet after all. At least it could add a few hundred years to the planet's lifespan and as such provide her more opportunities. As she was planning and wondering, a loud and obnoxious voice entered the goddess's ears. Mirabelle, what were you thinking? Brighton shouted, always much too proper and inflexible. If this core, no, this person, stays on Yana, it will no doubt be harvested or even corrupted. Isn't it why we were not sending any truly sentient souls to act as dungeons? His fury was clear. Now, how to pacify him? Yes, of course. The fabled greater good trick. The chance was already lost. As a foreign being, there is no way to get him out, so we need to bet on his resilience. Besides, she lowered her tone, hissing like a snake. Did you take a good look at these constructs of his? I did, but I still don't understand how. It doesn't matter how, she interrupted, joining their bodies together. There was a need to distract him. Brighty was weak under pressure after all. His creations should be able to survive in the Badlands unimpeded. What's more, sentients may learn how to create them. She closed in and whispered deviously. And most importantly, they can, in time, gain sentience. And then there will be a whole race of corruption-resistant beings that can once again colonize the planet. Her laugh was overwhelmingly loud. The spirits surrounding both godlings had already hid away in fear. They knew what that laugh meant. But his soul could be lost forever. He could get harvested, or worse. The god of science still had objections, the last vestiges of his integrity, but the voice of reason was quieter and quieter still. It's for the greater good, brother. Mirabelle took out heavy guns. What worth has one future when it can save the whole world? And us, she added in the depths of her mind. Brighton was clearly hesitating, so she finished. Besides, he was sent here by a fallen angel. Smuggled, even. Do you think that anybody but demons track such transactions? We're safe. Yes, you're right. What worth has one sentient when the fate of the world is in peril? Strength returned to Brighton's eyes. Yup, I gotta rest. This mirror thing took a lot from me. She smiled again, this time much sweeter than before. I won't stop you then. Rest well, sister. With a slight bow, Brighton left her realm. After she was sure that he wasn't going to come back, she laughed, and laughed and laughed and laughed. Spirits were trembling. Uno, calm, like a fucking leaf on the wind. I need to be calm. There were now 5 of these drones waltzing around the place, looking for something to do. How did they even get here? I have no idea. They simply spawned when I wasn't looking. To tell the truth, when I was sleeping after creating my dungeon. At least they kind of shine when hard work is involved. These guys don't tire and don't nag me about things. On the downside, they were totally, utterly stupid and stubborn, like rocks given a soul. I guess they kind of were just that. Under my watchful analyze, their structure was shown as the same rock duct tape combination as the first one. Truth to be told, I can't even differentiate which one was created first. At least under their watch, 4 rooms were fully excavated and prepared for further usage. And I mean for real, like somebody licked the floor clean. Also, every iron bar, piece of wooden furniture, or some random odds and ends were somehow absorbed. When I focused hard enough, I could feel them. Blueprint-like explanations and meaty material innards. Curiously, skeletons dotting this place were left alone by the raging cleaners. Right now, all the space I had available underground wasn't that big. From the still collapsed entrance, a small tunnel ran ahead only to branch out after 5 meters to the left and the right. In both cases, there was a small room, with 2 cubic meters of empty space inside. Continuing ahead after 3 more meters, the tunnel ended with, once again, 2 branching rooms. In the right one, my onyx core was lying on the floor. These 2 were also about 2 cubic meters and stood there bare. The small but cozy dungeon, I guess. Or it would be if not for the veritable rat invasion. They were streaming in one after another, digging through soft dirt in the collapsed entrance and in the room I was in. Clearly, something lured them in, and the first one was only the beginning. At least my drones were useful for something, their graspers squeezing invaders to death and shovel-like arms cutting off their heads. What's more, I was able to absorb their bodies, learning how they were made. Blueprints. Again. And thanks to that, I learned that they weren't called mole rats, but simply gray rats. Gray rat. Small, mutated critter common in the Badlands. They serve as a source of nutrition for pretty much every predator and even some desperate sentients. Their meat is tasteless and stringy with a repulsive odor. Gray rats are omnivores sensitive to heightened concentrations of mana, especially those of a non-corrupted kind. They are named after their fur color and use enlarged fangs and teeth to fight against their foes. No known magical affinity or special skills. Like most of the Badland beasts, they contain an inner gland used in cleansing mana. Threat level, E-. Now, wait a moment. 2 things. First one. There are threat levels? That changes things, especially since my drones are threat level E. This was not much, just enough to take care of these rats, which in turn makes me stronger, but due to the lack of experience counter, I can't feel for how close to level up I am. How could I guess that there will be a moment when I'll miss all these computer programs' installation bars? And secondly, mana conversion gland. Now, isn't that interesting? I would have to get a bit butchery-like on it, but right now I need to do something even more important. That is to make myself some guards and maybe traps. 006 Uno. Now, how should I begin my creation spree? First, it's better to check what materials I have at hand. What was absorbed in these few days? Now, should I let go of my gaming preconceptions and simply order my new power around? Let's do it. With all my might, I simply wish to know. And the system responded in turn. Current resource availability. Common oak hardwood, common conifer softwood, common low-quality pig iron, low-quality dirt, limestone, sandstone, and meat, gray rat, leather, gray rat, bone, gray rat human, vegetable matter, grass. It wasn't a lot. You may be wondering, how did the human bones appear on this list? I kinda decided to absorb them a few moments earlier. This allowed me to learn how humans were made, or at least their bones. And while most of the skeletons in my closets were incomplete, I was able to piece the whole specimen, which I promptly summoned. It took a bit from my reserves. This mana thing wasn't endless after all. Under the thrall of my ability, it stood upright, white bones slightly gleaming under power emitted from dungeon core. The rest of the room was too dark for sentient eyes to see. As a material, I used human bones. There was a hesitation, not because they were sacred or something, but because I had stronger things on hand, yet each of them had a distinct weakness. Wood was easy to burn and warp, metal rusted, and pig iron wasn't really that good anyway. The stone was much too heavy. I needed something strong and light, and making a human skeleton from rat bones felt just wrong. I started immediately, first to cover its chest in the iron, uneven surface of metal forming something similar to armor. It completely hidden skeleton ribs, and then, like a living thing, excess flew towards its arms and legs. I precisely controlled how much of it was allowed to bond with my creature, turning it into a rusty-looking juggernaut. It didn't need eyes, so even its helmet was looking like some third-rate blacksmith tried creating the knightly doll. Since the body was complete, I could focus on a weapon. I leaned into making swords and spears or similarly complicated weapons, but these would be nothing more but pale imitations of the real stuff. Mana creation seemed to lean heavily in a favor of things. I had a good idea of how they were made, or in other words, what I had blueprints for. So instead of getting fancy, I went for the easiest choice, a club made from metal with wicked spikes on it. I finished my job and in turn mana receded like an ocean wave, only to see my creation crumpled on the floor. Ah, duct tape. It was needed once again. I quickly zoomed in. Moving through something like iron was not posing any problem, only to see from the inside how metal was bonding with bone, or rather, how it wasn't. But there is something in this world called double-sided tape, a real marvel. By using it, I managed to join up both components and force the new being to stand up. It wasn't large. The skeleton was about 160 centimeters high, the size of a small adult or big child, but thanks to that, it could move through the dungeon without problems. My first impression was that it looked like a discount knight figure, similar to the ones that people used in some war games back in my old world, only totally discolored. It moved jerkily, dragging a large club behind it and leaving marks on the floor. But once again, I was not yet finished. As an icing on the cake, my power over anima, the chosen inner truth, swelled and drowned the creature. It struggled for a moment, seemingly getting melted under violent currents. Two reddish eyes formed on its faceplate, hidden under the metallic eyelid, as did two small horns. Or more like thick antennas. They were flat on the end after all. Arms grew more slender, and its ribcage stretched, bulging against the body's surface, yet it remained contained within the metal. Fingers thickened, making it able to pick up its weapon with ease, and the creature's legs grew shorter and more robust, allowing for greater power when swinging. The transformation stopped, and I immediately used Analyze, only to be greeted by a weird announcement. Iron anima touched lesser abomination. Making use of sentient parts when creating golems and monsters is a huge taboo. Those who create such monsters tend to gather positive and negative karma in greater amounts. This never-before-seen race had touched its inner truth and emerged as half-machine, half-undead beings. For now, however, its intelligence is only marginal. In turn, it won't tire nor grow hungry, working towards nothing else but completing its duty. This type of monster has a clear preference for martial arts and close combat fighting. It has no special abilities except charge, which will allow it to close distance towards its foe. Like all abominations, it's weak towards holy magic, and due to its machine heritage, lightning, threat level, E+. Wow, that was a mouthful. So, I'll call them Libiers because of laissez-faire on abominations. It's shorter and rolls on my tongue just fine. The first of the new race simply stood without moving, waiting for my commands. It was more like a doll, without a will on its own. For now, I left it in the corner. Since I already created my first melee combatant, there was a need for something that could take care of fighting at range. There wasn't much choice, really, when it came to the base of this new monster. It could be either another humanoid or monster similar to a rat. Since I already used humans now, it was time for rats. And I had a weapon just for them prepared, all low-tech and shit. And just to be fair, I tried creating biological entities. They were just that. Bags of meat, collapsing on the floor almost immediately. Their hearts didn't beat, blood didn't flow, brains didn't work. Complete and total failures. And yet with metal and decaying flesh, I was able to grant them life. Weird. Like before, I was basing this new monster on a biological skeleton. On that thin coating of pig iron created pseudo-skin, and under it, muscles made from my mana duct tape. After that came enlarging. It gained another 10 centimeters, and I sculpted a long trench through the middle of its head and on parallel to its spine. The tail was elongated and made more flexible while still full of muscles, allowing for greater motion range, dexterity, and power. After that, I forced on it a little spear with a wooden shaft and iron head, just long enough to fit into the carved trench. Mechanical rat tail could be used to push it out like a spear thrower, the monster head used as an aiming mechanism. What's more, on the end of said tail, I created 3-pronged graspers, which could be used to pick things up, like, for example, new spears. As a finishing touch, I soaked the beast in anima just like I did with his predecessor, bringing it to full unlife and elongating the tail even more. Now it was longer than the beast itself, dexterous like a sentient hand. And as a bonus, under Rat Belly dangled a small pouch with few more spears, far enough to not be seen at first glance, but easily accessible for its tail hand. My creation was ready. What Analyze had to say? Iron Rattling Spear Thrower, small beast-like dungeon creature created from basic gray rat. It boasts much better speed, strength, and firepower, thanks to iron skin and the spear thrower carved into its flesh. Has pack mentality, a tendency to form tribal societies, and will help any dungeon creatures in the vicinity defend their home. Will breed naturally and convert some locations to lairs. Natural evolutions are available. Has built-in mana conversion gland which allows it to roam corrupted wastelands without trouble. Threat level, E, good enough. In anticipation, I ordered drones to dig through western parts of the dungeon. Yes, I know. Where is west, east, north, and south here? How can I tell without seeing the sun? I can't. So what? My newest decree is that entrance tunnel is to the south, to the northeast is my core room, and to the west are now rattling warrens. At least as soon as my minions will manage to dig them through. I also sent them to the southeastern jail cell and ordered its expansion. My rattlings would need somebody to arm them after all, but it wasn't all that pressing matter since there were no enemies to fight as of yet. In a flight of fancy, I created 4 more rattlings. Each of them looked a bit different, like individual creatures, not machines, and ordered them to claim nest in the warrens as soon as my drones finished their work. 2 more Libiers were also made, but due to their nature, or rather lack of intelligence, I moved them towards the entrance and ordered to guard it. And most importantly, I sealed all these little pathways that gray rats were pouring in my dungeon, turning dirt into sandstone, which was simply too much for their claws and teeth. Now the only way in was from the south, where my mechanical men stood guard. I could only wait. Drones weren't really that adept at digging, but they did the job, eventually. And after that, I should probably look at my dungeon as a whole. I wasn't bothered by a lack of lighting, but some of my creations may be time to do some decorating. 007. I was going mad. These stupid drones getting through the prison wall were slowly driving me insane. Shing, 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 chick, shing, shing, and repeat. Ad nauseum. Metal clanging against stone again and again was unhinging. To escape boredom, I started taking stock of work I had already done and things I still needed to make or create. Most of my work orders were fulfilled. The western part of the dungeon was now a 4 by 5 meters big room with a strange mound-like structure in the middle. It sported a few entrances from different sides, but the main parts of the structure were underground. I was staring at the unseen part of it, and it was glorious. The network of tunnels and small rooms dotted pretty much the entirety of the current dungeon, and some of them even stretched outside. Normally, because of that twisted mana, even my sight couldn't penetrate the outer darkness, and yet Ratling slowly nibbled on it, allowing both me and their kin access. Still, the singled-out structure looked simply lonely, and I was about to change that. Firstly, I was thinking about adding some light, both this one room and all others. Secondly, I would like to force the invaders' hand and funnel them through rattling warrens, because right now they could waltz straight into my core room and I would be not able to stop them. Because of that, I let my imagination flow. What is the first thought when hearing the word light? As a human, or rather a former human from a highly civilized society, answer was simply a light bulb. My idea was to create something that could hang from the ceiling, like a lamp. I would prefer a plant or something of this kind, but since my material options were limited, I decided to go for something in between. As a base, I created a wooden liane, short and thick, only 10 or so centimeters from the ceiling. In the middle of it was a small pear-shaped fruit. It had 2 iron bolts inside and was built from thin wires. Yes, I know iron was not ideal as a conductor, but until something like copper fell onto my lap, I would work with what I had. Add to that a battery-like organ located in the lower part, in plant equivalent of roots, and my chandelier was finished. Why chandelier? Because I also made thinner lianas all around the central one, with only 2 bolts on their pointy end, and bent them in such a shape that if somebody wanted to take fruit from my creation, it would snap shut like a bear trap, electrocuting and hitting unlucky Brave in the process. This plant was also programmed by my anima to sway on non-existent wind, thus creating moving shadows, helpful to my other creations. There were also some more disturbing changes. Using Analyze, I was able to confirm them. Electrical chandelier. This dungeon monster uses plant mimicry to look like a safe but bizarre source of light. It's mostly passive, feeding off local mana and maintaining its form, unless somebody gets foolish enough to try plucking the fruit it sports. Not only such a person will get electrocuted, but also grabbed by its rope-like appendages. In the unlikely situation that somebody manages to detach chandelier fruit without much damage, it's possible to plant it or create accessories and weapons with power over lightning. Threat level E++. I immediately planted one of them in every room, adding much-needed light to the ceiling. After that, I sculpted tree roots from available materials and distributed them among free space. These were of course only roots, as I still couldn't get a hang of creating something truly alive, so no trees yet. I guess rattlings were an exception, and then I proceeded to seed geometric statues through the dungeon. With swaying shadows, one could easily think of them as enemies, and in some cases they were designed as such. It was time for trap creation. Since most of my minions were either stupid or clumsy, it was hard to make something dangerous, but only for invaders. In the end, I settled on animating some of my statues, human-like shapes made from iron and wood, with large oval heads without hair nor eyes, and thin wire-like limbs. They were mostly just standing around, but some of them I put into poses. There was a Dogeza statue, a triumphant statue, a running away statue, a begging statue, dancing statue, and so. Each of them was designed to unnerve, but also accustom invaders to their existence. A few had spear throwers in their chests, cleverly hidden behind the mesh of wires. Some simply grabbed people walking near them, trying to crush their opponents. Others were created to impale enemies with hidden, rusted spears. Possibly, hopefully, at least my levers were sturdy enough to withstand them. One of them kinda stumbled over the trap while I was putting it in the tunnel. That's why I prepared a clear road leading toward every room available. Thanks to that, Labirs and drones traversing it could get some work done. I also made sure that the road straight towards my core, from the southern entrance, where I decided the digging will commence as soon as possible, was blocked. By using stone and not my drones' hard work. When digging, they were acceptable, but building, nope. I made sure that it was sturdy enough to stop invaders and force them to move through rattling warrens in order to reach my core. I also started working on the now excavated southeastern room. I had a clear purpose in mind, but the materials and blueprints at hand were not enough, yet. Instead, I did what I could, making wooden barrels and metal trunks, while filling some of them with additional Libir clubs. rattling reserve spears, and even some crude shields I made after a moment of consideration. This would be a forge, or rather machining room, as soon as I was able to create somebody or something to man it, which would probably take some time. I mean, blueprints for sentience were gained after killing them, I think. Not like I killed any. These bodies were here when I arrived, Mr. Policeman. In a few minutes, more barrels and trunks appeared all over the dungeon, most of them empty, a few filled with traps, and even fewer with weapons. This time I went for simplicity when it came to traps. I made two types, one which simply tried to cut a hand searching through the container, and another which pierced it. Of course, if somebody was stupid enough to push his head inside, then the threat level moved toward lethal. I guess that means it's time to start digging toward my self-proclaimed entrance. My rats already spied another room somewhere to the south, only a few meters, logical, considering that all this underground complex was here before, and I was only excavating it. The room itself looks more like a longish hallway, but to glean anything more from rattling was simply impossible. I should probably be grateful for any information at all. I'm also pretty sure that there is nothing alive left in these rooms. Otherwise, my not-so-strong minions would get slaughtered right away, and in the worst-case scenario, something could even invade their tunnels in turn. But for now, I can only wait. Shing, shing, shing. Chick. Shing, shing. And hope to keep my sanity. 008. Uno. Contrary to common belief, dungeon cores aren't all-knowing and all-seeing when it comes to their turf. Like I said before, I'm capable of bouncing mana around my tunnels and rooms, which gives me the ability to see, give orders, or make something out of thin air. Why am I droning on about it? Well, right now I'm getting invaded, and I was notified of this only because one of the Libears retreated to my territory after getting his shit kicked in. Can you imagine it? These stupid things getting tactical? After seeing my minion moving back like a broken toy, I made my mana bounce and ran, not a correct word, sue me, towards the source of the commotion. After a minute, I was able to soak my surroundings. It seemed like my drones managed to break down the wall of earth dividing my mini-dungeon from the large hall to the south. At first glance, I could see that not much remained there after years of disrepair. Clearly, this room was part of some underground complex, and my closest guess would be it was once a food hall, seeing long tables and a large number of chairs strewn around. Or rather, their remains. There were also broken-down tapestries which seemed to depict some long-lost heraldry, now brown and riddled with holes. There were also wooden poles with a metal part which seemed like something used to light up this dreary place. This whole room was about 4 by 9 meters, with the ceiling as high as 3 in most places, which in turn put it on about 100 cubic meters worth of space. There were also 3 doors visible from the entrance, 1 on the right and 2 on the left. Surprisingly, my mana wasn't able to flow into this place, kept back by some unseen force. Former inhabitants of this room weren't really in the mood to talk. They instead chose to trade blows with my minions. Libears were keeping guard over the new tunnel, smacking down anyone approaching with mirth I didn't know they had in them. Lively for part undead, part machine abominations. Rattlings, on the other hand, created small holes in the wall, high enough to shoot at average male height, and pelted advancing enemies with their spears. It wasn't very effective, though, mostly because our opposition was clearly undead, human skeletons clad in remains of armor, with empty eyes and jerky movements. They slowly shuffled towards my minions and entrance to the dungeon, while keeping absolute silence. It was creepy as fuck. At least most of them were unarmed, using only their stretched hands as weapons. Just a few of them were sporting sword handles and small sticks, which weren't really that hard to repel anyway. Pretty much every single one of them had looks of military personnel, and my analyze confirmed it. Walser Castle skeleton. While no poor soul inhabits this husk, it was once a part of humanity's greatest army, created to stop the Northern Beast invasion. After an unjust death, the accumulated resentment animated its bones and funneled its rage toward any living being. This undead is not intelligent and will move according to instinct, killing any living beings and devouring pure mana. It has a basic ability to use tools, and as an undead, it is an untiring abomination, destroyed on sight by most sentient races. Due to accumulated damage, its threat rating has been lowered. Threat level E+. Even damage, they're classified as E rank threat. What? My Libears are already putting them to the ground, though. Easily at that. Or are they? Now that I've taken a closer look, only a few of them stay down. The rest just falls, scrambles for a moment, and tries to get back up. At least my side doesn't have stamina issues either. But in a fit of panic, I created 3 more Libiers and ordered them to move toward the battle. In the meantime, 2 of the doors in the food hall open and even more undead pour in through them, joining the scuffle. These ones look different. I wonder, analyze. Walter Castle civilian skeleton. No soul inhabits this husk, but it was once one of the humans who sought shelter in the northern fortress. It was unjustly slain and forced to walk these halls for eternity. An accumulated resentment animated its bones and funneled its rage toward any living being. This undead is not intelligent and will move according to instinct, killing any living beings and devouring pure mana. As undead, it is an untiring abomination, destroyed on sight by most sentient races. Due to accumulated damage, its threat rating has been lowered. Threat level E. O. Now I see the difference. These skeletons look like women, children, and unarmed men. Most of their flesh and clothes already have turned to dust, but their movements and sizes are easy enough to differentiate. It seems like I've stumbled on a site of a tragedy. Ah, but that's irrelevant. If I don't stop them, then it will become a site of my tragedy. For now, the laborers are trading blows with armored skeletons. There are about 20 of them remaining, with about 30 civilians slowly advancing from behind. How did they even fit in these halls? Stopping them by the entrance to my dungeon are 2 Libiers with 2 more running, or rather quickly stumbling, as a backup for my core room. One of them is getting healed in my core room. I feel that I can create maybe 2 more, so without any further questions, I do just that. Rattlings aren't really that useful in this situation, seeing as mostly only blunt force trauma is enough to keep enemies down, but I can squeeze 1 more, seeing as their overall cost is lower, raising their numbers to 6. Ah, but they can't really keep shooting. Their spear reserves are already near 0, so I herd them back to the forge room to resupply. As my attention goes back to the battle, I see something jarring. New labiers are wrestling enemies with their bare hands. You fools. In anger, I intercept 2 of the newest ones and force them towards the forge. In there, I order them to take only shields, as they're too heavy to use in conjunction with metal clubs. I can't really even call them shields. They're just thick blocks of big iron with a handle hammered to the side, and they're square. Shaking my non-existent head, I force them back into the fight, commanding 2 unarmed fools to retreat and rearm. In the meantime, most of the enemies already swarmed my defenders. Not that it matters anyway. In an undead versus undead battle, only total destruction matters. And that's what happens. One of the labiers is in the thick of it, swinging his mace and taking off heads with each move, until he overextends and gets tackled to the ground. I guess most living warriors would have panicked by now. Or maybe when losing an arm, and now a leg. Oh, it still tries to swing the weapon, collapsing other enemies. Ah, and no appendages are left. Should I consider giving them mouths so they could bite their enemies? I wonder. As I try to keep up with the fighting, my remaining laborers regroup and start a charge, with shield bearers at the front. It goes well, maybe even too well, as they're now in the middle of skeletons and thinning down the crowd. I think my victory is now assured, if not for a small detail. These undead don't want to fight my warriors, and a few of those who are closest to the dungeon entrance started walking inside. Like, it feels gross. All this decay and hatred, like somebody who's been dead for a month. I guess that's how my body was reeking, eh? No, it's not the time, Uno. Focus. How many are coming? 8? Libiers are 2 in the thick of things, but I can always order back my rattlings. They move through their tunnels with uncanny speed, easily overtaking slow skeletons, and then they shot a few of them down, working in tandem with my traps. 3 down, 5 to go. Damn, they're already in rattling warrens. 2 of them get sniped by leg-gnawing rodents, but 3 remain still. Shit. Will I get eaten? Shit. And then I bounce back and see the most beautiful sight under the sun. Or dungeon core light, whatever. The Libier who was healing near me is still here, and he has his club. I would kiss you if I could. Attack! I relay my orders, and the only tactical Libier in existence charges forward, taking one of the skeletons apart. It then stops, bonking himself into a wall, but tries to continue the assault in a smooth motion. His club cleanly takes out the forward skeleton head and smashes it like a ball against the closest wall. The third invader tries to ignore my minion and go for the core. Libier promptly catches it by its leg and jerks with enough strength to force the undead airborne. With another jerk, it smashes the thing down, and the undead is no more. Ha! That was terrifying. Positively terrifying. I need to up my game. These were just some skeletons. What if something much stronger or more intelligent came? I would be dead core, that's what. 009. You know? Now then, the first real invasion of my dungeon was taken care of. Somehow. Losses. 2 labiers, 2 arms, and legs of a labier, and 2 rattlings. They've been replaced already. I even made sure to repair the damaged labier so it, wasn't worse for wear. I also made sure that the minion who defended my core stood to watch there, permanently. It was going to be my boss, if only in name, at least until I've got my hands on some better metals and maybe magical resources. Speaking of gains, I've managed to get some common cotton cloth. Thankfully, I was able to remake it in its pristine, non-rotten state. I summoned it a few times, just to make sure that magic was working all right. You never know. Then I kind of left it as it was, as there was no real need for it. My levers had armor, and rattlings were made from metal, and yet the latter were abnormally interested in it. Their unspoken request was granted, and in a fit of good mood, I summoned a few more pieces of white cloth. Rattlings squeaked in delight as they dragged them toward their tunnels. My other absorptions weren't really that noteworthy. 1 or 2 more types of wood, ash, rusted pig iron, with some pieces of different stones and statues. All interesting things like food, paper, glass, and such were long gone, and no magical items either. I guess even if they once were down here, time and undead presence destroyed them completely. Just my luck. On another note, as soon as all enemies were defeated, I managed to claim the food hall and 2 additional rooms from where civilian undead came. There is also 1 more room just left of my dungeon's former entrance, but while its door was barely functional at some point in time, there was a cave-in. This meant that my drones had to break through to expand, which I wasn't too keen on, at least for now. I was still continuing my earlier line of thought, to claim what remained of the castle dungeons and even lower levels if these were up for grabs. So just you wait. Conveniently out-of-place room. But I was going to make some changes first. The last battle taught me as much. I need to rework my traps, or instead add new ones. Skewering and cutting undead wasn't really working. True, I might have to contend with adventurers, but that was a future I'd have to survive first to even experience. I dug a few pits and lined their surfaces with sharp metal spikes, or at least as sharp as I could make them. I mostly put them in bottlenecks. Fair play? Never heard of it. But leaving them open would be too stupid even for mindless undead. Instead, I opted for a bit of manual touch. Above every pit, I put a sheet of metal with 2 rods long enough to keep it in place, and then add a lever in one of Rattling's tunnels running near it. With that, I only needed to give them an order to pull the lever whenever somebody walked over it. And done. Of course, the metal looks mighty suspicious, so I also put freshly acquired cotton on top of it and covered its surface with dirt and ash. Flickering light from chandeliers wasn't helping in spotting the discrepancy either. A few more rattlings were made too, enlarging their colony to about 23 individuals. With their new trap duties, this much was a given. More labiers were added. Now I had 15 soldiers ready to defend me to death. 1 of them was in the core room, 2 in the future forge room, and 2 each in rooms attached to the food hall. That left 8 of them standing between statues I just made in the food hall, just to screw with anybody walking in. Hey. The whole room was remade with a central table and many chairs prepared. I even created small bowls and utensils from wood to complement the theme. Under the walls stood both my labiers and statues eerily similar to them. Of course, some of them had been tampered with, sporting either cutting or stabbing traps. Add to that my chandeliers and the whole spooky, creepy atmosphere was complete. No! Focus, Uno, you're doing it again. Now for the most critical change. I lied. I found copper, and this was a game changer for me. After all, I can use it to create wires that can carry electrical impulses. What is more important? I hooked them up to the electrical fruits I accidentally made. That and a few changes to traps allowed me to electrify some of them. Just for extra oomph! So then, to the next plan, I was not omniscient in my dungeon, but that was going to change, because now I had copper, and after a few dissections, knowledge of rattling and labier eye structure, so there was only one thing to do. Create cameras, that is. That part was easy. Connecting them through the wires laid on the ceiling was also easy. Putting 1 in each room and a long hallway. Easy. Now for the mad scientist part. I was going to attach them to my core gem, my onyx. I didn't know how to do it, but I just went with the flow. And this means that my core room now has a lot of copper wires hanging from the ceiling, attached through small suckers to my gem. Now, time to start the engine. And go. Yeah. It hurts. Abort. 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 Gaia. Garg. I need to. Darkness comes, I see. Ugh, I must pay for my stupidity. Farewell, cruel world. Ha! Congratulations. Your affinity has been changed to lightning, and when a new affinity has been created, electricity. Your affinity has been changed to electricity. Oh, thanks. The Gynard Kingdom a few days later. Chambers of Charles Blue Flame, High Paladin of Order of Fates Untold. Charles was a blue flame, one of those blue flames, but as the third son of a noble, even influential one. A position in this relic-like order was all that his father could manage. It didn't help that there wasn't a chance for promotion because paladins were in charge of new dungeons. There won't be any since their goddess said so 100 years ago. More or less. Their whole existence was obsolete, which he lamented even now, sipping his Goldliar tea and reading a book near the fireplace. It didn't help that the whole organization he was in charge of was, in reality, a bunch of young, immature second and third sons of nobility stuffed in here to get them out of sight. Of course, he was here because of other reasons. It was all because his older brothers grew jealous. He just knew that. In a few years, his flame would reach the famed blue level. Just you wait. As he was enjoying his plans and the faces of his brothers looking up upon his magnificent magic, his old butler, Adam, entered with all haste. "What has you so spooked, old man?" he asked while smiling. "Little peasants, always running and panicking. Inner peace is what differentiates nobles from the masses. Our resident priest just received an oracle. A new dungeon was born in the northern reaches of the Hyran continent. The location is not yet known, but we must move now." The old man shouted, and it was Charles's turn to panic. "What? How? The goddess announced that there won't be any changes?" "Who are we to contend with the wisdom of the gods?" asked his butler in a pious tone. Yeah, I guess. Get the recruits ready. Prepare rations, wagons, and weapons. Make sure there are enough bottles of holy water and the hired magical support is present. And for fuck's sake, don't let my brothers know." "At once, master." The old man was clearly getting warmed up. After all, it was said that such a new dungeon was bound to be unique, and, more importantly, it was a job that only the Order of Fates Untold was able to do. The Gynard Kingdom 5 hours later, undisclosed location. "So, are you saying that those pompous buffoons did get a prophecy from the goddess?" "Yes, your majesty. Our spies confirmed that they were already forming an expedition. What should we do? Arrest them?" A person clothed in a robe and a dark hood was kneeling before a small throne. "No, it's their duty for once. And more importantly, you may not remember, but dungeon exploration rarely goes without hitches. Let them try it first." "Oh, so we let them pull chestnuts out of a fire then?" "Yes. After all, from what I've heard, it's just north of our borders." "Somewhere around there. It would take about a month to just get in the vicinity, and then search for it while battling undead. Let them do the work then. Your majesty is most wise. Flattery will get you nowhere, Hawk. I live to serve, your majesty." "Somehow I doubt it. Just make sure that they take some of the soldiers with higher levels too. It would be a shame if the young blue flame were to perish just like that." "It will be done." Cero uno, cero. Uno. So yeah, stuff happened, and now it seems like I have an electrical affinity. Not much changed though. I was still bumbling about with my dungeon plans. There was a new innate ability, but I still wasn't sure what it really did. Status, race, dungeon core. Name, Uno, dungeon core level. Affinity, electricity element, anima, location. Henrik Walzer ruined castle, dungeons. Magic, none. Skills, none. Innate abilities, mana sight, anima manipulation, electricity encroachment. I had other problems. These two rooms near the food hall were bugging me now, empty and useless. This won't do. I decided to take the first crack at the one just to the right of my former entrance. Since there were tables and chairs in the other room, I decided to remake this one as a kitchen. Of course, there weren't any edibles right now. Not counting stringy rat meat I could now produce because of earlier invaders. It was useless, though, as none of my creatures needed feeding. Even the ratlings were sampling electricity from chandelier fruits or directly from the wires. It seemed like enough to sustain them. However, once I gained some true living minions, I would have to feed them. As such, creating a kitchen space would be a sound investment. First, I added a light source, smaller than the others, but still as dangerous. After all, nobody cooks in darkness. Then a few tables, chairs, and cupboards. I even created frying pans, dinner plates, forks, and knives, although dull ones, and in a fit of brilliance, false foods. In a salt container, I put talc, and then I did the same with sugar, but using crystal-like stones. Next was a slab of meat made from sandstone and colored to look like a real thing. A few more greens I remembered from earth-like potatoes, carrots, cabbage, and fruits, apples, oranges, and strawberries, all made of stone. I would get to work out here as soon as I could get my hands on organic materials from outside. I would then make my kitchen ingredients even more real, and maybe even create a cook to work in here. As a finishing touch, I added an electric cooking stove, hooking it up to the wires that now infiltrated every centimeter of dungeon space, just like the tunnels of my ratlings. And the rest? Plans for the future. Plans for the future. For now, there is a second room awaiting attention. This one is a bit bigger, so I decided to use it as a sparring space. Two sources of light were attached to the ceiling, and after a moment, I created a weapon and armor racks. They were placed near the wall, standing opposite the entrance. On these, I put wooden versions of club, sword, and square shield. Yeah, it was not much. But this will change in time. For now, I also summoned two more Libirs and ordered them to spar. After the mute discontent I felt from the others, a rotation system was put in place to get every single one of them a chance to fight. Thankfully, my minions were undead, so things like fatigue or boredom were beyond them, and as such their bouts could continue even in the blackest of nights. Not like we had clocks or knowledge about the time of day in the dungeon. A few minutes after the first bout, a ratling found its way towards the sparring room and started to work as a judge? It started and stopped fights, telling the undead who won and who lost the duel. It also asked me for a blackboard. I obliged, giving it a few pieces of chalk to write on it and a cotton rag. Now it looked more like a gambling room than sparring space, but oh well. All is good as long they're lively. Speaking of lively, I can see that my drones nearly finished making their tunnel to the buried room on the east side. Once again, I sent some rattling scouts, but this time I took their reports with a pinch of salt. Nothing was moving just like before, and only opening the road towards my core would show with 100% accuracy if any undead were buried there. And then probably another round of tower defense would commence. This time I was ready, though. I added 5 more Libirs, raising their numbers to 22, and immediately ordered them to get armed at the forge room. Then they proceed towards the excavation site, just in time as the tunnel was being breached right now and stale mana from it mixed and fought with my own. After a chilling moment of waiting, the skeletons, peacefully lying in the room, stood up at once, armed to the teeth in their rusted coifs, plates, and chains. In their hands were weapons in a little better state than their predecessors. Both swords, maces, and spears had seen better times. Their heads turned like one towards the entrance and slow, but the sure patter of their feet disturbed the silence. It had begun. Once again, undead started stumbling towards my core room. This time, however, I focused more on dealing damage than stopping them from walking. The results were already showing. Not one of the undead walked past my trapped hallway. Both ratlings and Libirs were able to hurt them, in some cases even destroying skeletons completely, the former taking out the legs and the latter simply bashing fragile skulls in. No disabled and hurt minions either. Even though we had to use a new electric trap once, throwing the unsuspecting undead toward its doom, it was still a full success. Everything was going just fine. Until this thing appeared. Large humanoid in black armor, with arms clasped on a giant axe. At least it moved slowly, but with each step the ground trembled. My forces pretty much eliminated all opposition, so I ordered them to retreat towards the food hall. Pretty much all of my Libirs were there, sans the one in the core room. Ratlings, too, were ordered to help with defense. They stood in their little tunnels ready to shoot, and behind a few of them was... what was that? Analyze. Iron Rattling Queen. Like most of the rat races, iron rattlings tend to breed uncontrollably when left to their own devices. Even the dungeon-spawned ones are no exception. It is in such conditions that queens are born, tougher, bigger, and more intelligent than any of their brethren, and most importantly, capable of giving birth on their own. This individual has the ability to command her subordinates and even create new breeds of ratlings. Additionally, as one born in a dungeon with an uncommon affinity, it managed to feed on a few electric fruits and in turn gained power over lightning. Threat level, E++. Oh, so that's why I had to plant some of the chandeliers again? These cheeky... Then I suppose planting some more exotic plants would be good too, since at least one type of my minion thrives by devouring them. Crafting an ecosystem was always a fascinating idea, even if it came to life in a dungeon. The Rattling Queen looked really menacing right now, biting on something and wearing, a cape made from cotton. It was white and not really that well made, but making something anything without opposable thumbs was a challenge and respect was due. Also, I now noticed what she was chewing on. Ah! And I was wondering, where did the crippled Labir arms and legs go? In the end, I was forced to make them from scratch. I also used an analyze on our opponent and twitched in nervousness. Ironhide Undead, Dark Knight, named Jailer Jonathan. When all was lost, some of Waltzer's castle soldiers decided to stay behind in order to slow down their enemies, trading their lives for the safety of civilians and their comrades. Their sacrifice will be remembered. Jailer Jonathan was not one of them. He hid in the castle dungeons, hoarding food and other supplies. This bought him a few months, but in the end, he was reduced to cannibalizing his prisoners and committing suicide. Because of such a past, he was bound into this form, forced to roam the halls of the castle with endless hunger and despair. Threat level, D-. To reiterate, this Dark Knight stood at the height of 2.5 meters, clad in black, dull armor that seemed to devour even light. Its helmet had 2 horns, one of them broken, leaving an impression of a tired old warrior. The eyes glowed an unholy green light, adding to the intimidation, but the real horror was beneath those eyes. Large mouth full of shark-like teeth, endlessly chewing and swallowing, even when there was nothing to eat. What's worse, it looked hungrily over its own companions and my minions too. The beast roared, taking a step forward and biting into one of the few skeletons which were left. Poor Sod flailed for a moment until it was devoured by hungry maw. In the next moment, it jumped forward, landing in the middle of my Labirs. They attacked immediately, stupidity making them immune to fear. Then one of them was grabbed and his arm snacked on, while his companion smacked the attacker on his armored chest and thighs to no avail. It was then that one of the Labirs jumped back and charged. The rest soon followed. Their combined weight forced the being to shake and fall to its knees, crippled Labir still attacking it with fervor. At that moment, Rattlings also decided to attack under the command of their queen. Spears flew through the air and mostly found their targets, as Labirs were pretty much immune to such attacks. Sadly, Dark Knight was too. It shook again, this time to dislodge a few of the sticks that were chafing it, trying to remove not pain, but just discomfort. Then I suddenly realized that some of these spears were made from pure metal, which was strange because I didn't recall making them like this. In a flash of lightning, my answer arrived. It was time for Queen to shine, as she gathered more than a few electrical fruits, let's just call them electropears, and threw them forward, adding a bit of her guiding magic in the process. It flew true, lodging itself into the undead chest and shocking both the enemy and labor surrounding it. What's more, Dark Knight was thrown backward, flying through the wall and into the kitchen area I set up beforehand. Just thinking about all these small pieces that I would have to remake was giving me a headache. Focus! Focus, Uno! The enemy was still alive. My forces gathered near the rubble and prepared for an attack, which never came. What I heard, because my camera was blocked by a cloud of dust, was the sound of chewing and swallowing. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Gulp, crunch, again and again. Then the dust settled and I was confronted with the weirdest blue box ever. Jailer Jonathan wishes to join your dungeon. Do you accept? Chero uno. Uno. I gleefully accepted, and another notification appeared while Black Knight was bathed in magic energy. Congratulations, named monster Jailer Jonathan has been bound to your dungeon. It will now reappear after death and continue to serve you as long as there is enough mana to sustain him.
Congratulations!
Due to inherent compatibility, Jailer Jonathan has been made a roaming boss of these rooms: kitchen, food hall, sparring room. While I was reading through my blue boxes, Jailer simply sat down and chewed on rock food. I guess years of hunger destroyed whatever semblance of taste he had before. It looked like food, therefore it was food, and since it wasn't tasting worse than undead, it was somehow acceptable. My first real boss finished his meal and started wandering between rooms as drones repaired the damage. I also added a bit of my magic to the location, gleaming bits and pieces from the bounding spell. This was used to make sure that my rock food and assorted items in the kitchen would soon appear again. After I remake them, of course. Still, I felt a bit of kinship towards this strange monster. The system seemed to be very keen on criticizing him, but there were inconsistencies in what Analyze relayed to me. He was a non-combatant, a jailer. Why he had to lay down his life for others to live? On what grounds? Was that an order? So that more important people than him would be saved? This single thing was especially gnawing at my intuition. Some of the soldiers escaped, and there was, after all, a mention of a betrayal. It seemed much more complicated than Analyze painted it as. I doubted that it was all Jonathan's fault. Strong as he was, it was only when compared to my forces. In the grand scheme of things, this amount of power was nothing, because he was only a D-ranked threat. According to my gaming knowledge, there would be at least S-rank beings living in this world, if not SS or SSS, or even SSS plus and higher. My head just hurts thinking about it. If I could only speak to it. But there is not much left in that brain of his. I have some ideas on how to change that, but it would mean preparing another room, special machines, and of course a large amount of mana. Somehow I just knew that it was above my current capacity. Somehow I just knew that I needed to raise my dungeon core level. And again, according to my gaming knowledge, I can do it through killing enemies. Yet I can't really get much of this essence, let's call it experience, like before, through re-killing the dead. Juicy alive beings are needed here, or especially powerful undead beings. That's why for now I'll just gather any forces that I can, so nobody can penetrate my defenses. I don't trust people, generally, and I don't trust people who nuked their planet twice especially. That's for sure. This kind of deed needs a special kind of stupid to commit after all. Back to the topic at hand. Jonathan's story, if I read it correctly, seems like that of a poor soul trapped by circumstances, and then forced to live his last days in a collapsed dungeon of this accursed castle, which afterward resulted in undeath and compulsion to roam these halls for all eternity. Not fair at all. Seems like this world is just like that, and that's why we're getting stronger. The electro-peers that Rattling Queen used gave me a bit of inspiration. I could get a new weapon made. Right now.
On Earth, they were called electrified security batons. Here I was, just going to use the name Crackling Mace.
How did one create such a thing, you may ask? Easily. First, create a pole made from hardwood. It's important as wood has low conductivity and will shield the user. After that, get one electro-peer and stick it on the chosen end of the shaft. Then one needs to create a nearly filled metal ball with just enough space left for the fruit, and then glue it all together while using copious amounts of mana duct tape. And done. To tell the truth, this last part was quite draining. I can only make a few of them before my gas tank bottoms out. So, for now, they're a weapon for Libir team leaders. Tentative name. They're not any different from their compatriots, but were designated by me as ones leading a few other abominations around. I hope that in time they will evolve into something more impressive. Right now, they're just guys with bigger sticks. No leadership qualities whatsoever. Crackling maces were easy to use. In addition to simply smacking enemies, which is no different from earlier designed metal clubs, it also electrocutes anyone stupid enough to get hit. Additionally, I guess inspired by me in turn, Rattlings have already prepared bundles of electropeers to throw at enemies, making these first grenades in my dungeon. At least the cotton cloth and wood are now getting used, both by Rattlings and my production activities. They were just kind of there before. I made a few more pieces of cloth to give Rattling craftsmen something to experiment with. Still, I didn't exactly know how they did what they did. Not that it mattered, I had more pressing matters at hand. Mostly the new room that my ingenious Rattlings discovered, one that gave me a really bad vibe. It was the largest of them all, with a slightly round structure. There was a lot of sand on its floor, and seeing it through my minion eyes, only one word came to my mind: Colosseum. Private Kurt the Silent, part of Walzer Castle's scouting mission. Shit. I knew that something was up with this assignment. The young ranger thought to himself while slowly moving from one obstacle to another, trying to get the most juice from his abilities and inborn dexterity. His lanky frame shifted easily from one broken tree to another, pretty much melding with the surroundings. Brown mantle hid both his face and body, while leather armor and boots worked as a defense. A sleek bow was his main weapon, not counting a dagger stowed on a slightly worn belt. He and 4 other men were chosen to check this concrete location. For what? No one knew. Discrepancies, whatever that meant. There were many teams like theirs dispatched along the border. Their guess was this was somehow connected to a popular rumor about a new dungeon being born out there in the Badlands. Just please, please, oh goddess, please, no undead. He pleaded to one of the 3 guardian gods of Yana. Territories abandoned during the Second Magical War were wild nurseries teeming with decay, daily producing rotten beasts, weird mutations, and other horrors. Yet it was the dead that were the worst counter to his abilities and his most pronounced fear. After all, they could simply sense life force and no ranger abilities. Even his 5th level ones were able to stop it. The situation would change if he were at a higher level, but alas, he wasn't yet. Behind the ranger trailed the rest of their team, warrior heavy, like all parties hailing from the Gaynard kingdom. Ranger, 3 warriors, and a paladin which doubled as a healer, and worst of all, there was their leader in the name, Sergeant Glum, a large, stocky man with a coarse beard, 2-handed warhammer, and freaking plate armor. It was only a chest plate, but still. Who takes damn plate armor on a scouting mission? Scolded Kurt in his thoughts. He was much too cowardly to speak up after all, and Glum was a 7th level berserker warrior, which made him a force to be reckoned with. Nobles and their favors. If only a relevant class was sent out here, like a druid or maybe a higher level scout. Nope. We send warriors. On. A. Scouting. Mission. How far up their asses do the higher-ups have their heads? Kurt would have preferred nothing more than to finish his mission and return home, back to capital. These were idle thoughts, of course. He still had a tour of duty to complete. 5 more years, to be exact, and his position was not one of leadership, so they continued their search. As far as he was concerned, they already checked enough. Dungeons tended to be created, or seeded, as priests like to call it, in some underground locations like castle dungeons, caves, abandoned fortresses, and even house basements. Additionally, they frantically tried to dig toward the surface. It was like an instinct they couldn't resist. So, as far as he was concerned, since there were no traces of an entrance nearby, it was clear that the rumored dungeon wasn't out here. And that was good information too, as Walzer Castle was one of the locations which were mostly infested by undead. I don't even want to think about how much we would have to invest to make these lands habitable again. Every living being out here was corrupted by mana, and many of the unliving too. What was worse, these twisted beings were naturally drawn to things that were yet pure, and sentience, sadly, were one of them. So were dungeon cores. But the absence of undead, who were clearly drawn somewhere, meant that the scouting team could do its job and leave. Or at least we would if our leader wasn't such a prick. "Did you find anything, Limpy?" asked said prick. "Nope, nothing right now, boss. I think this site is a bust," Ranger answered truthfully. I see. This means that the official part of our mission is complete." Kurt held his breath. Here it comes. Greed. So, we're going to go on the little treasure hunting expedition of our own. The last time Glum said something like that, they retreated after losing a soldier, and she was a good one. So Kurt did the only thing he could. He protested aloud. "That's a bad idea, sir. The undead aren't here, but the only thing that could keep them occupied for so long are other sentients, and as soon as they finish them off, it will be our turn." "Stow it, elf lover. So what? If the trouble comes, we will just run." Glum simply pushed the weak ranger back and continued moving towards the ruins. After a moment, the rest of the warriors followed, shooting him apologetic glances in the process. They at least understood that there was a problem with their leader's thought process. Their group moved forward in a stretched line, searching for treasures among the rubble. The once proud castle was now reduced to nothing but dust. And yet there could be some coins amongst them, weapons, and sometimes even an artifact. One only had to search deep and long enough. Soon their team scoured nearly 1/4 of the available ground, and it was also the time when Kurt started noticing that something was wrong. There were a lot of tracks on the ground. The ones making them were undoubtedly undead, yet every single one gravitated towards one direction. It was like something with a great amount of pure mana was forcing them to go there. Something like a dungeon core. Oh shit. If that's what's going on here, then we need reinforcements now. Who knows how powerful these undead can get after gorging on all that energy? He gulped loudly and stopped walking for a moment, only to hear a quiet but regular noise. Thump, 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 thump. Sound of many feet walking in unison. Damn it! Is it an invasion from the Luna Kingdom? No, they use light troops. Maybe it's Dross or Holders. Goddess! Then a twang of bowstring resounded, and Kurt had only a second to react, which he wasted. An arrow hit him in the stomach, forcing the ranger to fall on the ground in an instant. The rest of his team reacted immediately, drawing their weapons and hiding behind shields. Nobody even thought about saving the young ranger as enemies drew near. Skeletons, zombies, and better conserved abominations with their own weapons and armor at the ready. Then a lone figure stepped forward, its skull gleaming in the sun. Humans drew their breaths, hoping against hope. Silently, the undead drew his sword and pointed towards the scouting team. They braced themselves. There was no chance to escape nor get reinforcements, not now, as the fleetest of them was squirming on the ground, slowly bleeding out. Sword drew an arc, and the dead army marched forward. Defiant screams of warriors sounded out, and again. After that, only silence reigned, and 5 figures joined their ranks, bodies bloodied and eyes empty. Across the border, many other scouting teams were being slaughtered. In the control center, a surprisingly modern map was stretched out, and officers were coming and going, adding and removing figures from the board. A wooden token representing Kurt's team was simply taken back, their designation given to another unit. And yet the kings didn't care one bit about their pawns. 012? Uno? So yeah. There was this coliseum just around the corner. It seemed like a large, empty space filled with sand. Nothing special beyond this, but it smells to the high heavens according to my gaming senses. It smells like a trap. Because of that, instead of drilling a tunnel towards it, I decided to procrastinate. After all, I was already experienced in such a task, my former life clear proof of it. Taking things for granted, hoping against all odds to keep the status quo, it was my way of life. How many times did I forget about some important task to focus on some inane pedantic errand I thought was deserving my attention? Like getting the perfect score on each level in an FPS game, or making sure that my guild was getting the best stuff while doing raids through the night in an MMO. One too many times was the answer, but that wasn't a reason to change. It's not like the undead would start digging underground to reach my sweet, sweet core, right? Continuing this train of thought, I asked drones to move towards the hallway built directly between Food Hall and Rattling Warrens and to start tunneling west. There should be enough space out there for what I was planning to do, and my scouts didn't really find enemies or buried rooms that way. As drones toiled under my orders, I could focus on more important tasks, like making weapons, or rather, living weapons. Jailer Jonathan was a mouthful, so I'll decide to call him just that. Brought into my dungeon 2 very important things. Firstly, this humongous axe of his, and secondly, a functioning, albeit barely undead brain. After thoroughly checking both of these items, I decided it was time to create some more minions. Ratlings and Lebears were not enough in my humble opinion, and my opinion was the only one that mattered down here. This time I decided to not leave anything to luck. Everything was going to be thoroughly planned. Firstly, 2 large axes, similar to Jonathan's, were summoned. Still made from pig iron, but what I can do. Each of them sported 2 blades, one for each side. From what I remembered in games, such weapons were called double-bladed battle axes, but this was such a mouthful too. In the end, an axe was what I would call them. Simple is the best. Next, I gathered 2 more axes, this time slightly smaller ones, and then 2 even smaller weapons were made. These, in order of height, were 2 meters, 1 meter, 80 centimeters, and around 50 centimeters. With the tiniest of them, I also made sure to add a few hinges here and there, allowing them to bend their beards? I read somewhere that it was how they were called. Bladed, sharp parts, all in order to create my newest minion. Then I forced a metal pole through both axe's handles, near the end, far away from blades, which were going to serve as legs. Then I added two slightly shorter weapons in the middle, fitting snugly between their bigger cousins. Of course, a liberal addition of duct tape was needed, creating spring-like appendages joining axes together. Now my contraption could walk, lifting the larger blades on the smaller ones, just like a terrifying pendulum, and leaving scar-like patterns on my floor. But nobody was perfect. Between these legs, I added the smallest blades, with grasper-like parts and, of course, a space needed for a brain. Right now, it was only a machine with many slashy additions. I was aiming for a monster, though. With a flash, weird, spherical thing appeared in my hands. It had small clockworks ticking away regularly and few blinking lights in addition to half-rotten gray mass lying comfortably in a bowl-like container. The small tentacles around it only twitched when I poked the lazy being. That was the effect of my continuing experiments, a creation made after a few more or less successful tries. Mostly less successful. I called it a machine. The system had another name prepared, Bile Flesh Brain Contraption, an unholy union of corruption, anima magic, and insane mastery over mechanical sciences. It should not live, it should not move, it should not think, and yet it does. This being is one of the first dark machines created by the mad intelligence of a dungeon core. By itself, it doesn't have a lot of strength. However, its unique constitution allows for metal assimilation and control, turning it into the pilot of whatever machine or weapon it's attached to. Threat level, G-. Hey, that was rude as hell. I'm not mad. At least I think I'm not. Nah, who cares? Wasn't there this show on TV where they said that normalcy was dictated by the masses? So that means that I'm not insane, just different. Unique. Yep. Let's continue. The last order of business was fitting this little guy in my prepared machine. As soon as I did it, the container sported few tentacles which both secured it in the middle of moving axes and somehow melded with iron, constituting its new body. Did I mention that these weapons were made entirely from iron? No, they were. The machine trembled, resizing a few parts through duct tape magic, and then turned around towards the way out from my core room. I had the strangest feeling wanting to scream, "It leaves," and such. Instead, I just used Analyze on my new baby. Decapitation engine, iron machine made from uniting bile flesh brain contraption and a suitable body. Due to the type of magic used in its creation, it can slowly regenerate any damage and is immune to rusting effects. This being has an unhealthy obsession with cutting and decapitation, trying, if possible, to behead its opponents. Its hulking frame and clever construction allows for great speed on flat terrain, but gives little control over tight turns. Threat level, D-. Again, why the word machine was in quotation marks. It was made from specially prepared parts put together with love and care, and therefore it qualifies for the title of a machine. Or even the machine, and I protest. Uno is not amused by your snarkiness system. Bah. It doesn't matter how much I scream and ask for a re-evaluation. This nasty thing makes it clear that gods of this world disapprove of such inventions. Yet I care not for their approval. It's time to mess around with other things, mostly my ability to create plant-like machines. Yes, machines, not machines, you damn Scrooge. Focus, Uno. Focus! In the meantime, my new death machine managed to station itself near the Colosseum tunnel. Somehow I think that creating a network of tunnels out there would be mandatory. Oh well, I will take care of it when the need arises. For now, my new room was getting finished. It was large. In truth, the largest. It was even bigger than that trap room I dreaded to uncover. And I was going to fill it with mechanical life. The first thing to be done was adding my electrical chandeliers onto the ceiling. The source of light was, after all, a must, and these rooms were going to be both deeper and higher than ordinary ones, 5 meters from floor to ceiling in the central point. After preparing the ground, few of the earlier mentioned axes were summoned by me and simply planted, with sharp parts above ground. Green needs to be upward after all. With a healthy dose of mana, they grew like real trees, if real trees had small axes falling from metallic branches, and metallic leaves with sharp edges. I also tried the other way, putting blades in the ground. Seeding them this way seemed to work anyway. A tree created from this idea looked somehow similar to a conifer, with pendulum axes sprouting from the ground on the unsuspecting foes. There were also knife bushes, which simply grew some sharp objects, but didn't really do anything with them, and small acidic flowers, which had very delicate stems breaking under the slightest touch. And when they did, the surroundings were sprinkled with green, corrosive fluid. Somehow, while pretty much every single one of my creations had this silvery brownish color palette, the acid flowers were instead yellow. It would be normal if only petals were of this color, but it was the whole plant. I would understand gold, but piss yellow? Oh well, who cares? At least the anima force to the creation of this acid-sapped abomination was not without its merits. Lovely. Now I had access to acid, and before I'll even start with acid traps, there is one very important thing that it was used in. That is the batteries. The room where I was putting all these mechanical plants seemed a little bare. All this hardship and no gain. I could be a dick and do just that, but my own creations seemed to thrive on the interaction between dungeon inhabitants.
So why not create a little tiny weeny battery and put it in the ground at the end of this place?
What's the worst that could happen? Then a sprinkle of mana and some anima for good measure. The image was really important before. It should be the same right now.
Then wait a minute, like maybe 5, and what happens?
Oh, that battery devourer. A greenish machine plant was created with the idea of preserving energy in mind. In its own twisted way, it fulfills that function. This dark machine initially looks like a small, weak tree with strange cylinder-like fruits growing on its branches. It can thrive by absorbing ambient mana, both corrupted and pure variants, and can be used to create items that could work similarly. However, the plant prefers to attack and digest living beings by using its draining abilities and tentacle roots normally hidden underground.
Threat level E++. Really? Really? Really, system? This is a machine according to you?
013. Uno. My conservatory was complete without a hitch. I wasn't calling this room a greenhouse since there was not much green inside. At least the plants were now finished, new monsters put safely in their positions. But that also meant that there wasn't anything to do. Well, except for digging and making new rooms. And that grew boring extremely fast. I craved the excitement of the fight, even if it could wipe me out of existence. Normally, I was just a coward, but the battles in my dungeon didn't feel real. Not counting that one time when I nearly had my core grabbed and devoured. But we don't talk about that. The vibe I was getting was more in the vein of a reality show, with all my cameras focused on the action than real life. Were these feelings categorized as dungeon core instincts, or maybe something entirely else? It didn't really matter. I could hide in my shell and produce more and more monsters while digging room after room, but there was no purpose behind it. I wanted a sentient to walk into my halls and exclaim in wonder and fear, and then preferably get mauled to death. Okay, I admit. Part of the reason I was so impatient was the fact that this limit I felt was steadily approaching. My current dungeon core level was 0, and I was somehow made acutely aware that I could dig out only a few more rooms, or create 1 or 2 monsters until it all simply slipped out of my control. And yet digging into existing space was considered okay. Some sort of a loophole? I couldn't care less, but like any real gamer, I was eager to exploit it. This made the Colosseum a viable choice, even if it was a trap. So no more hesitation. There's no time like the present. Let's do it! I clenched my non-existent teeth, trying to force the outcome, and asked both Jonathan and Decapitator, Decapitation Engine as per system naming, which sounded just droll, to move towards where drones started working, and waited. It was like half of my new life was waiting. Thankfully, my minions finished their job in only a few minutes. Breaking through the soft soil was easy after all. Slowly, a small tunnel appeared, only to end on metal bars recessed in the floor. Talk about disappointing. The next order was to cut them down, but seeing as both cutting tools and the barrier were made from the same material, it would take some time. So during this unexpected break, I ordered the rest of the drones to start working towards another goal. I had this strange idea of creating a few twisting tunnels leading towards the armory. I was aiming for a place bit similar to the one area in Dark Souls games, where strange circular undead roamed with impudence. My little corner of deadly roads would be instead a home ground to Decapitator, which should be much less scary. Also, 2 bosses on one floor should be enough. Now that I think about it, how would it even decapitate enemies? Weren't pretty much all of its blades vertical? Talk about not being able to satisfy one craving.
Did I just do it a great disservice?
Let's just behave like I didn't notice at all.
Maybe the problem will go away on its own.
Whatever happens, happens. Anyway, it took the drones a few hours to make sure that the tunnel network was complete according to my plan. In the meantime, Rattlings also managed to dig out some outposts and roads of their own, and in turn, my dungeon was getting even more chaotic. While I could feel where the entrances and exits were, a 3D model of them was looking more and more like soggy spaghetti. On the bright side, if even I wasn't able to map them, then any enemies trying to were unintentionally screwed over, which was still lovely. I wasn't even going to ask why the Rattlings were moving small electropiers in there, or masking their scouting tunnels with knife bushes. They're the only plant life out here. You're not hiding anything. At least their obsession with acidic flowers was easy to understand, especially after a few of them were nearly melted when searching through conservatory for the first time. I didn't check how these plants propagated too. Another time. For now, my drones were nearly finished with their task.
It was time to advance.
Metal Bar screamed for the last time until their tools cleared the way forward. The room seemed serene and silent. First, a team of Labiers walked forward close to each other, somehow holding a defensive formation with their leader sporting a crackling mace. Just behind it, a group of rattling warriors waltzed in, not planned at all in my advance guard. They moved cautiously, sniffing the air and pointing their spears towards suspicious parts of the room. And this Colosseum was suspicious as hell. For one, there were still torches burning. Underground, in the room closed off for years. I wasn't even going to start with how the oxygen in here would be all consumed long ago. That's because the answer was boring. Magic, obviously. The question was who was prideful enough and powerful enough to keep them burning through the years. The answer came quickly as a shadow pounced from the ceiling on the Labier walking in the front. The abomination was totally surprised, but quiet, which reminded me once again to at least give them mouths, and maybe a pump to allow some screaming or creepy wheezing. Anyway, my minion just tumbled on the sand, rising dust clouds and desperately trying to free itself. To no avail, though. The assailant stood up quickly and twisted off its head like it was a beer cap. At this moment, I took a good look at it. Clearly humanoid shape, rag-like clothing, which once was probably finery of some sort, covering wrinkled, scarred skin, which made the being look like dried-up mummy. I fired Analyze as soon as it stopped. Bloodless vampire spawn. Vampires are beings of darkness, a type of undead who thrive on the blood of living creatures. It is because of that trait that they fiercely try to preserve sentient races that Badlands creatures seek to consume. They are nonetheless hunted by sapients and eradicated without a quarter. Most of the monsters classified as vampires have a robust physique, great night vision, powerful regeneration, and the ability to create more of their kind by sharing their blood. One becomes a vampire through such a ritual or by way of a curse. This being was turned from sentient, which makes it weaker than its natural-born progenitor. This weakness is only compounded by the lack of blood it experienced through the years. Because of the inability to die and lack of life-giving liquid through the years, it turned utterly insane. There is only thirst in its mind. Threat level D. Like an overture to my reading, the vampire just found out that there was no blood in my Labier. It threw the severed head at my other warriors and screamed at them in rage. $#ampers and caret $ampersand, $ampersand, asterisk $ampersand, $ampersand, $, hash at exclamation point, ampersand, asterisk $ampersand at exclamation point. These were clearly words, but just like I thought. No language cheat for me. I was after all just a little dungeon core, not an isekai hero sent to right the wrongs. Ugh. Who cares? Capture it alive if you can. I whispered to my monsters, and they surged forward like a wave of metal and dead flesh closing on their enemy. Except for the rattlings. They instead decided it was time to add some skewering to the menu. Spears flew forward on silent command, impacting the vampire through the chest and left arm, but not slowing it down in the slightest. It crouched, making itself a smaller target, and sprinted towards my meat shields. The claws on its hands looked a bit dangerous, I admit. The first Labier trying to stop it was sent flying. The second didn't fare much better, but their sacrifice gave the one with a crackling mace an opening to bash the vampire's face in. It only laughed in response. And then the lightning hit, scorching the wrinkly face and actually lighting it on fire.
The laugh turned into a scream as the being tried to claw out any pieces of flesh still stuck on its skull.
That was when Jonathan started running in the middle of this chaos, taking advantage of a distraction. Well, maybe not exactly running, but there was a tottering grace in his movements, something about a comically imbalanced being trying to walk on its toes. The axe he sported was not funny at all, though, and neither was his big fuck you swing that nearly cleaved creature in half, taking out both arms and digging a scar through the middle of its chest. The vampire crumbled down immediately, ceasing resistance. It still tried to move, but the damage was simply too great. If it had hit points, then there would be only measly 1 or 2 left. Alive. Take it alive. I screamed in anger, making most of my creatures twitch. Jonathan only stared at his feet like a small child chided by its parent. I sighed. At least there's hope that this vampire regeneration wasn't overrated. It did survive here for years, and that was mostly because it couldn't die, even if it wanted. Just take the pieces, put them together, and make sure it won't escape. My orders were carried out swiftly for once, with only ratlings instead searching the whole room. What they found were bones, hundreds of bones, humanoid, women, men, and children, horses or something that looked similar enough, sheep, dogs, cats, also 1 or 2 cows, then goats, and weird snake-like things. There was even a skeleton of a gorilla, an ape anyhow. All of them seemed to be drained of blood with many, and I mean many, holes, similar to fangs slightly jutting out from the vampire's upper jaw. Their remaining skin was punctured and broken in many places, but there is something in horror seen just before death that stays on one body, even if only a desiccated husk remains. Somehow I could easily imagine the tragedy that happened here. But it didn't matter anyway. What mattered, though, was the existence of a broken-down stairway leading to an upper and lower level. The rest of the room was just like it looked from outside. A whole lot of nothing, sand, and 4 now extinguished torches. I planted my chandeliers at once, brightening this space in white light, totally different from the red blood color it had basked in before. I already knew what I wanted to do. The order was given, and the drones slowly started to force their way upwards, and I returned to my core where the new guest was getting moved. It was time for some literal mindfuckery. 014. Uno. There was that idea bouncing inside my head ever since I started using wires and all this pseudoscience stuff. And of course, mana duct tape to bind things that normally don't work together. What if I could use them on living creatures? What would happen? Would it become one of the dungeon monsters? Or maybe I would get something else out of it? Or would it just expire in more or less gory fashion? That's why I was glad that my first subject in that matter was pretty much immortal, as long as I didn't press too much with my experiments. I know that because during these few minutes, the vampire managed to reattach its arms, and the damage to its chest was pretty much gone too. Perfect. In the meantime, I created an operating chair with added restraints out of pig iron, one that wouldn't be out of place in a horror movie. This, however, was the reality. My creatures dragged the vampire in and forced it into the chair. It trashed around wildly, trying to get free as my dungeon core boss looked it over, or rather him. By this time, it was quite clear that my subject was male. The fear visible in his eyes didn't deter me in the slightest. His fate was already decided. From my camera network, I started to grow sharp copper wires, which slowly slithered toward the prisoner. They looked like animals stalking their prey, metal glistening in the light as they slowly grew closer and closer. The vampire started whimpering, doubling his efforts to escape. It was futile. I already tested the restraints against much stronger beings. Jonathan was not amused. In a while, the wires coiled against his neck, preparing for vertebra insertion. After all, breaking the skull was too much of a task, so I opted for sliding into the spinal column and only then, the brain. And then it happened. Sharp metal made an incision, slithering inside like a parasite. Through my magic, I could see the wires slowly and painfully making their way toward the brain, then piercing it. The vampire winced in pain each time a wire moved and then started screaming, yanking at the restraints in a panic. His voice was contained in my core room, behind closed doors. In a few minutes, the sound level fell to the earlier whimpering. At that time, wires were in position. Now, for my experiment, I added electricity to the network, eliciting another scream from my patient. Good. The connection was working. Right now, however, it was nothing more than a meat puppet. With a bit of work, it could probably even move around, but that wasn't the reason why I was experimenting. No, I needed knowledge about the world, about the races and kingdoms around here, and most importantly, about language. My ability to think and gather information was, after all, the greatest surprise for any invaders. These strange gods admitted it themselves. None of the dungeon cores were intelligent. If I was found out as an outlier, perish the thought. But still, there was a non-zero chance that I would be slaughtered immediately. After all, the rest of the cores were nothing more than cattle for the sapiens to harvest. With this, I had a moral superiority to make them cattle too. Just kidding.
I don't care either way.
Anyone going into my hall surrenders their life. In Uno country, it's Uno rules. I don't care about any moral dilemma, for now. The wires were in place, it was time to try, all for new knowledge. Still, there are about 100 billion neurons in a sapient brain. Somehow I think that this will be a long night, or a few. I sent the anima towards one of them and pushed. The vampire screamed in pain, and then nothing. Not this one, huh? Cross it out and... Let's check this one. Scream. Nope. Again. Ricker, Luna Kingdom Scout. I crawled forward with caution, trying to hide between sickly-looking shrubbery growing near the ruins of Waltzer Castle. There was the stench of death in the air, and I wasn't one to recklessly charge forward, even if our priest said that something was stirring in these parts. More importantly, I saw the marks of the scuffle that some poor fools from the Gainar Kingdom left. Trails of holy light and wide swings of two-handed weapons marking the stone were easy to understand. I wasn't going to end like them. Be careful. I used hand signals to warn Bino, my druid partner, that something was amiss. He nodded and growled quietly, he and his familiar leaf hiding nearby. I wasn't a druid like him, but there was always a slight sense of unease. He loved to stay in this form for too long for it to be healthy. Not to mention that both his form and his familiar, female familiar, were of the Dark Panther race, which led to some unsavory comments. Sigh. At least he was competent. Not like most of the people I was paired with earlier. We're retreating. I signaled, and our form slowly retreated towards the temporary camp we made 15 minutes ago. We went back without any trouble, and soon we were sitting near the small smokeless campfire and eating field rations. Bino even turned back into a human, his 2 meters, muscular form radiating wildness. He devoured the food in large gulps while keeping watchful eyes on the surroundings. Wearing his half-prepared animal skins made him look like a real barbarian. "Don't keep me in suspense, Ricker. What happened out there?" he asked in the end, looking at the brooding half-elf. The ranger turned his childish face towards the druid and mumbled under his breath. "Damn undead happened, that's what. A Gynard scouting team was wiped out nearby. All newbies, you know. I saw enough marks to be sure of their nationality. At least they had a ranger with them. Yet Goddess of Luck wasn't favoring them." He confessed slowly. "I don't understand, why are they doing this? Wasn't sending a low-level team into this wilderness pretty much a suicide mission? Why waste manpower like that?" "They don't have a choice, you know." Riker sighed. "Unlike us, their population is booming. Their farmlands are taken over by blight or being burned by the warring nobles. The Gaynard Kingdom is starving, Bino. They're just getting rid of excess people. It's still a waste, you know." "I think so too, but their choices are limited." He sent a small prayer to Mirabelle. "They are a warrior-centric country, not like our druids who can even cleanse the corruption." He nodded towards the large man. "Ha ha ha. Of course. They instead opted for a saturation technique." "Saturation?" "They feed low-level parties to the undead. Undead grow stronger, and then they send higher-level warriors who can do more good in the long run and wipe out the whole infestation." Small half-elf face clouded. "That's inhuman," the druid shouted quietly. He knew that any large display of emotion was stupid. They were still in the enemy lands after all. But there was rage burning in his eyes. "Yet it works. That's why the kingdom worships mostly the god of science and stars, for the greater good, as they say." "Still, don't worry about it, old friend. It's not like we can do anything about it. We're not heroes after all." His small face twisted in an angry expression. Yet any woman who saw him at this moment would squeal in delight and race to pamper him. Quite the humiliation for a man in his 40s. Curse of half-elf heritage, as he called it. Let's move out. There is one more place we need to check. And if I'm right, then we're going to retreat and return with reinforcements. Yup, let's go. The giant answered, immediately transforming into the Dark Panther, its taut muscles moving under the skin. From outside the camp, Leaf appeared, snuggling against him. The ranger nodded while moving forward quietly, trying to blend in with the surroundings. They already packed all they needed for a quick retreat. Undead were, after all, adept at sensing the living. 20 minutes later, they were back at the ruins. Dark pieces of stone covered in sickly vegetation were strewn against the ground, leaving little to the imagination. There was a distinct lack of undead, which tingled Ricker's senses a lot. Be careful, very careful, he signaled, and Panther growled in assent. It took another few minutes until the ranger managed to spot their enemies. Sadly, they were spotted in return. Straightening his back, Ricker hissed in annoyance. Death General! Shit, I knew it. We need to gather an expedition before it manages to accrue more subordinates. As if in response to his speech, the undead started moving towards them in a tight formation. Skirmishers were closing in quickly, too. He clicked his teeth. Let's run, Bino. We need to report back immediately. Dark Panther howled while swiping at nearby undead, taking its head off. Leaf bit another one and recoiled in disgust, growling at the sight of incoming zombies and skeletons. The whole group started running, leaving their enemies in the dust. When they left the surroundings, Death General ordered his troops to stand down. Its eyeless skull moved towards the direction of the Rangers, and then to a buried staircase nearby. It shook its head in a human-like fashion, and then it simply continued to wait. Uno. Stick! Scream! Stick! Scream. I was growing bored. I had no sadistic streak after all, just doing what needed to be done. But it was slowly becoming too much even for me. Stick.
Scream.
Stick. Oh? Did it work? It worked! I screamed through the dungeon link and my creatures hooted in response, Leebeers smacking their clubs on the ground and ratlings dancing around. I returned to the core room. So, your name was D5N3L? No, that's not right. Daniel? Yes. Good. It seems like I can start in earnest now. Seroquince. Uno. Daniel's interrogation proved to be informative, if unnerving. In the middle of this process, I became aware that my method of gathering information leaves large parts of the brain unusable, burned out of existence. With the vampire in question, it wasn't a big problem since his regeneration kicked in almost immediately, but the data contained in these regrown neurons was simply gone. After all, it was just like electronically stored information. Put a magnet near a hard drive, give it a few minutes, and the content goes poof. Wait. Didn't that mean that the brain was just like a more complicated computer, and with my power over electricity? Also, magnets? How is it that I didn't think about them earlier? Well, it's not like they're that useful, seeing as most of my creations have high iron content. But still, this venue of thought was worth pursuing in the long run. Just not now. Because right now I was being overwhelmed with information, or rather the fragmented way it was being presented, all because of Daniel, who continued to turn more and more insane with each passing moment. Yet there was little that I was able to do in order to salvage his mind. Like some kind of defense mechanism, his ego fractured into emotionally unstable pieces. There was anger, fear, sadness, but also happiness, dutifulness, and even lust for revenge. Most pieces actively worked against each other, turning the whole ordeal into a race against time. So I was asking, and a discordant choir answered, sometimes distorting information and sometimes giving different answers altogether. It didn't help that I assessed that his knowledge was about 100 years old, or more, or less. It could be 50 years and it could be 200 too. I was no forensic detective after all. The most I could tell about the state of the bodies found in the Colosseum was that they were dead, and for a long time. Anyway, what mattered was the high possibility that any information gleaned from his brain was massively outdated, yet beggars can't be choosers. Because of that, I focused on things that should be relatively unchanged, even though the years passed. For one, I copied Daniel's knowledge of the language in its entirety. That also included some arithmetic and logic, with the alphabet and full encyclopedia. I also breathed a sigh of relief. The locals used a decimal system, and the writing type somehow resembled the Western alphabet system I was used to when alive. In his brain, there was also knowledge about the current, or past, state of the world, and boy, it wasn't pretty. It covered what the gods had already told me about two magical wars, the destruction and slow decay of civilized lands, how most of the gods left the world, and how people fell to despair, worshipping demons and false idols, about necromancers, blood mages, and cannibals who conquered parts of the known world, and how Brighton, Mirabel, and Gangria stabilized this dying world, consolidating the power of the sentients into the remaining countries, forging them like living metal while managing scientific and cultural progress. There were parts about the Hyran continent where my dungeon was located, and mentions of two other land masses located somewhere to the west. No idea about the state they were in, though. For the first time on this planet, I knew about the outside, or at least a part of it, even if it was a piece of book knowledge. The shape of the Hyran continent reminded me of a nearly fallen over pear, with the smaller part up in the air and the lower simply melting into an unrecognizable mess. I was located in the upper part, near the Gynard kingdom, where battles against the Badlands and their creatures were a common occurrence. The kingdom population was mainly composed of humans with small additions of other races. Their army prided themselves in heavy infantry troops and fire mages while worshipping Brighton as the god of science. To the west of their borders was the Luna kingdom, blessed by Mirabel and boasting a large half-elf population, while cultivating long-lasting hatred with southern elven theocracy backed up by Gangria, goddess of nature. True to their name, elves took pride in their ancestry and innate magic, strong enough to hold a line against the longest southern border, alone. To the east of the Gainar kingdom stood the dwarven holds, entrenched in deep mountains and fighting their own battles with undead and monsters. There was a lot of blood being spilled in the tunnels deep below the earth. The dwarves usually kept to themselves, but as long as nothing catastrophic happened to their underground cities, they had the best chance to survive among the nations of Yana. And then, even further east, sticking to the nearby sea, nested the Dross Republic, a nation of builders and explorers madly interested in creating fortresses and expanding their naval force. Their oligarchic rulers didn't discriminate against non-human races and tended to focus heavily on mercenaries and pike squares, not stopping even at purchasing services of Badlands barbarians. What shocked me was something else. Why there were only 5 nations on this continent? Surely their lands ought to be enormous, right? Wrong! Well, not counting the elven theocracy lands, which seemed to seep like blood out the wound, creating an uneven line of forests and living castles. It seemed like their warriors, well versed in jungle warfare, had an upper hand, but in the end, they too were stretched thin, like other countries. All these nations seemed like an amateur attempt to create a war machine capable of wiping out enemies with ease, yet not one of them seemed sustainable. The Gynard kingdom, for instance, was a firm believer in the scorched earth policy. They even had whole noble families dedicated to the task. Casting such humongous spells seemed to demand large quantities of mana and time. To provide the latter, heavy armored troops became a staple of their armies. And also I couldn't forget about their famed blade masters, warriors who were rumored to be capable of wiping out armies by themselves. I shuddered. If these powerful guys were the shield of civilization, I wondered what was the hammer striking it down. And the clock was ticking. Besides this more general knowledge, I was also able to understand a bit of the common sense of sapients, especially those who lived in the nearby Gynard kingdom. It was very similar to what I read about the Middle Ages, the medieval caste society, where nobles were treated like different higher beings, except here, they also knew magic. The lowly masses were illiterate, superstitious, always hungry and poor. The omnipresent suspicion and distrust of both magic and the unknown were like an illness stopping the development of this nation supposedly blessed by a god of science. It was a nightmare that produced both mindless soldiers and zealous mages while mutilating the souls of anyone stupid enough to care into parts of a war machine. I didn't care. The only information that was important here was the surety that there would be no end to young, over-ambitious fools trying to get richer and stronger in my halls, to change their destiny. Most of them would die in the process, feeding me. More importantly, there were also bad news I discovered when sifting through Daniel's brain for dungeon knowledge. Like the fact that in the moment that my drones break to the surface, all this accumulated mana will shoot out like a fountain, and in turn it will convert surrounding lands to my element and affinity.
Which was anima and electricity. Yeah, that won't backfire at all. Shit. Who knows what will happen?
Electricity wasn't that bad on its own. Maybe a mountainous region with sharp peaks and even sharper winds would be created, or a large hill with high iron content, capable of drawing down the ire of lightning. It's the inclusion of the anima element that worried me immensely, this inner truth that it was supposed to exert on surroundings.
What will happen? Who the hell knows?
But there was no question about it. Striking the surface would draw all kinds of attention, both good and bad. And there was another thing I was made aware of. It seemed like in the past, the sentients tried to immediately send parties into new dungeons. Explorers tended to be either hot-headed youths or old, powerful adventurers. The first type served as a living bait, judging the quality and danger level of a dungeon. The second type of duty was much more sinister. They delved to challenge the intelligence behind the dungeon and enslave it.
Yup. Enslaving it.
There was a whole bunch of magic prepared just to make sure that it produced what the sentient population needed at the moment and wasn't able to oppose its new masters. This also included a permanent outpost carved into the core room.
Yeah.
Fuck no, I wasn't going to just wait for some overpowered motherfucker to collar me and then be forced to live the rest of my days like fucking cattle. The excavation was stopped immediately, drones buckling under my anger. I shouted mentally, feeling my minions once again rage in their own way. This whole place was a part of me. I'll be damned if some entitled adventurer tries to get his grubby hands on it.
No!
Calm down, calm, Uno. I needed to be calm, and it was after all the time to plan, to counteract, and preferably to fool these sentients while still being regarded as a simple dungeon. Maybe not an easy one, but not an intelligent, devious being. What cards did I have in my hand? Plants, for one. They didn't count against my creature limit, and as such could be put nearly everywhere as long as there was space. Most of my tunnels were looking a bit barren, not counting the conservatory, of course. It was time to change this. My invisible form flashed through every room, adding a few knife bushes here or there to generate a better ambiance. My mental list of plants didn't hold anything that impressive at the moment. Besides knife bushes, I had two types of trees, the axe conifer and silver ironbark, and my acid-bearing plant, fiery dandelion, carrying deceitfully beautiful seeds which exploded on contact. Not enough. For now, something to hide my creatures. Grass. Of course, an ordinary thing would be too boring, not even mention dead the moment it was born. Instead, I gathered pieces of copper, stretched them thin, and planted them in the soil of my dungeon. It grew nearly immediately, leaving me with a strange, spring-like plant whose only unusual ability was that it bounced back when pressed to the ground. Copper grass was a simple enough name for it. After that, I used bone, just a generic one, and after pouring anima inside, created a fern-like plant with pale white leaves. Also not dangerous, but thick enough to hide something under. Bone fern was enough for it. And for that, something I used both bone and iron, creating a liana with bulbous roots that reacted to movement. The reaction was simple, to catch and strangle. It could grow on the floor, on the ceiling, and even on the walls. I propagated it through the dungeon and decided to call it Strangleroot in the future. Then there was one more thing to focus on. In nature, there were types of lichens that extracted water from the air. Using my anima, focused the intent on a summoned bone, making it grow on the closest wall and lose its white color, somehow forcing it to look more and more metallic, like most things in my dungeon. It turned and twisted, growing more porous, and even forming small tubes in which water would be stored. And then it was done. Bone lichen, the living silver, was claiming the walls everywhere. It would serve as a good enough plant to keep my other flora from rusting. Not that I was sure that it was needed at all. Now there remained two things to do, hiding my core and making sure that Daniel was stowed away. And then I'll just face the odds. 015.5, the Divine Vision. Rattling Queen deep in the tunnels under Uno's dungeon. Gather up, children. Gather up, she intoned to the newest litter, their gray, defenseless bodies instinctively seeking warmth, looking like a big ball of flesh. The metal hadn't started to grow on their backs yet, but it was only a matter of time. Right now, their half-opened eyes searched for a source of noise, but while the eyes of small rats were still weakened, their minds were already working at full speed. Such were the boons of being born as a ratling. Small bodies crawled forward slowly but with stubbornness. This batch was sired by the strategist. It shows, as they seemed to be a bright bunch. A smile appeared on the queen's animalistic face, fangs showing. She gave the younglings a few more minutes and started speaking once again. Her words had a strange accent to it, but it was a rattling way to speak like that. She had seen it after all. Listen up and listen well, young ones. Once again her soothing voice reverberated through the burrow. You were born in the dungeon of the Grand Creator, yet you're not like the chosen, like the wise strategist, like the powerful berserker, like the nimble crafter, and me, your queen. You were not chosen. The rats who heard her whimpered, their snouts pointing toward the ground with disappointment. But you can be, she shouted, sending a wave of excitement through the crowd. We were born first, servants and scouts to our Creator, armed with metal spears and our innate ingenuity, and most importantly, with a part of knowledge embedded in our souls. And with it came the secret. Little ratlings held their breath. It was a great and terrible truth. Our dungeon core is a traveler from another world, and it was not always the smooth round jewel it is now. The rats chattered, even those who heard this story before. Their collective opinion was that jewels were vastly superior to filthy sentience in all regards. More and more ratlings began to gather just to hear her story again. Queen didn't mind and continued her speech. But we don't care about that. We were born first, before untasty ones, before Big Dark One, before the Undying One, before Metallic Jungle was born. Some rats trembled at her last words. Most of them had burns on their skin and broken fangs. The rest listened intently. We were first, the rats hooted, their tiny feet stomping on the ground in relish. We are his firstborn, and I was shown, no, we were shown what we could become. The noise subsided as they once again held their collective breath. I was shown. It was my birth gift. Do you wish to hear about it? Yes. Yes. Yup. 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 The younglings answered happily, and even some of the adult ratlings simply couldn't contain their excitement. Good. Remember it well. It is your heritage. Once again silence ruled as rats listened. The Creator came from a brutal world. It was mired in the decades-old conflict, death common and magic powerful. He was one of the warriors there. Yes, a sentient. Ratlings murmured once more, and one bathed in the blood of their enemies. The murmurs grew stronger. This time, however, there was a feeling of pride contained in the voices. He fought bravely against the tide until it swallowed all of the known world, but in the moment of bloody glory he had shown us what we can become, creatures of reason and technology, rats who not only capture the magical lighting, forge metal weapons, armor, and machines, but also touch the ultimate power, the anima crystals. The underground trembled as ratlings of different power and stations screamed at the top of their lungs, and even louder than them, Queen screamed too. And when that day comes, we will be known as ratmen, not ratlings. Even the newest litter had their eyes open now, full of motivation. We will swallow this world in our vermintide and gift it to our master and creator, just like how it happened in the old world of his. The rats were ecstatic now, screaming and laughing. Ahem! Yet the chaos stopped immediately when the queen had shown intention to speak. Her voice returned to a soothing whisper which coiled around the listeners. So remember these words, younglings, and grow well. Train in battle, learn tactics, shape new metals and materials, learn magic, accumulate power, and give it all for the burrow. She screamed in the end, and young ratlings responded in kind, their muscles fully developed now, if not yet covered in fur and metal, and after that, they trotted away full of vigor, already taught where training halls were located. Only the queen and the tactician remained. Another successful batch. He laughed in delight. They're good little rats. Queen nodded in response. How's your skill doing? There was a small gain, but it's still not enough to level it up. The name changed, though. Well, since I wasn't really brainwashing them, it was obvious that it would change. Glory to the Creator is a better name in my opinion. And yet my knowledge of guerrilla tactics still stays the same. The others aren't any better, you know. You need faith in order to evolve. Or warpstone, he answered with a toothy grin. Please call it anima, otherwise the Creator will find out. Yep. How are the others? And how can they be? Working hard for our future. The scientist is experimenting. Crafter got his paws on some new materials from the jungle. Berserker trains, I guess? He has little bouts against some of the labiers in the large room. Mage tries to weaponize electric fruits and mechanic. His face twisted in mirth. He tries to force the metal monstrosity to work as his mount. He shook his head. How that guy isn't dead yet. A sigh escaped his fanged mouth. The rest? We're training our paw usage, tactics, and fighting in groups, all in order to ask the Creator about anima crystals. How are you even sure they exist? He asked, tilting his head. I saw. Queen's eyes began to glow green. They were glorious. Whatever you say. With that, our secret council is complete. Now we need to wait for an opportunity to present itself. That we do. Both ratlings laughed in the darkness. Uno, congratulations. In your unnamed dungeon, the hidden boss position has been created. Your unnamed dungeon hidden boss has been set to secret council. Wait, what just happened? 016. Uno, what the hell was that announcement? A hidden boss? Secret council? Why wasn't I informed? I mean, I was, but the contents were lacking. Why do these things happen in my dungeon? It's not all bad, I know, but hell, there was now another power on my turf and I couldn't even tell who was behind it. Well, not like I can't use logic to uncover the truth after all. There aren't that many types of monsters in my domain. The Labiers are out, considering their stupidity. Maybe if one or two were to evolve or change in some way, then I would consider it. For now, my expectations were low. Drones? Nope. They weren't even intelligent in the first place, just machines created with one purpose in mind. Ratlings? Get real, they're rats. Small, weak, and breeding quickly, the perfect cannon fodder. On the other hand, I saw a few of them doing weird things before, like one who tried to wrestle with a labier, or that second one who rode on Decapitation Engine. It was more of a rodeo than real riding skill, though. So yeah, no. Jonathan? While he has power, and Hidden Boss should just ooze power in my opinion, the hidden part was bugging me. He was my normal boss. Why add something on top of that? Also, however I look at it, a gigantic Dark Knight just didn't fit the bill. There weren't many creatures besides them. Yeah, I guess there was the Decapitator and some plants I created, but still, it was simply not enough, especially because the announcement said something about a council, which suggests plural, so more than one being. Bah, fuck it. In the end, I gained power. Because of that, I won't fuss over the details. Only the result matters. So, back to the problem at hand. 2 points were left: how to make sure that my Onyx core was safe, and how to make sure that Daniel was either used or disposed of. Both of them are connected, and I think I just may have a solution. Now, for the theory of mine. In games, there was a distinct but unwritten rule that the core room of the dungeon had to be connected to the entrance. There had to be a chance for adventurers to reach me after all. Yet it was not a game, but reality, so I wondered if the gods who created this system were as insufferable as I thought. Since the whole idea somehow felt abhorrent to me, I was pretty sure that it was, indeed, a forbidden move. And yet I had an ace in my pocket. It was simple, really. My copper network was spread throughout the whole place. It was, for all intended purposes, part of me. Destroying the cable and cameras would even inflict some minor damage. So when the drones cut off my room from the rest of the dungeon, I felt nothing. Good. So this theory checks out. After confirming it, I ordered them to block the rest of a tunnel leading towards my room and dug out a new one, just north of the Rattling Warrens. It had to be a little bit bigger than normal, though. Of course, Daniel was moved during that time. I had plans for him after all. Now, for the decoy. It was obvious that if the adventurers from 100 years ago knew that the dungeon had to have a core, then their descendants would search for it. If not finding one, some unsavory methods could be employed. That would be bad, probably. So, after waiting for drones to finish, I created a wall out of iron, rusting it a bit, which turned the whole north side of the room red and flaky. And then, in the middle of it, I added a square copper gem, which changed color to green as soon as I forced some patina on it. If one peered deep enough, there was a hint of a smiling face that could be seen. Just an inside joke. Then I poured not only anima, but my electrical mana inside, while attaching it with a single copper wire to the rest of my network. The final effect was interesting. Mechanical core gem. This mechanical creation is indistinguishable from the real dungeon core for the sapient races. It can give orders to dungeon creations and even to attack and defend on its own. The communication ability is restricted to at least part mechanical creations. It can be subordinated to the dungeon core or left to its own devices after giving orders. As such, it allows growing the dungeon's influence even outside its normal borders. The additional effect is cleansing the surrounding mana while converting most biological and mechanical life forms to dungeon-created ones. The ability to attack and shield with electricity allows for a modicum of self-defense, but the real strength of the mechanical core is its ability to direct and create new beings. Due to its nature, the amount of subordinate cores you can possess is directly linked to dungeon core level. So orders the goddess of nature, Gangria. Threat level, D. Now that was just mean. I was working hard to create it. Why are you stopping me, Gangria? From what I remembered, she was the only god left on this planet who I hadn't yet met. And since she was so stuck up when I created my substitute core, I wonder what her reaction would be when I finish using Daniel. Hey, limits, you say? I don't really have a choice here. Stuck between the rock and a hard place, I'll use what I can. So don't hate me. The false core room was already done. The only thing I needed to do was to create a guardian for it, since it would be odd for a core to be defenseless. At least so my gaming instincts were telling me. And in real life it too. Making sure your base is safe is a part of the basics. The basics? Telling so myself, I moved towards the copper core and Daniel, still strapped on the hospital chair, his mind somehow stabilized. Well, if a stable state was 20 or so pieces of his mind in a constant war over who was the real Daniel, and trying to wrest control of his body from others, of course. Luckily, I had an idea of where each part was located due to my extensive probing before, and I decided to use that knowledge. It was a child's play to connect a wire to each part of the brain housing an ego. Then I connected said wire to the mechanical body I created for him. I said mechanical body, but it was just an enormous armor with a few spear throwers here and there, an axe for a weapon, and the square shield as a defense. It was quite big, of course, 2 meters high, just enough to not scrape the ceiling, but high enough to be intimidating. I decided to forego any extravagant parts. It was a simple yet practical piece of defensive equipment, with strange mechanical eyes looming from the helmet. There is no place for a mouth in the headpiece since Daniel could only spew some nonsense right now. While it could be an interesting psychological effect, the chance of him speaking about something important was not zero. So, nope! Silent giant, it was. My mana and anima drained as I connected each wire to a different part, the image solidifying. Some were attached to legs, other to arms, others yet directly put into weapons. Inside the armor, Daniel's body was lying, relaxed and still, with a thick cluster of cables exiting from the base of his skull and leading up towards the ceiling. There, it melded seamlessly with the stone. The last part was beyond my control. It somehow happened. And now I had a guardian, or should I have said the guardian, as the system suggested. It was pretty much stuck in this room, but powerful nonetheless. The Soul Hive Guardian. This being encroaches on the domain of the gods, combining the dungeon core expertise with the broken soul of a sapient being. Such experiments were not unheard of, but none succeeded before. As a result of this, a strange being was born, losing its status as one of the sentient races, but in the process, becoming something more and more importantly, something stronger. Broken pieces of Daniel Waltzer's soul were not mended, but turned into a hive-like choir, focused on serving his dungeon core master. Not only can the Guardian attack with his provided weapons, but its latent psionic ability has also been awakened. This allows for communication alongside another avenue of attack, a mental scream of anguish that will hurt all but the strongest beings. Threat level D++. We have to talk soon, Wanderer. A deal, soon.
Ho. It seems like I thought another god was paying me attention. This one seemed a bit strange, but on the other hand, it was nearly a month since both Brighton or Maribel had spoken to me.
It's not like I feel lonely, but I was thinking that they would give me some tips, or something at all, and now it looks like I've been left for the wolves.
Which is not a nice feeling at all.
Charles Blue Flame, High Paladin of Order of Fates Untold, close to the Lost Territories. It was so unbearable. He thought while looking out from his carriage window. If this continues, we will be late. A month already passed, and the expedition was ready and at the move. We only had to take a few stragglers from the kingdom. He sighed, remembering the dirty and weathered commoners he had to contend with. No matter. In the end, I will be the one to uncover the new dungeon. Now. Where was I? He took another sip of expensive tea. The conditions were bad, but he would persevere. No freshly brewed beverages, no cakes and comfortable beds. No matter. His thoughts were stopped by a small knock on the carriage door. "Enter," he ordered while looking at the entering butler in an unfriendly fashion. "What news do you bring, Adam?" "Master Charles." The old man bowed while keeping up the appearance. "There are two things I must inform you of."
Bad or good?
One piece of news is good, others can be considered bad. Butler lowered his eyes and waited for Paladin's response. Charles sighed. "Good ones. We had 20 Order Knights, each with a squadron of 5 pages, joining us today. Because of that, our forces are up to 140 men. Additionally, 3 of the mage servants from your household joined us."
"Bah! They're just here for the glory!" shouted the young man while throwing away his precious tea set. "To show the world that the Blue Flames were the ones to tame this dungeon," he shouted in frustration. "There is no way to turn them back, master."
"I know, gods damn it. All these vultures coming for my dungeon. If this were good news, then what do you consider bad?" He turned while wincing.
"We have a delegation from the Rangers of Luna Kingdom."
"Ugh. Not the tree huggers. What do they want?" "Let them in," he said helplessly, sitting down in the carriage, trying to look serious. The carriage door opened and a large man wearing animal skins entered. His eyes wandered for the moment, and Charles Blue Flame was sure that a spark of disdain appeared and immediately disappeared from his eyes. "Yeah, fuck you too, barbarian. I'm called Binno, and I'm an 8th level druid in the service of the Scouting Legion," he said with a deep voice. The butler standing in the back looked shocked. 8th was nothing to scoff at after all. "Charles Blue Flame, High Paladin of Order of Fates Untold, and Noble of Gaynard Kingdom. I assume that you appeared at our camp to exchange pleasantries." He knew it was rude, yet somehow this barbarian was easily getting on his nerves. "No."
"That was a rhetorical question, you idiot!"
internally screamed Charles. Then the bigger man started to recite something from memory. "Per the North Kingdom Alliance, I implore you to help us with the extermination of a Death General spotted near Walter Castle ruins. Do you accept?" The young noble could have sworn that there was a hint of amusement in the druid's eyes.
"I accept."
He sighed. "Oh, well, fuck. A detour, then. 017? Uno. Most of the surfacing preparations were already done. My core was safely stored, the fake displayed in the flashiest way possible, and a guardian made. There wasn't much more that I could do, maybe some finishing touches here or there, upgrading drones and even libires in the spare time. I was consciously trying to delay the inevitable, breaching the surface. There was not much choice, I knew it. Being blocked from further progression otherwise, but the simple knowledge that it couldn't be undone. It was like this feeling in an RPG when I was greeted by an ominous message, "You are reaching a point of no return." It would always force me to run around, checking for the smallest things I might have missed, to get the full experience otherwise locked behind these dreadful words. Of course, the situation was totally different, but I couldn't help myself. It was something I was used to doing after all. That's why the drones were getting a small overhaul while I wondered if there was anything else that escaped my mind. I was hesitating between making them sturdier by adding a layer of stone or focusing on damage by reforging their arms and legs into a more spiky appendages. In the end, however, defense won. They weren't made to attack adventurers, but rather to keep the dungeon in the best shape and dig even deeper.
The system, in turn, acknowledged my changes as a different monster race. Stone animadrone, dungeon drone made from iron and stone by a strange dungeon core. It has a basic ability to move, function, excavate, transport, and attack. It's slow but very durable and usually stays passive even when attacked. It uses a claw-like arm to dig and a scoop-like appendage to gather material. All drones are connected, making them one large organism. Drones are incapable of moving outside the limits of the dungeon core influence that spawned them unless some modifications are included. Threat level, E. So they were now slower but more durable. Good trade. In a few hours, I forced the change on all my drones, turning them into a bit more formidable monsters. There was also an idea to give mouths to my most loyal soldiers, the Labirs, but I was just getting started on it when familiar mana swirled in the dungeon. It was, of course, a type of energy that gods used, and since one specific goddess wanted to talk with me, the result was clear. Gangria was coming. I relaxed, waiting for her first words, and my non-existent heart nearly stopped when something manifested in my core room. In my real core room, I might add. The air changed, and suddenly an influx of mana swirled in the middle of the room, green and red mixing to form a shape. No, two shapes. First silhouettes appeared like somebody was molding clay. Then, in a span of few seconds, details were added like some painter decided to create two girls out of thin air. They appeared, and their first reaction was to look with the same crooked smile at my bare dungeon room. The left one seemed to be about 12 years old, with long, flowing blonde hair, a modest figure, and piercing blue eyes. She wore a one-piece dress with blue and white accents. Her angelic visage would surely move people to protect her smile. The right one seemed similar to the first girl, but her features were distorted, with skin burned in places, hair turned red, and eyes black, like the darkest abyss. She was also blind in one eye and sported a long scar starting at her eye and ending somewhere on her waist. She also wore the once white dress, now stained with blood in some places and burned to cinders in others. Small black horns were also growing on her forehead, nearly invisible under her hair. Yet there was no doubt that this pair were twins once, or still are. Curious. They too looked over my black onyx and stared at it for the moment. Then, like they heard some silent command, both girls inclined their heads and spoke in my mind. "Hello, O young dungeon core," spoke the angelic one.
"We welcome you to the world of Yana." The burned one finished her thought.
"Who the hell are you people?" I answered in exasperation, forcing a giggle out of the girls. Their voices melted into one. "Why, we're the goddess who contacted you. Gangria is my name." Both of them smiled at the same time. It looked both horrific and sweet. No, wait a moment. Gangria is two people? Another bout of a laugh. I really dislike it when people do this, skirting the topic of conversation. "Answer me, please." "It's complicated. We were not always like that." A glimpse of sadness appeared in their eyes and disappeared as fast as it was born. "We are Gangria. I am Gangria. That is all that you need to know." They stared in defiance at my core, keeping silent after that. "So you are." I sighed internally. Remember, Uno, whatever their forms were, they're still gods, probably powerful enough to wipe you out of existence. Control yourself. Then let me start anew. My name is Uno, and I'm a dungeon core of this place. Welcome to my humble abode. What is the reason for your visit?" I asked while trying to keep my mental speech leveled and calm. "We are seeking allies." They spoke in unison. I don't understand. If I had a head, I would be shaking it right now. Aren't gods on the same side, trying to save civilization, to push back the savages? Their faces were turning dark with each word. In a flash of inspiration, I added, "To keep the system in place?" My last words seemed to be a trigger. "System! Their precious system!" A scream, shrill and powerful, reverberated through my dungeon. "They stole it from us! Forced it on us!" Traitors, thieves, egotists. The screams continued for a while until both girls finished with their performance. My minions were getting stressed out, since it seemed like their emanations weren't blocked by iron, stone, or dirt echoing in their heads. Let's start from the beginning. They seemed to calm down already, so I just listened. First, gods need faith to live, and to perform miracles. Do you think that civilization lacking nothing is the perfect study to gather faith? They asked, staring at me.
No, I don't think so.
Right. Now then, the state of the world after the first magical war allowed the remaining gods to harvest whatever faith was left without problems. We were rich in energy. That was, however, only if the status quo was kept. And it wasn't. On the ruins of the old magical empire, a new civilization was born, one utilizing not only magic, but also technology. So in response, the gods forced it to self-destruct.
What? That wasn't what I've heard from them. Bah!
The girl snorted at me. Obviously, why should they tell you that they're trying to save the world from their own mistake? The amount of hatred at the end of that sentence was too much. Now I wonder if these girls have their own stake in this world. Aren't you two gods too? We're different. Our authority was drained, stolen, to create this system which controls the people of the world. But it also gives us a bit of power. That's why we're going to trade that power, that knowledge, to you. Or some of it. After all, a foot soldier doesn't need to know why is he fighting. Not until he grows strong enough. Blue Gangria sent me a wink at the end of that monologue. Well, they say there was no evil knowledge or technology, only the wrong or right purpose. And I certainly wasn't going to let that chance slip by, more so because my guardians were leaving me out here alone and without any help. If not for Daniel, I would be completely in the dark. And now this whole situation is becoming more and more complicated. I just wanted to build my dungeon and be left in peace. All this creating stuff and planning the tunnels seemed fun, like Dwarf Fortress type of fun. Why add politics? And what can a humble dungeon core like me do for the omniscient goddess? I asked with only a small dose of sarcasm. It seemed like it was a bad move. Do not patronize us, mortal. They screamed again, their shrill voices piercing my mind. We were here long before your creation, and will be long after you turn into dust. All right, I'm sorry. I answered desperately, and they stopped. Good. Like a switch was flipped. Know your place. So, how about the answer to my question? It's simple. Just kill the sentients that they send here. It's in your best interest, really. Well, neither Mirabelle nor Brighton didn't tell me to not kill them, so I guess it's okay? Good. In time, stronger sentients may be coming to explore your realm. It is, after all, an interesting place. The angelic one whispered softly. It reminds me of the Second Empire. Then a burned one spoke. I may have some more interesting orders in the future if you survive. Sure? If I had a face, I would wear a crooked smile right now. There was nothing better than getting caught in a conflict that you didn't understand. Ha! Then before we leave, 2 pieces of advice. Yes? If you want to experiment on the sapients, then do it somewhere where even a god cannot see you. You can't produce nor modify them anyway, since they have a divine link in their souls, to gather faith. Removing it would alert the gods, and then these prudes would declare you a rogue dungeon in no time. A wide, much too wide smile appeared on their faces. And then they would crush you like a bug.
I see. And the second piece of advice? Scary!
It would be a great time to surface right now. They ended their thought with a mental whistle. Why? It's a secret. Don't you believe us? Their smile was back, still creepy as ever. Yeah, no. It seems suspicious as hell. I'll just wait until they leave and then slowly and... What are you waiting for? Do it now. Shit, no choice then. I see, then it's time to break through the last layer. I sighed and gave the command. At least she will help me, or so I was thinking as Gangria avatars started to disappear. Going already? I asked with a bitter feeling. Yep, have fun. We don't need weak chess pieces, so try not to die. As soon as they finished their little speech, I had multiple intruders in the stairway. Undead, humans, even elves, and some animals. What the hell was going on up there? 018. Charles Blueflame, High Paladin of Order of Fates Untold, a few hours earlier, above the dungeon. We're moving at a good pace, Master. Adam, my butler, entered the carriage I was riding and smiled in satisfaction. All according to plan, in an hour or two we'll arrive at our destination, the ruins of the Waltzer Castle, and join up with the half-elves. I knew that it was his skill talking, but his innate love for precision was the cause of it being born, not the other way around. After all, any skill is only an extension of ourselves. Good. Now, can I have you tell me our predicted force composition? I asked. The weather outside was certainly cold, just like the Badlands usually were, and I already missed my warm house in the capital. Oh well, it was nothing that a sip of warm tea wouldn't remedy. Yes! The smile on his face grew a bit wider. Truly a man perfectly suited to his tasks. Our main force consists of 20 mounted warriors, order breed, both horses and men. 18 of them have the knight class. The other 2 are order knights. Most of them know the charge skill, so our method of attack is already decided. Levels are varying from 5 to 7. Their followers, pages, are a mix of classes. We have heavy infantry, shielders, and weapon users with the usual combination of shield and weapon skills in tow. Not very useful as their levels vary between 2 and 3, 4 in some singular cases, but they will stop an enemy charge when needed. Lovely! Having access to the heavy armored front line is the best. They should hold long enough for the mages to fire their spells. Remind me, who was sent by the main house? I pursed my lips in disdain. Fame seekers, all of them. But I use what I can. After all, there should be no problem if a few of them heroically die to the stray arrow or spell. More glory for the Blue Flame House. My lips twisted in a smile. 3 Inferno mages were added to our forces. They each have an acolyte, most of the flame type, by their side. From what they said, all of them boast an enlarged area of effect as their main skill. Every single one of them is a 5th level magus. It is unknown if they have any other aces in their sleeves. He bowed quickly. There wasn't a chance to use our artifact, since I suspect that they were already warned about it. Bah! Inferno mages, the lowest of the low. I fumed while taking a pipe from the counter and lighting it up without a tinderbox. No spell needed, just pure mana manipulation. That was a real skill, not some measly AoE knowledge pumped into them by forced level-ups. Children bred to fill up the ranks. And of course, they knew. My family loves stabbing each other in the back. Not everyone can boast class as unique as a Freet Magician Master, or 2 skills by their name, or having a level 10 in their class by the 25th winter. Adam bowed while lowering his head. He knew well how to appease me. There are, however, complications. What now? I groaned, knowing that whatever he called a complication was a full-blown disaster for another person. Our meeting with the elves is due this afternoon. Their forces shouldn't be too big, 20, maybe 30 rangers, and some druids, of course. I would be wary, however, of these 2 who invoke the right of the Alliance. Their levels are fairly high. I assume their subordinates would be stronger than usual. Rieker and Binno, right? I asked while in thought. Oh, that's unusual, Master. Did they catch your eye? Yeah, somehow. Especially this half-elf. I feel like he already advanced to the 2nd class. Oh, that's fast, especially for half-bloods, Master. Are you sure? Nah, that's only my intuition speaking. It's not like we were granted Analyzer while on the expedition, right? Not even mentioning that checking people's status without their consent is considered a crime. We looked at each other and started to laugh. So, did you check? Yes, Master, but please remember that the data from our artifact is limited. Only name, class, level, and skill name are displayed. It's still adequate. I breathed in the smoke. This herb was used mainly for its relaxing properties. It somewhat kept my temper in line. Tell me, I demanded. As you wish. Adam straightened his back and took out a small notebook. The information inside was written in code. Then he spoke, decrypting and then reciting the information immediately. Binno, 8th level Wilder Druid, 1 skill found, Nature Friend, effect unknown. Rykar, 10th level Lunar Walker, 2 skills found, Enhanced Senses and Lunar Empowerment, self-explanatory. The rest of their entourage were either too far or had camouflaging skills active. Yes, like I thought, strong. Too bad that the names of skills are sometimes hard to decipher, but some knowledge is better than no knowledge at all. I smiled wildly, but controlled my urge to do battle with these commoners. It was unsightly for a member of nobility like me. I'm sure it's not the end of surprises that you have for me, Adam. Out with it. I grumbled again, waiting for his report to finish. It is as you assumed. I'm afraid that the Beast Princess is on her way, he answered while closing his eyes. My response was immediate.
Shit! Not her. That damn prodigy and achievement thief. How did she even hear about it? Master... Adam's tone was clearly annoyed. It's obvious that somebody of royal heritage would be informed about the new dungeon, especially because we took a month to arrive in these lands and our scouts haven't yet found the breach site.
I fucking know that, but that doesn't improve the situation in the slightest. I clutched my head and resisted the urge to scream. How much time do we have?
2 days, maybe 3. She is dragging her entire entourage here, so considering how they have to rest. But you know her.
Yeah, of course, I frickin' know her. She's mad, like seriously, she's younger than me and already halfway to her 3rd advancement class. You have to be mad to keep up with her speed. Things were going south. Nothing went right when that little psycho was around. Order the army to speed up their advance. We're going to meet with the elves and wipe out the undead. Immediately.
Riker, Lunar Walker representative of Luna Kingdom Ranger Forces, near the Waltzer Castle ruins. Quit your whining, Binno. We're under strict orders to cooperate. The humans had already chosen their battlefield. There isn't much else that I can do, especially since their leader seems to be a high noble. The druid had already transformed into his Dark Panther form. His reaction to my tirade was simply a snort. Yes, I know. You crave battle. Be patient, my friend. Most of the rangers under my command were stalking the bushes on the left wing of the human army. It was wise to leave some semblance of freedom to people who could easily coordinate with each other, and those who had a distinct problem with heeding orders from outsiders. Riker nodded to himself. It seemed like the commander wasn't a total newbie. The joint army put all 20-something cavalry riders in the middle, on the mostly flat terrain, and ordered nearly 100 of human infantry to guard their rear. A veritable mass of metal and flesh. Like most people from the Gynard Kingdom, they preferred heavy armor and even heavier weapons, but a kite or tower shield wasn't a rare occurrence either. They weren't able to hide from the enemy, nor did they care to do so. For them, the battle would be a clash of steel and courage, not a tactical dance. On the right wing, another 40 infantrymen were walking forward while crushing down feeble vegetation. Riker could see the runners flow in and out of their formation. Young men arrived and left from his position with each passing minute, confirming their movements. Riker's 30 or so rangers and druids were moving like ghosts on the wind, so they abhorred the attention that couriers brought to their ranks. Not that it mattered. The undead were sure to notice them either way. It was more part of personal preference. One didn't become a ranger if they wanted to stand out. Behind all this noise, about 10 mages walked with their heads held high. Each of them carried an adorned staff and wore a bright red robe. Some of them seemed to wear less eye-gouging clothes than the others, which probably denoted weaker power. The one who dressed the flashiest was, of course, the high commander of this joint force, Charles Blueflame of the noble mage family, specializing in the Inferno spells. According to my sources, he had already achieved his 2nd advancement. Talk about being in the spotlight, I muttered, and some of my subordinates nodded in acknowledgement. We all looked at the high paladin with a mixture of awe and consternation. Somebody wearing that kind of colors was easily the biggest target on the battlefield. Well, it was not our business. We were here only to take care of the undead that appeared in this part of the world. All other things were secondary. Finishing the mission was the priority, through any means necessary. The moment that the situation turned sour and human forces were going to get decimated, we would turn tail and escape. After all, one can't live to fight another day if they're dead. That was the creed of the Luna Kingdom Ranger Forces. But right now, the battle seemed to proceed in our favor. The undead just stood there in a big, clumped mass. They had about 4, maybe 5 times more bodies than our combined forces could field. They were mostly zombies, skeletons, and some ghouls, though. Cannon fodder, nothing really dangerous reared their ugly heads yet. This lack of higher-tier undead was worrying. They were either hidden close by or retreated altogether. Each alternative could spell our doom.
Our commander, however, didn't have such worries. He shouted loudly and with a short chant, while the mages hidden behind infantry sent their spells flying. Fireballs of various sizes sailed through the air with deadly grace and landed amongst the dead, decimating their front line. The undead simply marched forward without flinching, of lowing ahead like an unmovable tide. Unlike the living, they didn't fear, didn't hunger, or grew jealous, only to get blasted by fire once again. Some of them lost their limbs, their shields caught fire, skin melted, and yet they walked. My rangers shot their weapons, but they dealt minimal damage. Bows were poor weapons against this type of foe after all. 3 volleys later, we switched to melee. In the middle, human cavalrymen charged forward, moving down their enemies. Their impact was great, cutting deep into enemy lines. The undead, however, didn't want to stay down. Even lacking limbs, they crawled forward and bit, trying to drag the knights to the ground. It was then that the Death General appeared with his elite units. Dark knights armed with bardishes, spears, and hooks. Many types of pole weapons were present. The situation stabilized for a moment, but then 2 mounted warriors were taken down and pretty much turned into ribbons. The noble leading us lost his cool and ordered a charge. Infantrymen screamed in response and ran forward, eager to slaughter their enemies. My warriors also felt the heat of the moment. Their charge was less impressive than the humans, not being reinforced by the massive armor and shields. In turn, however, our attack was like a piercing strike, breaking deep into their lines like a barbed arrow. Then everything shattered into pieces. I uncovered my weapons, sword and dagger. They craved blood, just like my subordinates. And so, the dance of death has begun. An undead appeared ahead of me, raising his weapon. I weaved under his arm, severing the head with a single swipe. Drops of blackened blood were slowly falling to the ground. Another 2, zombies this time, were slowly coming towards me. One got its head crushed by an allied warrior, and I in turn dismembered the legs out of the second one, forcing it to crawl pitifully on the ground. Soon, both bodies disappeared behind me. I ran. Faces and weapons turned into a blur. It was the feeling of battle. Pure bloodlust. A short burst of speed later, and I was facing a dark knight armed with a halberd. It stabbed forward, trying to skewer me, and I used a nearby human as a shield. The defender grunted, his feet sliding back under the pressure, forehead slick with sweat and blood. As his enemy focused on a new opponent, I slid under his guard, forcing my dagger into the slits of his helmet. He roared. The damage was forcing him to lose his black steel weapon. In his case, an enhanced intelligence was counterbalanced with a sense of pain. It all was working in my favor. The human trooper roared too, attacking his now defenseless foe. An axe tore the undead apart, forcing him to his knees. The human raised his weapon to deliver a finishing blow, only to fall, victim to an attack from behind. Small dwarven skeletons cackled as they bashed down the living to the ground. He died while screaming. I was already away, lunging forward, carving a bloody path through our enemies. It was then that I heard an explosion. The ground groaned and trembled while mana concentration started to rise shockingly fast. Somebody screamed. Somebody fell. "It's a breach! The dungeon is breaching the surface!" The battle stalled immediately. We all knew what it meant. "By the gods," I muttered. We couldn't find it because it didn't surface yet. This was bad. Really bad. Did the Death General make his stand here because he knew about that? A hole opened up in the ground, spewing a tornado of sickly green and blue mana. It was just the beginning. A ball of energy was already forming above it, threatening to blow up. "Retreat towards the dungeon!" I screamed at the top of my lungs, and warriors around me grew ever restless.
We all knew that once this ball of energy stopped charging, a big explosion would occur.
And then our surroundings and all beings stupid enough to stay close to the epicenter would be broken down and converted into flora and fauna native to the dungeon. Nobody had seen this process in years, but we weren't keen on checking if it was true or not. The fight grew even fiercer as undead, humans, and my rangers raced towards the dungeon entrance. It will be a fucking long day. Even if we escaped down the entrance, there was also a problem of dungeon denizens. "This is getting more and more annoying," I murmured, seeing as most of the human forces managed to retreat outside the explosion radius.
At least our forces haven't lost more than a few warriors. Let's try to keep it that way, I said, licking my suddenly dry lips.
Long fucking day.
019. Charles Blueflame, High Paladin of Order of Fates Untold. Badlands, near the newly uncovered dungeon complex.
How are our casualties? I asked my butler, while looking at the strange metallic jungle that sprouted from the magical explosion. It was normal for the dungeon influence to extend far during its birth. What wasn't normal was the actual radius, 2 kilometers in diameter, and growing. It was one of the largest sizes recorded in Yana history. But then again, our knowledge was far from complete. The cataclysmic events like wars and magical experiments did their number on the royal archives, not to mention that over half of the seeded dungeons were already lost to corruption or simply destroyed. About 30% of the common soldiers were either devoured by the magical phenomenon or killed by the undead. Another 20% are probably trapped down in the dungeon with the remaining Luna Kingdom forces. Around 10% are still unaccounted for. Adam answered quickly, not even once peeking into his notepad. I waved him off. The deaths of these peasants are irrelevant. There are always more of them just waiting for conscription to happen. How are my mounted knights and mages? You know, the people that were actually trained? They're much more important, I asked while squinting hard at the setting sun. It was lingering on the horizon, but the temperature didn't reflect that at all. At least, while it was still cold, the surrounding vegetation seemed weirdly revitalized. Even the common shrubs growing in the Badlands were somehow looking more vibrant than usual. The stifling atmosphere of these cursed lands was slowly getting dispersed. Out of 20 riders, only 12 returned. All of the Inferno mages were killed in the retreat. Their acolytes luckily managed to survive the onslaught. A strange smile appeared on the old butler's lips, all according to plan. But the loss of Order Knights hurts. Our remaining forces already managed to create a defensive line as close to the dungeon as was humanly possible. There isn't a lot of undead activity in the surroundings, but we've already detected a few stragglers in the jungle. Most are being actively dispatched by the local plants. Adam's voice trailed off, while he once again digested the written information. This was some good and bad news in one package. I see. Send the messengers back to the capital to request reinforcements and announce that the newborn dungeon has been located. Adam nodded and left the tent, bowing down in the process. We need to stake a claim, I muttered while thinking about the royal court and their intrigues. To keep calm, I decided to leave the premises and immersed myself in the chaos that was our camp. My 2 bodyguards followed. I would hate to get into an accident and die before fulfilling my ambitions after all. The surroundings were a real hive of activity. While our expedition was strictly military behind it, trailed camp followers, baggage carriers, prostitutes, merchants, slavers, and other, even less savory elements. After all, men in the army had their needs. Uncatered, they would spell a disaster for any army. Yet the manual laborers were walking back and forth happily, with a sense of purpose, carrying rations, equipment, and raw materials. It was easy to understand. A new dungeon meant new jobs, and new jobs meant food. And that was all these poor sods wanted from life, to survive from one day to another, preferably while making sure that their children weren't starving either. Some of the alchemists that came with our forces were already testing the new flora born of the dungeon. No animals yet, though. Too bad. Another source of meat was always welcome. The feverish faces of these lunatics indicated that something interesting was going on, yet I wasn't too keen on knowing what it was exactly before they were done with their explosions, especially because the sheer aggressiveness and vitality of the new plants were staggering. It was a dangerous combination for anyone still treasuring their limbs. Some of my people experienced the local flora firsthand after trying to carve a safe path toward the dungeon entrance. 3 lumberjacks were dragged into the bushes before anyone could even react. Another few seeing this just ran away and managed to escape with only light injuries. Nobody managed to cut down more than a few trees. Not that there were many volunteers after that. People were already calling this thicket the Silver Forest because of how the place looked. However, while the name invoked a more calm and relaxed feeling, in reality it was anything but. At least the whole place was consistent. Most of the plants we found had distinct metallic colors, probably a dungeon influence. That was not counting these cursed piss-yellow flowers which exploded into a cloud of acid with the slightest touch.
These fuckers were something else entirely. They earned themselves a special name too, boomers, due to their volatile nature. For now, our progress was halted, and short of bombarding the forest with magic, there was little we could do. And since the trees felt, looked, and behaved like they were made from iron, steel, or maybe silver, I wasn't so sure that such an attack would even do much, nor that there were many voices to destroy it. I couldn't just order the purge, as the expedition was financed by a few other parties. Destroying a potential source of gain wasn't on their agenda. Just as I was pondering as such, one of the surrounding peasants dared to stop me. "Sire." A young laborer bowed down. In response, I wrinkled my nose. That was another problem with the peasantry. They hated bathing. The aroma of sweat and dirt was very distinct around the man. This guy, in particular, was big and muscular, which was a clear sign that he worked physically. My distaste swelled, but I put it aside, as the unease he felt was clearly visible on his face. At least he understands his position. "Yes, what do you want, knave? Out with it." "Sire," he bowed again. "Master Druid asks for your presence." "What Druid?" I hollered. The man curled up on instinct, raising his arms defensively, and looked on fearfully while stammering out the answer to my question. "Master Druid?" His quiet voice trailed into nothingness. I was half tempted to have him whipped right here, right now. The merciful rules visage be damned. Thankfully for him, one of my guards perked up. "My lord, I think he means the druid representative that is still staying in our camp." The laborer quickly nodded in assent. Drat. Why is that guy still alive? I immediately knew who they were talking about. A large, gruff man using an enormous warhammer as a weapon and wearing animal skins all the time was hard to forget after all. He too, like this laborer, was reeking of barbarity. Great. Another peasant to deal with. "I understand. Lead me to him." It didn't matter that the man was alone. He invoked the right of the Alliance, so I had to treat him like a Luna Kingdom representative. These were the rules. Too bad that the arrows weren't so kind to put him out of his misery. We walked briskly towards the less presentable part of the camp. There, surrounded by peasants with axes, stood the said druid, intently staring at the silver trees. Only after I coughed lightly, he turned his attention back to the humans. "You're the Gynard Kingdom representative?" he asked suddenly. "Yes. My name is Charles Blueflame, High Paladin of the Order of Fates Untold, Noble of the Highest Order, and a Fire Mage." "Binno, Druid," he answered laconically. "So, for what reason did you call me to this dreadful place?" I asked, looking around intently for anything out of place, not counting the silver forest trees, of course. "These plants." "Yes? They're weird." I had to bottle in my urge to scream. No shit. Who would have thought that plants made of iron, silver, and gods know what are weird? Some of my thoughts must have leaked to the surface because I saw one of the guards stifling a chuckle. "I will deal with you later." "We know that," I answered in the calmest possible way. "No." The large druid shook his head. "You don't understand." "Then explain." I stared at him for a moment and unwillingly added, "Please." He nodded his head immediately. After that, Binno just stared at the plants for a few minutes, and I could feel my patience running thin. Not only was I dragged here, but I also had to wait. Sighing in exasperation, I searched for a comfortable spot. Both of my guards also sat down nearby, hands near their weapons. The lumberjacks were still standing around, though, unmoving. Then, after what felt like an eternity, he spoke with a quiet bass voice. "The trees and the other plants out here won't respond to my calls. They're part of nature, and yet they are not. There is no connection between us. It is an uncanny thing. I can feel their pervasive anger, but cannot calm them down. Even now, they scream and lash out with all their might." He took in his surroundings, suddenly saddened. "I'm afraid that the only way through this forest is to burn or cut them down." Binno exhaled, tired of the long, by his standards, monologue. "I see. Are they sick, then? If they were, I could very well get hold of enough firepower to flatten this place altogether. Alchemists be damned." "No, they're just different." He shook his head. This time, at least, I didn't have to wait for ages for his response. Also, yes? I was slowly figuring this man out. Without constant prodding and dragging him along the conversation would just stall.
Their mana feels strange, hungry.
Oh, so it wasn't an illusion. What? It was the druid time to ask. My answer, unlike his, was immediate. I know that all dungeons convert mana, both tainted and pure, into their own, but I thought it was too soon for the dungeon core to start already, and yet here we are. The druid continued to stare into the wilderness for a few minutes, but he didn't say anything else. I decided to leave, but as soon as my group stood up, he spoke again. I would beseech you to start moving towards the dungeon entrance. My companions are there, waiting for rescue. I will do whatever is in my power to help them. I gave him a solemn nod and a safe non-answer. I see. He grunted while petting his dark panther that came out of the darkness. Our messengers were also dispatched, he said, staring into my eyes. Ho, so he isn't just a dumb brute. We left in a hurry, and soon I arrived at my tent. Adam was already waiting. Master, he asked worryingly, it seems like we have to redouble our efforts. Change of plans, then? Yes. The Luna Kingdom already asked for reinforcements. We have to reach the entrance before them. It's crucial. I understand. After dumping the remaining responsibilities on my butler, I moved inside the tent, searching for my tea and herb pipe. I had to relax, but the situation was growing more and more stressful, and the time window before Beast Princess Agnes Gynard arrives was growing shorter and shorter. Just as I was thinking it, the sickly sweet voice I knew all too well resounded from the entrance. Charlie! Well, hello there. I heard that you were awfully busy, and I rushed here to see your gallant form. Broke a horse or two, even. The owner of the voice rushed inside, guards letting her waltz in without problems. And here I find you relaxing, smoking. Maybe there are some wenches under the bead? The girl asked while looking under my sleeping space. I think there is a need for a little lesson, don't you think? She came closer and closer while I tried to formulate the response, as I was shrinking in primal fear. This response was already beaten in my soul. Agnes Gynard, the genius, the monster, the flower of the battlefield, and also my crazy battle junkie fiancé had already arrived. 020. Riker, half-elf ranger, part of the Luna Kingdom Expeditionary Forces, the first room of the unnamed dungeon. When I came to, we were already trapped. Yes, there weren't any walls or locks to keep us in place, but seeing our companions torn apart by the jungle born from living metal made us prisoners nonetheless. There were about 20 rangers left. The undead killed the rest, but I hoped that some of the missing troops managed to retreat towards the Gynard Kingdom lines. We were too close to the epicenter, and as such, we decided to take shelter in these underground halls. Still, it was a rather good outcome considering how surprised we were at the dungeon emergence. I almost forgot. Trapped with us were also 8 heavily armored human survivors covered in wounds. One of the fire mage apprentices also made it, albeit only barely. Just as he entered the stairway, the magical phenomenon we were warned about consumed the above. My rangers weren't much better off than the humans. Some had broken bones, others lacerations and bruises. One had been pierced through by a rusty sword. And now he was slowly dying in agony while being clutched and desperately cradled by his lover. This type of wound wasn't normally considered severe, but the lack of sanitary conditions, healer mages, and even curing potions decidedly tipped down the scales of his survival. That's why I didn't want to have any attachments. They get you killed. I saw it all too often. Either you get slashed trying to defend your loved one, or he/she gets mauled trying to do the same. And the survivor's guilt, don't even get me started. I sighed deeply and left the pair. They had the right to their final goodbyes. It was time to check the surroundings, count our provisions, and hopefully find a way out of this mess. To recount. We were in a large, cavernous room. The ceiling was really up high, but not far away to completely hide a few weird plants growing on it. They were somehow giving out enough light to comfortably move around. Such magical contraptions were often seen in the dungeons. Some of them used glowing rocks instead, or even simple wooden torches with fire enchantments. Plants, however, were unique and worrying. It was long established truth in the Ranger Corps that the unknown was always the deadliest. The ground under my feet was sandy but uneven underneath, a few centimeters deep, and I could feel the rough stone used as a sort of pavement. At least there were no traps concealed in the first room. We checked it thoroughly. This, too, was a usual occurrence and a piece of valuable information. All dungeons were trials from the gods, so a place to ponder was only right. This one was a bit too bare for my tastes, but a large amount of space and bright lighting created a peaceful yet eerie atmosphere, perfect for those who would risk their lives here. The walls supporting the whole place bore marks of chisel and hammer, clear hints of sentient races' involvement. They were faded and delicate, though, which meant that a lot of time had passed since their creation. The dungeons weren't picky when it came to the environment. They would adapt and assimilate to create a place suited to their needs. The worrying thought was what it had already absorbed to create these metallic plants. After all, I remembered well from my teachings that there were times when an innocent dungeon devoured a site of a devil ritual or some necromantic energies and started spewing out cursed abominations, or when people started to feed it to produce needed resources, like the meat dungeon they created near Gaynard Kingdom Capital. It was one of the few such experiments that didn't backfire. I still shudder at night when remembering Trash Dungeon, which started to use poison, rot, and crudely pieced parts of fecal matter as monsters. Absolutely disgusting. No matter. This site was close enough to the Luna Kingdom borders that such things would not be tolerated. The humans laid a claim to this dungeon, but the situation was much more complicated. The whole world was watching its development with bated breath. It was, after all, the newest addition to the list of dungeons. To tell the truth, the first room wasn't completely bare. Sparse bundles of sharp-leaf plants were growing here and there. Their silvery color was pretty eye-catching in the dull and brown atmosphere of the entrance chamber. And of course, like it was in their nature, one of the humans already tried to tear off a few leaves out of it. He only managed to get his hands cut, even through the thick leather of his gloves. Cursing heavily, he was forced to stop. I shook my head in disappointment. His companions laughed it off, but one of my rangers came closer in order to investigate the plant. It only took him a moment, and he was already back, ready to report. "They're certainly alive, Captain." Somehow they started to call me that. I couldn't really figure out why, yet my position was a temporary one. With a bit of green magic, it would grow stronger, but...
Yes? I pressed on.
It was really hard to ask the plant for a leaf or two. He had shown me a silvery knife. At least they're really tough and can be used as a throwing weapon from the get-go. His tired face bloomed in a smile. Sadly, I had to crush his hopes. "You said it was really tough and sturdy?" He nodded, still not understanding my way of thinking. "The dungeons tend to create plants, and let's call them herbivores, in order to quench the thirst of other monsters. And since these plants are so robust..." My voice trailed off. "Then how strong are the beasts feeding on them?" The ranger understood my concerns and paled in fright. "Of course, it's only a conjecture at this point." I nodded sagely. "But please discreetly distribute information to the rangers. The humans don't need to know yet." He nodded and walked back to our camp. Even now, the Gaynard and Luna Kingdom peoples were camping in two different places. I call them humans, but in truth, amongst my rangers, there were men and women born of their race too. Just like the beastmen and the half-elves, humans were considered the bulk of our forces. But instead of being called human, they preferred another word, freemen, to remind them of the choices their ancestors had made in the past and their constant dedication to our cause. But enough of this. I had more pressing matters to attend to. This dungeon was dangerous. There was no doubt about that. I could feel it in my bones. Never before seen flora usually meant never before seen fauna. And worse. I was just praying that the dungeon core hadn't found one of the old Empire caches. My train of thought was cut short. Another ranger reported to me in excitement, her braids jumping up and down as she walked. "Captain, we found the entrance proper. It's a confusing maze full of shorter and longer corridors." She laughed happily. "And there are traps, too." Her excitement was overflowing. "Once again, Ranger, calmly this time, please," I asked while smiling at her youth. Suddenly I remembered. She wanted to spend a night with me, only to run away when confronted with my real age. Bitter memories, which she didn't remember now. That was for the better, I suppose. "Yes, sir." She saluted, straightening her back. Her not-too-large bust jumped up and down this time, just like her braids before. I wondered why it was always the redheads that were so aggressive. We decided to scout ahead and encountered a maze. Just like we were taught, our group decided on using the method of the right hand. I nodded when it came to mazes. Keeping to either right or left at all times was paramount to not getting lost. There were more plants out there, all metallic and weird. We wanted to bring some samples back, but since the food was most important, she gestured towards the back. Only now I saw a large rat-like creature lying in the pool of its own blood. It looked partly mechanical, but there was enough meat on its bones for a meal or two, if it wasn't poisonous. "Did you check?" I asked, and the young ranger nodded. One of the forerunners had enough knowledge and magic to give a go to consumption. He said it's similar to the gray rat common in the Badlands. Nothing that delicious, but it will do in a pinch. The dungeon probably hunted it early. For the first time, she looked a bit distressed. Eating rats wasn't high on the list of my priorities either. "Yeah, I know. Just leave the meat around the metal parts alone." Neither of us was keen to try if the iron was somehow fused with the flesh. It was time for a change of pace. "And why did you retreat so soon?" We heard something." "Something?" It was a metallic sound like iron knocking on the stone. More like something darn heavy was knocking on the frickin' stone. Another ranger cut in while trying to carve rat meat in the short strips. It rumbled louder and louder, so in the end, we decided that it wasn't worth the risk and ran back to you, Captain. The impromptu chef had a weird grin on his face, which, with the addition of a bloody knife, made him a rather terrifying character. Typical knife ears, good at sneaking, weak at fightin'. A large man in full chain armor came out from the human camp while dragging a large Zweihander behind him. His bald head was reflecting the light and accentuating the black, curly mustache. "I'll tell ya, guide me towards this noise of yours and I'll smack it good," he boasted. His skin had a green hue and was difficult to look at. It reminded me of goblins. Kidaro. I nodded while remembering the information. 6th level heavy warrior with decent attack and defense. A bit stupid, but also courageous to the fault. He managed to get his hands on some regeneration skill, which in turn made him nigh unstoppable in normal fights. Good enough, I suppose. "Gina." I called out the redhead bouncy ranger. "You're on scouting duty. I and Ulyss will cover the attack power. Kidaro will tank, and Callisto. Can you aid us with your spells?" I asked the only mage amongst us. He had a pretty bad cut on his leg, but other than that, his ability to cast spells was unimpeded. The man in question gave me a long, tired look before answering. "Only if I get a cut of that meat. My rations were left in the above-ground campsite." He supplemented with a bit of a blush. Because of his childish face and frame, his words made the girls in the ranger squad squeal in delight. His red eyes glinted, but he managed to keep his anger contained. "Please?" "Of course, friend," I beamed back. "We need you in the top form after all." Noticing Kidaro's hungry gaze, I added, "You're invited too, friend." Our preparations took only a few minutes, and soon we began our walk. The adventuring party gathered under the temptation of rat meat. Oh, how the mighty had fallen, I mused quietly while nibbling on my own piece of food. This time we decided to move by the left-hand rule. It didn't matter in the end, as the rumbling my scouts reported started to grow louder and louder. It was clear that we were being pursued. Instead of running ahead into who knows where, I ordered the team to prepare. There were traps out here, so running ahead would end badly even with our scouting abilities. As a large being emerged from behind a corner, one thought rattled inside my head. Who the hell puts a boss monster in the second room?
021.
Uno, this world, and it was seriously weird.
Why? Well, somebody was eating my dungeon monsters.
Wasn't this supposed to be the other way around? What the hell? Were rats even edible? Or since they were born in a dungeon, weren't they stuffed with some weird magical mumbo-jumbo, which would prevent consumption? The idea of feeding sentience felt pretty unpleasant, but my dungeon instincts were silent on this matter. What I remember from Brighton's speech was that he seemed to imply that the dungeons were created to help the sentient races, to keep them afloat, so to speak. As such, it would be illogical for the meat of their creations to be inedible, unless they were clearly poisonous, undead, or otherwise construct-like. And I already knew that all of these were themes I was going for in the long run. Adventurers eating my minions didn't matter. It was just a minor annoyance, and I guess while changing my monsters to contain some type of poison or disease would probably please Gangria, it would surely piss off the other gods.
So it was something that I couldn't do right now. At least not overtly so.
A little fix here and there should be okay. This balancing act felt quite tiring. But on the other hand, because of these adventurers, no, soldiers, I guess, I was learning new things, which was never a bad thing, especially when listening in on the hunters. Their explanation about the ecosystem really tickled my fancy. It would be rude to disappoint. Creating unique plants to be eaten by massive herbivores, and then those herbivores to be in turn eaten by the sneaky predators. Ever-turning wheel of life, which would gain power over time. In theory, even without the upper limit, this was quite an idea for the next floor. And yes, I managed to do it. All the dead people I absorbed, their equipment, and this whole open yourself to the world Uno thing pushed me toward the first dungeon core level, and even a bit beyond it, which meant that I could dig, which my drones already started to do. The stairway down was already done anyway. Of course, it was located in the false core room, which was a problem in itself. Was this mechanical core even detachable? My onyx core could be easily carried away, be it by minion hands or some machine, but the false one with the wall it was embedded in. Yeah. Another thing to experiment on later. I would begin to rush only when the adventurer parties managed to reach Rattling Warrens, not a moment earlier, which didn't seem probable at the moment. Speaking of adventurers, they managed to gather their pioneering team. It consisted of 2 rangers with dual daggers. I guess they were here for frontline duty or maybe trap disposal. Their Luna Kingdom affiliation was pretty obvious at this point. Then there was also a girl armed with a bow and a small boy with a grandiose staff, probably a healer or maybe a mage. Last but not least was a big green-skinned man with a 2-handed sword. He was wearing chainmail with a rather plain helmet, obviously a warrior of some kind from the Gaynard Kingdom. His color was clearly off, but nobody on the team commented on it, so I didn't have any additional information besides his name, Kidaro. It kind of bugged me, but most of my focus was on the mage/healer, Callisto. I had plans for him after all. Their party left the safety of the first room and delved further.
Why did I decide to leave it empty? It was some kind of instinct. That and years of RPG experience. You must gather your party before venturing forth and all that jazz.
Their group, unlike the earlier scouts, were moving by the left-hand rule, which meant they would soon leave the twisted tunnels my drones dug without any problems, which was unacceptable. To leave the first guest room without meeting the host? Nope. I nudged the decapitator in the right direction. It slowly lumbered forth, but with deceiving speed. They heard him right away, but decided to avoid confrontation. Not gonna happen. It took a minute or two, but my monster managed to catch up. The traps manned by rattlings were disabled instantly when it stomped nearby, while the ones in the adventurer's way were instead prepared to catch them unaware. Sadly, their senses were too good. That and the constant surveillance of the 2 rangers. Nobody fell into the pit or was skewered by the spears. Was my design simply bad, uninspired, or was their knowledge just too good? I had to get a bigger sample of visitors to decide further, and maybe then add a few more surprises. Anyway. They decided to make their stand, and as preparation, the traps around them were swiftly disarmed. Smart. As the decapitator blades peeked around the corner, I could hear shocked gasps. Nice reaction. One of them even screamed in indignation. "Why is there a boss in the second room?" the leader-like figure asked into the thin air. For a moment I was sure that he somehow understood that I was sentient, but it just seemed to be a cry of anger at the perceived injustice. "Kidaro, to the front, try to block its blades. Gina, hit it in the middle, there's a fleshy growth there. Callisto, start casting and tell us when you're ready to attack. Ulis, with me." The large green man grunted in confirmation and walked forward, while 2 rangers shadowed his steps. Yet my attention was somewhere else entirely. It seemed like the young one was a mage, not a healer. Excellent. Just what I needed, especially because I still didn't crack the whole magic conundrum. How it worked. What were the exact rules? Which trope was being used here? Chance, runes, maybe some good old imagination. All of them? None? Was it just a deal with gathering energy flowing through the world? Or was there an even more complicated explanation? Maybe affinities were a thing for the mortals too. So many things to test. Thus, I decided to switch from passive entertainment to actively trying to kidnap the mage. Maybe one or two more people too. Their meat shield looked interesting, but I could only aim for a backline. Too bad.
Maybe next time.
The analysis of the dead adventurers' bodies would have to wait for another time. I had very much alive guests to entertain right now. It took only a few seconds for the melee warriors to charge ahead, locking blades with the abomination. It screamed loudly, startling not only its enemies, but me too. I didn't know it was capable of making any sound. Not to mention that it was a strange roar, a combination of scratching metal and a deep, loud scream, which seemed vaguely human. It only added to the creepiness factor. 8 out of 10. However, the front line was stopped only for a moment, shaking off the fear effect immediately. Their leader was first to run forward, likely to show an example and raise morale. His blade, however, only bounced powerlessly from Decapitator's iron body. A clang was heard, and he winced in pain, barely keeping hold of his dagger. True to its name, the beast used one of its hands to swipe horizontally, but the half-elf was nimble enough to avoid that clumsy move. His partner, Ulyss, was it? Reacted immediately, lunging forward in an attempt to cut down the monster's leg. Once again, however, the material it was made from proved impervious to damage. Only a small scratch was left. What was worse for them, it was already healing. It was then that the orc-like man waltzed forward, yelling and swearing, while trying to smack down the monster with his sword, an overhead swing with a lot of momentum behind it. The Zweihander comically bounced back, but this time he elicited a reaction. Just not the one he expected, though. A large grayish tentacle sailed forward and grabbed one of his arms, trying to drag him closer to the thirsty iron blades. The Decapitator trembled with excitement, the edges of his hands getting ever closer. The victim tried to desperately stop it, but he couldn't do much when being dragged. He even left skid marks on the floor. His companions reacted by focusing their attack on the fleshy tentacle, a much more tempting target than iron blades. As soon as the dagger pierced the rough monster's skin, it was forced to abandon the prey, screaming again in indignation. All the while, the bowgirl tried to pelt it with arrows. To no avail, may I say. They backed away for a moment, breathing heavily. The boy mage was chanting something slowly under his nose. I could see the fire gathering in his palms. Seeing that the mage was close to unleashing his spell, I pinged the squad of Libiers led by the one armed with a crackling mace to move even faster. The second team was composed of 5 rattling spear throwers. I gave the order to intercept, and then a few things happened, one after another. 1. The rattlings shot the mage. That was good. 2. The mage somehow managed to fire off the spell in Decapitator's general direction. That was bad. 3. The spell melted a fair bit of my monster, forcing it to scream yet again and disabling 2 of its blades, but it also singed the green man. That was good and bad. 4. The green man caught fire like a match. That was good and amusing. 5. My squad of Libier stumbled out of the corridor, grabbing the mage. That was good. 6. They were instantly spotted by the rangers. That was bad. 7. Their leader started screaming about Magi-Tech weapons, forbidden and forgotten cash. That was weird. 8. With an order in a language that I didn't understand, the remaining party members shot the mage and the burning man. And then they ran away. Disappointing. At the very least, I've got a certified mage to play around. His body was in pristine condition, not counting the hole in the skull, and some holes in the arms and legs. Damn, these rattlings were merciless. There was also this strange orc-like man, the parts that didn't burn. Bones, mostly. Still, a prophet was a prophet. I wasn't going to complain. Much.
0, 2, 2.
Uno. The remaining adventurers ran away pretty much unimpeded. My creatures on site weren't exactly what you would call nimble, so catching them was impossible. I guess that meant one of the perks of being dexterous enough, like the rangers, was a higher survival rate. The mages and heavy-duty fighters had more staying power, but when everything went to hell, it was a thief or a rogue that escaped unharmed. Such was life. I asked the Libiers to bring back the spoils, seeing as I couldn't exactly absorb the still-alive mage, or rather barely alive. The ranger arrows managed to deal a large amount of damage. Luckily, it wasn't enough to outright kill the boy. It somehow made me question this world. Was it hit point based? I had no indication of such a thing, but maybe it was because I was a dungeon core. Anyway, I tried to mend his wounds with a healthy dose of mana and ingenious duct tape, which in this situation worked similarly to a bandage, yet my knowledge of human physiology wasn't really that good. I remembered few tips from the National Geographic program seen on TV, and there was a bit of understanding gleaned from dissecting dead bodies, but no matter what, it didn't allow me to become an expert on saving lives. That was why I considered the final effect satisfactory. The mage wasn't dead, but he also wasn't completely here. I might or might not have broken something. In my defense, there was a hole in his brain. My duct tape mana stopped the blood loss and saved his life. But at what cost? I admit, it wasn't a laughable situation. This guy represented the knowledge of the outside, which I needed mostly because it wasn't as outdated as Daniel's. On that note, should I even call him by this name? My analyze tells me he was turned into the Guardian, so maybe it would be a better idea to call him just that. Who knows? Not like the person in question can answer. Bah! Since his creation was my decision, I was going to call him just that. The Guardian. The Soul Hive Guardian was too complicated. I would probably forget it too. The simple was always good. Back to the topic, I need to stop getting sidetracked. So, the human mage, I had a few ideas on how to check his magic before and after death. But since Gangria told me that soul fuckery was out of the question, my options were limited. For now, I settled on dragging his body towards a stone slab I erected in the fake core room. It kind of looked like a sacrificial altar I once saw in a book. My intentions were much less grim, though. It was a hospital bed prepared in the name of science. Too bad moving my patient through the dungeon took time. Because of that, I focused my attention back on the camp that sentience made in the first room. Mostly because it was on fire. People were screaming and fighting, one side clearly winning. The ranger folk was killing off the heavily armored soldiers. There were only 7 of them left before, but even under the sudden attack, they managed to kill and maim at least a few of their opponents. It was clear that they didn't understand what was going on. Their confused cries were enough to understand that. The attackers were speaking in a language I didn't understand, but their bloodlust was self-explanatory. I didn't really care about their scuffle, and it was still just more food for me. The shouts quietened with time as the humans fell on the ground, while blood, guts, and broken weapons were quickly absorbed by me. It was a curious thing that I could devour them only when sentience left the vicinity. I wondered why, but once again, knowing the rules was enough for now. The tests and understanding would come after I was safe. The half-elves had already taken care of the burning tents and watched as I greedily devoured their former companions. Then they scattered in small groups, trying to gather water and food from the surroundings, which meant hunting my rats and harvesting the bone lichen growing on the walls. The ratlings weren't taking it lying down, but the skirmishes seemed to be pretty much skewed towards the sentients. After all, rangers had a lot of experience with hunting wildlife, while my minions pretty much only fought the undead. Not to mention that only the inexperienced younglings were being sent so far from the Ratling Warrens. Guarding the road to my core was more important. I was about to return to the false core room when a conversation gained my attention, mostly because it was in a language I could actually comprehend. 3 rangers sat near the entrance to the room, clearly guarding the way deeper into the dungeon. "Was that really necessary?" one of them asked while leaning on the wall. His green clothing and leather armor looked out of place in my silvery wilderness. "What do you mean?" the second one asked lazily while checking an arrow after arrow. He meticulously searched for damage, looking over every fletching shaft and arrowhead. You know, slaughtering humans. "Captain said it was necessary. That's the only explanation I need," answered the arrow guy, while the third, silent ranger only nodded. "I understand, but what he had done—" "What we had done," interrupted the second ranger. "What we had done." The warrior repeated his words while gulping heavily. "What we had done may very well spark a war with the Gynard kingdom." He turned his head down, contemplating. "We're not really in a position to fight on 2 fronts. Only if one of our compatriots spills the beans. Or if the dungeon manages to send this information outside." They looked at each other in silence, and then started laughing. "Ha ha 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 ha! Ha 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 ha! Yeah ha ha ha! Gay a good one." The arrow-checking ranger smacked his companion on the back. "It may be a forgotten dungeon, but remember that they're still as stupid as the other ones." His white teeth were showing for the first time.
Oh. The first ranger wiped off a tear. Yes, yes, I know. It was just a jest. Still, we will have to make a dash for our lines, no matter the consequences. His face turned serious. I'm not sure how many of us will survive such a trip. Yet we can't have it any other way. The information is just too important. I still can't believe it. He knocked on my hallway wall. It doesn't look that dangerous. Probably devoured the cache in one of the deeper levels. That's when the really bizarre stuff starts to appear. Not our problem now. The Silent Ranger spoke, surprising them both. Just do your job and don't complain. Yes, don't worry about us. Yep, it was just talk. The men stopped talking and I retracted my consciousness. Now, that was strange. Cache? Forgotten dungeon? Information? At least now I understood that they were leaving pretty much straight away, which would leave my entrance empty. I wasn't about to let this chance slip by. But first, let's focus on my new captive. The team of Libirs already dragged him onto the slab. I made sure that it was pretty comfortable, as much as stone can be. I even carved small rows for the blood to flow freely, and made chains to keep the patient in place, which were being used right now, the clumsy undead fingers trying to fit mage arms and legs in them. With a grunt, I ordered the Libirs to back down and started to grow the copper tentacles from the ceiling. Somehow the mechanical core being in vicinity allowed for better precision, and soon many instruments of science hung down awaiting my input. For now, I used the hand-like parts to cuff the patient. It was probably an unnecessary precaution, but it was better to be safe than sorry. The boy didn't even grumble. His wide-eyed stare coupled with a blank expression. His face was pale, arms and legs burned by fire, while the flesh had signs of something that looked like mana corrosion. His veins were turning unhealthy blue, and slowly the color was creeping up and up. Note to self, don't use my mana duct tape on living beings. Second note to self, also don't use it on non-dungeon creatures. No time like the present. First, I needed to figure out how the mana was behaving when being used by a sentient. I already heard him chant, so that was out of the way, but the channels it was using, the point of focus, these were still a secret. Not for long, though. I attached the wire to his left and right hand. Delicately. Right. Just like that. Then with a flick of my non-existent finger, I gathered the electrical mana in my core and sent it towards the copper wire network, precisely just above the fake core room. Then, with great grace, I flushed it down his system. The patient screamed. I disregarded that. What were the patterns? Unlike real electricity, it seemed like mana was circling around his body in a specific way and disappearing in the middle of his chest, under the cartilage bones. Once more. Scream. The reaction was the same. Every bit of energy was being sucked towards the earlier designated point. I detached the left arm cable, attached it back to the right leg. Power on, he screamed again. This time for longer. Were his pain centers still intact? No matter. Mana corrosion also speeded up, which was not good. Maybe 1 or 2 tries before he expires. Damn, it was time to go with a bang. I detached all cables and decided to use a wire with a spike on the end. A perfect conductor. I stabbed it into his chest. Not deep, 5 centimeters at most. The patient only grunted, numbed from earlier pain. Gathering mana, I looked him over one last time. How was it that I didn't feel anything? Fire. I spoke in my mind. The mage's body convulsed on the stone slab, kept in place only by the chains. Then, with a gasp, he half sat on it, eyes piercing the ceiling, looking somewhere outside, somewhere far away. And then he crumbled back, life leaving his small body. It was a short but sweet experiment. Scientific parts had ended. Now it was time for butchery. At least I knew where to begin. 023. Uno. The human mage was lying down on the stone bed I prepared earlier. My copper arms worked in unison, cutting the flesh, taking out the bones, and dissecting the organs. And under their tireless work, a clear picture appeared. Firstly, the mages were human. It was an answer that might be taken for granted, but in a fantasy world, it wasn't so easy to tell.
Some races parasitize the population, adopting similar looks and lifestyles. The vampire I fought before was a perfect example. Thankfully, the mage wasn't one of these beings, and yet there was something completely different when comparing him to the other adventurers that died in my dungeon. He had a crystal core, not unlike mine. It was smaller, more delicate. The color was also different, not black, but red, and yet it seemed oddly familiar, like a cousin's who met at a family reunion. The gem was hidden away under his cartilage, in the place where all magical energy converged before, and promptly disappeared, of course. One question out of the way. Now, what was its purpose? The analyze uselessly showed only question marks. I promptly sent a shock of mana through it, and the little thing devoured it all. No reaction. Amiss, then. Maybe it would work when joined with a living flesh. I didn't have many choices, but a ratling should suffice. With a small expenditure of mana, I summoned a new one into the fake core room. It appeared out of thin air, standing on 2 feet and sniffing at my conjured copper arms in curiosity. Not wasting any time, my artificial appendages moved, keeping it in place. The ratling squealed again, clearly panicked, while the blades created an appropriate incision on its chest. No blood leaked out since I heated them before. Then, with a precise movement, the arm stuffed the gem inside it. A small amount of duct tape mana was spent, keeping the thing in place. For a moment, nothing happened. The creature quieted down while checking the fresh scar. I sighed tiredly, and it seemed like this time was also a failure. Just as I prepared myself to extract the gem, my experimental ratling suddenly began to squeal in pain, clawing at its chest. A moment later, it exploded, showering the room in blood and guts. The red crystal remained, strangely clean and gleaming smugly. A few wisps of steam surrounded it. Was it taunting me? In retaliation, I immediately attacked with lightning, sending the jolt through the copper and forcing it to burn the little thing. The red gem sucked it all up. A stalemate. A few more bolts do nothing, so I decided to continue my work. Another ratling was summoned, only to share the fate of its predecessor. Only after the third one did I understand the difference. The gem could be safely transplanted as long as I didn't feed it mana beforehand. When running on empty, it somehow accepted its new host. Yes, the creature still squirmed in pain. I somehow managed to keep it alive due to a generous shower of mana in plugging any leaking parts with the duct tape. In the end, the beast looked totally different from its ancestors. This feeling was only reinforced when I used Analyze on it. Lesser demonic iron flame rat, a beast-like dungeon creature created from a basic iron ratling. From the outside, it looks just like its less powerful cousin, with iron-like skin and a similar physique. It is, however, faster and stronger than iron rattlings, but not necessarily smarter. While looking defenseless on the outside, it can breathe fire and shoot firebolts out of its mouth. The integrated mana crystal in its body also allows for the Fireclaw spell to be cast on it and its allies. Has a pack mentality, a tendency to form tribal societies, and will help any dungeon creatures in the vicinity defend their home. Will not breed naturally due to its demonic heritage, but a conversion of normal rattlings is possible. Natural evolutions are available. Has a built-in mana conversion gland which allows it to roam the corrupted wastelands without trouble. Threat level D. I didn't know where this demonic thing came from, but the purpose of the crystal seemed clearer now. It allowed the mage to gather and use mana, or maybe even did it for him. But what was weird, if he had such trump a card hidden, or should I say such a cheat, why wasn't he any stronger? And how did it end up inside him? Was he born like that? Or was it implanted? Maybe it was a genetic trait. If yes, then nobles being particular about their partner really made sense. And yet, something didn't add up. These chants too, but to research them, I would have to hear much, much more, which meant the investigation had to wait until more adventurers came. At least I kinda now understood how to make my own special monsters. The main problem was the fact that even after absorbing the Iron Flame Rat, I only learned how to make the creature, not the gem. It was something inherently similar to me, and because of that, hard to replicate. Just like the creation of another core wasn't a walk in the park, the real one, I mean. Not my substitute, but I had an inkling. Considering that the guy had a Fire Mage class and his gem was red, yup, maybe just condensing mana hard enough would create something similar. But then it wasn't going to work with just bits of thin air. I had to have some kind of material, a condenser. Maybe some kind of metal would work?
The harder the better. It had to survive exposure to my mana after all, which meant that I had to check the remains of adventurers. At least I could use the material menu for once. What did they bring?
Current resource availability.
Common hardwood, common softwood, common iron, wrought, cast, uncommon meteoric iron, uncommon black iron, common silver, common gold, and common copper, common tin, common nickel, common zinc, uncommon meteoric nickel, dirt, limestone, sandstone, flint, meat, gray rat, cow, human, half-elf, leather, gray rat, cow, boar, cotton, bone, gray rat, human, half-elf, common feathers, plant matter, grass, grains, mushrooms, common tobacco leaves. I hated this shit. I knew I was talking about I will it and it happens before, but to tell the truth, the migraine also happened. It wasn't like using a calculator. My own brain, or whatever I was using to think, was being worked to the bone instead. The result was a huge headache and a semi-workable list of resources. Well, less complaining, more experimenting. 2 of these were looking quite good. Black iron and meteoric iron, not to mention their uncommon quality. Instead of choosing one, I decided to experiment on both, spawning pieces of already processed metal in the fake core room. Meteoric iron looked just like its simpler cousin, with gray wisps of some weird energy floating above it, otherwise unremarkable. Black iron was, like its name suggested, black. It was also a bit more malleable than its meteoric counterpart. At least the mana conductivity seemed to be a little higher. Both pieces were left on the bloody altar, the only furniture in the room. The mage's body had been already absorbed, yet the stone slab remained bloodied. Shouldn't it disappear? Curious, I used Analyze on it, and whistled in wonder. Bloody sacrificial altar. This rock slab is a spontaneous creation of a dungeon core. Because of the abhorrent sacrifice that it was used in, the remaining mana, pain, and pieces of emotions transform the chunk of stone into a magical tool. While not condoned by modern mages, the creation of tools in this way is often referred to as black magic. The creators of these items are unanimously pursued in the civilized nations and frowned upon among the fallen tribes. Effects. Once blood is spilled in the room, all living creatures gain bloodlust and lose control unless they resist the effect. Spilled blood can be used to enhance or heal the guardian if it's of good enough quality. Reading the description, I didn't know, should I be happy or horrified by my accidental creation? At least the part about being pursued hasn't applied to me. Still, it had a bit of synergy with the guardian and the mechanical core being in the same room. The only beings in my dungeon that could be afflicted by this bloodlust were ratlings. What was bloodlust specifically? I would check it later, and now was not the time. I needed all my focus to condense the mana. At least I think that was how it worked. Since mana was something like a gas, then condensation should force it into a liquid state, in which the metal should absorb it all. That was a lot of should piled one on another. Oh well. That's what experimenting was for. Fire away! I shouted while seeing a small little ratling in goggles intruding on my experiment and getting promptly electrocuted. What the hell? 023.5. Lonesome. Crafter. One of the secret council. Somewhere in the rattling tunnels. The rat in question was currently very, very angry. These guys. These damn rats. They dared to send his materials to mechanic and scientist. He had a dire need for these ores. Yet all the metal and wood harvested by scouts' teams were being uselessly wasted on strange experiments, or even worse, turned into pretty much useless machines. Because of that catastrophe, here he was, sulking in the darkness at the end of the deepest tunnel, near the stairs towards the lowest level. What was worse, nobody in the council considered him important enough to assign some rat trainees to the poor crafter, and the bodies were something abundant in the burrow. Yes, it was not because he was useless, or so they said. Your time will come. In the future. They lied. Oh, these cold stares, how did they hurt? He felt them even now, even when squirming alone. No, crafter. We can't have you making armor wasting ore. The ratlings can easily use their metal hides to defend, they say. He squealed in indignation. And what about the underbelly, I say? What about it? No, crafter. There isn't an enemy who can do that. His small paws hit the ground with anger. Yet! There isn't one yet, you fools. Be prepared for the future. His squeals echoed in the tunnels, scaring the lesser ratlings into submission. The ordinary rats ran away while trying hard to not see the raging secret council member. There was, after all, nothing good from being caught in their power struggles, especially when considering that Crafter's faction was currently getting the short end of the stick. No, Crafter! The angry rat continued his monologue. We can't have you wasting metal on weapons. Our hands are not yet agile enough to wield them, our fangs strong enough to tear through enemies. He stopped again, gathering his thoughts and breath, then continued roaring. That's why I said to make claws. Claw weapons, you deranged fools, or even spiked armor. Better spears, goggles. He added one thing after another in a quieter and quieter voice. Then he took another breath and continued. But no, Crafter, there is no need for tools. We can't use shovels or pickaxes, or hammers, pliers, and lamps. Our claws are strong, our arms tireless. He stopped in place and started to hit the wall with his head. His beady eyes soon turned teary. Why nobody listens to me? Has the Creator abandoned his child? He asked the darkness, stifling the rats with his words of heresy. The Creator was, after all, their God. As he wailed in self-pity, something changed. The tunnels were soaked in a strange presence. It was a feeling he knew well. The Creator was on the move. Maybe he was trying for another experiment, or was just ordering some minions to do their job. Watching him was dangerous, but also profitable. Last time, he had dumped a whole load of sentience in the dungeon entrance. Earlier, he fought the Undying One. Even before that, he uncovered the Big Dark One and the Undead. Yeah. It was more dangerous than profitable. But still, rats in a situation like this didn't have much choice. Knowing that Crafter clenched his claws and ran on all fours, traversing the tunnels in order to get closer to the source of the disturbance. It took him a few minutes to arrive. Thankfully, none of his brothers got the wind of the Creator's experiment, so the spoils would be his and his alone. Crafter stared down from the perch high up in the wall. It was designed as a shooting point, thanks to Tactician's instruction. It also was a perfectly hidden observation platform. The guardian room beneath seemed the same as before, bearing a stone slab dumped in the back, blood still dripping from it. Crafter wondered what was the source of it, and why Creator didn't just devour it clean. After all, blood was one of the tastiest parts of sentience to be had. He blinked and a ratling appeared in the room. He blinked again and said ratling exploded in a shower of guts and gore. Was the Creator angry for my earlier blasphemy? He asked himself in terror, only to see another rat disintegrated. Each time, however, a red sphere was left in its place, taunting him. This Crafter will give his life, his claws, and his soul for you, Grand Creator. Please avert your wrath from the ratlings. I alone am to blame, he intoned quietly, trying to ask for forgiveness. The Creator was a great power, but there was a ruinous part to it, the destruction it brought. He trembled in fear. But soon the show had ended, the Creator seemingly satisfied with random rattling sacrifice. Crafter made sure that his future cursing was to be kept to a minimum. No need to risk the Master's wrath once again. It all ended when a red rat appeared, twisting in pain due to the Creator's intervention. It stared at Crafter, seemingly begging for help, but disappeared from sight soon after. Before he could process the change, 2 pieces of metal appeared, and by the Creator, they were magnificent. Crafter stared at them greedily, nervously returning his goggles to the right position. There was his earlier transgression, but surely the Creator would not mind giving these ores to him. Yes, it was a divine grace after all. A reward. For what? Crafter didn't know, but they were just there. So easily grabbed, so shiny. With a rush of courage that he never knew he had before a small ratling desperately ran out of a safe zone. The tunnels quickly disappeared behind him. His form was meager and thin, with the only distinguishing feature being a pair of goggles stuck on his nose, and most importantly, a lack of the spear thrower that all the lesser rats bore on their back, as all members of the secret council did. The Creator noticed him almost immediately. This, however, didn't detract the young ratling in the slightest, as he moved towards the sweet metals just lying in the open. It was then that the disaster struck. A bolt of energy descended from the ceiling, striking him down. The pain stuck heavily. Ah! can't move, he squealed in despair. Forgive, creator, he continued, now understanding that it was all a test. And he failed. As Crafter's senses started fading to the black, he felt a strange, reinvigorating energy filling his body. And the creator's attention turned to him completely, which was never good. In silence, he felt the presence turn shocked, then pitying, amused, and in the end, simply curious, which was even more so not good. The creator waited, looking intently at the ratling. Forgetting his earlier confessions, Crafter stared at the metal ores with desire visible on his snout. Slowly, he started inching closer and closer to them. The amusement and curiosity of the creator peaked when the rat grabbed them and started to run away. He was of course caught and begged for mercy once again. Sadly, his master wasn't privy to the secrets of rattling language. It all seemed like random squealing to him, something that was unimaginable to the rat. Thus the energy struck again, and Crafter closed his beady eyes, awaiting death. This time, however, the target of the creator's magic was different. The rattling was safe. Instead, the ores were soaked in something that looked like blue energy. They started shining too, and shiny things were very much liked by the rats. This lowly one, thank you, Creator, for the bounty freely given. Crafter lowered his head, now the greatest zealot of them all. Not because of Shiny's no-no. The creator only watched in amusement as the rat dragged back now magical ores towards the tunnel. He would show them, the armored rat, the warrior amongst warriors. As he spotted one of the scrawnier, ordinary ratlings, Crafter's spirit returned. Come with me. He laughed at the other rat's dismay. Don't worry, you and I, we will create a better future for the ratlings. Saying so, he moved deeper into the tunnels, dragging the poor creature behind him. The new minion could only more or less calmly accept his fate, all while the creator was continuing his experiments. 024. Uno. The little rat scurried away with 2 pieces of ore. I already used the lightning energy on these, yet somehow achieving the effect similar to mana crystals still eluded me. I accepted giving them away since it was clear to me that this ratling was a disabled specimen. Without working spear thrower, its usefulness to the colony would be minimal. Because of that, the rat was probably abandoned and was wandering the tunnels all alone. Its face, while far cry from a human, had an unmistakable sad expression carved into it, one that was a result of many disappointments. I simply felt pity and wished it would continue its experience, no matter how hard it was. Live on, little ratling, sigh. Returning to the problem at hand, what did I manage to accomplish? Not much. I produced something called energized metal, which exhibited a strange visual effect. Blue motes of light, but nothing else I could immediately use. The name changed, adding another word to an already long designation. Meteoric iron turned into energized meteoric iron, while black iron changed into energized black iron. What were the effects? Special characteristics? Who knows? My analyze didn't provide an answer. Question marks everywhere. It was not so useful now. I guess for it to work, the target would need to be a creature or a magic tool. That begged another question. From where all this knowledge was coming from? Was it somehow connected to Gangria? She said something about the system. Whatever. Let's focus on the present. The new metal wasn't completely useless. Since few of the labiers seemed to be due for an upgrade, I decided to duct tape plates of it to their front and back. A new kind of armor was born. Who knew if it was better or worse than before? Who knew if it even works? Not me. That's what made it an interesting experiment. These new labiers were also promptly dumped in the food hall. This way, the adventurers advancing into the complex would first encounter the normal type labiers, and only then the blue ones. Why do so and not annihilate them all at once? I was still mimicking the normal, stupid dungeons, which did things according to pre-programmed motions. Slowly raising the difficulty level was one of these. Of course, the decapitator kind of went against that notion, but I was banking on being unique and all that jazz. Going out of the way to destroy the invaders would break my cover, though. At least I think so. The whole dilemma pisses me off, so let's get back to the experiments on uncommon metals. They soothe my soul. As a next step in the process, I decided to not only use my anima, but also electrical affinity, yet the final product was less than satisfactory. The damn thing was still not alive, or rather, I ended up with something looking like a wet metal
which pretty much instantly hardens when exposed to air, creating a piece of iron. Wait, did I just create a solder for use in a soldering iron? Or maybe a super glue? It fit the bill. There were, of course, problems with delivering the said product, but my copper arms were pretty versatile. A glue pistol of solder iron wasn't out of the question. Or maybe I'll just upgrade them to cast iron. It should be good enough material. It turned out I had another tool added to my arsenal, except that it was pretty useless. My mana, the anima, and electrical energy were able to somehow act as a bonding agent even without this solder-like substance. It was redundant. That was the word. Another failure, then. I was getting more and more angry at the fact that there was no way to get the red crystal back from the iron flame rattling. It was such a unique thing, and I simply wasted it. Really, fate had cast pearls before a swine. Why I couldn't just butcher the rat and retrieve it? Mostly because its insides no longer contained the red crystal. It enhanced the final product, a ratling, by becoming one with the body, dissolving. I ended with an ability to reproduce the creature, but not the mana crystal which allowed its evolution. Not that it was an easy task to devour and reproduce it in the first place. My ability to deconstruct was limited to things that were either already dead or those who were never alive in the first place, and far away from sentience. That too seemed to be a condition. And yes, it was none of these things. So I screwed up. But as soon as more adventurers would grace my halls with their presence, let's just say I would await a bountiful harvest. Oh yes, adventurers. They were trying to run, right? I changed my focus immediately, but not before summoning a few of the Iron Flame rats and throwing them into the rattling warrens. There was some kind of a commotion, but I already moved my consciousness away. Running away from problems? Nope. It was just a strategic relocation. Nothing to see here. Anyway, the adventurers were preparing to leave. A large team, about 30 people in total. I was tempted to block the entrance and devour them all, but managed to stop my impulses in time. One survivor would be enough to ruin my perfect image. No need to be impatient. More will come. The half-elves were busy packing. Not even a trace of blood remained of their former companions, so the room looked pristine. They gathered whatever water my bone lichen did produce and cured the rat meat. Most of them looked nervous, constantly readying their weapons and checking fletchings for lasting damage. In a few minutes, a smallish-looking half-elf with a young face stood upon an improvised platform. His name was Rieker, I think? Everybody called him the captain, though. As he appeared, the slow murmur of voices quietened down, and people started to listen. There was no impatience in their movements now, only focused attention. Rieker coughed softly and took a long look around. His eyes were piercingly blue, and he focused them on each and every one of them. Under his gaze, Ranger stiffened up, courage and confidence surging. After a minute of silence, he started his speech. Brothers and sisters, rangers, defenders of Luna, a great duty lies upon our shoulders, a knowledge that we must share with the rest of the world. That mustn't be forgotten. He breathed in and out, presence sharp like an arrow in flight. Many of you may soon breathe your last, and many more may find their end in the Badlands. The murmurs started. Every single ranger was suddenly aware of their mortality. However, Rieker's mature voice stopped their hesitation. We will be remembered. We will save our friends and lovers, our families. He continued quietly. The information about this dungeon will save lives. The Forgotten Dungeon is a danger to all. Ever so more in the hands of reckless humans, arrogant elves, or mad dwarves. We must deliver the message to the council. One survivor will be enough. So run and remember. It must be destroyed. The people around him cheered, chanting, "It must be destroyed," while I was processing the whole speech. Wait a moment. What the hell, man? What did I ever do to you? Shit. The situation was looking really bad. No choice and no time for hesitation. Lebeers, advance, Decapitator, get out of these tunnels and mow them down quickly before they all march out in an orderly fashion and leave the dungeon. Just like that. Fuck, what now? Did I just screw up again? The rangers were long gone when my warriors arrived at the entrance. For some reason, my whole existence was unforgivable for these people. Who knows why? And they would even murder their companions for that reason. They would also gladly lose their lives in order to make sure that information, what information? I don't understand, will reach the right places.
It was bad, really bad. Who knows how much time I have, but not all was lost. I had a plan. Well, parts of one. Firstly, I was blind when it came to the entrance. Unacceptable. There was something white and circular above the stairs, but trying to extend my feelers out there ended in failure. Each time. But as they say, using a hammer will make every problem look like a nail. If something wasn't working, it was time for a change. I decided to slowly tighten the entrance, adding dungeon-influenced dirt to the equation. This resulted in a smaller way in. The circle was still about 2 to 3 meters in diameter, and a chance I was aiming for. While the dirt wasn't enough to create a normal-sized tunnel, a rattling one was still okay. Straight to the surface and then back into the ground, but still above the invisible barrier, stopping me from expanding upwards. Lovely. Since I remembered that the rattlings were able to survive beyond my dungeon limits, and Libiers and my other creations did not, they were the only choice for the scouting and defense mission. Not the sturdiest of walls nor the brightest, but it will do. Not to mention I didn't really have the ability to give them orders or get back intel after they went outside. Who cares? It was for survival. Immediately a rattling queen, few basic rats, and 3 iron flames were summoned to the entrance room. As they appeared, a simple command was all that I managed, something that I had to work on in the future. Because of that, I asked the group to go to the surface, create a nest, and defend both it and the entrance from sentience. Yet somehow, I think that they heard a bit more hardcore version of it. Something like, "Go forth and breed in my name. Create a nation and devour my enemies. Leave none alive." Their reaction and enthusiasm was a bit of an indication. I was not taking any responsibility for their future actions. Nope. Not my business. I was busy surviving after all, and digging the second level of the dungeon, which was currently being flooded due to the underground lake my drones found. Never a dull moment, eh? 0, 2, 5. Uno. The die has been cast. Rattlings already ran towards the surface, and what happens, happens. Hopefully they will adapt and overcome. On that topic, my vision outside the dungeon was non-existent. Maybe I should start developing a mobile version of eye cameras. The tunnels certainly have enough space to easily include the wires needed for that. Then again, if I saw an eyeball staring at me while I was taking a walk, my first thought would be to destroy the damn thing. And since most of my creations were more or less accidental, then recreating a camera with less terrifying flair would probably take a lot of time to get right. Not to mention that while underground, they're hidden from sight by the bone-lichen patches. I would have to think about different camouflage when considering the surface, yet all I could come up with was a tree with eye-like fruits, which would be somewhat unnatural, and not to mention creepy as hell. Not worth it. At least not while my second level was getting submerged. How did that happen? Well, my plan for the second floor was simple. A long hallway, about 20 meters, leading southeast towards a large room in the middle, which then would branch in the 4 cardinal directions. At least cardinal according to my sense of north-south, since I still didn't have any magnetized metals to create a compass. And while I could use electricity to create them, there was another problem. Did this world even have magnetic poles? Anyway, this main room was similar to Colosseum in design, filling the floor with sand covering the stone, adding a high ceiling, and generously sprinkling any form of flora I had access to, with priority given to the non-lethal kind. Because of that, both large silver ironbarks and slender axe conifers were used as wall supports, while knife bushes spread far and wide, hiding rattling tunnels entrance here and there. Besides that, bone ferns and copper grass covered every flat surface, creating a white-brown carpet, yet due to high humidity, the said grass was already turning green. Despite being a plant, its behavior was still influenced by the type of metal it was created from. Curious. And said humidity came from a stream flowing through the middle of my western tunnel, which was the only dig site on this level, for now. I was after all a follower of concentrated strength doctrine. The entrance was slowly submerged and spilling water towards the central room. Its depth already spanned about 20 centimeters and was rising fast. I hurried into the tunnel and soon saw the problem's crux, a large hole spewing out blue liquid at high pressure. The drones tried to patch up the resulting damage, but it was a Sisyphean task. Due to my immaterial form, I could easily enter, not being stopped by something like dirt or water. What greeted me on the other side was darkness. Upon further reflection, it was obvious that the lake, cistern, or whatever else it was would lack any light sources on account of being underground and all that.
So I did the only thing I could. I floated upward. Soon air replaced the water. Levitating above the surface allowed me to summon an electric spark, which in turn brightened my surroundings. I could see at last. In the end, what greeted me was nothing interesting, a neatly serpentine underground lake with a mini waterfall situated on my right. The way the stream entered this place was placed about a meter above the current water table and was slowly dripping down more water just a few meters away from my position. Since the whole cave seemed hermetically sealed before, with no additional rooms present, it was a logical conclusion that there should be an exit too, and since I couldn't see right away, there was a high chance that it was located underwater. That in turn meant that until the water level stabilized, my problem with flooding wouldn't go away, which was quite bad. The plants would probably survive underwater for some time, and the labirs and drones were safe too, but ultimately most of my flora would end up dead. I returned to the dungeon proper and ordered the drones to dig out a ditch in the middle of the tunnel. It naturally gathered the water sloshing about and guided it toward the main room. In there, the remaining drones were asked to dig down, creating an artificial pond in the middle. What went on after that was a race between my diligent minions and endlessly pouring water. I added to the challenge by creating a few labirs, the first ones on this floor, and directing them to bash down the wall separating the dungeon from the lake. They managed to do it pretty quickly, and only 3 of them ended up swept by the current. Good enough. This, however, also meant that even more workers were redirected towards this new frontier. Well, it was not like they had anything better to do. Hours flew by, and the pond grew deeper and deeper, making it impossible to escape from. Motions of the drones grew sluggish and wide underwater, but being inanimate and without a need to breathe made them surprisingly durable, even when continuing this grueling task. In these few hours, pretty much all the water above had drained into the pond, slowly stabilizing the water table between 2 environs. I laughed to myself, seeing that my nightmare of being turned into the underwater dungeon was averted. I could theoretically do it, sure, yet somehow this idea made me cringe on a cellular level. Maybe it was my affinity speaking, maybe something else? Who knows? There was another thing I was thinking about now, namely, I was craving fish. Not for any gourmet reason, though. Just to gain the ability to make them on my own. All this water in one place just begged for such dwellers. The exploration of the lake proved me wrong, however. Conversely, the fish were craving me. Or rather, anything that they could sense would be devoured with their eyeless maws. It was then that I first encountered this strange, nearly see-through animal, which chomped down on the labir while it was trying to dislodge some dirt from the wall. The fish's shape was partially up to question, as said assailant had a translucent body and much too agile movements, not to mention the low light environment which fucked with my vision, yet the hungry teeth it sported were visible. Even too much. Note to self, remember to install both chandeliers and cameras first, before expanding, if possible. Anyway, its first attack cut the labir's leg cleanly off, while the second hooked an arm up and then dragged the poor monster towards the depths. Since the labirs weren't the brightest minions on Yana, it took them a while to recognize the type of danger, or even that there was a danger at all. Translation, I lost 5 more to the same fish before they even started reacting, while the bastard was having an all-you-can-eat abomination buffet. The problem was the type of their reaction too. Smacking it on the head with clubs was not very effective. The attack simply slid off the translucent scales. I could swear that I saw it grin. It was probably just all those teeth. This situation continued until my leber captain strolled by. Luckily, it was chosen as the next snack, but after being half-eaten, it managed to place a good enough hit with a crackling mace. It was enough to paralyze the fucker for a long enough time. Thanks to this, my libears and drones in a joint effort managed to drag it ashore. Now it was in my territory, and it was time for the fish to feel helpless. Except nothing epic happened. No confrontation, lasers, or trump cards. Nope. It simply died, suffocating while my minions watched from afar. Anticlimactic. Due to this, I was able to assimilate a very tasty specimen. Firstly, Analyze corrected me, it was not a fish. Glass snake maw. This underwater juvenile snake stays competitive using both its translucent body and stronger than steel teeth. While blind, the other senses it uses are unnaturally sharp and give a great advantage when it comes to finding and chasing prey over large distances. Unlike most snakes, glass maws are not equipped with lungs, but gills instead. This curtails its ability to hunt on land, but otherwise it's an animal perfectly suited to large underground water basins. It lives in packs, and usually, the largest specimens tend to grow a maximum of 2 meters in length, which happens over the course of many years. As aggressive animals, glass snake maws tend to exterminate most of the other life forms in their habitat and sometimes even cannibalize members of their own race, at least until it consumes enough to become a glass progenitor. Threat level D for an individual. Uh-oh. So there were more of them?
Wait,
Weren't there like 20 Libirs around me? Why I can see only 15 now. Just what the hell happened? As I was panicking, another minion disappeared, yet this time I saw it all. It was soundlessly and nearly comically dragged into the depths by a 2-meter-long snake, no less. I knew that not giving them mouths was a mistake. In a moment of terror, I peered down the lake, brightening the water with an electric spark. About 50 slithering forms greeted my gaze, their twirling forms waiting expectantly for something, anything to get close enough to the water. For once, I was glad that my Libirs didn't breathe. "Retreat!" I shouted mentally and started to retreat myself. Reacting to the order, the armored figures of my minions turned back, slowly and clumsily waddling to their destination. As usual, this time it was however much too lackadaisical reaction. The surrounding snakes were waiting for this moment and sprang from the water like cannonballs. Damn accurate cannonballs. One or even two were beaten down by the wildly swung club, but the rest got what they came for. Sweet, succulent meat of the Libirs. As I floated back to the dungeon in a daze, one random thought was knocking around my emptied head. Were the undead even edible? 026. Uno. After the retreat, I counted my losses. Out of 20 Libirs, only 4 managed to escape. Well, that was a big word. They stumbled back while trying to fend off the attacks from the snakes. In the process, some of the aggressors were dragged back to the land, suffocating. It wasn't a retreat, but comedy. This battle really drove the point that in order for the Libirs to be useful in the future, either an upgrade in terms of equipment or combat potential was sorely needed, and I certainly needed to add mouths to their design. As soon as I regained my faculties, the drones were put towards making an iron grating. It was used to divide the not yet conquered lake and the rest of the dungeon. Of course, I made doubly sure that the free spaces between the metal were too small to let any enemy slip away, and left a part of it movable. I would be back, after all. Then came the cameras and the chandeliers which were installed in the ceiling, lighting up the place and making it a bit friendlier and safer.
not that it really mattered.
After defensive measures were in place, I sat down and started thinking what I could use in my counterattack. There was going to be one, of course. No overgrown snake will dictate the terms on which I expand. The most obvious idea was electricity. Yet, while water in the lake should be barely conductible, there was simply too much volume to fry all of its inhabitants, not to mention that this underground cistern was all composed of drinkable water. I didn't have access to enough electrical energy to vaporize or electrify it, but then again, something like a localized weapon with a few meters of range should be doable, and maybe even useful, especially since the snakes seemed to attack anything that moved, even if it was a club swung down on their heads. Thus it should work. Really, calling this thing a weapon may be an overstatement, though. I just made a few centimeters thick rod, connected it to the wires already put in place 2 meters above, and prepared to send the electricity through it. And then I was stuck. The wire was of the finite length, and because of that, this giant energy stick was pretty much immobile. I resolved the problem in the easiest way possible, by adding electrical outlets, or rather, I put a few output points in my walls and attached them to the wires inside the wall. Then I added a cord to my new weapon and taught the laborers what to do when using the rod. As a bonus, anybody stupid enough to put their finger in the socket would get electrocuted. Normally, I would laugh at the usefulness of such a trap, but then again, I was in a fantasy world. Still, the resulting rod was a bit too heavy to carry with my artificial arms alone, so instead I opted for the creation of a few of the blue-plated Libirs, simply for an aesthetic reason, and made them carry the weapon. They shouldn't die even when electrocuted. And even if they did meet their end, remaking them was easy and cheap, so there was no big loss overall. Just to make sure I succeed, 2 teams of Libirs were made in total, 8 warriors in each of them, blue and then black type, each of them informed about their orders and purpose. The undead had problems with carrying the rod normally, so I added a few metal handles to both sides of it. Because of that, some of the energy would get redirected towards the ground, but it was a loss in power I was willing to accept. I also needed something else. Plan B, so to speak. Since my escape, I was thinking about something. My labirs were mainly classified as undead. Iron and dead bodies were, after all, their main components. Not counting the duct tape, they were skeletons if one wanted to be precise. Yet they were eaten by the snakes. Why? Were they able to digest them? Weren't my abominations, I don't know, poisonous? I decided to check this theory of mine back at the now blockaded lake. In an immaterial form, I floated forward, slowly moving through the tunnel. While it was true that my body right now was pretty much invisible and indestructible, I wasn't so sure there weren't monsters, spells, and artifacts which could capture or even destroy me. Haste makes waste. After a moment or a few, I arrived at the said lake, and a strange sight greeted my non-corporeal eyes. Quite a lot of the snakes were dead, floating powerlessly in the water. In the meantime, those still alive attacked their unmoving brethren and devoured them whole, only to succumb to the same state minutes later. So the undead were poisonous like I thought. A grin appeared on my face. With a bit more courage, I moved forward while analyzing the situation. Soon, however, my smile faded. There was no end to the snakes. It was like something was producing them 24/7. For one that was killed by the poison, another two were swimming up from the depths to eat their fill. While in the long run, the whole situation would probably resolve itself, there was also a chance for some of the enemies developing an immunity, or diluting the poison due to constant consumption, or who knows, even one or two may develop a beneficial mutation.
It was best to end this battle quickly.
There was one more thing on my mind, though. Painful like a splinter. The glass progenitor that the analyze mentioned.
Since the glass snake maws that attacked my forces were already at such advanced stage, 2-meter-long beast being the maximum of their growth, then it wouldn't be a stretch of the imagination to think that their papa was also here,
which meant that I needed something even stronger to beat him, whatever his final form would be, and my quick check on the assimilated corpses gave me just that, a potential trump card. In a hurry, I returned to the artificial pond, stretching my imaginary fingers. The first design was easy, just a plant that grew in the water, a seaweed of sorts. I grabbed the fiery dandelion and changed it to resemble large tubes that would be able to grow on most surfaces, floating underwater. Now to mix them with zinc, which should stop the corrosion and whatever organic bullshit that helped to stop explosions in dandelions. This time, an acidic freshweed was born. With its distinctive pale yellow color visible on the shell, a few small floating feelers burning potential attackers from outside, and a whole boatload of acid inside. Was that all? Nope. After that, I decided to make a monster. The template from the glass snake maw was interesting, but in the end not feasible. There were, however, useful parts. The brain of the creature for one, which was enough for my ability to mix and match various designs. In short, anima, usage was needed once again. This time I decided to use zinc as a corrosion-resistant metal. No iron, it rusts easily. Then bits and pieces of copper for electric parts, and, at the end, even the glass snake frame. Now, while my analyze wasn't describing the creature, I had its shape burned in my mind. It was a see-through snake with barely visible organs and elongated body. On both sides there were small pairs of fins, helping it navigate, and on the eyeless head, 4 long feelers resided, allowing it to both sense the temperature and movement. Besides, that was of course the maw, a mouthful of teeth made from some strange compound. The outside was clad in a similarly see-through scale with great resistance to cutting weapons. It looked like a glass sculpture given life by a mad scientist, but it would bear the name of apex predator no longer. My new creation also had an elongated body, but it was much more flat and wide than its future opponent, making it similar to the manta ray. On the bottom side of the body, a strange wide mouth hung open, creating a terrifying toothless grin. The whole animal was silvery gray in color, not unlike most of my creations. This time, however, it was not an aesthetic choice, but an effect of the zinc parts, and a few more secret additions. There was a gimmick to their way of battle, but I decided to spawn only a few of the monsters for now, and even then leave them in the artificial pond. After all, they were a bit of a double-edged sword. Using them came with a cost. The last thing I tried was also a plant. This time, however, I went for something else entirely. The little gray underwater plant which the system named humorously a drowning man razor. Why? While it tasted quite good, according to the description, it also contained a very strong poison. The type which was potent enough to kill an elephant by sprinkling a few drops on it. If elephants lived in this world anyway, which they might. Also, its leaves looked like small one-use razors popular in my town. They were, however, similar to their namesakes, dull and non-lethal. Anyway, the preparations were set. I summoned a few more Libirs and stuffed them in a formation, led by the Libir captains. Behind them stood 2 electric rod teams, temporary name, and ratlings? They may be useful, but I didn't call for them. And why has it these mechanical arms on its back? This needs an investigation.
And also reminds me, I never actually created a smith for the Libirs on the first floor, eh?
Gotta do it soon. Maybe a bile-brain and some metal skeleton would work.
Focus, Uno, and don't lose sight of your goal. It is time to hunt some snakes. Get to it.
027. Uno, my army was ready. 33 Libirs with a captain leading every team of 10, 2 units of electric rod operators, blue-plated and black-plated, and ratlings. A lot of ratlings. The little creatures were led by a slightly distinct member of their species. Maybe more than slightly. A spider-like appendages attached to its back were sight to behold, even in a fantasy world. The interesting fact was an absence of spear thrower on its back. This probably meant that it was of a different class, different race. Maybe it was just a mutation. I already met a similar being before. Why hadn't I dissected it? Stupid. Analyze wasn't really helpful, as it provided me only with a standard description of the rattling specimen, slightly changing the name to the iron rattling mechanic instead of a spear thrower. Oh, and it also added a small line of text indicating that it has a natural talent when it comes to working with machines and is able to both create and repair them. Yet even the threat level of the said monster remained the same. It was leading its people. That much was clear. The rattlings were standing in a precise formation just a few meters behind it, 4 rows of 10 and all ready to follow. Who cares? No time to worry about that. I have enemies to kill. My monsters were stationed in the main room of the floor, impatiently stomping in place. Not prolonging the inevitable, I simply gave an order to march. The Libirs moved first, their squads walking one after another, each recognizable by the crackling mace their leader sported. The mechanical precision they walked with was really a sight to behold. I felt like taking part in a parade. 1, 2, 1, 2 they marched, legs and arms moving synchronously. They may be dumb as bricks, but at least they looked menacing. After they marched the black rod team and blue rod team. What? I knew my naming sense was skewed, but simple was still the best, as I said before. Anyway, 8 Libirs were carrying each weapon, having much less trouble after adding these handles on the sides. It was still unwieldy, but adding anything more was simply not economical. On the other hand, it should be possible to create a handheld version of it. More so since I have a special type of monster growing in my dungeon, called the Battery Devourer. Analyze said that its parts could be used in manufacturing artifacts. While I was far away from creating a farm and mass-producing them, which wasn't that bad of an idea in itself, I would rather focus on something else. Namely, making sure that after the modification, the Devourer would simply produce the needed batteries instead of killing it and reusing the remaining pieces. After all, why add another step to the process which I could skip entirely? Then again, what would that accomplish, really? There was no way to actually attack from afar, so it would be used by my Libirs as one more option in melee, which made it a cheaper version of Crackling Mace, since the attacker might paralyze the opponent, but smacking enemy down with a relatively fragile material wouldn't add any damage. It wasn't that bad when considering expanding my arsenal. The question was, how easy was it to make? On the other hand, creating something like a crossbow with an electric tip should also be possible and much more tempting, but that was an idea for later. After the main weapon teams trudged the rattlings, shuffling their formation a bit, but still moving orderly, there were about 40 of them, all basic range soldiers not counting the mechanic. While their worth would be limited in a water environment, since spear throwers don't have enough penetration to attack underwater targets, they still can be useful. I was planning for most of my forces to stay above water, pelting the arriving enemies with electricity and stopping them with shielded Libirs. I had a distinct advantage in fighting over the land after all. Yet no plan survives the contact with an enemy, and because of that, I had my trump card ready too. The ditch between the lake and my domain was already unblocked in the preparation. I still hesitated, though. Since water in the lake was flowing outside, and because of that, using it willy-nilly would probably create an ecological catastrophe. Something that I wasn't too fond of, mostly because I didn't know how the gods would react. So, yeah, my group entered the Forbidden Zone a few minutes later, the snakes still engaged in their cannibalistic feast. At least the rate at which new arrivals were appearing was visibly lowered by now. Lucky. It meant that there weren't endless amounts of glass snake maws, just a whole lot of them. I could work with this. The lever team strode forward, this time with shields ready. Abomination's black armor was reflecting the light as their captains watched the rippling water. Their weapons crackled with intense electricity, but other than that, only a sound of chewing could be heard. I frowned internally. While I knew that commanding from the front was an honorable idea, there was one problem with it. Honorable warriors were the first to kick the bucket. And more importantly, these maces were really hard to make. With a grumble, the captains retreated a tiny bit, and then a tiny bit more. Now they were standing in the second row ready to pounce. Still too close to the danger in my opinion. Oh well, you couldn't cure stupid. Still, my labors were waiting, ready to defend. Their sudden stop was a silent signal to the Black Rod team, who walked forward with straightened backs, just like during their training. They quickly untangled the cord from the weapon's back and dragged it towards the nearby outlet. I installed a few of these before. Then one of them plugged it in, and the weapon hummed with power in response. It was enough to gain the attention of our enemies. Their brethren probably didn't taste that good, because they jumped on an idea of devouring some new victims. About 100 of eyeless heads lifted up at the sound and hissed in unison.
Creepy. Last time the battle was totally silent, not counting metal scrapping the rock or a serpent dying breath. So now, we were not an enemy, but just prey? I don't think so.
After voicing their challenge, the glass snake maws turned as one and started to swim towards my forces. This time, however, we were ready. It wasn't a surprise ambush, but a head-on battle.
To answer them, the electrified rod was dipped into the water. The effect was instant.
A choir of screams. Snakes of all sizes trashed in water, while it slowly tore them to shreds. Few of the smarter ones avoided this hellish landscape, where their brethren were being cooked alive and skirted the side of the battlefield in order to engage my libiers. The first wave of the snakes came and crashed upon Abomination's shields, few, if not any of them, getting a short end of the stick. Once again I cursed my weapons. Maces were really not enough for foes like these.
Smith Abomination, you'll be next on the production line.
Still, there wasn't much that I could do right now. Then the Ratlings came to the rescue. Like real veterans, they calmly divided into the teams of 3 or 4, concentrating fire on incoming enemies. Some of them were turned into the runners, gathering ammo from their tunnels and bringing it back to the front lines. Above all, the mechanic hissed and pointed, sending warriors to the parts of the weak parts of the defensive line, not allowing it to break, which was much better than anything I had done before.
Was I just outshined by a rat? It seems like I'll have to check how much did they evolve while I wasn't looking. Also,
was that a sentence? Had they already created their own language? I wonder how advanced it was. This required an investigation, maybe even a dissection. No, I should be able to summon it since it was an already present evolution, and that meant that the preset should be available for browsing. Let's check after this whole mess was over. And focus!
The battle still raged all around.
The main force of the glass snakes was being mercilessly electrocuted while my defensive squads were doing their jobs, with a few loses, I might add, but the additional libiers were already summoned, slowly making their way towards the lake. And at this critical time, an enemy boss appeared. A large, discolored tentacle landed smack dab in the middle of my Black Rod team, decimating the weapon and its handlers.
It was electrocuted in the process, but that didn't seem like a deterrent.
I motioned the Blue Rod team to advance, and they did, connecting their cord to the closest electrical outlet in seconds. They barely had the chance to attack when the tentacle smacked their weapon again. Only this time, something went wrong. I mean more wrong than my warriors getting killed. Boom! An enormous explosion happened. I managed to see that the blue-plated labiers shattered to pieces as soon as electrical energy touched their armor. which in turn resulted in shrapnel being strewn all around them. The damage was immense, more for the snakes than my labears, as additional pieces of metal lodged in their armor did nothing. Pieces of flesh and scale came raining down in a moment. Another large recipient of the damage were ratlings. Out of 40, not even a third survived, most more or less hurt. Many were limping, some lost an eye or ear. Still, they never retreated, throwing their spears at advancing enemies. While their iron skin mitigated most of the damage, they still had unarmored weak points: eyes, ears, underbelly, etc.
I shook my head and ordered a retreat, the enemy not looking much better than my minions.
So it had come to this. Release erosion rays. I spoke slowly and observed as more and more underwater monsters were making their way towards the rampaging tentacle. 0 to 8. Uno. Soon the battle entered its heated phase as the first of my underwater monsters arrived and immediately clashed with the progenitor. In the meantime, land forces, or rather what was left of them, were making a full retreat. Like I mentioned before, while Libers were in relatively good shape, the same couldn't be said about the Ratlings. Only a few remained of all their warriors, which was at least partially my fault. Exploding levers and all that jazz being a nasty surprise. On the bright side, they reproduced quickly, which was obvious to me since from the 20 minions I summoned in the beginning came this 40-strong army. Anyway, right now it didn't matter at all. We were retreating. Every minion of mine heeded the orders and tried to desperately get out of enemy range. That tentacle was no joke after all. It still managed to squash more than a few abominations, even while being badly injured itself. The progenitor's formerly colorless skin now reminded me of the moon's surface, riddled with bigger and smaller craters. There was also some kind of liquid leaking from cracks and burns present on it. Its presence turned the water thicker and stickier by the second, which filled me with unwanted memories. Thankfully, both the existence of the underground stream and the simple mass of water present made sure that the change was temporary. However, it forced the being to remain still for a moment, which in turn allowed use of the analyze. For the first time since encountering it, I was absolutely sure what type of monster my forces were facing. Glass progenitor. When a glass snake maw collects enough energy and mass, it can evolve, ending up as such being. This allows it to grow near indefinitely and changes its core being from an animal to a plant. In turn, the new being is forced into a sedentary lifestyle, often devouring all life in the process. This creates artificial dead zones in the underground seas. As its name suggests, the progenitor is capable of spawning glass snake maws, but only when it has eaten enough. While capable of devouring plants, it prefers fish and meat of land creatures. At first glance, its thick skin and regeneration capabilities are certainly impressive, but when comparing the progenitor with other creatures of the same danger class, it feels somewhat lacking. Threat level B. Oh, just like I thought. So the big tentacle was a B-class monster, albeit of a lower class. That explains a few things, like its ridiculous resistance to damage or the pure power of even the most basic attacks. The mention of the progenitor regeneration might, however, bring my plan to a grinding halt. After all, it was mostly dependent on the continuous exhaustion of the enemy, after which I planned to deal a finishing blow. Oh well, if it doesn't work, I'll simply leave it alone. It didn't have an ability to move since the glass progenitor was basically a plant with a big toothed mouth at the base. This forced it to stay in one place, forever. Even if it wanted to spawn more glass snake maws, I had a contingency in place just for that. In the long run, it didn't matter if the beast was under my control or not. The important thing was that anybody stupid enough to walk around the lake would end up devoured. I would still try to gain control over it. Just in time. My little creations had arrived. Erosion ray. This underwater monster looks similar in shape to a manta ray, with silvery gray colorization and a toothless smile on the bottom part included. However, while the outside looks pretty much harmless, its insides are a different matter. A large part of the innards is comprised of a stomach laced with a regenerating layer of zinc. This makes the real body resistant to corrosion. Erosion rays live in symbiosis with acidic freshweed and drowning man razor, storing their acid and poison while combining them into a corrosive liquid. It can then use the said mixture to propel itself by expelling it at high speed. This, in turn, tends to create a deadly cloud that is hard to dispel by ordinary means. While not entirely immune to poison and acid, they nonetheless boast great resistance. Threat level, D-. The system description didn't do these rays justice. It even blatantly omitted the most important part about them, the fact that said symbiosis allowed seeding of both plants and their surroundings. The new greenery changed water content, making it both more poisonous and acidic, which deterred most of the other living beings. And while the latter wasn't that dangerous, acid was simply lowering the pH of water, which made it more sour, but not much else. It was the former that bothered me. Drowning Man Razor was a plant bred to kill. Its mellow taste made accidental consumption a real danger, since it was a new, unknown species, and its mere presence poisoned the water around it. At least its growth was strictly connected to the erosion ray presence. As long as I didn't let them propagate outside my domain, the damage done should be minimal. Still, letting Drowning Man Razor grow freely could lead to some unforeseen consequences. Alas, the process had already started. There was no way to back out now. I strained my sight while claiming the surrounding land. My erosion rays were dancing around the tentacle, each leaving a trail of greenish water in their wake. Time after time, the progenitor tried to scoop or smack the buzzing enemies, but a lack of sensory organs and overall clumsiness was working against it. The thing I was most afraid of, is greedy Maw, was immobile, relying on the tentacle to hunt. It seemed like turning into the plant wasn't the best evolution choice. I nearly finished taking control over this part of the cave when the rocky underwater started to turn yellow and green. The razor and freshweed speed of growth was truly awe-inspiring, and to tell the truth, even a little scary. I guess my dungeon mana had a hand in it. While the plant's presence started to change the watercolor, it didn't detract from the progenitor's ferocity, nor did it seem in pain. I left them to play. Like I said before, this battle was already won. After all, glass snake maws were already extinct. The ones who survived the battle were poisoned and died a few minutes after erosion rays arrived. Thus, I could turn my attention to many things that required it, like, for example, excavating a new fake core room for my mechanical core. It would be, after all, too conspicuous to leave it on the first level, especially since the second floor was coming together so quickly. After a few moments, I had an idea. Why not dig the tunnel underwater? With 4 tunnels in cardinal directions, it should take the adventurers some time to explore my artificial pond, more so with the poison and acid being a constant danger. And there were still some drones trapped on the bottom. Why not use them? Thus, my minions started to drill in the southeast direction. Call me a perfectionist, but it simply made sense in my head. The work was slow, but I had time
and other things to work on.
Returning to the first floor, I moved my presence into the forge room. The name was false until now, though, since I haven't gotten to creating a smith. The problem, which I was now keen to remedy. My ability to create was still pretty measly. I had rats, skeletons, snakes, and a few mechanical contraptions, but not much else to use. And somehow, creating plants was easier than building minions. Sigh. Since my plan was to create a smith, I had little to work with. Opposable thumbs were a must unless I would make a machine who had them built in, like my iron arms that were made from mostly wires. This, however, made changing them a bit of a chore. So a humanoid then. The bones were a go-to material when making skeletons, but since they would be exposed to heat most of the time, I instead opted for iron and added a bit of insulation, a mineral wool layer which should protect it.
How did I make it?
Well, the forge room was lacking its namesake, the forge, so I installed one in the beginning. Not the normal kind, since there wasn't a lot of space where smoke could go, and some of my minions needed to breathe. Instead, I opted for an electric forge. That may be an overstatement. It was only a large tube made from thick stone with wires spiraling in its inner shell. They were connected to my network, which was feeding them power and generating heat when needed. It worked well enough. I even installed a small water wheel near the lake on the second floor to allow for electricity generation if I ever ran low on mana. Afterward, I simply melted the stone inside it and dragged the remaining material with my artificial arms. The temperature was a bit too much, so each time I had to rebuild them, but you gain some, you lose some. In the end, I kinda understood how it was made, and mineral wool was added to the list of available materials, which was good since I was trying to create it for a few long days until the system recognized my sample. Then everything started to move quicker. First, I summoned a large skeleton, about 2.5 meters tall, and made sure that its bones were empty inside. Then I sawed off the upper part of its skull, leaving it open for now. Then came mineral wool, which wrapped my whole creation, making a pseudo-flesh for it. I wasn't stingy with the material, so it started to resemble a real humanoid in only a few hours, not counting the creepy skull, of course. After that came a summoning of bileflesh brain, which I tried to force into the skull and animate the prepared pile of bones, which didn't work. It took me a few minutes to understand why.
The skeleton wasn't made from metal.
Obvious hindsight, but also easily remediable. I simply created a sort of metal cockpit in the head of the skeleton and made sure that each of the bones had its wire coming through. It was a bit similar to how my own dungeon network was being run, which reminded me to create 2 mechanical eyes to add to it. This time, the brain wasn't even hesitating, quickly stretching its tentacles into prepared holes. It took a few minutes for the monster to recognize and fill every available space, but somehow it managed to finish before I lost my patience. Then, with a smile on my face, I only created the full metal helmet, leaving an open space for the eyes to see, and still no mouth. And my newest minion was complete. Analyze, I said, full of expectations. Bile Brain Golem. This creature is a fusion of bone, dead flesh, metal, and stone created to do its master's bidding. While strong and robust, it's not very intelligent, but due to being made partially from earth, it retains its stubbornness. Given any task, the golem will try to finish it to the best of its abilities. The large mass and slow movements make this being a perfect shield for the others. It is, however, slow to heal as the material it was made from is somewhat rare. At the same time, due to its rarity, knowledgeable adventurers will hunt it down to the ends of the world.
Threat level D.
Did I fuck it up? That was a warrior chassis, not the smith one. Full of hesitation, I ordered the golem to pick up the hammer I had made a few hours earlier, and then to simply smith.
It just stood there, dumbly staring at me.
I don't see your arms moving, I said, and it waved back to me. A failure? I made a few hammering motions, and the golem repeated them clumsily, and then stopped as soon as I did. Next, I ordered it to pick up a piece of ore. There were some already stored in the room. The replenishing magic was added to them to make sure that the smith would never run out.
Not like that with the tongs! I screamed as the golem grabbed one. It only started to get worse with time.
You need to heat it. I continued, but it waited for me to demonstrate. So I did, and hammer it into shape.
Yep. It was worthless. No point in sticking around then. At least the room wasn't empty anymore. Shaking my invisible head, I left, leaving the golem to its own devices. I'll try to work on the real smith in the future.
For now, let's do something else.
Right.
The fauna, I could use the snake design to make a dragonfly-like creature. The basic frame was a bit too floppy, but a bone here, a metal reinforcement there. Then add the wings, like those in Leonardo da Vinci sketches.
Yes.
Lovely. Avaricious glass dragonfly. This strange flying monster is clearly an amalgamation of the flesh and the machine, joining the see-through body of a glass snake with quickly turning wings and fangs made from metal. The transition is seamless, and as such, a natural predator is born. The resulting monster tends to nest high above the ground, joining in pairs and laying eggs. While feeding on the ambient mana should be enough for it to survive, this race of monsters prefers to stuff their bellies full at any occasion. They also tend to collect sparkly items, similarly to crows.
Threat level D. I could feel my enthusiasm returning. Now to create something for it to hunt. Something small and harmless. A herbivore that would cull the otherwise inedible plants. Like that?
Blue hopper. This non-aggressive animal survives mostly on a diet of leaves and insects. It tends to live in packs of 5 to 8 members. Clearly biomechanical in origin, it uses its metal hind legs to jump long distances, both to catch its prey and run away from danger. It's small, easily fitting in a grown man's hand, and can't really grow any bigger. Besides its blue coloration and the ability to jump, it can also generate a weak electric shock when in danger. It is, however, a very exhausting skill, and as such, it can't be used continuously. While otherwise unremarkable, its stomach contains powerful acids capable of dissolving flesh, metal, plant matter, and even stone. Threat level G. The drones finished digging out the northern passages. Good. Then they should enlarge them into about 3 rooms, 2 for the labirs and 1 for growing battery devourers. Get to work, people. I mean drones. A room deep in the pond was getting finished, and it was even within an air pocket. Lovely.
I should also add one at the other side of the underground lake, just to fuck with people. And move the fake core. I had to remember that. Oh, and should I summon some ratlings for experiments, maybe add a few more parts, or check out how they communicate, what variants are available? So little time, so much to do. 0 to 8.5, the Council. Rattling Queen, the tunnels under the dungeon core room. Silence, children. I spoke while smacking the polished stone table with my foreleg. It took only a few minutes for the silent council to quieten, true to its name. Not all of us were here, as Scout was currently wandering outside, doing his job, while Scientist and Crafter were hidden away in their quarters, playing with the new explosives that our Creator bestowed upon this world, and hopefully not destroy their laboratories again. On that note, Mechanic was unable to sit still on his furry backside, eager to finish the meeting and join his fellows in their experiments. Yet his sense of duty kept him in here. He was, after all, the commander of the sacred crusade that joined the Creator's forces in conquering the watery place. As such, he was required to share his experience with the rest of us. Noticing my gaze, he turned to face me and smiled immediately, part of his snout hidden under a self-made iron helmet. Only his mechanical appendages betrayed the nervousness he felt. Still, it was a remarkable show of self-control. Good. The Creator's first children need to be both brave and daring. We are his heralds in the darkness of this world. I looked around, noticing that every rat present was bursting with enthusiasm. It was obvious that everybody was eager to start planning. On my left sat Strategist, Tactician, and Berserker, the warrior faction, lacking only Scout presence. Somehow they always arrived at violent solutions. On the right, Mage and Mechanic were chattering excitedly, their group of creators weakened by the absence of its two members. These guys preferred cunning over brute strength. The chamber we sat in was nothing special by itself, just a hole in the ground dug out by the work rats and polished clean by the engineers. As a light source, we had some bright fruits made by the Creator. They were a prime way of lighting up our tunnels. A stone table and chairs were scattered around the center of the room, but there wasn't much furniture except these. What was important about the room then? Why did the leaders of the rattling community meet here to plot? It was the location of this chamber that was of significance. It was dug out just under the room where the real dungeon core rested. Our Creator was near, and the workers even exposed some of the normally hidden wiring for us to bask in his radiance. Before the discussion devolved into an excited squeaking, my serious stare brought all rats present into the mood. The glory to the Creator skill was teaching me that the right ambiance was beyond important in such meetings, and my own instincts happily obliged. Thank you. I spoke while nodding towards Mechanic. We gathered here because the first crusade against the dungeon enemies has finished. We were granted both bloody victory and various boons. Creation-oriented rats' faces rose, and even the warrior caste perked up at my words. Mechanic, please speak. Speak of the glory you enjoyed, I asked, and the rattling happily obliged. Yes. Mother, as you asked, I gathered our forces, 40 rats strong, all armed with spear throwers and trained by Tactician. We also had an additional team reserved for acquiring ammo, which turned out to be wise. Under the Creator's guidance, we marched with the warrior people of the Untasty Ones and 2 grand weapons of his make. Mechanic's eyes glinted under the helmet. He was clearly happy with the appearance of the new inventions. They were used to spew lightning and explode. This sent the waves of excitement through the council. Even the guards standing near the entrance to the chamber were chittering. After all, the rat race had a propensity for exploding weapons, and burning ones. And acid too. Before, we were limited to bright fruits, acid flowers, and simple spears. Now, the possibilities were endless. Still, the discussion was already being thrown off course due to this news. I had to intervene. Please focus, I asked gently, and the rats quietened once again. The skill was right once again. This was the correct response. Continue, Mechanic. Tell us about the rest of the battle. Yes, Mother. He nodded, barely containing his excitement. The Creator forces fought the big thing, pelting it with spears and crushing it with weapons. There were also slithery things trying to bite us. Nasty ones. He started to gesticulate, showing how bravely his forces battled. It was cute enough, so I let him continue. We fought well, but in the end, the exploding untasty ones killed many of our brethren. Mechanic lowered his snout, clearly showing that he felt responsible. I knew that something was different about them, but didn't order the retreat. Mother, please punish my ignorance. As he finished his words, 2 rats entered the chambers. At first, I frowned at the interruption, but a quick look at their wounds identified them as the veterans of the crusade. "Can we speak, Mother?" asked the older one, lacking a front paw and being helped by his companion. I nodded in silence. "We ask you to forgive Mechanic's transgression against the Creator." The badly hurt rat trembled at speaking his holy name. We would gladly take any punishment in his stead. I saw Mechanic wince in a corner of my vision, the tears glistening in his eyes, threatening to spill at moment's notice. There is no way I would do that. I spoke, and the room froze in shock. After all, there's nothing to forgive. Mechanic did his job splendidly. A grin appeared on my lips, and the rat slowly comprehended the meaning of the words. Then a strange laugh resounded, and everybody stared at Mechanic standing up from his chair, snot and tears mixing in a show of relief. Seeing the attention he brought to himself, the rat in question tried to unsuccessfully calm down. Only after a few minutes did his composure return. "I thank you, Mother," he said with a deep bow, the 2 wounded rats behind him copying motions of gratitude. "Glory to the Creator," he added with deep emotion. "Glory to the Creator." The people in the room repeated after him. "Come, speak more of the grand battle. Let us bask in the honor gained." "Yes." His face turned more serious as he continued. "With our ranks shredded, the Creator ordered a retreat. It was then that Scout's minions saw something moving underwater. The battle continued with these reinforcements. Since we would be only a hindrance, I led my brethren back home, and that is the end of my story." I nodded and turned towards Scout's vice commander. "Did you identify the threat?" I growled, only to let him know his place. The rat in question bowed and answered stupidly, but with great confidence. "We don't know what they are, but the attackers were clearly creations of our master." A sigh escaped my mouth. "Anything else?" "Yes, Mother." The vice commander started to grin. "The Creator made a few more races. One of them is particularly interesting." "Oh, don't keep us in suspense. Speak out!" shouted Berserker, as always easy to anger. "Yes, sir." The rat's countenance changed. He seemed a bit more professional now. "One of the new races possesses the ability to fly. We observed their behavior and think they can be tamed. Additionally, there are a few new plants present, mostly underwater, some of which seem really poisonous." "Good!" shouted Mage for the first time, really interested in the conversation. "Please bring the samples to my lab." I could hear him muttering something about getting further ahead of his competition. Poor guy, being blessed with an analyze skill, yet not having a chance to use it. Well, we could send him to the surface, but that was a dangerous fate for a rat as unique as him. On the other hand, the rats there had their paws already full and would gladly accept any help. I could fly. Berserker was also excited, albeit for other reasons. He was currently waving his scarred arms with excitement while thrashing the chairs with his large frame. The vice commander's body shook for a bit after hearing that sentence. "Maybe," he cautiously answered, and not hearing any response, added quietly, "but it would take some time even with selective breeding." I nodded to myself. Still, to create an air unit. That would be an interesting experiment. "Mother, I have a question," asked the silent strategist. His skill, calculator, had an accuracy rating directly connected to the available information. Thus, he usually only listened to what the others had to say. It was surprising to hear him speak out. "Yes?" After an initial shock, my saintly aura immediately returned. "How are the red rats?" he asked, his cold eyes tracing my movements for any falsehood. I smiled in response to his childish pressure. "They were moved into the deep chambers and asked to train a force of their own. These were the rooms we had built on the 2nd level. Afterwards, they would patrol both floors and reinforce the already present guards. This chamber included. We have no shortage of volunteers to send into their conversion. Our faith is strong. Glory to the Creator." Glory to the Creator. "And how are things on the surface?" the annoying strategist asked again. "Oh well, It was not like this information was secret anyway. I had a meeting with the Surface Queen. We put aside our differences, and she was happy to trade information and resources. Translation: my glory to the creator skill, brainwashed and subordinated her to me. Above ground is similar to our metallic jungle, with silver plants and acid traps present in every direction. Few rats trembled at these words. We all knew how the military sent their squads to camp in the jungle, and how many of them returned with burned fur or didn't return at all. Then are we sending reinforcements up there too? Mage asked hopefully. Yes, however, our losses are tremendous. The tall ones are strong, some even monstrously so. One of their teams keeps a very good pace, annihilating our forces on their way, an elite vanguard unit. When will they arrive then? Probably in 5 to 7 days. Tactician lifted his brow in return. They don't seem that strong. He spoke with disdain. They're moving that slow only because we started to employ the suicide tactics, I answered. That changes things. He shook his head. Will the flying forces be ready for their arrival? A question hung in the air for the moment until the vice commander scurried to answer. We're still testing the basic feasibility of this idea. We're not even in the prototype phase. Then get to it, shouted Tactician, his reddish eyes glittering with madness. Mother, we will take our leave here. We're wasting time, and I feel like my knowledge will be best put to use down there, in the field. Yes, go, my child, and make me proud. Of course, glory to the Creator, he said before leaving and dragging the poor scout vice commander out of the room. There are materials to make and bombs to test, Mother. Whimpered mechanic and mage only nodded his head quickly, agreeing. I sighed. Go, don't blow up the laboratory. 2 pairs of hurt eyes answered me. Too much. I sighed again, and they scurried away too. Is the meeting adjourned then, Mother? Slowly asked Strategist, noting that only Berserker and he were left. Yes, you know that the time of trials is coming. Prepare. He gave me a bow, and I was soon left alone. This made me think about the future. I was worried. The tall ones attacking us were relentless. Every day new soldiers were born, and every day new soldiers were being killed. They were bleeding us out. It was unsustainable. We needed stronger weapons. We needed more explosives. We needed our Creator's intervention. I clenched my teeth until they hurt, until I could taste the blood.
I decided to get an audience.
Glory to the Creator. 029. Charles Blueflame. Currently being dragged around by the princess, these silvery trees seemed exquisite. Were they completely made out of metal, or was it just a similar-looking substance? They were cold under the touch, but retained heat when I summoned a firebolt, just like an ordinary iron would. Yet this gleam, this polish, it was simply divine. The organic structure of its branches was something that our artisans were not able to replicate. Was it because the iron was extended all the way into the core, creating a metallic life form, or maybe it was because the bark of this plant was infused to create a special type of defense? Nobody knew. But also, nobody cared. The finished product of these silver trees, be it a branch, one of the many leaves, or even the planks made from it, would sell for a ton of money if delivered quickly enough. In the capital, both the nobles and large merchant families had a penchant for rare resources, or more like the dubious honor of being the first one to flaunt them at parties, straight into the faces of their rivals. As soon as the information about these plants, they were plants, right, arrived in Shieldstar, all hell would break loose. The capital city would be buzzing with impatience, especially because the plants in question were found at the dungeon entrance, a gray zone which was unaffiliated with any of the local factions, barring maybe the Gaynard Kingdom royalty, or other countries putting a claim on this piece of land. After all, the dungeon entrance was a few kilometers into the Badlands. It would also take time for the news to arrive at the court, and even more, days would pass until they decided how to divide the rights, not to mention sending back the military contingent and bureaucrats in order to enforce these rules, which was a prime opportunity. It was hard to let it pass up. I might be a high noble in name, but my assets, barring the ones belonging to the Order of Fates Untold, were meager. I simply had to take a few moments and order Adam to gather what we could, and then sell it afterward. Well, truth be told, I was planning this over so intensively,
mostly to escape from harsh reality.
Gah ha 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 ha! An ambush! Look alive, people!
A female voice resounded in the background, startling me. One might think I already grew used to this kind of life since I was kidnapped about a week ago, but this couldn't be further from the truth.
Charles, wake up! We've got experience to gain and these cute rats to kill.
The amount of joy contained in the voice was overwhelming, even if the contents of the princess's speech were disturbing to hear. I stood up and turned around, only to see her figure moving wildly in the middle of our enemies. She was jumping around like a zephyr, her two blades tracing lines of blood and viscera from one rat to another. Each hit was deadly, but also beautiful in its form, excelling in showing the strong points of her blade dancer class. It was a deceptively silent performance, as both our attackers and the girl in question hardly expelled a sound. I could only hear the swooshing of metal spears cutting through the air, and Agnes's feet delicately touching the ground, turning the fallen leaves and strange, springy grass into dust with her sheer power. There was a wide smile present on her lips, accentuating her blonde hair. She cut it short in a boyish fashion, but only a fool would not recognize her for what she was, a scion of the royal family, especially with these deep green eyes which resembled dark jades. Drops of blood slowly slid from her leather armor, leaving a visible trail on the metal parts of it, while she shook her head with wild, uncanny grace. Her figure, while still childish, already started to show the signs of a true flower, which would fully bloom in the future. One would think that her physical appearance alone would be enough to gain a bunch of followers and yes men. Yet I was her only suitor. Me, her fiancé. Something didn't add up. No matter how bestial her character, it was simply weird. Yes! There were whispers in the dark about her peerless strength and bloodlust. How she wasn't a human being but a monster, conceived to revel in destruction,
which was, of course, utter bullshit.
Her laughter returned me to reality once again. Princess, why aren't we... She interrupted with a displeased expression. One word left her lips. Agnes. Princess, your health is really... And once again I wasn't able to finish. Agnes. I tilted my head, not understanding her intentions, and began to speak again. Princess, why... She came close, the blood, stench of death, and all to green eyes suddenly appearing only a few centimeters from my face. Call me by my name, Charles. She pouted, a cute gesture, if not for the carnage surrounding us. Said carnage created by her small hands. We're bound together, you know. Don't be a stranger. She whispered the last words in my ear, nearly licking it, and backed away, starting to poke the dead rat with her sword of all things. I sighed again, a bit miffed by my body's reaction and her innate childishness. Agnes, why isn't your team sending the commoner adventurers ahead? I asked. It didn't make any sense to waste our strength out here. Surely the duty of carving this path through the metallic jungle could be graciously given to the lesser men? I'm sure that your team would be best put to use somewhere else, for example, in the dungeon proper. Hearing my remarks, Agnes shook her head and stood up with a small grin on her face. I could simply say that I enjoy these battles, and that should be enough of the reason. She answered while looking me in the eye once again. It was my turn to deny while shaking my head wildly. Tell it to these cowards in the capital. They may even buy it. I grinned, my white teeth showing. She was a powerful warrior, true, but this side of Agnes was never something I was afraid of. There is always a direction, a hidden goal in all your crazy escapades. You're doing it this way because there is something to gain. I rustled my hair, noticing a little beard already growing on my face, another downside of these barbaric conditions. So what is it, my dear? I chuckled. That's what I love in you. She answered while starting to laugh again. Her short hair danced in the wind as she moved from rat to rat, her boundless energy simply refusing to calm down. You might be an arrogant asshole who thinks he's better than everybody else, but you're bright, for a noble. Before I had a chance to respond, she continued, Well, you see, while I really enjoy fighting these rat monsters... A glint of real her, a greedy, lonely girl appeared for a moment, and disappeared as quickly.
They use tactics, ambushes, try to weaken us by kidnapping workers or not letting us sleep at night.
How exciting.
Which of the monsters do that? Agnes started to gesticulate, her hands flying in the air. They're an enemy I can respect, and we're not even in the dungeon yet. There may be mutations or evolutions there. I can't wait. She grinned in this savage way I knew to associate with her hiding something. But that's not all, right? I nudged. Yep. Once again she came closer, her breath warming up my skin. By killing them, I can still gain levels. What? I exclaimed in shock. Aren't you like 14? And on the second advancement path to boot? 19, my dear Charles. And please don't scream so loudly. People would start thinking I'm torturing you for my pleasure. Again. Aren't you doing just that, though? I asked, a crooked smile on my lips. You dragged me out of the Order campsite to cut the path towards the dungeon entrance. I'm still lower level than all your allies, you know? I admitted this freely. My 10th level was nothing much compared to her companions. They might be only 3 or 4 levels above me, but it was a distance that was hard to close. After all, every level represented sweat, blood, and sometimes inhuman sacrifice. Fighting monsters or fallen tribes with life on the line was never easy. Gathering enough strength, reliable allies, and required knowledge to create a well-oiled weapon capable of braving the odds and conquering the impossible was a lifetime goal of many adventurers. And yet here she was, an owner of a such group, a young girl who easily was one of the greatest talents that this kingdom of ours ever gave birth to. I could only be jealous. Wait a moment. There was something else that I couldn't understand. You said that you're leveling up again? I asked, disbelief clear in my voice. How do you know this? I mean, I thought that only priests at home could tell if an experience was gained after the battle. A rustle came from behind us, and soon the earth mage from Agnes's entourage emerged, flicking away the shrubbery still present on his robe. I can answer that question, sir, he said while bowing slightly, just low enough for it to be a gesture of respect, but not 1 centimeter deeper. The contents of his speech were a clear indication that he had been around for some time already. Listening. Then do. I answered briskly, my nervousness getting the better of me. His whole face and figure were strange. The perfectly flat tone of voice only added to the equation. You were called Peter, right? I asked, scouring my memory for this commoner's name. Yes, sir. I'm a 10th level Earth mage specialized in support magic. And my spy master, added Agnes while receiving an unblinking stare from the man. And Princess's spy master? Yes, sir. He nodded, and I sent him a glare. My pride hurt by our seemingly similar level of power. Of course, he was probably a lowly Earth mage, while my Ifrit magician class gave me special abilities unheard of in the past. I was clearly a stronger being. Humph. Ignoring my triumphant look, the commoner started his explanation. It's indeed normally impossible to tell if one gained experience or not. There is, however, a trick known to the experienced fighters which would circumvent that problem. For a moment, I saw a small, derisive smile appear on his lips. Fuck you too was my mental reaction. Most of them are capable of intuitively understanding their gains in power, namely if a defeated enemy influenced their growth. There are... And I'm one of them! Agnes smiled widely, interrupting the mage. So it's a skill? I asked while calculating in my mind. If a 19th level blade dancer was still gaining any experience from killing these rats, then a 10th level Ifrit magician would probably level crazy fast. You weren't listening. It's not like that. It doesn't show up on my ability screen. I just know if the enemy became part of my strength or not, she exclaimed while dramatically opening her arms, making small circles with her fingers. It was cute. But nobody else in my team was able to do it yet. It was my turn to glare with disdain at the only commoner present. Peter just shrugged and tried to continue his speech. As to why we are not using other adventurers, there are few answers to that question. Firstly, the experience gained is nothing to scoff at, and we're more than happy to have a monopoly, for as long as we can. He lifted a small rock in the air to make his point. It's unlikely that they find out. Another rock flew up by itself. Secondly, their rate of advancement was simply atrocious. Hey! It was not their fault! Agnes shouted while the rest of her team, called Swords of Hope, gathered around. Lone Mountain, her attendant, was silently judging all of us, while Eve and Boulder stuck to the shadows.
happy to have a moment of respite. These monsters are highly intelligent and coordinated, and they're not afraid to die. If not for the level difference, even we would be in trouble. If not for that, I would be surprised if we gained any experience at all, added Eve, her elvish, slick features tainted with blood. They're shockingly easy to kill. Should I remind you how their ambush went yesterday? Chuckled Boulder, cleaning his tower shield from pieces of meat. In response, Eve turned red like a tomato. Don't! Ah! She shouted just to expel the shame gathering in her pitiful chest. I can't believe that these damnable creatures... Her words turned into a mumble, and I was able only to hear the word lavatory, at which point my attention was turned somewhere else. Some things were better left unknown. As I was saying, sir. Peter tried to continue in a huffed tone, his calm mask broken by the constant interruption. They were simply too slow. Soon the soldiers and bureaucrats from the kingdom will arrive, and they will demand results. He sighed and massaged the bridge of his nose, especially because the flora and fauna we've already encountered are so unique. Unique is a weak word, Spellslinger, grumbled Boulder, his half-orc features not visible in the quickly darkening jungle. While most people disliked and feared halves or cursed, as they were officially known, I didn't care about his heritage. He was a commoner. That was the extent of the knowledge I needed. My point is that we should hurry. Peter squeezed out the last words while staring at the princess. Their meaning wasn't lost on her, as her green eyes widened. It only reinforced my feeling of being left out. Yes, I know. Agnes wasn't surrendering to the pressure, though. We should be close enough to the dungeon proper for these things to not matter. Unless we already missed it. Or the rats camouflaged the entrance. Both Eve and Boulder weren't really what you would call an optimist. My maps are correct, Peter interrupted with a calm expression. Only a few hours of the fast march are left until our destination. If you people weren't so lazy... Yeah, because fighting for your life in an ambush is now called being lazy. Only a few hours, you say... Agnes sat down, her body relaxed, but still able to attack or defend at moment's notice. The atmosphere changed as Lone Mountain moved forward and bonked Peter on his head. Ow! He rubbed the sore spot and sighed. Yeah, yay. My fault. The Earth Mage turned his attention to me. Sorry, sir. What? I couldn't even finish my first word when a small but strong hand caught me by surprise. And then it came. Again. Ha 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 ha. Let's go have some fun and level up in the process. I can smell them. That way. Shit. She's in the hunting mood. That was the Agnes I was deathly afraid of. I won't be able to sleep until we murder every enemy in the vicinity. I saw that the rest of the team shared my concerns, their hollow-looking eyes and twisted expressions easy to read. Let's go, Charles. We're going to get you some levels. An overly joyous voice spoke and dragged me away. I don't want to... into another nightmare. 030. Charles Blue Flame. It's here! Boulder bellowed while pointing at a strange, oval hole in the ground located in the middle of a silvery clearing. The surrounding space was large enough to accommodate a few of our exploratory teams and even more monsters. And right now it did. The princess's team was leading the way all this time, unstoppable and easily plowing through the rat ambushes. They had shown a ridiculous amount of perseverance, but the speed at which we arrived at our destination seemed to be directly connected with a lessening resistance. Just behind Swords of Hope, two more distinct groups of people stood tall, glancing warily at their surroundings. Their bearing, while not overwhelming, seemed proud and self-confident. These were adventuring teams made up from commoners. Without any healers and mages, their overall survivability was questionable, but acquiring any level of power without the aid of nobility was something uncommon. Even deeper in our formation, a bunch of lowly peasants worked madly, trying to cut down the trees, clear the remaining plant matter, and drag the stumps away. The road they were building into the heart of this jungle was nearing completion. For them, it meant food or maybe some coinage. If they were lucky, even a level up was not beyond their reach. We would soon start a fight after all. But enough about them. For me, for us, these last few hours were backbreaking. I couldn't feel my legs. The mana levels were also getting low, while the accumulated tiredness was like smoke, threatening to slowly strangle me to death. And yet I walked We walked, each of us in the throes of fatigue. Only the one leading us, Agnes, seemed to be lively beyond measure, even when spearheading all these battles. Her blades already turned dark red from the dried blood. It was flaking off in small, gross petals, which was quite disturbing. I had a different problem, though. A bunch of enemies stood between us and a well-deserved rest. In the silvery glade, a squad of the rat monsters was waiting, formed in the two orderly lines. Their skin was glinting in the sun, sending beams of light, like a performance created before a bloody finish. Each of their spears looked deadly and ready to fire. Beady eyes were following our every move, full of muted fury and determination. To tell the truth, they weren't that dangerous when fighting in the open. In the straight-up battle, we would win 10 times out of 10. That was why their course of action made it painfully clear that they were the dungeon monsters. Only this type of being would blindingly rush towards their death despite the odds, especially seeing how intelligent they were. I planned to avoid the first volley, retreat, and let the others do my job. It seemed, however, that my esteemed fiancé had other plans. "Charles, give me a firebomb right in the middle of their group, Peter. Defensive buffs. Eve, be prepared just in case. Boulder and Lone Mountain cover the casters." "And what you'll do?" I shouted back, happy that the rats didn't understand our language. Yet, "I'll dance." She flashed her happy smile and turned towards the front. Our helpers were, however, confused, not being given any orders in particular. I only shook my head and focused on ignoring the ensuing commotion. After that, I can lie down and go to sleep. With a slap, I forced my tired body to move. Mana gathered just under the ribs, in the middle of my chest. The familiar burning sensation then moved into open palm. I was concentrating heavily. This preparation was important. Something that old mage tutor quite literally had beaten into my flesh. Spells were never easy to cast. In a second, the deadly energy spun around, creating a small vibrating ball, which radiated heat and condensed power. It was something monstrously terrifying. This emotion of mine didn't change, no matter how many times I saw the mana change. A rush of pride filled my heart. Lesser mages would need a chant to even pull this off. The peasants around me took a few steps back, and even the swords of hope eyed me warily. The firebomb was just that. A ball of fire which the mage threw at the closest enemy. It would in turn explode, creating a large impact and setting things on fire. Many things. Sometimes even all of the things. But if one was careless enough and dropped said magical construct on the ground, let's just say that such people were rare and tended to not live long. I was not one of them. My magic stabilized, and I used this chance to immediately throw the spell. It flew nearly soundlessly and landed in the middle of the enemy formation. The rats were surprised, and due to my move's suddenness, many forgotten to relocate, which ended badly as the fireball exploded in their midst, killing 2 of them outright and setting fire to nearly half of the remaining monsters. Those affected crawled in the dirt, trying to extinguish the flames and screaming in pain. Their squeaks filled the air. I grinned. This rush, this satisfaction, this feeling of power, like it just never got old. I was admiring my handiwork when the rats retaliated. Most of them managed to somehow ignore their burnt bodies and flung the iron spears towards our lines. Few of them even found their targets. The damage was, however, minimal. A few peasants ended up either hurt or dead. Hard to tell. One of the adventurers also shared their fate, a metal spear robbing him of his life. After this wild attack, the rest of the rats moved into melee. It would be a moment where the slaughter would begin in a battle against normal monsters. If these were normal monsters, I mean. They reacted immediately, adapting their formation by dividing it into impromptu teams of 5 to 7 beasts, each of them targeting one opponent. A mob tactic if I ever saw one. But it worked. Worst of all, they were even being helped by their burned comrades. Wounded rats were still capable of shooting, their lack of limbs or desolate pain being only a minor hurdle. While Swords of Hope were able to easily dispatch the attackers, our expendable escorts were having a much harder time. Both Boulder and Lone Mountain were simply guarding me, Eve and Peter. Being a type of defensive fighter allowed them to battle without rest for a prolonged period of time. I was almost jealous. Shield, spear, and light leather with chain armor were enough for Lone Mountain to both remain mobile and take hits when needed. As a tribal, she was a tall and muscular fighter and a serious person who didn't like to talk more than necessary. It was hard for me to cope with her being that way, as I was mostly used to the butterfly-like capital nobles. The half-orc called Boulder, on the other hand, was blessed with a powerful physique, which allowed him to lug his plate armor, tower shield, and mace everywhere. Said mace was a two-handed model, to the normal people at least. Being a slave, he didn't really have a say in the party matters, but his treatment was much better than those of his kind kept by the other nobles, or merchant families, and yet his sour expression brightened only when he could fight against a worthy enemy. Just like now. He was under a direct order to defend the mages, but still made sure that blood reigned all around us, sometimes even directly stealing adventurers' enemies, which the commoners were all too happy to do since their own teams had their hands full. Unlike him, Agnes was looking at the bigger picture. She ran head into enemy-ranged squads and spread death and destruction in her wake. Countless monsters were throwing themselves at her, only to fall down after a delicate smack or an armored kick. The battle was clearly turning in our favor, but seeing my allies getting mobbed was enough to make me wonder if I could contribute a bit more. Status, I whispered into the air. Name, Charles Blueflame. Level, class, Inferno Mage. Abilities, Fiery Soul. Quick casting. Good a level up. This means I've got some more mana to spend. Spell list. Before acting, I checked a spellcaster exclusive menu. Maybe I got lucky and another spell had appeared on the list. Spell list: Firebolt, Fireball, Greater Fireball, Firebomb, Shield of Flames, Wall of Flames. Nope, nothing. The mana level was always a concern. For some reason, the statuses of sentience didn't show how hurt we were or what amount of magical energy was available for use. The trained mage, however, was able to simply know if the remaining power was enough to cast a spell, and since I was very thoroughly trained, Shield of Flames. Hearing my shout, the faces of people turned in fright. Always remember to inform your party members when casting a spell. A wizened face of the old teacher popped up in my mind. Wiping it off, I focused instead on my fiancée. Much better. She flashed me another of her smiles as 3 orange bucklers started to levitate around her. Anyone hitting them would get blasted by a firebolt immediately after. While fire spells in general were offensively oriented, it was something I grew used to. My second nature was to kill the enemy before he closed the distance. It was a completely different tactic than the one used by these cowardly earth mages from the Dross Republic, or our own resident worm eater. My help didn't really matter in the long run. The battle was won. I just wanted to contribute and maybe get some more experience. We finished the battle with few more killed commoners, but managed to exterminate any rats in the vicinity. They fought to the last one. And now we would build a stronghold here. Prepare for a delve, and for the fallen tribe's unavoidable counterattack. This place was in the middle of their territory after all. But first, the most important thing in the world: sleep. Ignoring the wounded trashing on the floor, I walked back to the camp, jumping straight into my cot. Royal Chambers, Luna Kingdom. Is this report genuine? Asked an old man. He was sitting near the fire, light playing with his golden hair and eyes. His ears were elongated and sharp, betraying elven ancestry. Like most people in the room, he was wearing a luxurious robe and excluded a royal bearing. Yes, Your Majesty. I checked the contents myself. The one submitting it was also checked. Sharp-nosed half-elf bowed while speaking. His gray clothes were somehow blending with the surroundings. Of course there is no evidence. Still, the person who composed these words sacrificed nearly all of his men to deliver it. Father, let me do it. Let me purge this blight from our world. A young man stood up from his chair to declare his loyalty, and stared with passion at the old king. The person in question only sighed tiredly. And that's why I won't let you go. In the best case, you would destroy the whole place. In the worst, we would end up in a war against the Gynard kingdom. A war we cannot win. So what? Young half-elf shouted indignantly. Shut it, older brother. The second prince spoke in a harsh tone, his black hair shockingly different in the sea of gold. Why aren't you wearing the artifact? The older brother answered in anger. Because I wish to be true to myself. It was father's order. Let me repeat your words. So what? You. Silence. Both of the princes stopped their quarreling immediately. Are you children? Neither of you is wise enough to lead such a difficult mission. I would send my crows, but... He looked at his spy master with a narrowed eye. Was the hawk dispatched? And his men? Seeing the man nod, he started to massage his temples. "If I may, Your Majesty."
"Speak freely."
"The youngest princess already finished her training. Maybe conquering and accidentally destroying the dungeon heart could be left to her?" The crow spoke, and people in the room froze.
"You would send that thing out there? Why not let my men finish it?"
A golden prince fumed, anger visible on his beautiful face. The black prince radiated a different emotion.
"Father, you can't let Minalia go there by herself. The filthy humans are there. I can't stand the thought," he shouted. "Let me accompany her, not as a warrior, as a chaperone. Calm down, both of you."
The old king shook his head. "At least the other two aren't here right now."
"I'll think about it. Leave me be."
The unwilling princes both bowed and left the room immediately. Only the crow and the king remained, exchanging tired smiles. "Your Majesty, she will have to go. This dungeon is simply too dangerous for anyone else. All forgotten dungeons must be destroyed. The legacy of the Magi-Tech Empire is simply too powerful to fall in the mortal hands. Is it worth risking the war?" "You know the answer. Prepare the escort, and tell the princess. Don't forget about the one she calls Shield, okay?" The crow nodded, a bitter smile appearing on his lips. "Is this wise, Your Majesty? He may die. There are others more capable and more loyal." "Crow, I took everything from her." The golden eyes of King clouded for a moment. "Let her have it. Her last final toy. And he is loyal. Just not to me." "As you wish, Your Majesty." The man bowed and left the room. Only the old king remained, staring at the greedy flames. 031. Charles Blue Flame. Of course, I couldn't sleep for the whole 12 hours. Of course, some matters required my attention. Of course, there were documents to sign and people to direct. I almost wished that my time with Agnes wouldn't come to an end. Peasants out here needed somebody to take control. Otherwise, they were just running around like headless chickens. I was getting comfortable in my chair, drinking tea, and getting used to the work as an order representative. The authority to order the servants around really came in handy at times like these. Adam was sent away to start cutting down the silver trees around our campsite, and the rats' ambush rate had fallen to only 2 or 3 instances in a single day. A few peasants died, but more came with each caravan, so it wasn't a big deal. It was then that my accursed fiancé waltzed into the freshly built office and dragged my sorry ass outside again. I squinted at the light, lamenting my fate. "We're here at last. Let's check out the dungeon, Charles," she said with this smile again. "We don't have a scout, so I asked one of the bronze adventurers for help, since bronze was a maximum denomination for the unaffiliated common people. It seemed that this help of hers wasn't completely incompetent. By the way, both I and Agnes were classified as gold-class adventurers. With the nobility came power, or the other way around. Not that it mattered. "I have things to do, Prin!" I was cut off once again by her face staring at mine, uncomfortably close. It forced me to swallow my words. "Agnes."
"Do you? I reckon that this circus you call the colony will run itself."
"No, you don't understand. They need direction. My direction." I protested heavily, still being dragged towards the adventurers' camp. "And I think you're forgetting something, sweetie."
"Huh?"
"The druid guy, you know, the tall and broody one. I reckon you promised to search for his companions in the dungeon," the princess asked while chuckling like it wasn't her problem. "Well, it wasn't, but..." "Oh, shit. You're right. I completely forgot about it." "Huh? Wait a moment. How do you know about this deal?" I countered while trying to wiggle out of her iron grip. It didn't work. "I have my sources." "The spy master, huh?" A wide smile was her only answer. It looked cute and all, but I admit, I was inwardly crying. I gained another level, which was not a small thing since gaining experience was always getting harder. But the tempo at which Agnes was rushing forward left me dead tired and craving luxuries. I was not a wimp. It was just that the man in my station expected a certain level of amenities to keep working. I had just enough time to lament before we arrived at Swords of Hope camp. Boulder, Eve, and Lone Mountain were sitting around the fire preparing meat. Peter hung out in the back, taking out metal cutlery with the help of a girl who seemed a bit familiar. Seeing my curiosity, Agnes stopped and pointed towards her. "That's Tina, a 4th level rogue. She'll be coming with us." "Is that the best that the adventurers have available?" I asked, not caring if the person in question heard me. Peasant opinions didn't matter after all. "Yes. Still, she's experienced enough, and her sensing abilities are much better than any of our muscleheads or arcane wielders." The princess motioned in the direction of her party, and I inwardly agreed. None of them was a cautious rogue type, maybe barring Peter. "It's an obvious oversight. Why haven't you filled that role already?" I asked suspiciously. "We had a rogue with us. He died helping us escape one of the ambushes." The smallest tear appeared in her eye, only to be squashed immediately. "He will be remembered, and those bastards will pay." Her last words turned into a growl as she stomped ahead, grabbing a piece of meat and devouring it.
"You just had to ask, sir." A calm voice came from the darkness. "Peter."
"We had a run-in with the fallen forces a few months ago. They took us by surprise after we conquered one of the boundary dungeons." He sat down near me, cleaning the metal surface of the pot with a brush. "We were hurt, tired. They had an advantage in numbers and a superior position. Our porters and escorts were decimated. A massacre. I can't describe it any other way." The anger I heard in his voice was not about the loss of life. No, it was something more, something personal.
"Considering that Agnes told me he was her spy master, you fucked up," I stated.
"Yes, I fucked up hard, sir," he added after a period of deliberation. "And we paid the price, but it won't happen again as long as I breathe." There was darkness here, one even I dared not to thread. "So, who's the new girl?" I asked to simply change the topic.
"Her name is Tina, like you've heard, sir. I'm surprised you don't recognize her."
"Why should I? All the peasants look the same to me." "She was with you from the beginning, fought the rats too. So that's why she looked so familiar." "I see. Still, only the 4th level. Disappointing." "We commoners have it hard, sir," Peter answered with a bitter tone nearly undetectable in his voice. "Nearly. She's the highest level scout class available at the campsite, and her skills should be adequate on the 1st and even 2nd level of an ordinary dungeon." "Sir." "Do you believe this to be an ordinary dungeon, Peter?" I asked the obvious question. "No, I do not, sir." He turned his head, observing the faraway flames for a moment. "The princess is calling. We should go." I also turned my head towards the group and noticed that pretty much everyone was ready. Boulder and Lone Mountain had their armor and helmets on, weapons at the ready. The mages carried their foci, staves with small crystals fitted on one end, helping with mana conductivity. My superior class, the Efreet magician, didn't require such crutches. My body was my weapon. Agnes took a quick look at the surroundings and started talking. "As you all know, we'll be the first team to truly delve into this new dungeon. We had scouts check out the first room, but other than that, it's a complete mystery." She turned her attention to Peter. "What do we know?" The man in question bowed slightly before answering. "The said room bears resemblance to ancient kingdom architecture. It may be even older. As such, I suspect that it was assimilated by the dungeon on its way to the surface." His calm and flat tone made me sleepy, but I persevered. "Coincidentally, this location has historical importance." He paused for effect.
"Oh, for God's sake, just speak out!"
Boulder bellowed, ruining his ambiance. The spy master continued his speech, only a bit disgruntled. "As you wish." He sighed. "These ruins."
What ruins?
"These ruins," Peter shouted with annoyance, pointing at the ground. "The ruins that we're standing on right now." He recollected himself, his tone stabilizing. "They were once a part of the Henrik Walzer castle." "The immortal blade master?" asked Lone Mountain with a strange emotion. "Yes, the same who was hailed as the strongest sword of the old empire." "The Magi-Tech Empire?" Boulder asked foolishly. "No." Peter facepalmed. A short history lesson. These lands were once considered a part of the empire, a human nation battling corruption to the north. It was 2 times as big as the current Gainard Kingdom lands. To tell the truth, they often battled with our forces and their neighbors, the dwarven meritocracy. Boring. Give me a moment. Both of these nations are now defunct, completely destroyed by the corruption, the survivors fleeing into our and Dwarvenhold's territories. Anyway, these lands were said to be lost to humanity, and yet we're now standing above the castle dungeons. Most importantly down there, we may encounter artifacts of the past era replicated by the dungeon.
Oh, more loot is good. Shut it, you barbarian. Peter was getting salty over the boulder's constant interruptions. Anyway, the first room seems like it was excavated by the dungeon and used as a safe room. As usual, it's a large construction with solid walls and strange sources of light hanging from the ceiling. The floor's covered in sand, so we need to watch our footing.
Anything else? Asked Agnes.
I prepared the torches and everybody has their weapons ready. Charles, sir, do you need time to prepare? I shook my head in denial. While it was true that my duties were mostly administrative, I didn't forget that we were in the middle of hostile territory. I was clad in heavy leather armor and wore light boots with hardened soles. The Order's customary helmet adorned my head, complete with a soul artifact in my possession, a small necklace with a fiery ruby that could amplify magical fire. It was also, to my shame, a gift from my fiancée, a fact that she didn't allow me to forget all my life.
Then we're ready. Let's move.
With an order from Agnes, we moved towards the dungeon proper. The entrance was already strange. The oval hole in the ground looked like somebody carbonized the earth, creating lava-like growth around it. As a fire mage, I was all too familiar with powers capable of such destruction, and yet to have a dungeon that could summon them in its infancy made me uneasy. We descended slowly, with Tina as our scout, Boulder and Agnes walking just behind her. Me, Eve, and Peter were in the middle, while Lone Mountain was guarding our backs. It took us a minute to enter the first room, and suddenly I understood why Peter was so excited. A few silvery chandeliers were hanging from the ceiling. They emanated strange, cold light, unlike anything I've seen before. Truly artifacts of the immortal Blade Master. Probably priceless, too. My party, however, kept their eyes on the ground level. Not breaking the formation, we advanced with a full concentration. Soon a black hole opened up in the wall, a shift from the bricks into a carved rock. The rogue stopped, tilting her head. "What do you see, Tina?" asked Agnes with a strained voice. It was good to hear that I wasn't the only one to feel tense. "There are strange marks on the floor, my lady," the little scout answered, tousling her braids. "It's like somebody was dragging a mighty heavy weapon on the floor. See this groove? There are 4 of them, perfectly made. What kind of an animal or monster could do such a thing?" She trembled, her childish face scrunched in anxiety.
"That can't be all."
"Yes, there is this constant noise, an iron striking the rock." Tina gulped nervously. "And it's getting closer, my lady."
"Shit."
Boulder mumbled under his nose, his tower shield and mace barely fitting in the tunnel. We move forward. Lone Mountain, change positions with Boulder. You have greater reach and mobility when fighting," Agnes ordered while her head swiveled around, searching for prey. "Let's move. I prefer less cramped surroundings." The tunnels were a mess of intersecting roads and dead ends. As we advanced, the bare rock slowly became covered with lichen and vines. The air grew drier and staler the longer we walked. Somehow we nearly managed to find the exit, just before the boss monster found us instead. At first, we heard only what Tina described, a noise. With time, it grew so loud that even our ears noticed it. Then it came, a strange amalgamation of metal and death. It looked like a mad mage decided that his axes needed to move independently and granted them life. The 4 halberd-like appendages were used as a crutch to haul its obese main fleshy body. Countless tentacles extended from the middle of its mass, seemingly fused with the surrounding metal. 2 more small blades were stuck in a horizontal position near its center, acting as arms. Very sharp arms. The whole thing pulsed with unholy energy, its corroded shell bending unnaturally like something alive. The abomination saw our team and screeched delightfully, a hunter noticing its prey. It raised the 2 middle legs and rushed forward, the ends of its blades leaving new scars on the floor. "Incoming!" Agnes shouted while running forward.
my heart nearly stopping at her reckless actions. "Intercept," she ordered while avoiding the deadly blade and bouncing out of the wall, circumventing the monster. Lone Mountain grunted as the beast axe was blocked by her shield. She retaliated with her spear, but only the sparks flew from the spearhead, hitting the monster, leaving no lasting damage. Earth armor. Peter didn't waste any time adding a buff to our front line. Lone Mountain was instantly covered with a layer of glittering bronze, indicating the effect. "I can't turn the earth to mud here," he yelled. "The rock is too sturdy, not to mention the dungeon influence." I was not far behind him, chantlessly sending my fire shield to form over the warrior's body. The abomination hissed as its attack triggered the response, the flame dancing uselessly on its bloated frame. Seeing this, I hesitated. My spells allowed for great destruction, but in these cramped quarters, it would end with collateral damage, and I wasn't a great fan of getting scolded by my fiancée. Thankfully, I wasn't alone. Eve, our healer, had another thing up her sleeve. "Cover your eyes!" she shouted, garnering the monster's attention. "Oh, light, come to my aid and blind my enemies! Gather upon my palm! Blinding flash!" As her chant ended, our eyes were safely closed. All of us understood what she was doing, not counting the monster. It screeched again, this time in pain as its small red eyes were blasted with light and promptly blinded. This stopped it for a moment. It was long enough to get my powers ready. "Firebolts incoming! Make way!" I shouted, this time remembering to warn the surroundings about what was going to happen. Mana gathered in my chest, flowing towards my left hand. I must do it just like the teacher demonstrated. First, gather mana, turn to the left, and prepare to throw like a javelin. My body automatically moved, curling up like a tense spring, then prepare the right-hand mana, and pump enough for the left to fire again, acquire target. And bounce! With an inner shout, I threw the firebolt gathered in my palm, letting the force of the attack turn me around, just in time to gather another mana projectile. The twirl ended and I stopped, right hand at the ready. Boom! The first firebolt impacted the enemy and another was on its way. Soon the third one impacted the creature, all perfectly hitting the same spot. It screeched even louder than before, reeling in pain. I was in the zone. My fire burned brighter and more lively than ever. Power. It was the ultimate drug. Until a shout woke me up. "Undead are coming from behind!" Eve screamed, her light attunement allowing her to sense the abominations. Agnes reacted immediately. "Boulder, guard the back. Tina, try to help him." I almost forgot about our new rogue. She was hiding between two front lines, covering in the darkness. Well, nobody could blame her considering she was only the 4th level. They both nodded and the girl prepared some throwing knives. Not very effective against undead, but considering the space taken by Boulder, there wasn't more she could do. Rogues weren't known for their ranged weaponry. After my shots, the meaty parts of the abomination bore clear signs of the burns. The damage was being done. We just needed to keep it up. Just as I was celebrating the victory, 2 groups of beings emerged from behind our backs. If not for Eve's warning, I would classify them as golems. The black armor covered most of their humanoid bodies, leaving only parts of their head exposed. The malevolent light of their eyes and blighted skin, however, revealed their true nature. Undead, the enemy of all living. Even the fallen tribes weren't able to secure peace with these creations of corruption. Armed with maces and shields, they were clearly melee-class monsters, moving in coordinated groups and soundlessly charging towards Boulder and the girl. What happened afterward I could only describe as ridiculous. The half-orc lifted his tower shield and turned it sideways. That was an acceptable solution as it blocked the whole tunnel and the undead usually didn't know how to jump. Then he lifted the 2-handed mace and attacked horizontally with it. The few enemy vanguards were squashed against the wall with an audible crack. This side should be safe, I thought prematurely, except nobody thought that an undead armed with a freaking artifact would appear. It used the wind-up time from the boulder attack to close the gap and ran forward, waving his weapon. Normally, I would just laugh at it, but the mace it carried was blessed with some kind of power. Within a second, it landed a hit, and Boulder grunted as blue lightning danced and dealt damage. "Magic!" he shouted while in pain. "Don't move!" I answered while turning back and pelting the creature with firebolts. Tina joined my assault, and soon the assailant squirmed in place, only to lifelessly fall on the ground a moment later.
The rest of its companions were still attacking, however, so the battle continued. Uno. I watched as the adventurers dispatched my minions and the decapitator. They were stronger than anyone who arrived at my dungeon. I should tread carefully, but, they had so many mages, so many cores, and so many things to experiment on. Something in me stirred, and I found myself using the same strategy as before, sending the metal abomination after them and then flanking. It felt strangely comfortable to try repeating the earlier battle with adventurers. This time, however, it didn't end as I expected. My forces were defeated, but at least I was able to hear an interesting exchange. Agnes! These are artifact weapons. On the first floor, a red-haired man shouted excitedly while cradling a cracking mace close to his chest. The woman he spoke to frowned, trying to escape her healer's iron grip. Yes, and there was also a boss in the first room, you know? Ordinary people would get slaughtered by this combination.
Oh, come on. Old Immortal Blade Master had a hidden cache, and that the dungeon had a taste of it.
The smile on the man's face grew even wider.
We need to send the message to the kingdom immediately. This place must be preserved.
Only after we scout some more. I have a strange feeling, like we're being watched.
By who?
Maybe you mean these rats from above?
Maybe, Charles. And don't forget that Lunars will probably preach their peace. Am I good now, Eve? She turned her attention to the elven healer.
Yes, Princess. The girl wearing white armor nodded, walking towards the slightly greenish man. He reminded me of the guy who burned so well.
This was an informational conversation.
So, not everybody wants to kill me. Some only prefer enslavement. Oh, joy.
032. These invaders seemed much stronger than the earlier batch. Their coordination, training, and overall competence level trumped the weak attempts that Sentience made before. If they continued their unimpeded advance, my first floor would get conquered in no time. The only minion even remotely able to keep up with them was the Guardian, while the inhabitants of the other rooms would hardly pose a challenge. It was unacceptable, especially seeing how desired my crackling maces were. An item that I classified as a consumable, given to not very bright undead, was being considered a priceless relic, and yet anything easily accessible was bound to get more and more mundane. I had to make them work for it.
Wait, how did I go from killing them to making some kind of a trial?
Something was seriously wrong, and my thoughts...
Gah!
Anyway, the level of desire the red-haired man displayed suggested that they were rare and powerful weapons on the surface. How? Was the knowledge of the human race not enough to craft things like these? Impossible. I saw the magical necklace he was wearing, but then most of the party was wearing only mundane weapons and armor. Hardy and all that, but not in slightest bit enchanted. Only their leader, Agnes, and small thief called Tina were in possession of an artifact, as it was called by the fire mage. And that was supposedly a powerful party led by a member of royalty. Their inability to produce magic trinkets was even more unthinkable, considering that mages didn't seem to be that rare. At least according to my perception, which, true, may have been skewed because, as a dungeon, the percent of magically gifted guests was bound to be higher. Still, the ones using the mana during battle should be able to craft various items, right? Not that I was complaining. This deficit raised the possibility of snatching a few of them. After all, I had already mastered the field autopsies. My artificial wirearms were able to process bodies in pretty much every single part of my domain, as long as there weren't any sentients nearby. Quite fast, too. Back to the present, though. The team delving in my dungeon had to be stopped right now, and I had just an idea how to do it. I had to send my second-floor creations up in order to bolster both numbers and strength of my current forces. But it was doable, especially since some of the new minions were especially interesting, like, for example, Labirs of the exploding kind. Yep, I made exploding undead, or Labir exploders according to the system. They were even dumber than their brethren, but still intelligent enough to follow basic orders like, run there and use this stick. The stick in question was a rod-like artifact capable of stunning enemies and sometimes even spewing out lightning, which jumped from one foe to another. Not like these dumb undead were using it this way. Nope. It was only a way for them to spark the fuse since they wore large sheets of energized volatile metal. This made them easily visible with their blue sashes worn like a piece of clothing, reaching from their arms to the waist. While I was in the right mood, an electrified version of the basic abomination was also made. The system called them electro-touched libiers. They were also armed with electric sticks, but unlike their suicidal brothers, they were actually trained in their use. In the process of their creation, their bodies gained resistance to electricity, saving them from the fate of being struck by their own weapons. I still haven't tested them in a real battle, but I had a really good feeling about their performance. Both of these creatures used a rather large amount of anima. In the beginning, I wasn't worried at all, thinking it would refill in time, and a limited amount did. The rest, however, disappeared, making me a bit more apprehensive about using it. While I could circumvent many problems with it, there was a feeling of unease and unexpected results when doing so. As such, I decided to mostly work with what I've got, reaching for this wondrous power only from necessity. Continuing this train of thought, I had converted the 2 second-floor rooms into what I could only call a factory. For the locals, it would be similar to the manufacturing workshop, since most of the process was still being done by hand, not real machines. These were hands of the laborers, though, so the mechanical part was debatable. The system even recognized my specially modified undead with elongated fingers and larger eyes as a new species made especially for this type of work. Craft libiers, they were called, an innately slow and careful race. I also didn't use the anima much. Anyway, in the factory rooms, my creations were gathering the energized metal into plain iron balls and fitting them at the end of a nearly 2.5-meter-long wooden rods. In the point of contact was a sparker feed from a small devourer-made battery. When a wielder of this weapon hit something, the sparker would come to life, and the resulting explosion should take care of the enemies, showering them with iron shrapnel. There were also handheld versions and mines being made. Of course, the former was a Libier exclusive, as I had no need to actually waste my living minions in a suicidal charge. The latter worked because of simple gravity, because the sparker was used as a detonator. I was able to make timed bombs too, but these would need to be made by the continuous use of anima. Like I earlier mentioned, I was not too fond of doing right now. There was a pronounced sense of incongruity about it, especially after I went wild with using its powers on my second floor. Like there was something that I was forgetting. Anyway. In the manufacturing workshop, whole rows of labiers were sitting down, the best of manual workers using their infinite concentration to craft more and more armaments. In the middle of the room, I fitted a long belt kept in motion by another abomination. It was spinning the handle of a simple gear machine. It never tired, never grew bored. An undead, a perfect laborer. The said room was deathly silent, with only the sound of clanking metal and occasional movement of the abominations breaking the perfect stillness, and even more occasional explosions. Sometimes the undead screwed up, the unstable materials fell on the floor, or simply slipped through their fingers. That much wasn't really a problem. The problem was the amount of security I stuffed nearby, and the fact that some of these guys were of the exploding kind. Yep. Libier exploders. They saw the metal fall, they tried to help, lifting it up. With the hand, they held electric stick in, and then boom. Let's just say that it was another layer of security. After all, only my undead managed to keep up with this amount of shrapnel and electricity constantly sailing through the room. I won't even start nagging about the room where I stuffed already prepared Libier exploders. If an enemy walked right in, shudder. It was still worth it, though. Some of the mentioned weapons were also distributed to my rattling minions. They were especially glad when bombs and similar exploding devices made their way into the warrens, or rather down in the tunnels they dug. Since the day that their queen begged me on all fours for the blessing of power, I lost any doubt to whenever they were intelligent or not. I still couldn't understand their language, but a simple form of communication was possible. On my side, it consisted of various shapes made by wires, and on her by different kinds of squeaks, pictures, and pointing. I was making amends too, since I already managed to dissect a few of her subjects. Still, as a sole Mother Queen, she was less worried about her people's demise on my operating table than the perspective of sentience invading our lands. That was why I decided to agree to some of their propositions, the ones I could understand at least, and the less insane, of course. Because of that, I now had both an Iron Flame Rat's Temple Warriors and an Air Force capable of bombardment and boarding, and some kind of assassin rats, which were neither stealthy nor deadly, but they could be. And that was worth for me these few tons of metal and wood. Yup. The Iron Flame Rats grew into a significant force in this small rattling empire. Unlike the ones serving directly under the Queen and working in some kind of a caste system, the Iron Flames were strictly a meritocracy, or maybe I should say, a deathcracy. Was that even a word? The law of the jungle was their only rule.
and the rat who managed to wrest the crown from the late king, Bloodied Paws, became a new ruler. This created a few new evolutions.
Like their leader was called a flame caller and was pretty much 3 times bigger than the ordinary members of their species, not to mention some innate abilities and a lack of the word lesser in the species name. He also didn't really have an ability to invoke flame, being mostly a melee fighter with an appearance of a gorilla-like rat with very large and sturdy-looking fists, or how the guards defending the temple grounds acquired hardened hides and red, fiery eyes with a species changed to demonic rat. Their snouts were hidden behind leather helmets, similar to ones that Roman legionaries were wearing, only with a mohawk-like plume. And the flying ones. Oh, the flying ones. They managed to tame my avaricious glass dragonflies, literally changing their species to tamed enlarged glass dragonfly. Only the smallest of the ratlings were able to ride them, though. Their method of attack was also limited to throwing rocks or diving strikes. Still, the sheer surprise that they brought, not to mention that their mounts had an ability to bite and claw their prey on their own. There was also this one big rat that desperately tried to fly, but no matter how he tried, there simply wasn't a dragonfly big enough to carry him. He had a tendency to stare at the flying dragonflies with a clear desire in his eye and a puppy-like stare. It was both hilarious to me and sad. Maybe...
No anima.
Anyway, there were a few more rooms I dug out already and few other projects, but was I forgetting something?
Right. Adventurers, I was going to watch their progress.
Shit.
They're already battling Jonathan?
033. Uno. Jonathan was my first boss monster. He wore his dull metallic armor with pride, slowly lumbering from the kitchen to the food hall and, only sometimes, even into the sparring room. His large, wide form usually seemed peaceful and casual if one discounted the wide maw full of teeth sitting in the middle of his face. As an Ironhide undead, his zombie skin was cracked, but extremely durable, while the Dark Knight part of his origin made sure he was adequately equipped with metal leggings, gauntlets, chest armor, and a helmet. He was an unliving tank, not armed with a weapon, but flaunting his endless hunger. Its maw was usually filled by the rocks I had modified to look like food. The lack of taste he exhibited was enough for my deception to work flawlessly, at least until something much tastier waltzed in, like an adventuring team consisting of fresh and tasty humans, and even an elf, the Swords of Hope as they were called, just managed to splatter the 2 labiers sparring in the earlier room. The undead parts were scattered all around the place, something that I was unwilling to overlook. I had my little revenge as they froze when entering the food hall. Many suits of armor stood near the walls, guarding a large room with a long table situated in the middle, filled with empty plates, forks, spoons, and knives. A few iron candlesticks were stuck in between them, adding to the atmosphere. The rest of this place was filled with polished stone tiles, and a few banners I had replicated some time ago. Otherwise, the room would feel naked, and they were here before, after all. It was their rightful place. Not that I knew what they represented. It seemed like the adventurers did, though, as they were staring at these replicated insignias hanging on the walls. There was a certain tension in the air, but it has been interrupted as soon as Jonathan walked into the room. Unlike most of my creations, he had a mouth, lungs, and enough of individuality to use them. Seeing the 7 living people, he roared loudly, showing his large teeth off and grabbing the air with his armored hands. The adventurers reacted quickly, readying their weapons and getting in the formation. Melee warriors with shields stood in the front, lightly armored fighters waited behind them, and the mages prepared their spells in the back. A classic tactic, at least according to my gaming days. The next course of action that Jonathan decided on was weird, however. He retreated into the kitchen. The leader of the party, Princess Agnes, motioned the half-orc warrior to check it out, but the small rogue Tina only shook her head. "I'll go." She spoke while readying her daggers. The undead of this type aren't usually that bright, so I should be... The rest of her speech had been interrupted as Jonathan emerged again, roaring his challenge to the world. This time he had an unwieldy, crudely made mace with a lump of iron on the end. It looked barely functional, but heavy enough to do some damage. In the second hand, he was wielding a portion of the meat with a large bone sticking out from one side. He was holding it by the said bone, creating both a courageous and funny impression. The food was, of course, made from stone, yet the illusion crumbled as soon as he chewed on the fleshy-looking side. Small pieces of stone ran between his teeth and into the ground. "Do you see what I saw?"
Boulder roared in laughter, pointing his weapon at the opponent. Is it eating stone? I knew that undead were dumb, but this... Shut it, commanded Agnes, her weapons and eyes not leaving the monster for even a moment. Keep watch. This thing is not a pushover, and I don't like how these armors are looking. Charles, please blast a few of them. Just in case. The red-haired mage nodded and started to leisurely cast a spell. This time he wasn't shooting magic outright. Interesting. Now, I could leave the Libiers be, further reinforcing the invaders' belief that these were only decorative armors, and some of them were, but I highly doubted that the mage would only hit the fakes, or that the Libiers cooked in his flames would refrain from attacking and politely fall on the floor. Thus, as soon as his chant ended and he threw the missile towards my minions, I ordered them to step down from their little pedestals. They walked down in unison, preparing their weapons and square shields. The red-haired mage cursed loudly, and I did too, as he aimed at one of the replicas. Well, the next one would surely hit the other Libiers. I consoled myself while looking over the battlefield. A flank of the adventurers' team was exposed, and my undead rushed forward to exploit this weakness, while Jonathan advanced with his slow gait, still eating and swinging his enormous mace dangerously. "Oh, Belle's golden tits!" Agnes cursed as she directed her team. "Boulder, stop the big guy. Lone Mountain and Tina break down the undead. Charles, help them." The trio nodded and formed another front, focusing on battling my Libiers. "Eve, make sure that you're supporting Boulder with all you've got. Peter, try to stop him. Something large like the tremor should give us an advantage." Seeing the pale man nodding, she smiled, showing her teeth. Now her figure looked like a predator ready to pounce. "I'll circle and try to distract the abomination," the princess shouted while running ahead and dodging Jonathan's mace by the centimeters. Peter followed her directions, with his ghostly figure soon disappearing. The two remaining fighters looked at each other awkwardly. Boulder smiled shyly. It was a very strained smile. "Let's get along?" He spoke in a hopeful tone. "Just move it. You're not better than these monsters, slave." Eve pouted while shooing him forward with a displeased expression. The half-orc only sighed and marched ahead, keeping his shield up. The first attack from Jonathan forced the air out of his lungs, but miraculously he managed to stop only after getting pushed about 30 centimeters. A large dent was, however, visible in the middle of his tower shield. "What the hell?" he shouted in exasperation. "This here's a pure metal shield. How strong is this bastard?" "Look out!" Eve shouted as another swing arrived near him. This time Boulder wasn't able to stop it completely, and the strength of the attack lifted him by a few centimeters and then threw his clanking figure toward the back. He bounced a few times before stopping. "Hey-ya!" Agnes shouted as her wild swings cut the Ironhide's weak spots. Yet these were only small wounds, and the abomination could still fight without problems. On the second battlefield, Lone Mountain, Tina and Charles were tearing my Libiers apart. Somehow they developed much better coordination than their undead opponents, who I had trained day and night. Was that a difference in levels? Or maybe innate talent? Lone Mountain was like a defensive shield from under which Tina attacked with terrifying precision. It was hard to believe that she was only level 4. The decisive strikes she doled out weren't able to outright kill my monsters, but they blinded, hobbled, and otherwise made them useless. Stationary targets were just right enough for some roasting. As a fire mage, Charles was happily burning down my forces on any occasion. He already blessed the Lone Mountain's armor with his counterattack ability, which wasn't that useful against the undead, but still distracted them with pretty colors. Only a few of my Libiers remained, most of them in pretty bad shape. It was time to act. Once the Libiers were dealt with, these 3 invaders would turn their blades against Jonathan. And, nec Hercules contra plures. My singular champion would fall under their combined blades, especially since just now I remembered that they had one more party member, the Earth Mage called Peter. Where did he disappear to? My magical eye cameras spotted him at the edge of the battlefield, mumbling some chants. Damn it! He was just far enough from any of my minions. Shaking my invisible head, I called on reinforcements. The Ratlings! Yes, they were small and weak. And yes, for some reason, the Rattling Queen refused to send stronger and better trained rats on the first floor, but it doesn't matter how big your forces are. It matters how you use them, the technique. That's how you become a king on the battlefield. And in bed, or something like that. With my mental nudge, about 20 Ratlings emerged from their hidden tunnels,
armed with spear throwers and squeaking wildly. I asked the queen many times to teach them restraint, as a surprise attack was bound to succeed when executed in silence, to no avail. She showed me a few pictures of youth and such things while presenting a few ninja-like rats born on the second level. There was even one who I nearly couldn't perceive.
But I digress.
They ran forward with a loud roar, half of them stopping in the middle of the road to unleash their spear throwers, the rest keen on tasting the blood of the invaders in melee. Their target was clear, the party's healer. As of now, she had shown only more or less useful curing abilities. Additionally, both the outfit she wore, a white dress, a dress, and her disdain for the lesser beings, and thus the distance she preferred to keep, made her the perfect victim for a concentrated attack. After all, I knew my games. Killing the healer was bound to cut their exploration short. Somehow, I doubted that potions were a common thing in this world where even the weakest magical items were so desperately desired. So yeah, after a second, the barrage of 10 spears flew towards the elf Eve. She had only enough time to widen her eyes and start screaming in terror when a shadow of death arrived, and was swatted down by a very armored and very sweaty orc. Well, half-orc. Boulder did what any decent tank should. He put himself in harm's way. That was normal. What wasn't normal was his ability to jump so far while wearing about 50 kilograms of metal. He soon fell on his side, grunting heavily and cursing under heaven, only to clamber back up and look at his companion. Most of the spears were helplessly lying on the ground. Most. Besides one. The elf had a metal shaft piercing her left arm, making it fall limply on the side, red blood staining her once white dress. Contrary to my expectations, Eve wasn't crying or screaming. No, her face turned into a no-demon mask, bristling with fury, just as I was thinking with disdain. What can a healer do? Even if she rages, I was given that answer to my question. I would prefer I didn't. She rose quickly, weakened and barely standing straight, but with her green large eyes full of fury, and then she started her chant. I call upon you, O the brightest spear, find and skewer my enemies, ravage their bodies with your endless fury, riddle them with holes. I call upon you of the brightest spear, become my weapon. Fall upon all that is alive, mark it with your hottest flame. I call upon you, O the brightest spear, a child of the bright fury, one of your own. With the chant ending, a globe of light appeared above her head, shining brightly. A large amount of small, stick-like extensions cropped out on its surface. I noticed that every single one was pointing towards my creatures and shouted in panic, "Take cover!" They, however, just stood there, paralyzed by something. "Go!" A cold voice echoed in the room, and the laser-like projectile shot out, piercing the heads of my minions and killing them in one hit. Their wounds were instantly cauterized, stopping the blood flow. My cameras were also destroyed, so I was forced to remain in my immaterial form. All was ravaged, but not good, old Jonathan. He somehow managed to get away with only half of his face blown off. That said, the atmosphere in the room changed. Mostly Eve had this unmistakable "oh shit" expression I always sported in my past. Good. I mean, bad times. Anyway. Shaking her head, Princess Agnes addressed the invaders. "Focus on the job. We still have the big bad to kill off." She then turned her glare towards the healer. "And I will talk to you later, Eve." Her expression for a moment changed to a near cry. "You promised!" Quickly nodding, the elf girl retreated, not before last harsh words caught up to her. "And for Belle's sweet ass, heal yourself, woman." Eve ran back, escorted by Boulder, and the battle continued. 034. Uno. Jonathan's roar echoed against the walls of the food hall, his endless fury and pain soaking the stone for a moment that felt like an eternity. He and his opponent stood petrified, similar to a biblical painting of Goliath and David I once saw. Well, David's in this case, and if, of course, Goliath was a large, armored undead with half of his face blown off, and there were many Davids skulking about armed, not with a simple leather sling, but deadly weapons, so it was nothing like a biblical painting in the end. Yet somehow I couldn't get the scene out of my mind. Maybe because I was thoroughly impressed that Jonathan managed to block the entrance to the lower levels without any orders. It was not a small feat in my book, since the pain must have been monstrous. His eye simply disappeared as the magic disintegrated the upper left part of his skull, leaving cauterized and burned tissue. It looked nasty, and I was wondering how did he even survive such an attack. I guess being an undead helped. Or maybe it was his stone diet, who knows. Anyway, he was blocking the way forward, with his own body nonetheless. This had bought me a few more minutes to move troops, arm them, and overall prepare, to make sure that a real trap on the second level was ready to be sprung. I knew I could do it. After all, even now I nearly succeeded. If only my servants were a bit stronger. My traps were a bit more elaborate. Wait, why didn't I do it then? I could send more minions, build better traps, so why? This feeling, this déjà vu. It came and disappeared immediately, and just when I thought I understood, the reality struck me. Jonathan was standing near the exit not because his body retained some misguided notion of chivalry, but due to a sudden loss of vision, or rather a lack of depth perception that was common when one had only a single eye to depend on. This idea was further reinforced by his first swing, which crashed his unwieldy weapon against the ground. It landed with a powerful noise, expelling the pieces of stone all around it, except that it completely missed the target, a petrified rogue. She still ate a fistful of gravel, so it wasn't all that bad. I had a laugh. My chuckle lasted only for a moment, though. The adventurer's leader, Princess Agnes, shone a sudden expression of understanding, seeing that the abomination repeated this violent behavior, and gouging a few more holes in the ground. This, in turn, made me grind my teeth in anger. Yeah, sure, you came to my place, made a mess, and tried to steal my treasures, and now you're not even hiding that you'd caught on how to kill my monster. I knew it was an irrational feeling. I knew that the dungeon cores were treated as soulless beasts. They were soulless beasts. I was different, however. As an intelligent being, there was always a hard limit on how much shit I was able to swallow, and because of that, I wanted to scream out my rage to the world. Even more so because the people who were a source of this hatred were right here, in my dungeon, trampling on all that I had built. I was considering drastic measures. I was seriously considering... What was I thinking? I don't remember. My unease was dispelled for a bit when I saw Jonathan moving again. This time he learned from the earlier failures. He swung his weapon horizontally, forcing the advancing warriors to hurriedly get out of the way. I inwardly nodded. If he just kept fighting this way, then being one-eyed didn't matter. As an undead, he had unlimited stamina, although I was a bit worried about his now missing left part of the face. Who knew if there was some lasting or ticking damage? Like I said before, the skin and bone looked burned, but also cauterized just like a wound that a real laser would make. Still considering that it seemed really slow when comparing to the real thing, I was hesitating to call it a laser. The light magic was ought to be nearly instantaneous from the human eye point of view. Why I was able to notice it and warn the others. Once again, the magic of this world stumped me. My boss monster warded off the enemies once again, but this time I saw the glint in the princess's eyes. She had a plan. Yikes. At least she was down to the Charles the Fire Mage, tall warrior Lone Mountain, skittery thief Tina and herself. The elf and the half-orc warrior Boulder were sitting on the ground, slowly pulling out the projectile from her body. Wait, wasn't there one more guy present? Where did he go? Peter, have you finished the incantation? She shouted in the air, and suddenly a man's presence appeared on my inner radar. Yes, my cameras were destroyed in the fighting. He shouldn't be able to avoid my senses anyway. And yet he did. Yes, Princess. It's a big target, though. I may be able to stop it for a minute at most, he shouted back, his shrouded figure poking out of the pieces of armor scattered around the room. Also, we have outsiders in the party. His prickly stare focused on Tina. No time! Do it! The man in question sighed, receiving a direct order, and released his mana. A whisper, like a shadow, flew through the air towards the Jonathan position. The big oaf didn't even notice as it curled near his feet. I wanted to scream, to warn him. It was, however, too late. Steel Shadow! The mage chanted, and suddenly my knight had found himself stopped in the middle of the swing. He looked like a golfer preparing a wide shot. I would laugh if the odds weren't so stacked against me. Immobilization magic? Really? Charge! Agnes didn't waste this time and sprung into action like a human-shaped blade. Just behind her, Lone Mountain charged ahead while making full use of her spear. Her hits were focused on the gaps between Jonathan's black armor. Tina was not far behind, her daggers also searching for weak points. Jonathan's body trembled with each hit, and I could see his seething rage as he desperately tried to get free. something that Peter noticed immediately.
I can keep it still for 20 seconds at the longest, he screamed, visibly clutching his hands. Get back! Red-haired Charles already finished his spell, a large ball of fire floating above the man's head. Greater fireball! He screamed at the top of his lungs while shoving the majestic sphere forward.
It flew deceptively slowly towards the abomination, and after a few seconds arrived at Jonathan's face. He stopped struggling, seeing the unavoidable demise closing in. The powerful spell roasted his upper body, turning it into ash. A loud explosion echoed in the room, throwing the still living people against the walls. It was a perfect opportunity to attack. However, my forces on this floor were already done. I could do no more. I couldn't. Why? There was this feeling like trying to find out with your tongue where a missing tooth was, like something was supposed to be there. This feeling, what I was talking about? Right, adventurers. And after the explosion, they slowly stood up, flicking the dust and grime from their clothes. Some were talking, others focused on looting. Remember, I'm an earth mage, understood? Peter was standing above Tina, who dutifully tried to find out if my monsters had any additional items in their pockets. Too bad. No gold or potions for you. Yes, I understand. Nobody will know. She nodded seriously while not stopping for a moment. Good. Peter suddenly lowered his head and whispered into her ears. And nobody will know who you are, little hawk. His smile looked a bit cruel. For the first time, Tina raised her head. A trace of shock was visible in her eyes.
How did you... We all have our secrets, eh?
He summoned a strange, smoky shadow to curl around the thief's legs. And I'm sure you have quite a large amount of information I could borrow, eh? The girl only shook her head.
I won't tell you a thing. Do your worst. Her figure radiated determination.
Tch. And here I thought the kingdom sent a weak hunting bird. Oh well, it still works for me. A wide smile suddenly appeared on his face. I don't care about your mission, be it what it may. Just remember to never cross me, little birdie. After saying his lines, the earth/shadow mage left the rogue alone. Bastard, Tina whispered under her breath, still continuing to gather useful materials. Boulder and Eve were sitting a few meters in the back, the man using his large hands to keep the blood flow to a minimum, a human-shaped tourniquet. The elf was clenching her teeth and slowly pulling out the spear. She had to stop from moment to moment, nearly fainting from constant pain and exhaustion. Then, with a delicate "ah" scream, she pushed out the last piece of metal. A large sigh escaped her small lips. At least it was not poisoned, commented Boulder. Yeesh. She didn't answer his words directly, focusing on the magic. Soon the wound started to close under the brilliant light of her healing spell. Eat. He continued, undaunted by her reaction. The magic may heal the wound, but the blood you lost won't regenerate so easily. Half-orc took a piece of bread and some cheese from a backpack lying nearby. Eat. How do you know this? Eve reached for food and started to nibble on the pieces while her green eyes, for the first time, deigned to really look at her companion. Surviving in the slums is not all about the muscles, or in the army, or in the gladiator pits. He laughed sadly. But they help. Like a well-oiled machine, his pectoral muscles started to move up and down. While the elf ignored him, I laughed for a bit. If I remember correctly, some of the bodybuilders from my world could also do this. I see. The girl returned to her meal, but the atmosphere around them changed for the better, and was immediately shattered by a loud shout from Charles. Holy shit! He screamed his lungs out. Come here, people, right now! The adventuring party scrambled toward the room I grandly named the kitchen, even if there were only inedible rocks in there. Sue me. For Jonathan, that much was enough. The loudmouth mage was standing near my oven, playing with knobs and watching the fire rise and fall. The rest of the party looked on with their mouths hanging out. I couldn't understand. What was strange about my device? The silence in the room didn't help. That was until Agnes spoke with a slightly trembling voice. No magic power? None. Charles shook his head in denial and whistled loudly.
Bell tits. This just got much more complicated.
What? Why?
The party thief was out of the loop, just like me. Technology, no magic. This means... Peter closed his eyes in wonder. Either a first or second Empire relic site, and this dungeon... His greedy stare licked my walls. This dungeon devoured it all, and it can replicate these items. A forgotten dungeon, then? Asked Boulder with his deep voice. Yup. And near the Luna and Gaynard Kingdom borders? This will get ugly? You mean that was why we didn't find a clue about the lunar expedition team? We need to go back, Charles shouted, suddenly panicked. Our defenses aren't prepared for an all-out assault from these green-thumbed lunatics. No. A short and decisive voice came from the princess. Her eyes were bright and full of conviction. Not until we conquer the first floor. There should be a few more rooms. 4, maybe 5 at most. There is usually only a limited amount of them on the first floor. Peter agreed, still sporting a greedy expression. And the first group that will defeat the floor guardian gets a special prize. Agnes spoke with a small smile. Considering that this is a forgotten dungeon... The rest of her team nodded. Even Charles seemed somehow convinced. But I didn't prepare any prize? 035. Uno. The human adventurers were busy. Their greed prompted them to advance recklessly, but my hauls were anything but easy, especially since their rogue seemed to be much weaker than her elven ranger counterparts. At least in the traps department. Maybe it was a difference in experience, or maybe she just had a class less focused on detection and more on hiding or killing. Who knows? No matter how much they wanted to rush through like human-shaped rhinos, it was just impossible. The spear traps and pitfalls in this part of the dungeon were spaced irregularly, and most importantly, manned by the ratlings. They made sure that any ignorant invader would end up looking like a pincushion, preferably laying on the bottom of a deadfall too. While the hallway wasn't that long, they were moving step by step right now. I could still recall their expressions when a spear trap nearly took out the red-haired mage who insisted on keeping the faster pace. So close. Their abilities allowed the adventurers to dodge some of the attacks, or even move quickly from one place to another, but I noticed a suspicious lack of defensive or utility skills. Making use of this weakness was a line of thought worth pursuing. No matter how strong the people in the Swords of Hope seemed, there was a clear preference for dealing more damage. It was just like they were not the adventurers, but soldiers used to assault. In my head, they were more like explorers and daredevils, not these down-to-the-earth individuals. Only the half-orc warrior seemed different. A few of his skills made him a prime defensive specialist of the group. There was also the lone mountain girl, but she was much more dodge-focused than the man called Boulder. Still, considering the low quality of his equipment and the fact that the buffs only reinforced his body and did not much more, I was sure of the outcome if he was forced in a one-on-one bout with my guardian. Then again, one was a sentient and another an amalgamation of a machine and undead monster. The guardian was also a boss of the first level, not to mention that the adventurers would never allow for such a duel to take place. Yeah, maybe this comparison wasn't the best. Anyway, my point was that these adventurers, instead of focusing on survivability, tended to prioritize their attack power and powerful skills. Or maybe it was just me classifying them as squishy meatbags. Most of my minions, after all, were heavily armored, undead, or made from metal.
Back to the point, such focus made them easy to exploit with indirect means of attack, like poison, hallucinogens, and acid.
Too bad I wasn't well versed in such stuff. The TV shows and books I have read didn't delve into such subjects. I had some plants with pretty potent poison on the second level, but making an airborne toxin was just too much. Maybe if I used anima magic as a way to power them up. There was no need though, as I had another way to mess with the invaders. For one, I had the power of explosions. The amount of the Labier exploders on the second floor had already reached the critical mass. I wasn't sure how many of them exploding at once would cave in the tunnels, so I had to be delicate. 10 of the blue-sashed bastards were waiting at the entrance into the central pond. Why not directly under the stairs? The room was too small to hide them all. I could, of course, resize it, but why bother? The central room had a lot of flora and fauna floating about. Putting a few of the Liebherr exploders around the rock, trees, and the walls unnoticed was much easier. Was attacking the adventurers as soon as they arrived on my second floor cowardly? Maybe. My survival was on the stake, though. The kitty's gloves were off. By the way, since the adventurers were progressing through the aptly named trapped hallway at a really slow pace, I retreated to the second floor in order to gather my thoughts.
There was something strange going on, something that I couldn't put my finger on. This invisible pressure I was feeling when my consciousness floated on the floor closer to the surface seemed much weaker down here. I still had no idea what it really did, just a bad feeling floating inside my head. Wasn't much that I could do to confirm it, though. There was simply not enough information. Thus, with a mental equivalent of a shrug, I returned to planning. Like I was wondering before, sentients seemed to have their abilities skewed in the direction of the offense. I hardly saw any buffs or the utility skills, not taking into account the hiding abilities of the rogue and shadow mage. There were, of course, shields that both fire mage and earth mage bestowed onto their companions. The problem was they seemed lackluster, at best. There was also the thing about how they used these magics. It felt rigid, unnatural. This meant that they probably couldn't use them freely. Most, if not all, of their spells were activated by pumping mana into the crystal located in their chest, after a chant, or sometimes even without it. A result would appear, each time precisely the same, like it was created by a machine, not by a human. Things like starting fires by manipulating mana or warming up their group seemed out of the question. More so, I decided to conclude that utility abilities like marking walls with earth or fire magic, building the shelter with earth magic. I seem to remember that one of their mages shouted something about my influence messing things up, getting water by the use of water magic, dispersing the smoke or poison with air magic, were alien to them.
I could enumerate even more applications. The point was that they weren't using their magic this way. At least not while I was looking.
This should be the way forward. I'll look into getting the temperature higher or lower, the fiery rattlings being a natural solution. I needed a place to experiment. The second level was already done, but what about the third one? My dungeon core level was still only 1, and the feeling of fullness I had before didn't appear. Which meant that I could only wait for the adventurers to come, and then kill them. I should probably revisit my traps and monsters on the first floor. While it was true that I wasn't able to do anything with sentients walking about, even in the rooms they already left, I still should reevaluate them and maybe even send some second floor monsters to help. So let's go. Why am I on the second floor again? Did I finish working on the traps? Nope. They still look the same. Weird. A mental experiment then. I'll move to the first floor, the kitchen room. Good. Now where was I again? The second floor? Core room? There was this nagging feeling bouncing around my head. I had to do something. What was it? A trap? The adventurers were about to reach the forge room when I understood that something was wrong. All it took was writing down what I wanted to do on the stone slab in my core room, and tens of tries. After who knows how many returns I understood, something was actively stopping me from modifying the first floor. A similar feeling, albeit much weaker, was present on the second level too. This made me angry. Was that mind control of the gods, or maybe the twin Gangria made me a slave? Wait. Focus. Focus, Uno. While both Mirabelle and Brighton remain a suspect, Gangria herself should be out of the picture, at least as long as she didn't lie straight to my face. Since her goal is killing the sentients, limiting my abilities wouldn't make sense. Or she could just be a two-faced bitch, or it could be the ritual that Daniel was describing to me some time ago, the one used on the dungeons in order to bind them. The details were vague at best, but still, if I compared the effects, the rooms and tunnels of my dungeon were under constant surveillance. No weird voodoo magic detected there. That left only the surface. I had to quickly move some of my forces out there, get a bearing on my surroundings, maybe even listen in on some conversations. Not that another point for my bucket list. And right now, I had to be a patient observer of the Swords of Hope progress. They were currently entering the forge room, where I left the useless bile-brain golem. It was still diligently trying to create a blade, failing to do so, throwing it away into the waste barrel and taking another piece of metal out to shape. It was stupid but stubborn. Not that it mattered much. The humans were scouting the place with Tina at the helm, but little did they knew that the golem was too absorbed in his task to pay them any attention. Now, if you were to stop him from doing his work, that would be a different situation altogether. Seeing the rogue's obscured figure, I waited with anticipation. She crawled along the ground, slowly getting closer to the golem. After a few minutes of staring at the repeating task that the giant was busying itself with, she did something weird. She left the shadows. The tension didn't leave her shoulders as she trembled, eyeing each move of the golem. It, of course, ignored her, but this didn't make her tension any lesser. The breaking moment was when she stood in his way, like a human-shaped obstacle, and he, after a short stare, just walked around her. It was then when Tina relaxed. Her face lost the sharp glare she was sporting all the time. After observing the golem for a few minutes and confirming his further lack of reaction, she exhaled. A small murmur left her lips, unheard by most, but not me. "You're doing your best too, right?" Without turning back or waiting for an answer, she left the forge room. A few minutes later, Agnes lifted her brow questioningly, seeing the rogue returning without her defensive skills active. "Is the next room empty, Tina?" she asked. "No, not really. However, the monster there seems to be of an utility kind. It didn't attack even when I appeared just before it." The group's thief wiped off her sweat and answered in a flat tone. "Oh, I see. And what it is doing?" "Forging, I think. But it's not very good at it." A smile appeared on Tina's face. "Forging, you say?" interrupted Charles, his red hair once again an eyesore. "Can we take a look? What metal is it using? What is it forging? Maybe there will be some artifacts to acquire." His face twisted in a greedy expression at the end of the sentence. "I doubt it, sir." Tina answered directly, but that didn't stop the man in the slightest. "Let's go! Let's go!" Charles motioned the party, only to be shoved back. "What gives?" He snapped with anger. "Please get behind me, sir," Boulder said impersonally. While the monster didn't react to the Tina's presence, we can't be sure that it would be the same when we all come, or if a mage appears in the vicinity. Humph. Charles retreated, but not without a look full of hatred. "Don't do that again, slave." He hissed only loud enough for the two of them to hear it. "I won't, sir." "He is right, you know." Eve suddenly interrupted, the whole team staring at her in shock. "What?" She looked around in panic. "It's rare for you to enter our discussions, Eve, that's all." Stifling her laugh, Agnes answered the bewildered elf. "Oh, yes, you're right." The haughty expression left her face, and for a moment, only the young lady was left, even if she was more than 100 years old, according to the party whispers. "You were saying?" "Yes, right. There are records of monsters who were collecting the cores we carry in our chests." I strained my attention. At least something interesting. It would be interesting to acquire such a monster, or even create one. They were using them to empower their bodies or forge artifacts that conducted the magic power. "Similarly to how the fallen tribes turn our mages into wands and staves?" asked Charles with a face full of fury. "Yes. However, the monsters have a more natural way of doing so." "They simply devour the body and the core of the mage, thus gaining some of their affinity," she said with a weak smile. After a moment of silence, Agnes ordered, "Mages in the back, warriors in the front. Let's just keep formation, people." She turned towards the red-haired man. "And no touching the loot until we confirm it's safe. Understood?" "Understood!" The whole team replied, preparing their weapons. 036 Uno. The humans were slowly advancing. Their rogue, Tina, was taking her time in a few meters left between their temporary camp and the forge room. This slow, but the steady pace wasn't up to everyone's taste. "You did check for the traps, right?" asked Charles while observing his surroundings. "Yes, sir." "Then why are we dilly-dallying? Time is precious." "As I said before, while I've checked for traps, there's a chance that some were overlooked or will react to your mana, sir." The thief answered respectfully and without scoffing, but I saw her rolling her eyes a little. "Then you would be guilty of knowingly leading a noble into danger." He snapped back, clearly unhappy and a bit frightened. "Which both of us would regret, sir. That's why we keep a slow pace, sir." She answered, clearly unimpressed with his threats. The man only flinched lightly and stopped his nagging. The rest of the party ignored the contents of their conversation. They were busy focusing on their surroundings. Like a high-strung bowstring, each of them seemed ready to pounce. Only the red-haired man seemed to be in his own world. I could see greed in his eyes. "One day your core will be mine." I whispered in the shadows, and the dungeon shook slightly, the creations responding to my bloodlust. This, in turn, made their progress even slower, but of course, they arrived at the forge room without any complications. There simply weren't any traps in the way. Still, the idea of a mechanism which would react not to people, but the mana in them was a tempting one, and yet I had no idea how to implement it. I had this inner ability to see, to taste, the magical energies flowing through the world. But since my magic was limited at best, I had no clue how to create anything that included it. Unless I used the anima as an intermediary, which was something I wasn't too keen on doing right now. Until I understood what was causing these blackouts, I should stop using powers I didn't understand. Barring, of course, the situation when I had no other choice, my state wasn't growing worse. At least I think so. I was afraid of slavery, of becoming a puppet to some foreign power, to gods, to humans. But I was afraid of death even more. It was ironic, really. I already died once, so the great unknown shouldn't be so scary. And yet it was. This feeling of powerlessness was suffocating. A slave had the ability to rebel. The dead had no such choice. Not to mention that without more kills, I had to focus my attention on the second floor, which was already getting a bit crowded.
That was the problem with having biological life forms that breed independently. Soon, I would have an overpopulation problem on my hands, unless the adventurers came in order to cull my monsters somewhat.
Or I could send a few of them to the surface. I should probably do that. Yes. Anyway, the humans already took their first step into my forge room. The place itself wasn't that big, just large enough to contain my electrical forge, the golem, and few desks and containers. Not so subtle magic was weaved in a few pieces of furniture, making sure that the metal continued to be created without any impediment and that failures were properly disposed of, an effect of the anima usage that surprisingly worked without any side effects. In a sense, it was a perfect room for practicing. Its only occupant walked around on his sturdy legs, black-gray frame sometimes glinting in the hot red light of the forge. The bile-brained golem looked similar to the robot crossed with a heavily armored knight, a wide-shouldered pile of metal, bone, and stone. While its flesh was made from mineral wool, I didn't forget an armor made from iron to cover it. The heat would blast at it each minute it worked the anvil, but the isolation provided by its innards should be perfect. Of course, when mentioning robots, the type I had in mind was like the ones battling Godzilla, not the anime waifu-capable machines of today.
Wait, weren't these mechs with people inside, not robots? Ah, who cares?
It's not like there were any people in this world who could appreciate my retro style, or correct it. There were no isekai-ed heroes here, according to the gods. No complete souls. I was the only one. And who would even call me a hero? I was just a dungeon trying its best to survive. The forge room was full of noise, mostly the sound of metal striking metal, echoing off the walls every few minutes. My minion was creating something resembling a weapon and quickly discarding it as a failure. Then, with sure steps, he wandered towards the ore barrel, choosing another piece, and continued his thankless task, again and again. The swords of hope crowded near the door, mesmerized by a sight of a strange giant working endlessly and without a break. The only type of metal available in the room was the same kind of iron that people in the Walter Castle used, so I wasn't worried about giving my enemies a powerful weapon. The golem was creating nothing better than crude tools of war. I was sure of it. Especially seeing how the golem desperately tried to smash his unskilled hammer against the heated ore, and how the miracle didn't happen, again and again. A conversation followed this sight. "How are you sure that it's a golem?" Charles for once asked a valid question. How did she know? According to my knowledge, there are only two types of monsters in the dungeons that don't attack on sight, sir. She answered hesitantly. Her hand was caressing a dagger sheath. A nervous tic, I suppose. "She's right," confirmed Agnes, still overseeing the room. "Most of the monsters in the dungeons are alive. As such, they have an ingrained instinct to destroy anything and anybody not belonging to the dungeon." She squinted her eyes, pulling on her short blonde hair while thinking about something else. "And what are the exceptions?" Charles stopped harassing the rogue and turned towards the princess. "The not-alive beings, which for the dungeon means golems and elementals. The former tend to only attack when the task given to them is interrupted, while the latter will defend their territory and do nothing else." "We can exclude the elementals. I already appeared before its face. It didn't react other than going around me." Tina mumbled under her nose. The rest of the party looked at her like she was insane. In response, she only shrugged. "This room is out of the way. It's a dead end, too. There was no way in hell that the elementals would be here. They defend their territory, remember? As such, they're used as a blockade, a room that you must walk through." She snorted lightly.
Besides, no elemental looks like this. The girl pointed towards the golem, and I had to agree. Even though I never saw an elemental, not counting computer games, of course, but the people raiding my dungeon apparently did. You're right. Agnes agreed too to her words. The rest of her sentence was, however, full of suspicion. But I wonder how a fourth-level rogue who never conquered any dungeon knows that. I tried to study hard in order to feed my siblings. Tina scratched her head embarrassingly, but I saw the cold sweat dripping down her back. I see. But please remember that this dungeon is different. Crazy. This could be an elemental. And then you would probably end as a stain on the wall. The princess didn't press the topic. Nobody in the party reacted to that short conversation, bearing the elven priest who looked at the thief with a sudden caution. Okay, people. Agnes clapped her hands and started giving out orders. The thing in the next room seems to be a type of golem. This means that as long as we won't try to stop it from doing its task, we should be safe. Yep. Neat. Yes. The party answered, but her head automatically swiveled towards the biggest troublemaker, the fire mage. This means that nobody touches the golem or anything else in the room. Her expression scrunched. Understood? Yes, I understand. I'm not stupid, you know? He answered lacklusterously, only to suddenly flinch, as the princess moved her face right next to his, a blonde hair nearly touching his flushed skin. I'm speaking seriously, dear, she mumbled cattishly in his ear, only Charles, Agnes, and me hearing the conversation. Otherwise, I'll just leave you here to go back on your own. Understood? Yes! This time Charles's eyes were wide open as he stumbled on his words. Good. Let's go. As the order was given, the Swords of Hope entered the room while watching all the angles. Both weapons and magic were readied. The tanks entered first, their shields ready to block any projectiles, the damage dealers behind them, and only then, mages. Of course, nothing happened. For a few more minutes, they just stood there, observing the bile-brain golem pacing between three places. A barrel full of ores, the strange-looking forge and anvil located near it, a disposal container. The party held their collective breath as Tina once again walked towards the middle of the room, standing the golem's way. It looked at her from behind his helmet and changed his path slightly. I could nearly hear it sigh at the interruption. The girl smiled at the rest of the warriors and immediately returned to the formation. Then came a discussion. Now that I see it with my own eyes, there is no doubt. It's a golem. The elf Eve mumbled just loud enough for the rest of her team to hear it. Is it? Agnes smiled like there was never any question about it. Yes, but there is something weird about it. The lithe healer nodded seriously, her small head tilting. I just can't put my finger on it. She scratched her cheek in wonder. It's the weight. Boulder answered her with a sour expression. What? This golem is not fully made from metal. He pointed towards the slick armor covering my creation. The plate armor it's wearing is damn heavy, but that's all. If the insides were full of iron too, the sound should be different. Louder, fuller. He scoffed. It is not. I never heard about a golem which wasn't comprised from just one type of material. The elf wondered aloud. There are metal, stone, wood, even clay golems. But to make one from different pieces... Her gaze turned a bit heated. Could we... No. The princess's answer was short and decisive. Our target is the floor guardian. No attacking the non-aggressive creatures to dissect them. Her voice softened a bit. We can do that at our next dive. Yes, princess. What do you people think about it? She turned towards the rest of the party. I'm not an expert, but this looks like a smithy to me. Boulder answered with a smirk. He didn't relax in the slightest, positioning his tower shield between the golem and the healer. Lone Mountain nodded to his words while keeping watch over the rest of their party. Normally I would agree, but what the hell is that forge? The Earth Shadow mage, Peter pointed towards my electrical forge in exasperation. Where are the flames? What are these metal rods? How can it even work? He shouted. Oops, I didn't think about that. Calm yourself. Agnes scoffed lightly while observing the machine. It's clearly using some unknown principle to heat up the metal. Magic, probably. It doesn't matter. Why? If we sold that unknown principle outside, we would be rich. Of course, it was Charles who answered her, his eyes never leaving his prize, because of 2 reasons. The princess shook her head. Firstly, any magical contraption wrenched out of the dungeon will stop working. That's why I said it's useless. Oh, it would? That's a relief then. No adventurer is wrecking my dungeon. Secondly, she continued, what would you sell? Did you see what garbage this golem produces? Agnes smirked for a moment. It may be that it's just bad, but golems usually are pretty decent when it comes to producing weapons and armor, so it's probably this facility that is trash. Nope. It's the golem's fault. I laughed to myself, observing their antics. The room smith seemed to stop for a moment, but then continued his work without rest. Its moves seemed a bit faster, though. Ancient smithy is the best example of the golem's expertise, Boulder whispered with a smile on his face. He also used his mace to lightly tap the tower shield to produce a strong and clear sound. Yes. The royal family ancient smithy has dozens of golems skilled in forging metal. She nodded towards Boulder. His weapons and armor were made there after all. Her attention turned towards the restlessly pacing bile-brain golem. So this forge should be worthless, but a replicating pile of ore. Her face scrunched in thought. We can use it. Is that all? Asked Tina. Yes, please scout our surroundings. I already did. From here, there is only a single hallway, with a fork leading to the large room, and one going straight with a much smaller room at the end. She answered, Which one should I check first, Your Highness? The rogue was strangely formal at this moment. Go for the large one. It has a higher chance of a boss monster appearing. According to the records, whispered Eve. Yes, according to the records, agreed Agnes. Did anything that we encountered in this dungeon behave according to the records? The healer smiled. I see that you want to be already forgiven, mumbled Agnes. What? A slight blush appeared on Eve's face. Check the small room first then, Tina. The thief nodded and disappeared from the room. The boss battle was approaching. I only hoped that my soul hive guardian was enough for the task. Well, there was the sacrificial altar too. Who knows? Maybe I'll get my 3rd level today. 037. Uno. Once again, Tina stalked my halls, her leather armor and small figure traveling from cover to cover. She was a professional. I granted her that. There weren't many obstacles she could hide behind, especially in the tunnels, yet somehow she still managed to do it. Without my cameras, I would be hard-pressed to find her small shadow in the interlaced light and darkness. But as before, that was a futile endeavor. These halls were not trapped after all. There was another problem, though. The entrance they had chosen was leading straight into the Rattling Warrens, a place with a high ceiling and a suspicious mound laying smack dab in the middle of the room. A place that the Rattlings called home, or more like their ancestral lands. While most of their kin already relocated to the 2nd floor, there were some rats that still guarded the said room. More from the sense of duty than any real need, since the proper warrens were located deep underground, far away from the harmful claws of the human race. Their tunnels already encroached on most rooms located on the 2nd floor, and the first one was also fully in their grasp. Of course, a few incidents occurred in the process, one even nearly leading to completely submerging the whole complex underwater. A zealous digger broke through the wall, separating Rattling's living space from the lake. Chaos ensued, but due to the cooperation of his brethren, the situation was soon under control, and I'd gained a few high-pressure water traps to play with. Okay, medium pressure. They were still fun. Anyway, it was these guard rats that managed to notice the advancing rogue. She could be all stealthy and stuff, but nothing beats the animal's nose. They took a few whiffs of the air, and the leading Rattling, a bit bigger than the rest, squeaked in a questioning tone towards its subordinates. They answered with an angry confirmation, and soon the group started to close in on the human intruder. A few seconds later, a whole group gathered together and started to leg it towards the perceived threat. Tina stopped for a moment like a deer caught in the headlights. She didn't panic, though. Her eyes started to look over the environment, taking in the weird, large structure in the middle. I personally thought that it resembled a dirt mountain, with small oval entrances pasted all over the lower parts. There was a sense of chaos saturating the structure which contrasted a bit with the orderly nature of my rats.
After getting her fill, she ran away, her moves fluid and full of concentration, a small animal gracefully escaping her predators, and a bunch of rats close on her tail. The thing about the ratlings was that they were really territorial and would fight tooth and nail for the place they perceived as their home. I already had my hands full handling their homicidal rage when a free-range monster accidentally intruded on their turf. Becoming enslaved to the warriors stationed in the temple grounds or the secondary ratling warrens was the best that could happen to them. In the worst case, they were fed to the rat beasts, gorilla-like monsters reared by them as a type of feral assault infantry. I still didn't really understand how they managed to do that, but there was a sneaking suspicion that a few anima stones that they asked me for earlier may have been involved. Anyway, unlike most of my earlier experiments, this one ended on a rather positive note, if positive means a big, ugly mix of an ape and a rat with an enormous appetite and a really short fuse. Not that it mattered. They were, after all, only on the second floor, not here. Back to our lovely thief, then, who was artfully using her escape skills to dance around the tunnel. The dancing part was due to the whizzing spears, barely missing the escapee. It took her only a few minutes to arrive at her friend's location, and as soon as she saw them, a shout left her mouth. "Enemies incoming!" "Prepare!" Agnes immediately answered, green eyes gleaming with eagerness under the light of my chandeliers. A large grin slowly emerged on her face, truly an expression worthy of the wild predator. Her party members returned to the earlier formation with ease, only Charles stumbling a bit on seemingly flat ground. As soon as they did, Tina appeared from thin air, and just behind her, squeaks of rage sounded from the tunnel. A group of 15 rattling guards appeared from behind her in a few seconds, their enraged snouts dripping with desire to kill. I whistled. These were all of the ratlings tasked with defending the warrens. Was this just a coincidence or an effect of the real skill? "Rats only?" asked Boulder, visibly disappointed, his arms sagging a bit. "An experience is an experience. Didn't they teach you to not fuss over the food?" Agnes scolded him, shooting forward like a living steel moment later. The battle was short, bloody, and one-sided. Princess took care of most enemies by herself, slashing with wild abandon, cutting off limbs, piercing hides, and gouging eyes. Her way of battle was cruel and brutal, focusing on efficiency over style. The rest of her team mostly helped with a random attack here, a quick incantation there, mostly taking care of stragglers, while making sure that mages weren't exposed in the process. Even Boulder, which I was taking for a pretty rowdy individual, was rather calm, observing her rampage and throwing a shield bash towards any ratling stupid enough to get close. A few minutes later, all that remained of my minions were scraps of flesh and bone littering the ground. The phrase, "I won't leave you with a complete corpse," now had a new meaning. Agnes breathed out, smearing the blood over her armor in a pointless attempt to get her body clean. There was still a big grin visible on her cute face, and she chuckled for a moment, letting bits of blood and flesh fall to the ground. "That was refreshing," a melodious voice echoed on the battlefield. It was a while since I really let loose. She moaned with pleasure. Seeing this, Charles seemed like he wanted to puke, turning back and hyperventilating. "This is nothing," murmured Boulder, loud enough for the fire mage to hear. "You didn't see how she went apeshit in the goblin village?" He went a bit closer, using his finger to show a gap of about 3 to 4 centimeters long. There were bits of the flesh this big all over her. Most of them ended up in her hair. The half-orc smiled. "That's why she cut it short, you know? Rather cute of her, don't you think? Right, sir?" These words made Charles's face turn even greener and run a bit further away while keeping a hand over his mouth. Then he proceeded to empty the contents of his stomach on the surrounding floor. I could see the grin forming on Boulder's face and malicious anger burning in his eyes. He turned back towards his companions, once again composed and calm, an actor wearing his mask. "What happened?" asked the leader while trying to shake free the pieces of meat out of her hair. It seemed like the current short style was still not enough. Maybe she should go bald. I laughed to myself in glee. "It seems like it was a bit too much for the cherry boy." Boulder grinned evilly. Agnes only sighed in response. "Just curb it down a bit, okay? He is still an asset and a powerful mage. You don't want to get on his bad side." She chided, but even I could see that there wasn't much strength behind her words. Yes, my lady. This lowly orc will heed your words." Boulder nodded, bowing deeply and thus hiding the emotion spilling out of his eyes. Whatever. Agnes shrugged her arms and turned towards Tina. What happened? The rats were guarding the smaller room. My hiding skill was useless since their sense of smell seems really good. She shook her head in disappointment. 2 daggers cluttered each time she moved her body. Then of what use you are, rogue? A voice interrupted. It was, of course, Charles, who returned from his retching session. A small handkerchief was kept by his mouth.
For traps and scouting, sir. You just returned with enemies on your tail. How's that scouting, huh?
I simply don't have a strong enough suppressant, sir. She scratched her cheek, leaving a white trail on it. We're pretty much bathed in sweat, blood, and other fluids. It took all her willpower to not look at his handkerchief.
Bah, you!
Leave it be, Charles. Agnes took this moment to intervene. What did you see? These guys were all guarding the room I was in. What did I see inside? Most of the place seemed empty, even too much. There weren't even any of these weird plants. Besides that, in the middle of the room stood a large 3 to 4 meters tall structure, mostly made from dirt and some compressed things.
How did it look?
Like an enlarged ant mound. Sounds of anguish emerged from the group as soon as she finished her words.
Fuck, not the insects again. Their acid burns like hell, screamed Boulder while taking off his left gauntlet and scratching the visible scar. Ants. Ants. No, not. Don't. The elven maiden whispered to herself, and even Lone Mountain seemed to tremble for a moment. She looked at the ground with a complicated expression. It shouldn't be ants. There were no tracks after all. This dungeon specializes in rats and the undead for some reason. Such a change would be unheard of. Peter spoke suddenly, lifting the atmosphere. Yeah, like everything else that we saw here was so normal, huh? Boulder immediately dragged the conversation down, and I could nearly see the plummeting morale. I didn't say there were any. Tina got a bit angry. It just looked like an anthill. Besides, I doubt that the ant colony would be guarded by rats, right? She asked in the void, but her calm voice seemed to quell the emotions of her companions. True. Agnes nodded sharply, her earlier expression gone. Did you see anything else? Yes. A glimpse of the next room. Tina tensed up a bit. It looked like some sort of metal was embedded in the wall. A boss room, then. Boulder laughed, and the rest soon followed. Once again, only Charles looked a bit lost. I don't understand. Why is everybody laughing?
Most of the dungeons tend to pretty up their boss rooms with a bit of colorful stone, metal, and sometimes even plants. Looking at how dreary this place turned out, we can be pretty sure that our floor guardian is just a few minutes away. Agnes smiled while sharing her knowledge with the noble. Huh, I wondered. Was the place really that colorful? I guess so. The copper embedded in the walls made for a fascinating sight, its web-like structure flowing freely from the empty place where my fake core rested before. It was true that it was the flashiest place on the whole first floor. Was that an accident, or did some unseen force guide my steps? It was damn worrying. Now, however, I had more important things to think about. After not even sparing more than a few looks at the rattling warrens, the adventurers' party walked towards the former core room. I guess calling it a floor guardian room was fitting, especially since it was this world's tradition. As they came closer to my soul hive guardian, their steps faltered, and soon all of them stopped, gazing at its monstrous yet knightly form. He somehow procured a 2-handed sword from somewhere, that sad excuse of the golem smith, probably being the source. It hurt my eyes seeing how blunt the supposed cutting weapon was, but then again the sheer mass of it was enough to deal damage, and still I promised myself that I'd get a better weapon ready. It was a shame for the floor guardian to be only armed with this. The monster was kneeling before, but as soon as the human party entered, it lifted its large form out of the ground. 2 reddish eyes scanned its opponents, and then it spoke. The children of Ash grow bold, I see. Its voice was a calm and deep baritone, similar to the deep sea. A 3-pronged star. He nodded towards Agnes, an unyielding shield. Lone Mountain bowed slightly. A child of the beasts. Boulder was seen and dismissed. A little bird. Tina stared at it nervously. A chosen by flame. Charles smiled but kept his mouth shut. A slave of light. Eve squinted her eyes in anger. A servant of shadow and rock. Peter's sleepy eyes suddenly snapped open. How interesting! The shadow mage was the first one to speak. An intelligent monster as a boss? Who are you? There was an unseen edge in his voice. I'm but a shadow of my former self. The giant answered in a self-mocking tone. You can just call me Guardian. Guardian, I see. What can you tell me about this dungeon? What are these artifacts? Why the rats? And how did the dungeon core summon the... That's enough. The giant waved his hand and laughed with amusement. For a moment, illusion of his voice wavered and a choir-like sound emerged. I know why are you here, child of shadow. I also know that you sentients always try to kill the floor guardian. And since that's what I am, discard the pleasantries, mage. Guardian pointed towards Agnes, already emitting a hungry aura. Be true to yourself, you barbarians, just like your master. It suits you better. I was sure that if Guardian had the ability to smile, he would, just now. With a clatter of metal, the monster took a stance, the sword kept high, with the blade pointing towards the ceiling. A two-handed grip made sure that it would neither slip nor stray from its intended path. Its real body was covered in metal, creating a somewhat insectoid feel, like a giant beetle standing on two legs. The black helmet, without any decorations, housed two red eyes, cautiously overlooking the battlefield. From behind its head, a bundle of wires extended towards the ceiling, a rope for Guardian's sanity, helping him overcome the singing mad chorus in his head. And then, without as much as a scream, the blade fell. "Dodge!" shouted Agnes, and most of the party dispersed like a bunch of insects. Then she looked again, only to see Boulder clenching his teeth and lifting the tower shield in defiance. "Dodge, you fool!" she screamed, her voice suddenly hoarse. In the blink of an eye, Agnes changed her direction, now running in parallel to the enemy. The half-orc only smiled at her while mouthing some words. Shield technique, I think? Was that his skill? It seemed like he had full trust in his abilities. Yet the princess thought differently. "It's not enough," she screamed with a shrill voice, unlike any I'd heard before. Her dash forced her to run right into the wall, but as I watched with excitement, Agnes did something weird. She jumped right up towards the wall and, using the momentum, turned completely back, right into the path of the falling giant blade. I winced seeing this maneuver. Overworking your joints like that was bound to have consequences. Youch! At least her move surprised the Guardian enough to stop his attack for a moment. Making use of the distraction, she moved right close to the falling weapon. Her dual swords drew a beautiful arc and smashed into the pile of metal. This moved the executioner blade just far enough to scrape the tower shield, leaving a long scar in the middle of it. And then it smashed into the ground. Boom! Boom! A pile of dust floated into the air, completely muddying both my and the monster's sight. And that turned out to be the chance that humans were waiting for. Mages, focus on the weird rope coming out of its head, the princess screamed once again. She was clearly enjoying it like a fish in the water. After all, she seemed to be most alive in the battle against a powerful enemy. Warriors, thieves, harass. Eve, heal when needed. Attack when you deem it necessary. The elven maiden nodded, clenching her teeth. Aren't you forgetting something? A loud voice of the Guardian cut through the dust, and just behind it, a flat side of his blade appeared, this time moving horizontally. Doge! Agnes screamed once again, ducking right under the attack. Tina wasn't so lucky as she jumped into the air, but was swatted down like a fly by the constantly moving weapon. Lone Mountain jumped forward, grabbing the girl by the scruff of her neck and retreating close to the healer. With a quick incantation, she was back on her feet. In the meantime, Charles and Peter were sending pieces of rocks and flame towards the Guardian, their attacks little more than a distraction. The floor Guardian knew that too, and vigilantly defended against the skulking Agnes, his blade not just once or twice barring her path. She responded with swift, practiced movements, getting closer and closer to the perceived weak point, the wires that extended from the Guardian's head. It was then when something unexpected happened. A piece of debris sent flying by the monster managed to cut Eve's hand open, letting the blood out. It was a minor injury, a non-existent one even.
If not for one small thing.
The bloody sacrificial altar, which looked like a slab of rock, a thrice-cursed piece of dark mage equipment. The moment she started to bleed, a magical effect had overridden her senses, which normally would be a good thing. Killing the healer? Leaving them stranded without the ability to recuperate their wounds? Lovely. Except I already tried it, and it failed miserably, mostly because this quiet blonde-haired doll was most overpowered of them all. The bloodlust had started, and in turn, Eve screamed in rage.
Always holding back! Never having any fun in! Fuck you all!
Her coarse words didn't register for a moment in her companions.
Heal this, heal that, I'm hurt, I don't fucking care!
Just this once!
Once. Something to kill!
Her bloodied eyes turned towards the biggest target in the room.
You!
Guardian winced. The greed and madness were clear in her voice.
Shit, cursed Agnes. It's her assimilation. Why now?
She shook her head as soon as a hand appeared on her shoulder. It doesn't matter. We need to hide. Peter materialized from the shadows, his pale form even whiter than before. May the gods have mercy, he muttered while dragging back shocked Tina towards the tunnel. I sure hope she won't collapse the whole damn dungeon. My floor boss turned towards the only remaining aggressor. I couldn't see his face, but the uncertainty he felt was easily recognizable. Maybe you should go back? He asked warily. Her blood had healed any scratches he accumulated, and there was a newfound strength in his flesh and iron body. But while the altar blessed him with a part of the enemy's vitality, it was this portion of its abilities that worried him immensely. Only a part. How strong are you, slave of light? He murmured to himself, his deep voice easily reaching even the hidden adventurers.
Oh, he's fucked,
laughed Boulder, only now coughing out a bit of blood. Shut up. We need to calm her down before she destroys the Forgotten Dungeon. The king would never forgive us. Agnes was looking intently for a way to deal with the situation.
Out there, see the aura?
Asked Peter while pointing at the ceremonial slab lying down just near a strangely shaped hole in the wall. A magical effect ingrained into the room radiates from there.
On the first floor? That's insane,
answered Charles while cradling his head. Really? You're saying this now? And the earlier encounters were normal? 2 bosses, a smithing golem, this whole weird ecosystem out here? Agnes kicked a piece of the bone lichen which fell down on the ground in the commotion. It's the Forgotten Dungeon, answered Peter. The deeper we go, the better loot will be. That is the rule. But the deeper we go, the greater danger we encounter. Sir, he added after a moment of reflection. Charles waved him off.
No time. How do we stop that?
He asked, pointing at the boss room. Eve managed to cut the Guardian's sanity cord, and pandemonium ensued.
038.
Uno. This cheeky fucker, was the first thought that appeared in my blanked-out mind. When did he learn to speak?
Scratch that!
How did he manage to take back control over his splintered mind should be the real question. Coherent thoughts weren't really his forte when I first hooked him up to the mana wires. Due to the after effects of my meddling, his mindscape was full of the constant bickering and shouting egos. They were somewhat kept in line with the energy he was drawing from my network. But as time passed and nothing changed, any hope for recovery faded into oblivion. And then I stopped caring entirely. In the end, I was forced to decide that he was still useful, even considering his current state, and strong enough to serve as a guardian, defending way to the next floor. Another question. If he regained his ability to speak, why not talk to me? I was nothing but good to him. Now that I think about it, I captured him. Then his body and mind were put through the grinder. Afterward, I devoured what was left of his knowledge. And after that, the remaining husk was put to use, filling the battlesuit. This forced him to cope with madness and despair all on his own. Yes.
I kind of fucked him up, eh?
For me, he was an enemy turned servant. But even I wouldn't want to interact with my torturer if given a chance, no matter how lonely I felt. Oh well. He still serves, and that's what was important. Now, once again, what did my analyze say about him? The Soul Hive Guardian or Guardian. This being encroaches on the domain of the gods, combining the dungeon core expertise with the broken soul of a sentient. Such experiments were not unheard of, but none had succeeded before. As a result of this, a strange being was born, losing its status as one of the sentient races, but in the process becoming something more and more importantly, something stronger. Broken pieces of Daniel Waltzer's soul were not mended, but turned into a hive-like choir focused on serving his dungeon core master. Not only can the Guardian attack with his provided weapons, but its latent psionic ability has also been awakened. This allows for communication alongside another avenue of attack, a mental scream of anguish that will hurt all but the strongest beings.
Threat level D++. Quite an ending for a crazed vampire, if I say so myself.
There was also another thought gnawing on my brain. What the hell was that pretentious bullshit he spouted when meeting humans? Children of that, children of this. Why ever use this tone? More importantly, how did he even know about these things? They were true. The adventurer's reactions were a clear confirmation, but Augur's bullshit always seemed suspiciously open for interpretation. I had the idea that his new psionic ability could be the source of this sudden and mystical knowledge. What a load of crap. It was something that I was eager to ask him, but it seemed like I had to wait for him to respawn as the situation devolved even more. Why did I think so?
Well,
dialing back time a few minutes, the earlier battle seemed to turn in Guardian's favor. No matter how strong were his opponents, a large weapon paired with sturdy armor created miracles. Not to mention that with his former identity as Daniel Waltzer, he was introduced to the art of warfare during his teenage years. Or that was what his memories were telling me anyway. Not all of this knowledge had been forgotten, which he easily proved gliding above ground even while locked in his unwieldy frame. The relatively stable battlefield turned to shit, however, when the bloody sacrificial altar effect came into play, turning the elven healer into a raving lunatic. She unleashed powerful magic and laid bare her deep-seated resentment, a show of madness that quickly forced the rest of the adventuring team out of the chamber. They stared at her teleporting and screaming silhouette, moving randomly from place to place, while at the same time filling the air with spears made out of light. It took them only a few moments to pinpoint the source of the bloodlust effect, and they were currently debating if it was even worth it to stop it. Let's face reality. Not only could we end up as collateral damage due to Eve's rampage, but also... Peter stopped for a moment, coming to terms with his own words. Also, I feel like she's strong enough to beat the boss on her own. His last sentence came out a bit forced, as his prideful eyes not for once left the dancing elf silhouette alone. It was clearly hard for him to leave everything to another person, or to admit his inadequacy. "She's stealing my experience," growled Agnes, fingers curled on the handles of her blades. A moment later she relaxed, shaking her head and sighing, a wild glint in her eye. Gone. I suppose it's not the right thing to say when one of my friends is being mind-controlled. She chuckled, hiding her head in tired arms. I vote for destroying the artifact. Since when was it a voting issue? Peter smiled darkly. You're our leader, you choose. We just follow. The rest nodded curtly. Even an outsider like Tina agreed, her daggers ready to strike. There was, however, an opposition. Wait. Let's be reasonable. The artifact in question is a property of the Gynard Kingdom. We should send the scholars here to study it, to weaponize its runes, to help our soldiers with beating the fallen tribe's armies. Charles made his opinion known, but this outburst only made it clear about the distinction between him and the rest of the explorers. There is no guarantee that the artifact will reappear as the monsters do. I harumphed. Now that was a really good question. While my boss's minions were pretty much immortal, I wasn't sure how this rule influenced large static items made in my dungeon, or how the sentients called them, the artifacts. I wasn't counting the weapons, of course. These were already proven destructible. But the altar, the forge, the manufacture... I was curious. Sadly, the only way to check it, the only way my tiny crystal brain managed to plan the said experiment anyway, was to test said destruction. Repeatedly. Because of that, the bloody sacrificial altar was as good a target as any. There wasn't much I was using it for. That may be so, but the life of my teammate is worth much more than a mere artifact, especially one affixed to the floor and thus immovable. Agnes answered in a tired tone.
It doesn't mean that we can't study its workings locally.
You're not wrong.
Then,
But we're still destroying it. A ferocious smile appeared on her face. Will the kingdom lend me one of their healers in exchange for this artifact? She asked slyly. Maybe. Charles stuttered in response. It could be a great discovery leading towards the reclamation of the corrupted lands. It could make us heroes. Could being the principal word here, right, darling? She shook her head, cutting off his next words. I know that you want that finder's money, but let me tell you, the Beast Princess doesn't leave her own for the wolves. Agnes' green eyes widened and Charles trembled. He breathed in and out, but in the end chose silence, something that the rest of the party noticed with a small cheer. The discussion ended. The swords of hope drew their weapons and prepared to enter the battle. It was, however, too late. Why? Because Eve managed to send one of her beams through the upper part of the room and cut off Guardian sanity support. For a moment, the armored monster just stared at the adventurers' faces. The healer, too, responding with a simple, focused gaze. The serene silence lasted only for a moment, though. And then a cacophony of words emerged from his helmet.
Crush! Kill! Swallow the light!
He stared at Eve for a long moment. Swallow the darkness. Then his body jerked in Peter's direction.
Bring out the blood of the chosen. Savor it. Right now.
His faceplate swiveled towards the charging Agnes in the end, as the crazy words echoed through the room.
Acquire like soul. I will devour.
He lunged forward, his large arms throwing away the crude weapon in favor of the wide grabbing motion. Agnes jumped up while cursing, somehow managing to barely get out of the way. She then used the momentum to bounce away from Guardian's arm and stab one of her swords into the helmet slit. She left the blade inside, choosing to escape his one-track pursuit rather than stay and fight. A roar echoed right behind her, only to get cut short by a beam of light appearing from nowhere. It bounced off the armor, pushing back the Black Knight and stopping him for a long second. It was enough for both Charles and Peter to fire off their magics, adding more scratches to already damaged metal armor. Guardian turned towards them like a boss from a computer game, easily driven by the changing aggro. I shook my head. It was all a ruse, though. The real deal was Tina, slowly inching towards the altar under the effect of her skill. A black mist was washing out everywhere, allowing her to blend in with the surroundings. She thought herself invisible, but in his calm state, Guardian should be able to discover her advance and, in turn, prioritize. Right now, however, he was no better than a beast. Thus, a minute later, she arrived uninterrupted at her destination. Then, with a steady hand, she dragged both of her daggers across the runes visible on the rocky surface. The magical symbols brightened momentarily, only to grow dim and still. The damage was big enough to disable the artifact immediately, and Eve soon lost her frenzied behavior, slumping down on the floor. This made her a target of Guardian attack as he ignored the buzzing flies and delightedly ran towards the unconscious elf. "The bloodline of light!" he screamed, hunger easily recognizable in his voice.
You fucking wish, monster.
It was Boulder who stood against the charging monster, kneeling with a shield tilted on one side. Guardian only harumphed in frustration, preparing to kick the unexpected obstacle aside. But the half-orc was quicker. His armored form shot ahead like an arrow, if arrows had large vertical objects strapped to them. Normally, the tank would get squashed by the mass of the rushing monster, but Boulder, learning from his earlier experience, turned his tower shield surface just enough to nick the approaching enemy. This managed to disturb Guardian's center of stability, forcing him to stumble, and then helplessly fall to the ground. A cloud of dust had arisen, and another bellow of rage left the monster's mouth. In the meantime, Lone Mountain dragged the elven healer back into the tunnels. They were a bit safer than a chamber where a brutal fight was taking place. If she had just left her there, I was fully committed to sending some ratlings in the hope of getting my hands on another core, a rare light affinity one. Sadly, the chance never came as the tall Amazon decided to guard her companion, leaving the rest to her teammates. I nodded sadly. Guardian was getting mauled. If it was his sane, composed self, then at least a few of the intruders would get slaughtered. Right now, he growled and spewed curses like he was the one overcome with bloodlust. An animal, not a once noble knight. The tides had turned, and the adventurers changed from prey into hunters. With peerless cooperation, they made sure that Guardian was trashing helplessly from one side of the room to another. While I wasn't looking, another sword ended up in his healthy eye, thus blinding him completely. It was a lost cause, a checkmate. I watched as they slowly whittled his health down, turning the knight into a ragged, tired beast. It was my duty to witness every second of this fight. After all, Guardian was fighting for me, to keep me safe, to defend the dungeon. I might have turned into a bit of a monster myself, but he was my servant in the end. No words of betrayal left his mouth until the end. He fell on the floor, his scarred body barely kept alive by willpower alone. The children of the gods will burn. This world will burn. He rasped, blood slowly trickling down his helmet, pooling on the ground. And the free. Agnes was the one to deliver the finishing blow, her blades pinning Guardian's head to the floor, piercing the brain, skull, and metal helmet in one try. She cut him down without hesitation. Shut up. The monsters should do their job and die quietly. Don't spout some rubbish just before you croak. She spoke rudely to the quickly cooling corpse. After that, she breathed out, leaning on her weapons, suddenly exhausted, and started to observe the battlefield. Their fight left most of the room in shambles, with scars of weapons and destroyed rocks marring the once clear walls. More than a few long trenches were left on the ground, and even the coppery spiderwebs left on the back now were cut, mangled, and incomplete. The smears of red human blood and much murkier, more red Guardian's liquid were splashed around like surroundings like the work of some mad artist. Soon, I can feel it. Princess mumbled, her face flushed and hair more red than blonde now. A clenched fist was slowly released from her beloved weapon. A level up? Peter appeared from nowhere, his face seemingly tired but radiating some type of fulfillment. Yes, or rather I feel it's close. This means that 1, 2, maybe 20 monsters and I'll get to level 20. And push the dread back one more year. The Shadow Mage whispered some nonsense. Yep. Agnes gave a sharp nod and immediately left for the tunnel entrance, where their healer was forced to lie on the ground and rest. As soon as she arrived, a veritable flood of complaints left her mouth, washing over the startled Eve. The elf didn't know how to react, her face turning red while she frantically tried to get free. It all ended when Agnes hugged her teammate, both girls happy to be alive and well. It would be a touching moment if not for the fact that both of these women were responsible for the deaths of my monsters. Thus, seeing them like that only evoked a feeling of disgust. It seemed like an old adage about not humanizing your enemy was right after all. In the meantime, Peter turned towards Guardian's corpse and huffed to himself. Now, where our prize should be. Both Boulder and Charles stood nearby and, without any signal, began to comb the room for anything resembling weapons, armor, or artifacts. They were slow and methodical with their search, knowing that there should be an item of great worth somewhere in all this mud and blood. It would be worth it. Right. Of course, they didn't find any. It was true, I wasn't the brightest core that walked the earth, but still. Do I look that much like an idiot? I won't arm my enemies, especially after they defeated another one, of my minions.
I admit, though, that
there was this strange, weird feeling that compelled me to award them something for their efforts. But seeing the bleeding form of Guardian sprawled on the ground quickly cured me of such thoughts, and this seemed to miff the invaders quite a bit. It's not here, shouted Charles, only to instantly become the center of attention. What? He asked, not understanding the meaning behind the people's gaze. It's not possible, sir, answered Peter while eyeing him suspiciously. The dungeon core will award those strong enough to defeat its guardians with an item of great value. It's a compulsion they seem to have. He shook his hands in order to emphasize his words. There are no exceptions. He huffed angrily. There are. Eve was already back to her arrogant self. She smiled at the frowning man. The undead dungeons deep south seemed to grant the items only on the next floor, near the nexus. The core, I mean, or in one of the deeper chambers. She shook her head, playing with the small curls of her golden hair. It may be a similar circumstance. Why would they do that? In the hope of gaining a skilled warrior body, of course. The elf girl smiled grimly. So we need to be prepared for a battle.
It would be prudent. This dungeon seems to like its undead, that's true. Well then, no time like the present, mumbled Agnes. We do a sweep of 2 first rooms, maybe 3, depending on the layout. But after that, we will stop and retreat to the first floor. No more delving today, people.
039. Uno, the humans were descending. Agnes took the lead, still however allowing Tina to take a long and thorough look at every stone step on her way down. A wise notion. This also gave me the idea to add some traps to the stairs. There was this weird compulsion that usually stopped me from implementing such thoughts, but the deeper I was, the weaker it seemed. According to Princess's order, the Swords of Hope walked down the stairs in a tight formation and safely arrived at the greeting room, as I started to call it. I left it alone and focused on the other chambers in return, thus creating another rest spot for the sentients. Tina wasn't, however, in a mood to leave anything to chance, and as such, adventurers slowly crawled forward just behind her back, matching slow and deliberate steps, only to end up in the central pond room. What? I never said that I was good at naming. At least the people entering didn't have this fading big letters sprawled right in their faces. Valley of Drakes, Undead Burg, Lost Izalith, Firelink Altar, Central Pond Room, yes, nope. The place was just like the name suggested, teeming with life, full of white silver trees and strange bone ferns growing chaotically all over the pond, visible in the center. The air was surprisingly dry, thanks to my lichen conquering every wall available. Maybe I should prepare another species to compete with it. Something preferably not white, silver, or gray. The whole chamber looked pretty nice under the bright, but cold light provided by the large electrical chandelier sprinkled around the ceiling. They had this strange natural irregularity, creating sections of brighter and darker patches. Bed of copper grass screeched under the soles of their boots as the invaders walked a few meters into the metal forest before suddenly stopping, noticing the water's surface. A large mass of water was teeming with a few types of monsters, I added. There were erosion rays frolicking underwater and freely growing dirty green drowning man razors, or even piss yellow acidic freshweeds. There were also other anima-free creations with similar colors, but without any of special properties reserved for Uno-made creatures. They somehow made their way down from the stream originating in the underground lake. The more shocking revelation was, however, that 1 or 2 even managed to mutate and survive, even thrive, in the poisoned fluids that my pond was made from. In the end, while parts of the central pond room were covered in all kinds of metallic flora and brimmed with life, the water itself had a dirty and toxic feel, mostly because of its dangerous inhabitants. The place as a whole had limited visibility, making for a nice ambush location, while also gently pushing the adventurers away to explore the 4 branching tunnels, not counting the one they came from. It was all, of course, because my fake core was hidden deep under its surface. Not that it mattered much right now. Anyway, I gave an order to attack as soon as the adventurers advanced into the chamber. While they just stood there, staring at both shiny plants and small animals moving, my Libir exploders started to arise from various hidden holes and from behind tree trunks and began to run. It was the best quality of the undead. They didn't need to breathe, they didn't question my plans, and they had nothing against suicidal orders. Perfect soldiers. It took a second or 2 for the sentients to recognize them as dangerous. After all, there were blue hoppers, dragonflies, and other small fauna I made to liven this place up, all of them moving, rustling, and hunting one another. And to tell the truth, 15 undead running forward while looking like they were auditioning for the position of an Olympic torchbearer wasn't the most menacing sight in the world, especially since each of them had fallen at least once. I still thanked my luck that none of them fell and then exploded. My surprise would get ruined otherwise. That's why the line of advancing blue-colored undead already made it halfway when Tina started to shout in a panic, "Incoming enemies! Prepare!" "Intercept!" barked Peter, leaving her, Lone Mountain, Boulder, and Agnes to do their job. "They're running weirdly. Something doesn't add up," commented Half-Orc, eyeing their clumsy movements. "Surely the dungeon knows that something on this level won't stop us." He snorted. "We killed its floor guardian for Brighton's sake." "You're right. There must be something else. Something that we overlooked," shouted Agnes, nervously swinging her weapons in preparation for the fight. "Wait, my skill is telling me something." She focused, retreating a bit behind the defender's line. And this saved her life. True to his orders, Boulder smacked a Libir exploder right in the head, intercepting his advance and burying the poor creature into the ground. It would work, normally, but his luck seemed to run out, and the electric stick still managed to touch the volatile metal while falling helplessly on the ground. The effect? Boom! An explosion that stunned the man and blinded him.
I can't see! Help! He screamed while attacking anything that approached him. More incoming! Dodge!
Agnes commanded, her voice once more growing hoarse. It was, however, too late.
Princess People couldn't hear her through the explosions and the dust and wooden splinters, both hurt and separated every invader.
Then a few more explosions happened, and suddenly most of them were out there, alone and facing an unknown weapon. And these Libirs were only a first wave. The second one started from a bit farther, but should arrive in 30 seconds tops. A few of the perks of the undead: inexhaustible stamina. Is everybody all right? Agnes shouted into the air, trying to take control of the situation. Retreat to the stairs. We can't deal with these things. Retreat, repeated Peter, hot on her tail.
Don't leave me,
screamed back Boulder, blood flowing from his eyes.
Move! Move! Move!
The mages were already retreating. Shadow Mage was first to run. Eve also turned her back on the rest of the team to reach the stairs sooner. Her gaze lingered for a moment on Boulder's angry and fearful silhouette, but she shook her head and moved away. Incoming! Tina screamed once again, seeing the not-so-comical anymore shape of undead waddling through the ferns and smoke.
Get back, sir!
She directed her words at Charles, who, surprisingly, was moving forward, not backward.
We need to get the half-orc back, he shouted back. Our orders are different. Sir! She responded, her body tensed and fearful, yet she held still. Retreat!
No! I need to—
As one of the Hawks, I order you to turn back, sir. You're much more valuable than any of us.
Tina took out a weird brooch with a symbol of the bird with its wings open, like it was preparing to take into the air. Charles's face changed to shock, curiosity, and then anger.
I don't care for the kingdom's special forces.
He screamed loudly enough to spray some saliva on the thief's face.
I am saving that man, and there is nothing that—
His words were cut short as the handle of Tina's dagger robbed him of consciousness. She turned her head only to see advancing undead. Lone Mountain, take him back! Her eyes burned with conviction. Please, I'll block them!
Hearing that the tall woman hesitated, and after muttering a short curse, turned back to drag the fire mage to safety.
At this moment, the next wave of Libirs arrived, their weak eyes focused on the warrior trashing in the front, and the rogue right behind him. Boulder was, however, closer to them than the girl, which sealed his fate. An undead lunged forward with its electric stick kept high in the air. Boom, one, boom, after, boom, another, boom.
Their combined effort turned towards the orc's annihilation, and they continued to self-destruction until he stopped screaming, and only after a pile of flesh and metal pieces remained.
Tasty, I screamed in delight, feeling the devoured energy. This was something else entirely. These scrawny half-elves couldn't even compare. Would that be insensitive if I said that he tasted like pork? I giggled, overcome with ecstasy. My mind returned a few seconds later. That's good stuff, I mumbled. But too much of it, and I don't know what'll happen. In these few moments, even more Libir exploders arrived. Tina turned towards the incoming attackers and weaved through their lines like a goddess of war. My undead were clumsy piles of bone and iron, thus an agile rogue like her easily cut their hands off, effectively disarming them. She worked tirelessly, glancing towards the retreating Agnes. After she confirmed that the party escaped, it was her turn to reach safety, and it was then when her attention slipped. It was only a moment, a small oversight. The electric weapon fell on the already disabled Libir, on the volatile blue part to be exact. But it was enough. The explosion tore through the air and mangled a few meters of trees and other flora, the secondary detonations happening as both metal and weapons were strewn in every direction. Soon the dust cloud had fallen, leaving only thoroughly plowed earth and scattered pieces of meat. The remaining invaders retreated in time, not even looking back in their panicked return to the first floor. save from Agnes, who took a long, grudge-filled look at her fallen companions and my undead until she quickly retreated.
That one will be trouble, I mused quietly.
And then I turned my attention to the survivor. Tina was very unlucky. The explosion mangled her left leg and arm, pretty much leaving only stumps intact. Her cute, small face was scarred and bloodied. The same with parts of her torso. The armor shielded parts of her flesh from the explosion, but pieces of shrapnel from my undead and her broken-down defenses were embedded in her body. But she was alive, and I made sure that she remained as such, giving the appropriate orders to my minions. A tourniquet isn't that hard to make, especially with people, undead, who have opposable thumbs. I wanted to quietly celebrate my successful defense when a familiar green and red mana flux appeared in my dungeon. While I planned to check on the adventurers and maybe do some peeping, the tactical reconnaissance, it seemed like much bigger trouble appeared on my doorstep. And right I was. Soon a pair of twins appeared from the thin air. Like before, one of them was blonde, with long hair, a modest figure, and piercingly accusatory blue eyes. Like before, the left one, as I called her in my mind, was wearing a one-piece dress, both humble and tempting. The right one looked similar, yet different. The shape of her body and face was the same, but burned, scarred, tortured. Her was the red hair and eyes dark, deep like the blackest night. And yet they were one, a goddess called Gangria, a part of the triumvirate of gods still residing in this dying world. Unlike earlier, they took one look at me, at my exploding Labirs standing at the ready, at the husk of the Tina, the rogue being dragged over, and the shouting had already started. "Are you retarded?" The left one asked gently, like a child looking at an ill puppy, "Do you wish to become like your mindless predecessors?" The right one screamed right at my core.
It's really weird how you use your gifts, Uno. Why do you overuse the anima on such trifles?
"What did I do wrong?" I whispered under their vocal and mental attack. The twins looked at each other, sighing deeply. They shook their heads for a moment, communicating without words, and soon the left one stepped forward.
"We appeared in your dungeon because you nearly managed to kill the Gaynard Kingdom weapon.
We tend to keep watch over our enemies, and when we arrived we noticed this. Abomination."
I still don't understand what are you talking about now. Can you please explain? I was getting a really bad feeling about this conversation. What they were getting at was playing with undead a taboo now too? Or was it something else? Fuck it. It was something else, right? The twins nodded again, and the left one started.
"It will take a while, but I'll explain." She bowed lightly like a child making a performance for her parents' sake. "What do you know about magic?" she asked, and I noticed that the right one disappeared somewhere.
"Not much.
Where is your sister?" I asked nervously.
"She's interested in your prisoner. Answer my question."
"Oh, Tina, I see. Well, you press the button and the magic comes out? Using mana?" She looked at me in exasperation. "Idiot!" A faraway voice echoed in the chamber. "Let's just start from the beginning then, a short version." She nodded to herself, and somehow I understood that her expectations turned a bit lower. Mana is everywhere. It's an invisible substance that penetrates every being thing, simply a lifeblood of our world. Long ago, people of the world discovered that by using it, they could bridge the impossible. They can command the elements, shape the world, and kill each other. Her last words had a hidden viciousness in them. The gods didn't think much about this power at the beginning. They were beings of faith, and it was their sustenance and their power. However, as the mortals grew, the need for the gods diminished. A cruel smile appeared on her face, and so the gods panicked. They debated with each other, trying to avoid the fate of starving to death. "Magic?" I whispered, seeing as she deviated from the topic. "Yes, but the gods were lucky. You see, the people who took in the power of mana in their bodies started to get twisted. It was slow at first, an angry outburst here from the fire mage, an unfounded suspicion from the dark mages, the laziness from the earth mage, and so on." She shook her head, blonde hair once again swaying in the invisible wind. And then the war happened. Beings as powerful as gods, but not quarter as sane, clashed. The world was nearly destroyed. The end? No. The story repeated itself. Mages grew in power, they grew unstable. Gods needed the new solution, and they found one: the system and the cores. What are they? I asked, full of curiosity. They're a type of filter prepared for the gods to keep the mana influence away. It stops the assimilation of one's element and gives time to cope with it. Also, by severing the ability to freely take in the mana in one's body, it stops the catastrophe that already happened twice.
The Second Empire? I asked. Yes. A sharp and concise answer. Against all hope, I tried again. Can you?
No, it's not important and my time is limited now. She clapped her small hands to gain my attention. The dungeon cores were made differently. How? I asked, dreading the answer. They take the mana directly, as did the wizards of old. Her smile turned mischievous. Where does that put me? My question was filled with dread. Can't you at least puzzle out that part by yourself? She pouted, but I only begged quietly. Please, there's something wrong with me, I know it, but I can't understand why. Sigh. What is your element? She asked, pretending to be a teacher asking questions during the test. Anima. What is anima? An essence of truth. Yes, and what a chosen element does to the one using it. It permeates, assimilates, but what does that mean to me? I felt the rush of the adrenaline, something long absent from my crystal mind. Please tell me. You're no fun? Another voice answered. To put it simply, your real body is a crystal made as a slave to gods. She hissed her last words. And because of that, each time you use your anima to breach the realms of impossibility, to create these toys, she pointed towards my duct-taped undead, you get a bit closer to the truth of your body, the unchanging crystal whose layers turn stale with each spell you cast, each monster you make, to turn you into a slave, a machine, a tool. With each word, her smile grew wider and wider, more and more resembling her sister. Why are you telling me this? I asked, full of suspicion. You're a nice distraction. We already got all the pieces in place. Would you believe that we just enjoy seeing you squirm? Why? For the first time, both of them stopped smiling. After a long and heavy silence, the right one answered. Would you believe that we're lonely? Her voice echoed in the shadows and their forms started to disappear. Wait, please, I have questions. My words were only answered with two distinct chuckles. Later. Have fun. I left you a present. A. What present? As if to answer my confusion, a woman's scream tore through the dungeon. 040. Uno. Hearing the scream echo through the tunnels, I forced my senses to expand. My being, earlier focused on the soul point where Gangria appeared, expanded back to its default, omnipresent state. I was once again aware of everything that happened under the watch of my cameras. I was the dungeon, and with this knowledge came a type of pride, an addicting sensation. Because of the change in perspective, finding the source of constant wailing turned out to be a child's play. Before zooming in, however, I wasted a second to check on the adventurers currently camping in the first-floor guardian's room. The heavy silence that permeated the air said a lot about the current state of their minds. I left nothing to chance, though. My Liber exploders were already waiting, hidden amongst the grass. With endless patience, they eyed the stairs on which invaders might appear once again, just in case one of them was stupid enough to renew the attack. At the same time, the manufacturing workshop was humming with ant-like undead, laboring busily to produce new exploding sashes and affix them to the Liber volunteers waiting in a long line. I mismanaged the speed of their production, but other than that, everything was going exceedingly well. The source of my concern was different. I found the origin of the commotion. It was Tina. She crawled towards the closest wall and curled up, as much as a being lacking limbs could. Her battered body looked awful, and at first glance, I thought that her pale face was a testament to the pain she felt. The blood loss being a slow and insidious killer. Yet after a few minutes of observation, my opinion changed. There was something wrong with her, both mentally and physically, and it wasn't something as obvious as the phantom pain or the discomfort stemming from the knowledge that she would never walk again. Her thin body started changing color, which reminded me of Argeria.
the disease that turned the skin of its victims gray. It was, however, connected to the inhalation or consumption of silver, and certainly wasn't a type of illness that progressed so quickly. Strangely enough, the most vulnerable parts of her body, the stumps of her arm and leg, were looking clean. The silvery stains concentrated around the chest and neck regions of the young thief's body. Even stranger was the look in her eyes. Was she hallucinating? Her dull and lifeless brown eyes indicated that she wasn't all there. Escaping the reality was, after all, a normal way to cope with an unmanageable situation. Taking, however, a closer look, I wondered if this wasn't instead an expression of shock, or maybe even betrayal. Only now I remembered that for a few long minutes, she was in the presence of Gangria's rowdier personality. At that time, I was more interested in my survival, so whatever happened, be it a feat of magic or just a simple conversation, was unknown to me. Because of that, there was only one course of action I could take, to simply ask the person in question. But to do so would probably demand the creation of a translation device. Normally, I would do so without hesitation, if not for the warning that the crazy goddess delivered. The way she spoke and explained was chaotic at best, not to mention that she left me to deal with the situation on my own. Then again, I wasn't her ally. Neither did I swear allegiance to her faction. What duty did she have to help a wayward dungeon core like me? Bah! No matter. I decided to rearrange all this new knowledge in my head. The sentient creatures of this world, once upon a time, were able to learn how to manipulate the surrounding mana, and by using this new knowledge, they gained unmatched powers. The said mana came in many flavors and granted its users different abilities. However, after even more time had passed, they learned that there was a price for using it. Mana corrupted, or rather changed, assimilated, its users. This modified their behavior, their very being, in the end, turning them against each other, and had sown the seeds of the world war. When the unthinkable happened, the planet barely withstood their combined rage, devastation brought by magic unlike any other. This forced the gods into starvation as the sentient beings were teetering on the brink of annihilation. The precarious balance was, however, archived. Both the world and sentience recovered while magic and technology once again started to blossom. All was well. On the surface. To tell the truth, the gods were afraid. They understood that with the resurgence of magic, the apocalypse would repeat itself. Thus, to safeguard their flock, or rather the faith they produced, a conclave of gods concocted a plan to filter mana influence from the sapients, add the system controlling, or rather completely stopping, the magic research, and in turn avert the end of the world. But they fucked up. They fucked up so hard that most of them had to flee the planet, leaving sentience and the ever-growing corruption to their own devices. The only ones left were Brighton, Mirabelle, and Gangria. One of these was not like the others. Anyway, what happened? Who knows? Maybe if the schizophrenic goddess visits me again, I'll get to know about that part. It didn't matter. From where did the corruption appear? Was that an effect of the god's intervention, or something deeper, older, stirring from the Yana depths? Who cares? My minions were either immune to its influence or actively cleansed it from the surroundings. That was the extent of thought I was willing to waste on this topic. I was much more interested in the knowledge that described how I was getting fucked by the system and how mana was influencing the dungeon cores in general. As I understood, I and the rest of the puppet-like DCS don't have mana filters in place. We do not need them. Theoretically, while we were like the mages from the past, getting easily influenced by our affinities, it didn't matter in the long run. Why? The rest of my brother crystals had no free will. Was sister crystals a better word? Even without the necessary equipment, I thought myself male. They were made to serve the higher purpose, like machines programmed with a sole task in mind. How they did it was irrelevant, be it by using fire, ice, earth, or more ethereal elements. My situation was, however, different. Not only my mind was intact, at least I think so. My memories of the time I spent on Earth were blurry at best, but I also had the misfortune of acquiring the anima, which translated into the truth of a being, as my element. I mean, it wasn't all that bad. A rare affinity meant great power, but most importantly, a way to bridge the gap between the earlier scientific world and this one, more focused on magic. I no longer had any illusions that my knowledge was solid enough to replicate things like combustion engines, explosives, or even electric forges. Yet somehow anima allowed me to do it. How?
No idea. It just works.
Anyway, back to the story. I couldn't escape my fate. It was a struggle that every mana user in the past had already experienced, and the defeat that came with it, ending in an irreversible change in their nature, creating a deeper connection to their element. In my case, it was a return to the truth of my current body. The problem was that, unlike humanoids or even monsters, I was a crystal created with a single purpose in mind: to serve. It was just like Gangria explained, a straight way to become a mindless drone and thus lose myself completely. That said, I had a few ideas about how to change that truth completely, and possibly even break free from my status as a dungeon core. But the latter was not ideal. From what I saw of this world, it was dangerous, brutal, and on the brink of extinction. Hiding out in my own fortified bunker was a simple and elegant solution, even with these sentients constantly banging on my door. Anyway, there was a problem with the implementation of the mentioned plan. A large amount of anima was needed to do what I wanted to do, but this, in turn, carried a higher risk of randomly turning into a puppet. Where was the way out then? It was simple. Dig deeper, kill more invaders, and grow without using anima as much as possible. This, in theory, would give me enough breathing room to finish the change I was planning. 1 floor at minimum and 2 as the optimal solution. The math behind it? None. It was just a feeling, but it should be enough. I wasn't completely guessing. Even with only 2 floors, my mind was independent again. I could operate without any hindrance when remaining in the depths. Otherwise, my strategy with the suicidal exploders would never fly. It was a much different feeling than what I experienced on the 1st floor, which in turn made me wonder about the next question: what my future path would be. I have to consider this carefully. I had no choice. Anima would remain as my element. Because of that, the change would come, sooner or later. But the preparations I was making forced a new venue of thought to appear, a luxury of choice, an ability to determine at which truth I'll arrive. For example, choosing a bestial form would probably take away my ability to speak or think logically, but also exponentially raise my physical ability, and with it, survivability. Turning into an undead was also an option, although the psychological aspect was what worried me. But on the other hand, the ability to raise servants or even learn new magic, who knows, were tempting choices. There was also a possibility of a more mechanical path, which could readily rob me of empathy, feelings, the overall humanity. Not that much of these were left in this crystal prison. So many choices. I daydreamed for a long moment, only to be brought back to reality by another wild scream. Ah yes, Tina. I wondered as to what my next course of action should be when a string of words escaped her scabbed mouth. No, 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 she mumbled, her gums bleeding from teeth clenched too hard. Not real. It was not real. No, she screamed once again, similarly to how it happened earlier. At least my floors muted the sound between different layers, otherwise her companions would probably come running. Then again, if I used these screams as a part of the trap, it would certainly be a nice distraction. Too bad that to implement it, I had to create a gramophone, microphone, or maybe a different recording device. And that took anima anyway. The former courageous rogue was currently trembling, cradling her head and mumbling to herself like a crazy person. Not real. No. No. Please, no. Her anger has already drained considerably, the woman's voice changing into a begging tone. Anything. Please. They need to live. Please. She sobbed quietly, tears staining the dirty ground. Each second another please or anything escaped her mouth. I sighed. The mindless torture was never my forte, and now, more than ever, I wanted to know what exactly Gangria did to the girl. To understand, however, I had to speak with her. But like I said before, the translation machine would be a huge waste. This meant that the girl will have to wait for the Guardian to respawn. He could be my mouthpiece now that I knew that he could talk, and, more importantly, an ability to communicate with me too. A perfect translator, if not for the fact that his sanity rope quite literally anchored him to one room. Anyway, no time like the present, now only to ensure Tina's survival, at least until I ask my questions and figure out what had Gangria done. She mentioned something about the present. My spidey senses were tingling each time I looked at the broken rogue. Now, what do I need? Beds. Right. Probably some water, maybe food too. Who knows when the adventurers will retreat, and preferably a blanket.
Bandages? Do I even have the material to make them? Or an antiseptic? I don't think so. I have a lot of poisons, though.
Not that it helps.
Tina started sobbing again, so I ordered my Liebir to lift her. The undead stood there for a moment and moved just before I decided to repeat my command. It picked up her body in something that people called a princess carry, a weird course of action for the normally stupid Libirs. I was sure that it would try to just drag her or carry her like a sack of potatoes.
Well, no matter.
With another short order, the undead marched towards the northeastern part of my dungeon. Its target was a guardroom tucked in the corner, the entrance close enough to the explosives workshop and my reinforcements. Just in case, I had a few of those sprinkled on my second floor to keep large teams of mobile undead as a way to stop any invaders. While the room itself was useful, I couldn't say so about the beds and weapon racks I'd allocated inside. It was a flight of fancy, a thematic choice that I was now regretting a bit. At least they were made by the crude Golem Smith dwelling on the first floor and his rattling followers. They were a surprise. Most of them wore parts of poorly made armor and strange rat-fitting weapons. The one leading them had a pair of goggles on his head, and seeing his begging posture gave me a feeling of déjà vu.
Which nearly distracted me from another important discovery. Boulder's death wasn't in vain. I mean, he tasted great, so there was that, but with his demise, I also now understood how to create orcs in my dungeon.
Well, the Pure Orc was the full name of the half-complete blueprint. Normally, it wouldn't be a problem since I just could mount their torso on the spider golem or add artificial hands, legs, and even eyes, and yet it wasn't like that. The data looked like something had shredded it and left only pieces. It wasn't impossible to remake with metal and anima, but it would be a very costly experiment, one I wasn't so keen to start right now, maybe after adding a few floors. Yep. Also, weren't orcs classified as sentients? Why was I allowed to make them? Something was amiss. Now, what did I misunderstand? But more importantly, I knew what I had to do. It was an Uno subquest, to gather the rest of the orc parts. And since the orcs were somewhere on the surface, maybe it was time to check on the rattling army and maybe do a little hunting?
Charles Blueflame, commander in name of the Gynard Kingdom Dungeon Outpost.
When I came back to my feelings, I was already outside, the white sun mercilessly hitting my face. I sprung up from the bed, adrenaline still coursing in my veins, the battle echoing in my ears. But as I looked around, the familiar space greeted me, a luxurious couch, wide bed and solid table, and an opened flap of the tent, letting in the sun, and with it, a hubbub of the outpost. Commoners doing their meaningless tasks. I nearly ordered the person keeping it open to stop, but hesitated, seeing it was Agnes standing there. My mind was in chaos. We looked into each other's eyes. "They're dead." She spoke first, her words cold and fast like arrows. Both Boulder and Tina were killed in this incursion. The princess looked at me, her pain hidden under the invisible shield called duty. We're sure. Neither one of them emerged from the stairs. We waited long enough. She lowered her head down, studying the stains on the carpet. And you know as well as me that dungeons do not take prisoners. Yes. I nodded slowly. After a second, my eyes widened. But this dungeon, it uses undead. A small drop of blood made its way down her face. We may yet meet both of them. Again. Fiery red anger escaped her eyes for a moment, only to return to the muted silence from before. Also, talk to your butler. It seems like the situation grew worse while we were exploring.
What can you tell me? The fallen tribes are moving, mostly orcs and goblins according to the scouts. How many?
My face wrinkled with worry.
Our forces here are maybe 200 warriors, and twice as many civilians.
About 1,000. Maybe more, she answered. I cradled my head in worry. At least we can request reinforcements. The communication crystal is a real blessing. I mumbled under my nose, relieved. We can't.
What? Was the crystal destroyed?
No. She shook her golden hair in denial. We already asked for reinforcements. They can't send any. Why? All the forts on the border are requesting soldiers. Her eyes looked dull and empty. The fallen tribes are attacking our defensive line. We're on our own. She breathed in slowly and then spoke with a flat tone. Their exact words were, "Use whatever you can use and survive."
I laughed in response. 041 Charles Blue Flame. My bitter laugh echoed in the tent. Agnes, my only witness. It took me a few solid minutes to calm down, and even then my eyes were still full of hatred. These bastards. They're simply telling us to die, I shouted, my teeth clenched, gums bleeding. It was clear that the Royal Army already considered this outpost a lost cause, thus ordering us to deal the most damage possible to the advancing horde, and then graciously perish, becoming silent martyrs for humanity, for the greater good. Use whatever you can use, eh? My mumble disappeared in the stale air as the princess quickly closed the tent's flap and drifted nearby. Yes, that's what the message said. Then I'll do just that. I'll fight like a cornered rat if needed and survive. My heated speech seemed to rouse something in Agnes's eye, but she soon returned to the morose visage from before. Noticing this, I asked in a flat tone, "What about you? Will you stay?" There was no way in hell that our benevolent king would leave his progeny to the wolves. All of us were equal in the face of the ultimate sacrifice, as taught by the kingdom, but some were a bit more equal than others. 2 members of the Hawks appeared before me today. Their orders stated that I was to be transferred back to the capital city. There was muted anger in her eyes. It was one of those rare situations where the country orders couldn't be ignored by the rowdy princess. The mention of the kingdom's secret police unknowingly turned my thoughts to late Tinna's fate, or more importantly, the siblings she so happily described before. Considering the quality of her talent, they also should show promise. Gathering them up, if possible, would yield me some nice warrior material. I decided to follow this train of thought when I have a chance. Later, my mind switched gears, focusing on the present. Alone? I asked after a second of hesitation. I can take a few people with me. Lone Mountain, Eve, Peter, you? She asked, her voice getting quieter and quieter as she became aware of the answer. I can't. My words were sharp and clear. Your brothers. Yes. I exhaled heavily. Being a noble sure beat being a simple commoner, but we had our own share of troubles. Would I return alone after abandoning the outpost, leaving the members of our order to die? I smirked. Both my head and the rights to this new dungeon would fall in their hands. This was a fate much worse than death. I was always called a black sheep, a disgrace to the Blue Flame family, tucked in the corner of a useless order dedicated to taking care of new dungeons, years after the last one appeared, to return to that powerlessness, to those gray days of boredom, languid hours of simply existing. No, I refuse. This is my only chance at greatness, and they would have to pry it from my cold, dead hands. I see. She swallowed hard, her head suddenly landing on my shoulder. My first reaction was to escape, but I was already caught and greedily hugged. Helplessly captured, I could only listen to the fuming princess's rant. There was no way for me to win. Not fair. I would try otherwise. But both of them were in their 30s. I knew she was talking about levels, not their age. And what's worse, they're experienced. A rogue and mage working together are nothing to scoff at, especially because I don't really know anything about their abilities. It makes me angry. Angry, you hear? She banged on the table with her free hand. I barely managed to achieve my 20th level after this disaster. This is so unfair. A new class, then, I murmured, the heat of her body scrambling my thoughts. Yes, a Valkyrie. That's how it was called, I think. Her eyes scanned through the empty air, clearly reading an invisible menu. It's still a warrior class with a curious addition. It allows me to summon ghostly helpers, many kinds. She scratched her head. There is a cooldown and they're a bit meh, but otherwise it's a very useful ability. A perfect support skill for solo delving. I can now detect traps, heal, or even attack from afar. She spoke, her voice getting mellower with time. Her breath also grew deeper and longer. Soon I felt like there was a little bird napping nearby. She instantly shifted to a lap pillow, her hand still firmly clutching my clothes, our fingers intertwining. Why are you telling me this? I frowned, breaking the calm atmosphere.
I couldn't move my body, but it didn't stop me from turning my face in her direction, our eyes locked in the contest of wills. You know that sharing this kind of information could easily lead to your demise, I hissed. There are always people listening. Please be reasonable, Agnes. My class jumped up 2 more levels. Even considering how disastrous was our last expedition, I had mixed feelings about that, but experience was experience, no matter how it was gained, and unlike the princess, I wasn't too keen on sharing such sensitive data, even with people I trusted. Her only answer was a defiant stare. It would be a bit more intimidating were she not settled down on my lap, gazing upwards. The air stalled, a precarious balance of our body heat and silence continuing for a long moment, until a short cough forced us apart. We jumped back as something stung us, our jumbled figures suddenly free. Adam, my silver-haired butler, was standing awkwardly in the entrance, staring at us with an uneasy expression. At least he had enough composure to close the flap immediately after entering. In an ordinary noble household, the things he already saw would be a death penalty, a perfect way to silence him permanently. The tryst between a noble and the royal princess noticed by a mere servant. Unthinkable. Thankfully for him, both of us knew and trusted the butler. Agnes was acquainted with him for a long time, while for me, Adam was pretty much a surrogate parent. My true father was, after all, too busy with ruling and political intrigue to deal with something as mundane as personally raising his sons. The task was delegated to the then young and energetic servant, and we were together through thick and thin ever since. I slowly let go of Agnes's hand, which unknowingly ended up in mine, and stood up, a false smile full of bravado emerging on my face.
Adam! It's good that you're here, old man, I bellowed, trying to keep my embarrassment under control. It was important to keep up appearances. Gather every influential individual in the outpost. We need to have a meeting considering the fallen tribe's invasion. I stopped talking, seeing the hastily paling servant. People weren't informed? I asked the princess. No, of course not. We're trying to avoid panic. That and the scouts claim the army will take about a week, even 2 to arrive. We're not really pressed for time. Preparations can still be completed. Apparently the same couldn't be told about the other forts. So we're stuck dealing with the second wave while they whittle the real invasion down? I scratched my head. Not a bad roll, if we manage to survive. The problem lies elsewhere. The scouts claim that the invaders are numbering a measly 1,000. They're lying. I spoke viciously. What? How do you know that? You know, I had a lot of free time as the head of the Order of Fates Untold. My mouth twisted in disgust, remembering these times. Even our name sounds useless. A sigh escaped my mouth. One of the few interesting activities I could engage in was reading the Kingdom's forces training manuals. Out of these books, there were ones about the scouts, the exterminator teams, mage squads, using adventurers, and some more. Not important. I paused for a moment. Anyway, the scouts are required to lower the predicted amount of spotted enemies by a half or more in order to not damage the defending troops' morale. I cited an excerpt with a wry smile. So they have 1,500 troops? Agnes spoke with her green eyes wide open. She was used to one-on-one duels, not massive clusterfucks of hundreds that battles usually turned out to be. At least Gaynard Kingdom battles. I would hardly call them soldiers, but yes, you're not wrong. Maybe even more. I turned back to my petrified servant. Ignore the earlier order. I want you to find a soldier commanding the local forces, leader of the Adventurers Guild Vagabonds, the strongest mage available, preferably male, and the representative for the civilian rabble. I stopped to think for a second. And also one of the wealthier merchants. It wouldn't do if they were to be left completely in the dark. My head turned back to the princess. I assume that you'll attend, if only as an advisor? I asked, and Agnes smiled in response. Yes, it should not be a problem. I have to depart today, but an hour or 2 of delay is still acceptable, maybe even more. We have at least a week until the horde arrives, according to the scouts. Her eyes turned defiant once again. After all, it would be potentially disastrous for members of the Hawks to be seen manhandling a princess. Even if we're already dead in the eyes of monarchy? I asked a dangerous question. There are always survivors, Charles. Her blinding smile assured me that Agnes would appear on our little war council.
One way or another, she departed immediately, and as soon as she left the tent, one of the hawks had emerged from the nearby shadows. A bodyguard. He was a tall, muscular warrior with brown hair and a sharp face. His eyes were a bit sunken in, creating a tired, sleepy impression. There was grace hidden in his effortless moves as he matched his speed to the princess's large strides. This type of movement was usually associated with rogues. I wondered where the mage hawk disappeared to. It was strange. The one who was supposed to stalk the darkness was instead strolling in the open, and the other, usually gaudy and prideful, was instead hiding somewhere. Interesting, but not important at the moment. I moved back to the tent and started my preparations. A shower, quick breakfast, then changing clothes into something more wholesome. The time flew by, and an hour later, another servant arrived with the information that everything was ready. I moved out. The light blinded me for a second until my eyes adapted. I looked around and started walking towards my destination. The outpost surrounding the dungeon entrance wasn't really that big. Not much time had passed since its inception, and the most popular type of building was still a tent. They varied in size and shape, showing their owners wealth and creativity, yet were still dwarfed by the military structures made out of wood. The silvery planks used in their construction weren't ordinary stuff, tirelessly cut and scavenged from the surrounding vegetation. Our alchemists and mages already understood most of the weird florist qualities after the countless tests. With them came the discovery that this wood, I hesitated to call it that, was pretty much fireproof and much more durable than materials gathered from ordinary trees, not beating the stone as a building block, but still. Then there was an unbelievable speed at which it grew back and denied other plants either water or light. Farmers were already complaining that planting the vegetables not native to the silver forest soil was going pretty badly. The monstrous spread aside, at least no metallic tree grew outside the circle of purified mana stretching around the outpost in the dungeon. Our food situation was pretty bad, at least sustainability-wise, but adding the supplies that already arrived with the earlier caravans, there was a low chance of starvation. We had about 200 warriors and mages, either hailing from my order, serving in the army, or working as a part of the Adventurers Guild. Besides them, about 400-ish people, farmers, woodcutters, hunters, shepherds, cooks, etc., were a part of the first batch of civilians to arrive at our outpost, but similarly, a burden to be considered in times of war. While I debated the viability of my plans, our meeting place already appeared before my eyes. I sped up and walked inside a large tent decorated with green and brown standard military colors. Inside, a few of the most important policymakers were sitting around a wooden table. There were a few empty chairs strewn about, a large candelabra already lit in the middle. It was still morning. I frowned for a moment, lamenting the waste, but decided to focus on the important tasks. And so I spoke. As you probably know, my name is Charles Blueflame, and I am a military commander of the Order of Fates Untold, residing in this outpost. I asked all of you here to discuss an emergency that has appeared and to devise countermeasures. There is much to discuss and plan for. I nodded sharply to the gathered and continued without stopping. First order of business. Introductions. As this is a hastily thrown meeting, please give a few words about your position, name, and rank, if applicable. I looked around. No objections? Good. Let's start with a person known to everybody present. Princess Agnes Gynard, royalty, adventurer, and a leader. I smiled, letting the rest of the table stand up at attention after hearing my words. I noticed that Agnes sat on the best-looking chair, nodding slightly to the surrounding people in response to my speech. Her current noble behavior reminded me of a cold mask that she always donned in public. Unlike earlier, she wore her light armor and traveling clothes, clearly ready to leave as soon as our meeting finished. Gentlemen. She rose for a second, and every person in the room froze. Each of them understood at this very moment that the contents of this meeting were going to be something really important. Agnes hummed quietly, returning to her seat, a sharp-faced rogue standing behind her, his sleepy eyes scanning the room. On his chest, a badge depicting bird with widely spread wings made it known that he was a member of the Hawks, Gaynard Kingdom Secret Police. An ungodly amount of daggers, or rather their handles, were sticking out from various parts of his attire. The black armor and pants he wore looked worn but pricey, a complementing set with his leather boots. The person sitting closest to her was a muscular soldier, a nasty scar on his face showing certain battle experience. He wore his epaulets with pride. A captain, huh? Seeing him as the highest-ranked army representative meant one of two things. Either the earlier battles were intense enough to cull the rest, or he was left behind by his superiors. Seeing a down-to-the-earth commander like him was a positive surprise. I knew how bad the noble leaders tended to be. The plan I was concocting could be described as unusual in the best case, suicidal in the worst. Seeing the sudden shift of attention, the man in question coughed and stood up from his seat. Captain Molin Dury, temporary commander of Royal Army Detachment. He saluted swiftly and sat down, clearly happy to be out of the picture. In the next seat, a rough and hairy man was fighting with the tiredness, his random assortment of weapons and armor clearly showing Adventurers Guild membership, including the somewhat rusty cleaver he wore on his belt. His long black hair trembled each time he stifled a yawn. At least he didn't smell. These unruly monster hunters were infamous for their unwillingness when it came to not caring about the authority or breaking the local laws. I intended to fully make use of this quality. Looking around, the dark-haired man stood up, smiling. Call me Lois. Rusty Blade Lois is my full moniker, but I don't expect anybody here to use it. Guildmaster Lois, then? I asked. I guess so. The old man bit the dust, and since I'm next in line, he scratched his head, red, tired eyes peering from behind unruly hair. It doesn't feel real. Saying this, he returned back to his seat. The next person had a heavy smell of herbs wafting around him, wore a conservative robe, a staff and weird helmet-like head armor. Various symbols were strewn on the dark violet clothing, symbolizing power, luck, and nature. A few locks of gray hair escaped from under the material, and piercingly blue eyes stared accusingly at every person present. Master Vincent, whispered Adam. He wasn't very happy that I dragged him back here from his experiments. I simply nodded and turned my gaze towards the man in question. Seeing this, he sighed audibly and stood up. My name is Vincent, and I really hope that you can explain this barbarism. He snorted, and his gaze pierced my butler, making him twitch. Otherwise, there will be consequences. He sat down, ignoring the presence of royalty. In the corner of the eye, I saw the hawk's rogue twitching angrily, but a single, nearly silent no stopped him in his tracks. Seeing this, I bowed slightly towards Agnes, a small dismissive glance being her answer. We all wear masks, I mused, waiting for the next person. Only 2 more were left. Unlike their predecessors, they were clearly overwhelmed and felt out of place. One of them had a large build with bright eyes and a bald head. His hands clearly had signs of hard labor, and while he wore his best clothing, a strange combination of blue leather pants and white cotton shirt, it was clear that he was very nervous. Sensing the appraising eyes, he swallowed hard while trying to stand up, trying being operative word as he hit the wooden table with his leg, hissing in visible pain. Then, forcing himself to stand, he started to speak. Tom is my name. Dear lords and ladies, I am a leader of the carpenter team, and as such, the civilians are our representative. He bowed deeply, his bald head smoothly polished. I was told that issues of great importance will be discussed here. He gulped audibly. And as such, I was told to retell them my neighbors and colleagues. He bowed once again and sat down, clearly happy that his speech wasn't stopped, or that he didn't have to leave. A peasant in the company of noblemen and even royalty. What a time to be alive. The last one was a slim and delicate young man with just enough gold on his person to pass for a noble. He wore strange, skin-tight clothing made from monster's leather. Normally, such brown attire would be seen as humble, but knowing the price of any monster's material might change that impression. His eyes gazed upon the rest of the gathering while he unconsciously played with one of his rings, depicting a snake eating its own tail. On his head, a circular cap with a feather was sitting, mostly covering unruly bronze hair. Seeing our gazes, he coughed in embarrassment and stood up. Merchant Autelis Kamap from the Dross Republic is pleased to make acquaintances. He also bowed deeply, but with a different feel than his predecessor. I sighed quietly, internally yelling at Adam. Why did you get a foreigner? This is a Gynard's Kingdom affair? I hope that you can explain the sudden summons, Sir Charles. This humble merchant has a lot to do around the new dungeon. Despite sounding humble, I could sense the irritation at my request to talk. I guess he was thinking that the order wanted to implement some policy, maybe a tax, and just to spite his small-scale thinking, I started with a bomb. According to the kingdom's scouts,
We have about 2 weeks before a large army of fallen tribes goblins and orcs arrive at our location. I inhaled. We have no reinforcements. In order to defend this position, and our enemies have numerical superiority, at least 5-1. A smile emerged on my lips. Now, who has any suggestions as to how to survive this death trap? I stared at them for a long while, and as soon as they understood that it wasn't a distasteful joke, all hell broke loose. 042, Charles Blueflame, a pandemonium. That was the one word I would use for this situation. There were only a few people in the tent, so the ease with which they filled the place with the stench of despair was a bit surprising. They each reacted differently, talking over each other, changing expressions, or simply staring blankly, yet no matter what they did, it was clearly in order to cope with a harsh reality. All their arm-flailing, spit-flinging notions were a reaction to the oncoming specter of death. A total panic. It was perfectly understandable, though. The enemy we were forced to face was no ordinary army, an opponent that could be reasoned with, maybe even bribed, something within our limited comprehension. No, it was more like a force of nature, cruel and unforgiving, a horde made up from an unruly mass of tribals, monsters, and wild mages. What's worse, unlike any other troop, their focus wasn't claiming territory, gathering riches, or defeating the enemy in combat. Instead, their army was like a cloud of locusts, focused on devouring all that was alive. Nobody could escape their grasp, be it a simple animal, a guard of the merchant caravan, or wandering high noble. This meant that a bigger and more delicious target, like our outpost, for example, would never be overlooked. The dungeon expanding its influence was a clear giveaway, but even without it, a few hundred souls stood out like a sore thumb in the desolate northern wilderness. After all, the rest of this place was devoid of life and littered with ruins, bearing an occasional tainted lake. With the horde coming, various raiding parties would form and spread around like wildfire, greedily searching for easier targets, leaving no stone unturned in their zeal. Many called such hordes a disease, and their raiders were really like tendrils of illness, desiring a piece of clean flesh to devour. Any escaping civilians would be their prime targets, but the reasons for the hunt varied. Some of the invaders simply craved carnage, others cared about harvesting our mana cores or enslaving the civilized races. Yet the worst among them were the ones who had completely turned into animals. Both their bodies and minds turned grotesque, deformed, and demented, yet they were not always that way. Not many knew or cared to remember nowadays, but the orcs, goblins, trolls, lizard men, beastkin, and all the other fallen races were once as civilized and organized as the Northern Alliance. It was the corruption that turned them into monsters, raising the strength of their senses, muscle power, and reaction times. This created a type of predator craving both challenge and meat, relying on their wild instinct to lead them from one feeding ground to another. Only the most powerful mages and warriors could contend with them. Rare individuals or parties comprised of veterans could also defend against their assault. For the rest of us mortals, the only way to even have a chance to survive was to make sure we had the sheer numbers needed to overwhelm them, something we didn't have right now. That was why, despite having services of the experienced hawks at his disposal, the king decided to unhesitatingly abandon the outpost and save his daughter instead. The land could be always reclaimed, the royal blood, not so much. Even then, the chances of survival of both Princess and her companions weren't that much greater than ours. Worse even, each hour of delay diminished them even more. It was because of this fact that Agnes's bodyguard was visibly fuming, his eyes drilling holes in my back. At least he kept his expression neutral, so only I and Master Mage Vincent noticed his burning impatience. I focused my attention on the people present. Their state of mind was important. I needed to collect enough pawns to carry out my defense plan. In order to do that, I needed to gather both their attention and support. They knew that their lives were in danger. I observed their reactions, gauging them against earlier knowledge. Having a capable butler like Adam was really a blessing. "No, how's that possible?" moaned dross merchant Audeles while cradling his head. An extravagant cap he was wearing earlier already ended up on the floor. Forgotten, it was clear that the man had understood how grave the situation was. Like every trader worth his salt, he had loyal men guarding his goods and people, but it was clear for anybody that his control would slip the moment that news about the horde went public. Such were the hearts of men. Oh,
Tom, the civilian representative, was silent, clearly too shocked for the words to escape his mouth. He hyperventilated, his bald head full of sweat, eyes darting, hoping that it was all just a cruel noble's joke. It wasn't. I never saw a man who could sweat so much, his handkerchief already damp and dirty. It was quite disgusting to watch, noble sensibilities or not, and yet I rejoiced. His fear was useful. It made him predictable. The people he represented were a burden, weight to be left behind in order to survive, and since I was planning to be their savior, they should latch on tightly. Good. While the rest of the representatives were also agitated, their reactions seemed muted compared to the civilians, a clear divide between powerful and powerless. Captain Molin-Duray was mumbling something to himself. It might have been a tick, but he kept rubbing the handle of his sword, a simple iron thing used by ordinary soldiers. It looked weird on the officer's waist. His face seemed full of worry, but also radiated the feeling of strange confidence. I could barely hear words like last defensive line, a heart of the warrior, and show them our worth. I miscalculated. The captain seemed like a weak man at first, left for dead by his superiors and easily pushed around by his peers. Unexpectedly, there seemed to be something else here instead, a wild, unbound spirit. It would be hard to convince him to stop worrying and just follow behind my back, and yet I would have to try. On the other hand, Guildmaster Lois was smiling creepily. It was a strange reaction to the news that a bloody battle and probable annihilation was near. Was he a battle maniac then? That would fit the bill, but he sure didn't seem like one. I guess appearances could be deceiving. I was sure that as the survivor of the adventuring guild higher-ups, he would be more concerned about his life. If I remembered correctly, his caravan was ambushed by the rats native to the dungeon, culling the unwary adventurers. The defenders let their guard down, thinking them a common and weak monster. They were, however, damn clever and organized, managing to turn the tables on their unsuspecting foe. It was probably the first time that the aggressiveness of the dungeon's creatures worked in my favor. The negotiations with the old fogies would be impossible, but with Lois, there was a chance. He was young, brash, and much too impulsive. Should I manage to appeal to his wild side, he and his vagabonds would become my slaw allies. And last but not least, there was Master Vincent. The old man was so scary that I even called him with a big M in my thoughts. Was this the difference in levels or something else? Who knew? Anyway, he led his own troop of combat mages, a rarity in the Gaynard kingdom. Most, if not all, people born with magic cores were after all promptly recruited after discovering their ability, becoming a part of either army, special forces, noble retinues, or various public organizations. Because of that fact, the people following the old mage were a rare breed, and pretty much the only wizard troop in the outpost, not counting a dozen or two of Royal Army mages. Sadly, their levels and experience were completely incomparable. My order also had a few, but we faced the same problem. The man in question was just staring blankly ahead, thinking about something very hard. His wizened face scrunched in thought as he scratched the weird-looking cap on his head every so often. His mumbles were much quieter than those produced by Captain Duray, and completely unrecognizable. However, as he noticed my gaze, the old mage smiled toothily and nodded, a clear indication that at least one person in this room understood why I had gathered them all today. Master Vincent was calm. So calm that I started to suspect that he was in possession of some kind of life-saving artifact, maybe a legendary teleportation stone. What I would give for such power. Not good. My thoughts were swimming.
No distractions.
I needed to focus on the present, and so did the people in the room. I clapped my hands loudly, gathering their attention. Ladies and gentlemen, I didn't gather you here without a solution. I have a plan for all of us to survive this calamity and even bite back at our enemies. My words, especially the latter ones, lit the fire in the military men's eyes.
I would very like to hear about this plan of yours, good sire, shouted Captain Duray, and Guildmaster Lois nodded fiercely to his words.
Yes, any plan that gives us a chance at survival is a good plan. He smiled widely. So he was not just a bloodthirsty idiot.
Then,
there is only one thing I'm concerned with, sir. Molin decided to interrupt me. What is it? I asked back. Why are they here? he asked while pointing towards Tom and Otellus. I believe that or talks will be of the military nature, and as such, the presence of a civilian and a foreign merchant are uncalled for. His last words were full of poison as he directed his derogatory gaze at the two men in question. Bald Tom only lowered his head, a somewhat comical sight for a man as large and muscular as him. It reminded me of a child being scolded by his mother. The merchant, on the other hand, only sighed and started to talk back. Listen, They're here because I need their help, Captain. I interrupted coldly, becoming once again a target of their shocked gazes. What do you mean? The soldier answered, clearly forgetting his manners because of the surprise. Our armed forces are the unbreakable shield behind which the common people of Gaynard Kingdom can take shelter. And what would you propose should be their fate in this situation? I asked, knowing what he alluded to. They should escape while they can and leave the outpost defense to us, he proclaimed boldly, squeezing a frightened gasp from Tom's mouth. No, it was a nice way to say that they should fend for themselves. Considering the advancing horde, they would become a distraction and probably also nourishment for the incoming enemies. I considered this possibility, but the cons simply outweigh the pros. The civilians are a precious workforce and militia material, I answered with a small smirk on my face. Workforce? For what? Captain Dury asked, clearly confused. Sir, he added after a second. Where do you want to defend then, Captain? I asked incredulously. He can't be that stupid. In the field? While the battle would be a glorious one, we would get certainly annihilated, snorted Lois while inspecting the nasty piece of rusted iron he called a sword. Or was it a cleaver? That is true. And since we have a lot of materials, I tapped one of the chairs made from the local silvery flora. I see. My gaze turned toward Tom. We would gladly take part in your plans, sir. He shouted loudly, eliciting a lot of wry expressions from other people, and one not-so-loud curse. My people will volunteer for the defensive duty, too, he added while bowing deeply, his bald, shiny head dripping with sweat. The merchant, then, sir? Captain Dury asked, half convinced. I ask you, Octellus come up, lend us a hand in this time of crisis according to the Northern Alliance tenets. I asked formally while staring at the young man from the Dross Republic. He calmed down considerably, seeing the others focusing on the future. My words straightened his back even more. I will aid you, sir, to the best of my ability. What would you have me do? The fancy hat was still lying on the ground, but the man himself seemed more focused than before. Well, a vision of certain death would do that to anybody. 3 things I need of you. I lifted my fingers in the air. Your guards and your cargo will be merged into the defensive effort. A chance at life can't be bought for no amount of gold. He smiled before muttering half-audibly. At least against these unholy beasts. Good, I nodded. I also need you. What? It was the calm Agnes that suddenly stood up like her ass was on fire. What are you talking about? She seemed angry. I need a person to manage our stockpiles, Princess? An accountant of sorts? I asked falteringly, seeing her furious glow dissipate in the air like it was never there. Is that so? Then continue. She nodded, suddenly calm. I was left disoriented. Surely she hasn't thought that I changed my orientation. I thought incredulously. Mentally shaking my head and bowing slightly towards her, I continued. Then there is also Adventurers Guild and Master Vincent's Mages. We'll follow. Lois was one to interrupt me, and before a frown started to form on my face, another person spoke. My disciples and I will also help. It was a long time since I was in a scuffle, but we should do fine. There is, however, something else that intrigues me, that plan of yours, so don't delay and tell us all about it. Master Vincent was staring at me with his clear eyes, playing with the gorgeous embroidery decorating hem of his robe. Yes, I will so, but before that, I need to ask you a simple but important question. Yes? How durable are dungeon walls? Strong enough to withstand the force of fireball, but not the pickaxe's endless toil. Old Mage answered in a poetic fashion. I see, I mumbled before continuing. Then
How strong are they from outside?
That's enough! A stern voice interrupted my questioning. Any destruction of the kingdom property, the dungeon included, is forbidden by the royal law. Agnes's bodyguard suddenly barged into our conversation, his face full of fury. Cease this foolishness at once, noble, or your family and everybody present will face the consequences, he bellowed. I was surprisingly calm, eyeing his armed form. And who you are to lay this claim? My name is Korn, and I am one of the Hawks, he declared proudly.
And what is your military rank in the Hawks, Korn?
I am a corporal, he answered, his voice wavering a bit.
Then I guess you also know that when addressing a noble, one has to adhere to the proper protocol? I asked back, my words full of venom. Unless you're a noble yourself?
I am not.
I see. Then once again, on whose authority are you ordering us to cease planning?
Oh, on authority of the K-Kingdom, he answered warily, sensing a trap.
And who gave you this authority?
I am a hawk, and I am a noble. So tell me, little peasant, what gives you permission to interrupt when your betters are speaking? I shouted. A mere corporal, eh? Be.
Silence. It was my show now.
Who do you think you are, coward? I am no coward.
Oh, you're not? Then I suppose we will see you on the battlefield, helping to keep this place free from fallen tribe scum? I provoked. It was too easy. The man might be a high-level rogue, but he engaged in political debate where a goal was not the truth, but beating your opponent. I have orders. There isn't much I can do about that. Good. He keeps discrediting himself. What a find. Then, did your orders also include helping with the outpost defense? No. Were you invited to this meeting at all?
I came as the princess's bodyguard.
I need no bodyguard, calmly replied Agnes. Nice save. You came here on your own, Corporal, insisting that I was in danger, on your own volition. She emphasized, and in response, the rogue shrank under her cold gaze. So to summarize, Corporal Korn intruded on his own on the secret defense meeting and managed to insult not only a kingdom's noble, but also kingdom's own princess. What do you have to say in your defense? I shouted, the crux of the matter already shifting from using the dungeon in my scheme towards his lack of authority to order us anything.
But, the law?
He still tried, stuttering words failing him time and time again.
A message from the capital said that we should do whatever is necessary to keep this place defended. Are you saying that your word precedes in importance Royal Army directives?
That's enough, said Agnes and nodded in confirmation. Leave. Just leave, I said tiredly. Before I send the message asking for your dishonorable discharge from the Hawks, you made enough mistakes today. Seeing my iron gaze, Korn swallowed dryly and retreated, before bowing deeply towards the royalty. Ha! That was tiresome. I eyed the remaining people. Now, let's start talking again, without interruptions this time. Under my scrutiny, the men straightened their backs, while Agnes smiled warmly. The first battle was won, now only to implement my plan and survive. 0431. I breathed a sigh of relief as soon as the adventurers left my domain. It was only a few hours later, but for a dungeon core, any intruders, not to mention these monsters, were a nerve-wracking experience, especially since I could only wait and listen, absorbing random bobs and bits of knowledge from their conversations. After that ended, I was observing how the dying thief was doing. Yup, Tina was dying. I was no doctor, but her grisly cough, pale face, and slowly changing skin were easy symptoms to analyze. The verdict was a slow and painful death. I guess the constant loss of blood and the 2 destroyed limbs contributed to her current state. It didn't help that she was also mumbling constantly, begging some non-existent entity for mercy and recounting her siblings, I think. Her speech was so chaotic and erratic that it was hard to fish out facts from behind all her delusions. A shame, too, since something has been done to her by Gangria. She even called her a present. I felt like an owner of a pet turtle who helplessly watched its demise, because the stupid thing bit an electrical cable and got fried. Tina's breath was slowing down, heavy and laborious when the sentience left my halls. I instantly repopulated the whole place with labirs and ratlings, and in return, I felt like my hidden urge was quenched. It was satisfying, like taking a piss after keeping it in for too long. The only problem was that while my weaker monsters appeared immediately, the same couldn't be said about Decapitator, Jailer Jonathan, or Guardian. It was a logical thing according to many games I played, especially MMOs, but why it was happening in the real life? The only explanation I could find was that since they were boss-like characters, then maybe their schematic was written somewhere in my core or the dungeon as a whole, and because of that they respawned by using ambient mana. This theory was as good as any other, since I didn't have any way to check it. Well, any safe way to check it. Not with the sapients breathing down my neck. It was a dangerous thing since the first floor without them was ripe for the taking. Of course, any invader stupid enough to step on the second level would get annihilated by the Labir exploders. I also needed to have a serious talk with the Guardian, both about his constant silence and how to use him as my living megaphone. He was, after all, pretty much the only being in my dungeon capable of directly talking with me and anyone present, be it sentient or rat. Guardian was currently my only connection to the outside world, at least until both I and the said world managed to learn the squeaky tongue used by the ratlings, but that serious talk was a thing for later. Right now, I was waiting and observing Tina's slow demise. Almost 3/4 of her skin turned gray. I predicted that when the process finished, she would simply die. It was frustrating. There was a source of new knowledge, new power right beside me, and there was nothing I could do to devour it. Nothing but wait. But of course, I wouldn't just sit down with my non-existent arms crossed. There was always something to do. My first order of business was strengthening the Guardian's room, making it much sturdier. The last battle that happened inside changed my concept of reinforced. Those with high levels or powerful magic could very well literally break my walls and dig down towards the dungeon core. I briefly wondered why nobody did so. The next problem were the cables used by the Guardian to hook him up to my system. There should be an option to make them stronger. During the last battle, they were broken relatively easy, which in turn made him vulnerable and ultimately led to his demise. My first choice was to use metal or even rock, but it would end up in a straight pole, severely limiting Guardian's mobility. He would be like a circus pony, walking in circles while kept on a tight leash. This would undoubtedly cripple him in combat. In the end, I decided on making a large amount of small metal tubes containing the cables. They would clatter, ring, and weren't really that sturdy, but I simply didn't have any better ideas, so I left the problem alone and pretended it didn't exist. A true and tested technique. Afterward, I asked the rats to bring me some cloth, food, and water for the prisoner. She didn't eat or drink that much, but a change of bandages should do her some good. I also didn't just take from the ratlings. Lately, we established a barter system between us, to try something more than a master-servant relationship. The currency we used was simply anima crystals. Normally, one would say that using my somewhat special power more and more was just tempting fate, but the cost of creating these crystals was surprisingly minuscule. I was sure at first that they would draw much more of my energy, but under the constant nagging of the rattling queen, I summoned one as an experiment, and she promptly swallowed it whole. I was both shocked by her behavior and by how cheap the thing was, but the price was always relative to scarcity, so the green, sleek shards of crystal I produced were valued greatly by the rat kind. So the trade continued. Why even bother with this? Mostly because of my belief that hard work had to be valued in any society, and partially because the ratlings were steadily moving towards the theocratic model and it was scaring me. If I had to contend with the rat crusades, the addition of good, clean, free market should do wonders for their rigid caste system, creating a chance for the truly ingenious to rise to the top. As to what they were using my anima for, I didn't want to know. Not after the said rattling queen spewed green bubbling fluid from her mouth, while the surrounding rats worked themselves into a frenzy in order to drink that vile thing. Yeah. While my appetite for normal food as a dungeon core was non-existent, such sights still grated on my nerves, so I chose to avoid them. Back to more pleasant topics. I knew that the underground lake on the second floor had an outflow, which ended up somewhere in the wastes. Probably. What surprised me, however, was that a small troop of ratlings managed to leave and return through the underground river.
Sure, some perished in the process, but the prolific little buggers already organized another expedition in the unknown, preparing canoes made from axe conifers and oars carved from ironbark. There was a party at the shore just beyond the reach of the glass progenitor, and they even took a few of the iron flame rats with them, and a canoe aircraft carrier, a large, by rat standards, flat boat with two of their tame dragonflies wobbling precariously on the deck. It was interesting. At that moment, I really regretted not knowing their language. Well, one more thing to consider in the future. Sadly, while I was admiring their spirit, another wave of sentience barged into the dungeon. They were different than the earlier team, though. For one, they moved in groups of 10 or 12 people with measured soldiery steps. Pretty much every single invader was armed with a spear and a shield while wearing leather armor laced with few pieces of metal and a leather helmet. Their leader wore a similar outfit, but with much more metal added, a fancier helmet, and a sword on his waist. He rarely drew it, though, content to shouting out the commands. Unlike unruly adventurers, they instead walked in a formation, both as a team and as a whole group, with one of the dozens leading the way and the others guarding the retreat path. Their coordination was so good that they simply mowed down my Liebers. They weren't much help when deprived of the boss's help, but a few managed to get a hit or two in. It was then when I noticed a tired-faced healer that I understood that these were the professional soldiers. As if to show me their true worth despite a great beginning, humans marched forward with cautious enthusiasm. Still, they didn't overextend. They rotated, diligently making sure that each of their little teams changed the vanguard just after one battle. Their pace relaxed for a moment when most of my minions on the first floor were slaughtered, and a laugh or even a small whistle randomly escaped from their otherwise tense faces. They blitzed forward, but not before losing 2 of their number to my hallway traps. A great difference between automatic ones and those operated by the ratlings. Experienced ratlings, may I add. The invaders' energy was added to my reserves. Tasty, but nothing special. Half-orc Boulder was like well-smoked pork. These people were just potatoes. Filling, but still potatoes. Without salt. It was when they arrived near the forge in the now empty Guardian's room that I really tensed up. On the first floor, I didn't have any real chance to retaliate due to my mind crystallization, but once they stepped down, I would remind them what hell was. Too bad they steered clear from the stairs. I guess that meant that my Guardian revival would finish unimpeded. The 3 groups left scouts every 10 or so meters, which in turn lowered their numbers to only a group of 7. These people unhesitatingly entered the Smith Golem lair. It was rather bad on my nerves, that surety with which they moved. At least each step they took was full of wariness, even though the room was mostly empty. There was only one thing moving, an untiring if crude smith dancing between 4 points, the barrel of ores, electric forge, anvil, and finished goods pile. Their fascination at the bizarre sight lasted for a moment. Then one of them broke the silence. Who? I didn't believe them at first, you know. He spoke to nobody in particular, absorbing the red-hot sight before his eyes. It's a golem radio, spoke another, and it's smithing. Rare. Don't stare, people. We have a job to do. A team leader spoke loudly, clapping his hands to get everybody's attention. This worked, but he didn't bet on the golem also closing by. It stopped its endless cycle and turned the armored head toward the source of the noise, new visitors. Usually the golem would ignore all that wasn't new kind of metal or some unusual material. So I too didn't know what happened. But it moved. The bile golem strode towards the now speechless humans, its sturdy night frame peering over their figures. They just waited, looking at the metal man's reaction. Not all of them, though, as one of the humans was currently hyperventilating. The rest had their hands on the handles of their weapons, slowly drawing the blades and pommels from their sheaths, ready to pounce. The tense moment lasted only a few seconds before Golem returned to its routine. The humans exhaled collectively as their bodies relaxed. That was scary, whispered one of them, still clutching his weapon. Light gleamed off the sword's blade. It's because our boss decided to scream so loudly, another added, sending an angry glance towards the apologetic leader. My bad. The person in question answered wryly while combing his hair. There was nothing in the report about its sensitivity to noise. Anyway, let's continue. Remember your training. He shouted the last words while still whispering, eliciting a choir of angry responses. Shut up. Sorry.
The leader's voice trailed off as the golem started to hit the pieces of metal with his hammer, the loud noises instantly making communication harder. "Remember why we are here," he continued with a calm expression. "Aid, Jin, take the already made items and haul them back to the surface. The militia will have a need for them. Norn and Edward are to wait until the golem processes more ores. Gather them and send a runner back. The next shift will be ready in 6 hours, so try to keep alert until then." The men nodded and spread out according to the orders given. Very professional. Except for one word of his little speech that caught my attention. Militia. What do they need the militia for? I had a bad feeling about this. Wasn't I the only target around here?
The team leader continued, ignoring my mute confusion.
The rest with me were returning to the surface. "Do we need to remind our living lamps to not move during their shift?" "There is no need. They're professionals, and they know what is at stake." "I see. Then how about a little incursion?" A large, muscular man hauling a great shield smiled wildly. "I've heard that there is a fork in the road that still wasn't explored." "No." The answer was short and concise. "We're part of the Royal Army. This is no time for leisure. And what you're proposing is even worse. Insubordination." But the money, and nobody will know," the giant pleaded. "No means no, Psyche. Do you want to get replaced by some adventurer's guild crony?" "Never." The soldier straightened his back. "Then shut up and let's hurry. The miners should be on the way." I still watched as the group quickly returned back to the first floor entrance, expertly avoiding the traps and making sure any of the dark corridors didn't hide an ambush. It was then when I noticed what the words meant. Miners would be coming. I had the option of creating various metal ores on my dungeon walls, but it treated it as a waste of space. After all, it would have made me a real asset to exploit, while helping the sentients to produce weapons and armor locally. I much preferred that each gram of iron to be painfully transported from somewhere else. That's why my walls were either made of rock or bricks, and covered in the dungeon flora, useless for the miners. I started to wonder if the people mining walls of my dungeon would be dangerous. Painful. Now that I thought about it, my real dungeon core was still on the first floor. What if they accidentally found it? Shit, emergency. Should I move my core, assault the invaders, or simply wait for my monsters to respawn, and only then stomp on them? While I panicked, the decision was made for me. A large group of muscular but dirty men descended from the stairs, while being led by an even larger, more muscular and bald man. They all carried pickaxes with them, slowly stomping down the already well-trodden road. Wearing only boots, pants, and long shirts with sturdy leather gloves made them easy to recognize, considering that everyone else was both armed and armored. Unhesitatingly, they turned left, faced the wall, and immediately started to take measurements. They chatted during work, and I listened. "Mr. Tom, you're sure we should be doing this?" asked one of them, larger and dirtier than the rest. "There's not much choice, my friend. We either do this or we go back to the kingdom. On foot." A tense expression appeared on his face, while drops of sweat curled on his brow. "That's a suicide, if you ask me," the miner answered, spitting on the ground.
I agree. So between certain death and some unpaid labor and a possibility of survival...
"I understand, boss." The man nodded as the rest of his subordinates finished their work, standing at the ready. "Listen up, people," Bald Tom shouted while unfurling something that looked like a map of my dungeon, with a few red lines showing future expansions. "We have a job to do, a very important job. Our little outpost needs a fallback position, and we're going to provide one." He smiled. "So work hard, follow the rules, and we're going to be fine." "Sure, boss." Diggin'. Let's get to it." Hearing his words of encouragement, the miners rushed forward, quickly destroying the dungeon wall and creating new open space in shape of the funnel, wider in the beginning and smaller in the end. "Is this wise, boss? Won't a dungeon get angry at?" mumbled the sub-leader. "According to Master Charles, it's the other way round. As soon as we finish these new rooms, the mana contained on this floor will rush to claim them." He pointed towards the niche they were working on, which was already 2 meters deep. They sure were fast, these humans. In the long run, this will make the dungeon stronger. "And that's a good thing?" "Stronger dungeon means better loot, and more materials." He sighed. Maybe even this Smith golem that the Swords of Hope had found would experience an evolution and produce more than this garbage. He lifted up a metal rod? No. It was a dagger, I think, probably made by the bile golem working the forge, only it would make a blunt dagger. It didn't even have a stabby point.
Why, boss?
Because the larger floor means more mana, and more mana means more energy to use for casting spells when it comes to humans or for evolving regarding monsters. He stopped. That's why it's normally forbidden to expand the levels. Dungeon cores learn to gain more power that way, and once they try it again and again... Tom shook his head. They often self-destruct. Oh. So they did know about the space limitations imposed on each floor. Wait, wasn't that bad? They're forcefully making me exceed the said limit. But what can I do? The entire floor had crystallized, not really reacting to my orders. Ha! Let's just wait and see. Preferably no self-destruction will happen, I hope. During my internal monologue, the miners already managed to create a few meters-long corridor, slowly digging deeper and deeper into the rock. Their movements were looking pretty chaotic from the outside, all the laughing, screaming, and huffing at each other's, but there was no denying their skills. As soon as the first group of workers started to get tired, another 30 people descended and seamlessly replaced them. Their work continued uninterrupted, and more tunnels and small rooms were being added, some clearly ambush spots for their soldiers. Adding all this room gave me a strange feeling, like my body was being stretched, a rubber band. Not so much as to break, but I was getting there. The worst part, however, was that there weren't any active cameras in this new expansion. The deeper they went, the less I could see. Inexcusable. This was my dungeon. I immediately roused the surrounding bone lichen to claim the new territory. Ooh-ah! One of the miners shouted, seeing a greedy plant growing quickly in plain sight. He raised his pickaxe and prepared to strike. Stop! A loud scream held him in his tracks. Don't touch it!
Beep, but it's moving. Like a living ting, the man shouted back, still eyeing my creation.
It's a normal living being, born in the dungeon, though. It was the bald Tom who screamed the earlier order to cease the attack. The dungeon is claiming any free space. Leave it be. It's not even dangerous. Is not. Yep. These little guys gather water and can be used to slake your thirst. He petted the plant, a large, bone-looking tube already grown on its side and full of water. With a slight exertion, he broke it off, twisting the cap on its upper part and swallowed down the liquid inside. Ah, nice and cold. Remember it. Your life may depend on the little suckers. Yes, sir. The people around him nodded and returned to work. I, too, decided that observing was not enough. Right now, the new tunnels were being made by both the ratlings and my mana. I was preparing a space to install my new cameras. While I couldn't directly interfere with the sapients, peeping on them was always an option. Even while doing all this, one of my artificial eyes was always focused on the Guardian's room, the one that humans curiously avoided. I didn't know why until a few snippets of their conversations informed me of the deep fear they carried, fear spread wide by the adventurers who came before. It was logical, after all, that the average adventurers and soldiers would avoid the place where their champions nearly lost their lives. Regrettable, though. The potatoes weren't that bad when you were starving. Even without salt. My second project was a bit bolder. I started to dig a tunnel starting at the second floor Labir barracks, aiming to breach the surface in the shortest way possible. While my first floor was out of the question, I didn't feel any compulsion to stop, so... It was allowed for a core to have an escape route? The tunnel twisted and twirled. Connecting with a various rat made underroads and climbing higher and higher. I cautiously avoided already existing rooms and branched a single tendril in the direction of the surface. There was a strange sound when I breached the soil, like air escaping a balloon, but it stopped as soon as the entrance had been covered with a rock, courtesy of the surface ratlings. And then a smallish but nimble copper wire started to extend from my network, a shy ratling dragging an artificial eyeball staggering just behind it. It was high time to see what the sentients were up to at the surface. Earlier, my minions tried to describe what was happening there, but being restricted to a sign language and without using any abstract terms, it wasn't going so great. Not to mention that often the ratlings weren't able to understand what they were seeing. Something was going on, and I was very interested in joining in the fun. Not to mention I would go for some pork right about now. 044. Uno. Everything was ready. My network of wires curled just under the surface, more and more strands of metal pushing the soft soil back, like a plant eager to grow and blossom. My rattling helper was standing nearby, breathing heavily after all that hauling. The artificial eye wasn't that big, but dragging it through the tunnels was awkward at best. Not an easy job for anyone, rats included. Ignoring the wheezing presence, I began my work in earnest, merging the singular wires into a lattice capable of keeping the camera upright. The stalk thickened, copper growing rigid, within reason, of course. I wasn't able to energize it as I did with the iron, nor was there a need to do so. Then I tried to connect the eye camera to the metal, delicate wires sliding in and out of the near biological construct. I got it right only after a few tries, a sudden influx of information heralding my success. It was a bit wobbly, like a scoop of ice cream perched in a cone, but I could see well enough. And so an eye flower was born. Now to only seed it all over the world. Just kidding. I laughed briefly and stopped wasting time on idle thoughts. Instead, my focus turned towards pushing the stalk through the brown soil, slowly moving closer to the surface. The ground gave away easily until inevitably I bumped into a rock. This forced me to change the direction of my ascent, and since a straight way up wasn't viable anymore, I tried to change it to about a 45-degree angle instead. The force I exerted rose time and time again until I felt the roots appear all around, a clear sign that I was closing in on my goal. A few seconds later, and my efforts were rewarded with a beautiful sight, a beam of light that cut through the darkness. It was a different sight than I was used to. Both the color and its intensity were much warmer, and seemed in a way more natural when compared to the cold lighting I was using underground. This pretty much screamed to me, life, there's life here. That's why I was surprised when the eye camera opened completely and I was greeted by similar plants to the ones that were growing all over my own dungeon. Weird. Wait. Taking a closer look, they weren't simply similar, more like identical. How did they even get up here? I remember rattlings describing a grove of trees present above ground, but hearing about it and seeing it directly were two different things, mostly because I imagined them to be of a normal variety, not the silvery types that I made. To make matters worse, I was still trying to get used to the change in perspective. It was weird. I was not used to being so close to the ground, every common sight gigantified. This made recognizing faces and guessing how big the buildings were rather hard, now that I think about it. I could force the wire to crawl along the ground and climb a tree in order to get a better look, since not many people had a tendency to check what was above them. There were risks too, like a higher chance of discovery, but still. After a few seconds of consideration, I decided to give it a try. What did I have to lose? The coppery wires would look a little out of place on the tree bark, even the silver one, but that was something I could deal with. A few swishes and swashes and a group of rattlings took care of the metal, covering it with crushed soil. The wire was still shining through, but oh well. Nobody's perfect. At least the clusters of the copper grass growing nearby made its metal counterpart easily camouflaged. Now that I took a closer look, it seemed like patches of my creations were intermingled with sparse green flora. It peeked from behind knife bushes and somehow just fit. However, if one considered this place a battlefield, it was clear that my own creations were winning. It was a bit weird, as I don't remember making them that competitive.
Whatever. Not my problem.
The crawl had ended, and I was happily twisted around one of the bigger branches of the silver iron bark. Now I only had to hope that nobody discovers the creepy little eyeball hanging from a tree, like some kind of abominable fruit. I turned my attention to my surroundings. The eye camera ended up on the edge of silvery growth. About 10 or so meters behind it, the lush, silvery green forest suddenly devolved into a bleak wasteland with a few sparse bushes and grasses barely clinging to life. It was a monstrous sight, but also strangely poetic, like the work of a mad painter, splattering shards of life amongst the overwhelming canvas of death. The wastelands were unchanging and monotonous, cut only with a small stream slowly trudging from the west to the east, moisturizing the dungeon oasis and then disappearing underground. For a moment I considered how big was a chance to just have a water source present in the place where my dungeon was founded. I was suspicious, considering its rarity in the surroundings, and then it struck me.
I scoffed, seeing a gap in my reasoning.
And it was the other way around. This place was once a town. A castle was built with soldiers, artisans, crafters, and mages, with people. And people need food, water, and shelter to survive. So it was a logical conclusion that the location in which they prospered was bound to have access to all three. With time, the said shelter had already turned into ruins. The food sources, both plants and animals, neared extinction, devoured by the unforgiving wastelands. But water was eternal. Unless something really catastrophic happened, the river won't disappear. This line of thought, however, made me worried about my ratlings. I had an army outside, strong, loyal, and I couldn't use it, because it was starving. It seemed that while they stayed in the dungeon, their needs were taken care of. If I had to guess by the mana ever present inside, this wasn't, however, the case as soon as they left my premises. Because of that, most of my rats had to scavenge, search for berries, hunt small animals, and even fish, all while trying to not get caught by the sentience. It was unsustainable in the long run, too. This place was barren in normal circumstances, adding ratlings, their beasts, and sentience. Recipe for a disaster. It was high time to make some kind of nutritious plant capable of sustaining life, but doing so would mostly help the humans camping above my entrance, which I was unwilling to do. It was also hard to think about countermeasures. The most that I had planned was to make 2 types of food, something like a potato and maybe a tomato, one to plant in the dirt and one to grow above ground, which would be poisonous when eaten separately. I had a few problems with this solution. First, my ratlings didn't cook their food. Remediable. Second, new plants were bound to gather attention. Anything that the dungeon make was studied by the sentience, so it was only a question of time until they noticed their purpose. And the correlation between both fruits, or were they classified as vegetables?
Whatever.
It was the third problem that I felt was the worst. My knowledge of poisons was superficial at best, which meant that my anima had to be used in filling the gaps, and that was dangerous for my sanity, which moved the whole idea into the folder labeled "To Do When Completed the Third Floor." I switched gears again, feeling at ease after all this brainstorming. Was it still brainstorming when I was talking to myself? Who knows? New figures appeared in my sights. Humans, lots and lots of humans. They were moving, swarming around, always busy and always loud, like ants. I observed their skittering for a few long minutes, trying to get a sense of all this chaos. And it was hard to focus my attention since I felt an itch each time a worker underground shaved another piece of rock connected to the dungeon. My subconsciousness was screaming at me to move my mana into an empty space and claim it. And again, maddening. What, however, grabbed my attention was the fact that the people above ground were also digging. Unlike their counterparts, however, they stopped as soon as they hit the rock, which meant the upper part of my dungeon in this case. After doing that, they moved to the next part of the moat. It was a moat, right? A long, winding hole was built just before the palisade. Did I mention they had a palisade now? It was incomplete yet, but nonetheless being quickly built. The parts that were already made did look a bit shabby, though. If I had to guess, they didn't have anyone smart enough to make it sturdier. But then again, I too wasn't an architect. As I stared at the place, trees were being cut down and stacked, only to be turned into roughly similar planks or barely processed poles. These, in turn, were moved as a part of the defensive line or to make various buildings. What was their purpose? No idea. The tempo of their work was impressive. Both men and women sweated, cursed, and screamed while giving their all in the process. It was clear to me that there was only one reason for humans to manifest such unity: fear. They were preparing for war. I grinned. Getting to the surface suddenly was a bit higher on my list of priorities. All this energy to gather and use it to grow. War was a profitable business, all more when you're a dungeon core. I focused once again on the scene. It was clear that the village above my head contained a large number of military forces. In my head, I divided them into 2 types, soldiers and warriors. What was the difference? Soldiers were clearly a part of the military unit since they were working together well and were wearing matching uniforms. Their presence seemed welcome amongst the masses. The warriors were different, most of them carrying a unique or simply weird weapon, with small parties of 3 to 9 people wandering around. They looked just like adventurers from video games. It was easy to understand that they were trying to avoid work, doing only as little as possible. This didn't make them any friends amongst the workers, and the tensions naturally rose. I anticipated they would be butting heads soon, but surprisingly it didn't happen. People simply focused on their work, choosing to ignore the idlers. It was strange, unnatural. The human race I knew was much more belligerent than that. Should I risk sprouting another stalk a bit closer to the main camp? Was that worth it? It would probably get noticed right away in the reaction. The reaction would surely be bad. While in a contemplative mood, I didn't notice a danger coming right at me. Around the chaos of work, younger and older children buzzed and buzzed like flies, busy with doing laundry, cleaning, cooking, scavenging for food, searching for the rare plants that somehow withstood the pressure of my metallic flora, or hunting down small scurry animals similar to rabbits, and sometimes even taking on my rats. Yup, the children. Most of their faces and hands were dirty and bruised. They seemed like they were used to scavenging all kinds of bits and bobs amongst my murderous plants. What they weren't used to were eyeballs growing from orange stalks, staring at them. The specimen that found me was a girl, maybe 10 years old, with 2 small braids on the sides of her head. She was brown-haired and brown-eyed, like most residents of this world seem to be. She also wore a pretty cute, but visibly weathered white dress and wooden clogs on her legs. My mistake was twisting around a branch of the tree that used sharp falling leaves as weapons. Of course, people wandering under them would look up. Her already big eyes grew even larger after noticing my demonic-looking camera, and after a moment which felt like eternity, she screamed, "Kia!" A very girlish voice echoed through the encampment, eliciting an immediate response. The men ran toward the source of the noise while preparing their weapons. It was useless, though. Not that I was a threat, but a goblin-like thing hiding nearby sure was. It was a small greenish creature that shrieked in response, rising up from the nearby cluster of knife bushes and lunging toward the child. How did it even get here? Why did it leave the safety of the hiding place? And why the hell did it have 3 arms? All these questions were thrown to the back of my head as I saw the monster attack the child with its claw. The girl couldn't dodge, and a long, serrated wound appeared on her chest. The force of the blow threw her back. Screaming, she landed on the ground and started to bleed while thrashing around as the goblin closed in to finish the job. Its advance was, however, stopped by one of the soldiers, brandishing the spear and a shield combo with an ease of a trained warrior. "Protect the girl," he shouted to his companions. The one in the back quickly nodded, immediately taking bandages out of his back and immobilizing the still screaming victim. "Let's murder this thing!" A large brute was one of the people answering the call for action, a monstrously large sword dragged behind him. "You stay back, vagrant. The royal army will take care of it." "So be it." The giant laughed back and continued to speak in a taunting way. "You'll change your tune when the bulk of the horde arrives." The goblin tried to flee, using their quarrel as a distraction, but it was promptly cut off by another soldier. I had a moment to fully appreciate the beast for what it was. It seemed mutated in some way, with twisted features, a toothy mouth, and claws gleaming on the tips of its fingers, and on a third, rather useless arm. It was nothing more than a stump, not the powerful appendages I was used to seeing on Mortal Kombat Goro. The goblin was not much bigger than a child, maybe 120 centimeters in height, and yet with constant hunched posture, it looked much smaller. A few pieces of rags covered its nether regions while leaving the rest of the body bare. There were numerous scars on its skin, and bite marks. Lastly, it stank. Not that I had a sense of smell, but the reactions of the surrounding soldiers were telling enough. One of them thrust his spear forward without a warning, but the little bugger dodged downwards while screeching. A taunt followed, only to be cut short by another stab from its blind spot. The weapon pierced the goblin's chest, and its eyes instantly were filled with pain. Another merciless stab followed, pinning the monster to the ground, and then it died. Overall pretty good. They reacted quickly, culling the enemy before it had a chance to retaliate. Everybody was happy with this. That was when not counting the child's body, currently being cradled by her mother. She was repeating the words, Wake up, please wake up, without end.
Yes.
The attack of the monster was too deep, too fast for anyone but me to react. So the little girl didn't survive. People around them stood rigidly, glancing at each other awkwardly, not knowing what to do. The adventurers only scoffed at the crowd's reactions and turned to leave. All these wandering eyes. It only took a few moments for somebody to notice my eye camera.
What the fuck is that thing? Screamed a nearby worker. Demons! Save us! The panic quickly grew. Bell's tits!
It's the corruption, shouted a white-robed man standing in the back. Soldiers, destroy it immediately. We can't let it spread, he ordered.
We need to bring new samples to Master Vincent first, Padre, answered one of them, while the rest shifted uneasily.
It's a spawn of the wastelands, one of the servants of the corruption. In the name of the guardian gods, I order you to destroy it. The man huffed, pointing directly at my camera.
I made it blink. His reaction was hilarious.
He shouted while clawing at his eyes. It cursed me, destroy it, destroy. He screamed while I cackled in amusement.
And then the line was cut short. I guess one of the soldiers heeded his call.
Too bad. My focus returned to the dungeon and to the constant banging of the miners and the constant discomfort. It reminded me of how my neighbor was always renovating his flat. That was why I accepted Guardian's reappearance with a sigh of relief. It was something that I could use to busy myself. It was at this moment that I noticed with disappointment that Tina died. She succumbed to her injuries and grayification in the time I was checking out the surface, in silence and alone. Her body was already cold. Then again, maybe it always was since she contracted that gray thing. The thief's still open eyes were staring into nothingness.
I should probably close them, eh? Sanctity of the dead and all.
I mumbled to myself. Yeah, right. Get in my belly. Changing my decision immediately, I screamed and waited for her to dematerialize. The sapient races were only good as a meal for my dungeon.
It won't push me through the threshold, but every bit counts.
That's why I was surprised when nothing happened. Hours passed as I stared at her body, and she still just was lying there, unmoving. I was beginning to grow bored, but then I noticed something weird. Her eyes had turned black, like black, without any pupils, not just the color. And then she sat up, her only arm clutching the bed frame and lifting her whole body. A feat of strength she was unable to accomplish earlier. Then a groan-like voice emerged from her mouth.
I won't forgive,
she spoke, mincing every word.
I quickly used my analyze, trying to understand what she turned into. Because of that thing was clearly no longer a human. Revenant, damaged,
named Tina, a type of accursed undead whose sole purpose is to haunt the living and exact her revenge. This being looks just like a human at first glance, however. Deeper inspection reveals completely black eyes, a gray complexion, and most importantly, the unmistakable stench of death that permeates the surroundings. Revenants are masters of death, but that affinity manifests itself in many forms. This undead uses her newfound power to hide and ambush her foes. She stalks the darkness and uses 2 corroded daggers to kill and maim the targets. Her small frame may be mistaken for a child, making her easily capable of hiding in plain sight. The target of her revenge is the entirety of Gainar Kingdom, and she will do whatever possible to see it burn.
Threat level D.
Gangria, you crazy bitch, what have you done? 044.5 on the foreign shores. Wet Nose, leader of the 4th Rattling Scout Expedition.
This lowly rat will do his best, squeaked Wet Nose while saluting. His gray fur and iron spear thrower were especially blinding today, polished for this unique occasion. It was not every day that the Ratkin were sending out an expedition into the unknown, and it was not even the above unknown. No, from the watery place into the network of the wet tunnels and unexplored rivers. The bad things below had already been subjugated by the combined might of the dungeon and its inhabitants, but it still elicited a twitch or two from the more cowardly denizens. Or was this just the random rattlings? Anyway, Wet Nose was just a rat like that. To tell the truth, his reaction was justified. His very name came from a time when conquest was waged against the watery place, more so when a glorious battle against the glassy snakes was being fought. Blood, sweat, and squeaks filled the air.
And yet for Wet Nose, a most important memory of this day was one of drowning, of being dragged into the depths by the unrecognizable horrors, to never again see the Queen Mother and his ratty brothers. And then he was saved, his nose wet from tears in lake water. As a reminder of this shameful display from this day, he was known as Wet Nose, which was both a rare and strange course of action, as not many of the Ratlings had ever earned a name. Bad as it was, the name remained a source of pride. Was this why he volunteered for this expedition? Him, a rat deathly afraid of rivers and lakes? Or any source of water deeper than a few centimeters? Nope. It was the master scout of the Silent Council that had decreed so, and with this decision, only volunteering was left, or death. Sometimes Wet Nose thought death was preferable, and today was one of these days. For the glory of the Creator, this lowly rat serves until his death. He squeaked once again, a frail leader to the 20 ratlings. His new subordinates were mostly busy looking grimly at the wild current flowing by. The atmosphere indicated that every rat on board the flotilla would rather prefer to fight with some adventurers than traverse this hellish waterway. The underground river, if one even could call it that, began with a barely 80 centimeters high half-filled tunnel. Its flow was fast and random, endangering the makeshift boats made from local plants and things stolen out of Tall One's camp. No sane person would ride on them willingly. There were 5 such contraptions, with wide, flat decks and wooden edges protruding only a few centimeters above the water table. Each of them had a large steering paddle attached on the far end and carried some pieces of food strapped to the deck. Due to their experiences on the surface, rats already knew that leaving the safety of the dungeon meant being exposed to hunger and thirst. Out of 5 boats, 3 were carrying 5 ratlings each, most of them soldiers with a few crafters thrown in. These scholarly rats were looking especially desperate, their wild eyes darting from the water toward the crazily laughing captains. The leading watercraft had only 2 scouts on board, while the ship on the far back carried 2 dragonflies, their pilots, and a navigator. "This lowly rat will do his best," Wet Nose whimpered once again, eyeing his superiors with puppy eyes. "Please let me stay," he screamed silently. "The dungeon blesses you, child," said Queen Mother, while motioning him to depart. Her intention was clear, and Wet Nose could nearly hear her real intention. "Fuck off and go do your mission or die trying. Just don't waste my time." Sighing and coming to terms with his fate, the unwilling expedition leader boarded the second boat. It was close enough to the front to safely give orders, and yet far enough for the others to die first in case of some trouble. He thought it was an elegant solution. As the flotilla left the shore, he waved furiously at his 2 friends standing nearby. They responded with loud squeaks. They were simple workers, whose sole emotion they felt right now was a relief. Neither of them had been named, as it was a kind of a rarity in Ratling society. Yet, considering that only Wet Nose and Bronze had a dubious honor to gain an individuality, they would much more prefer a long and boring life to the blaze of glory and inevitable death. Wet Nose was a reminder of rat cowardice. Bronze, on the other hand, was a shield that defended his fellow ratlings, a handsome and powerful individual with a rare bronze-looking fur. Yet none of that mattered if they were to be thrown out like used goods. Bronze being so headstrong could be the reason for becoming a leader of the earlier expedition, mused Wet Nose. Why me, then? I'm a nobody. His panicking inner thoughts weren't exposed to his subordinates, though. "We're ready to start, leader," squeaked the navigator, eagerly waiting for the signal to begin. Unlike most rats, they weren't afraid of the water, and even revered the dangerous currents instead. "This one orders, do it!" Wet Nose spoke in his usual tone, closing his eyes from fear, yet for an outsider he instead sported a charming and wise figure. Inside? Inside he was still screaming out his grievances. "I understand that the last 3 expeditions failed, so it's the Ratling way to send yet another one." He yelled angrily. "I understand, but oh, for the mercy of the Creator, why me?" His last words were filled with resignation. It was simple, really. Due to how many ratlings were born, the tunnels were getting crowded. That meant that expansion was a must. Thus, the devouring tunnel, as the common rat called the waterway, was a good way to get rid of the surplus and maybe even conquer some new lands. The members of the Secret Council even decided that whoever managed to conquer this route out of the dungeon would be granted an audience with the Creator. a rare honor, and since it was Scout's turn to choose, unlike his predecessors, he simply decided on a rat who had numerous brushes with death and yet managed to survive all of them, the one called Wet Nose. It was an incomprehensible choice for his fellow council rats, but the person in question trusted his intuition. Besides, what did he have to lose? It was just a game. This was, however, unknown to Wet Nose himself. He was more focused on the simple fact that being chosen as a leader meant working hard and shouldering the sudden responsibility to the best of his ability. Thus, with a small nod from Wet Nose, the flotilla drifted a few meters forward and was immediately snatched by the greedy current. The small tunnel they traversed was half filled with water and much too claustrophobic for any bigger being to fit in. The various twists and turns would have made it impossible for them to move through without some kind of water-breathing ability, and preferably a lack of bones. Or somebody could just go the hard way and squeeze in a flotilla of rats, guided by their mad navigators, and hope that some of them survive the journey. "Ya ha 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 ha!" It was when he heard his navigator's high-pitched laugh that Wet Nose understood what the leader's job included. "Grab the railings, people!" he screamed, hopefully loud enough to reach the other vessels. "Grab for your dear life, for Creator's sake. This one order shits." His voice echoed as rock after rock appeared from the thin air and immediately disappeared behind them. "How are we still alive?" he thought to himself while observing the nearly supernatural movements of his navigator. "Gya!" One of his soldiers' claws had suddenly loosened, and the poor fellow flew through the air screaming, until a second later a wet crunch sound silenced him forever. "We're going to die!" "Keep it together." "Not like this, not like this." Claws to the railing, breathe, claws to the railing. "Oh, Creator, please guide this wayward soul." Fuck. The crew's reactions to certain death varied, but for Wet Nose, hearing them cry out meant that they were still alive. He was much more concerned about the silent scout ship. Still, he could see a silhouette or two moving on board, so at least somebody was alive out there. It isn't so bad, he thought with relief. Just as he was coming to terms with the situation, his navigator cried out, "Rapids!" "This one doesn't understand. What the hell do you mean by rapids?" Wet Nose was confused. "We're fucked, leader." The rat had a manic grin on his face, a grin that meant that he was ready to die and welcomed it. "Now I understand why nobody returns from the tunnel." And then all hell broke loose. The rest was a parade of broken pictures. Rats screaming, a boat crushed to bits by the current, Dragonfly drowned helplessly while its pilot dived after it and never surfaced, the navigator singing, somebody praying to the Creator, and finally, a large rock appeared from the foaming water right in their path. The rest was consumed by darkness, at least until the Wet Nose woke up on the riverside, hurt but alive. Some of his subordinates were also there, slowly returning to consciousness. Around them, pieces of wood and other flotsam danced on the now peaceful waves. Unknowingly to anybody present, a blue box appeared. If Uno was here to read it, he would laugh gleefully, knowing that his creations could grow more and more powerful on their own. Sadly, that discovery had to wait. Wet Nose, Iron Rattling Spear Thrower, had evolved into Wet Nose, Fate Twister Rat. When he came to the first thing he saw were cattails. That's what they were called? Tall, sturdy, and stiff plants with brown growths on the top and green-brown wide leaves. It was a sea of cattail-like plants, to be exact. He breathed in the air, happy to be alive, only to cough heavily, throwing up some water. Above the survivors, a cave ceiling with suspicious light-giving crystals was covering the horizon. It looked far away, but they were still underground. Behind the small snippet of a rocky beach, they landed on the wild river and stagnated into another lake. Most of all, the air was thick with mana. The taste was not dissimilar to their home dungeon, but still not completely the same. Just great, thought Wet Nose. I just hope that no bad monster lives down here. Then he wrinkled his nose. This place sure stinks, he murmured. A stench of rotting plants, brackish water, and unmistakable rotten meat suffused the whole place. Standing up was hard, but being out here in the open seemed like an even worse solution. At least the rest of his crew were already waking up, most of them in worse shape than their leader. Twisted ankles, cracked teeth, damaged skin, and torn tails plagued the survivors. But at least they were alive. Only 6 rats made it out. 6 rats and a dragonfly. The thing stared at the ratlings warily, its pilot already lost under the waves. What's worse, one of its wings had cracked during the journey, grounding it and making flying impossible in the short run. But while the others considered killing it for meat, Wet Nose simply waltzed right up to it and started to pull it by the halter. Seeing the confused gazes of his subordinates, he explained, "The dragonfly may not be able to fly right now, but it's still useful as a beast of burden or even a war potential." He caressed the insectoid head of the monster. "Besides, all its legs are intact. We can carry our wounded this way." He smiled shyly, and the ratlings conceded. Nobody addressed the elephant in the room. The dragonflies could be only tamed by their riders. Left alone, they reverted to their wild behavior. And yet somehow this specimen accepted Wet Nose as its new rider? Talk about ridiculous. The 5 underlings quickly gathered any useful tools and food left from the shipwreck. There wasn't much to save, but then again, there weren't many supplies on the boats in the first place. They had more pressing concerns: finding a place to rest, scouting the area, and most importantly, just surviving. More rats will be coming, that was certain. As the secret council's persistence was known to all rat kind, they had to carve a niche in this place, whenever it was. One of the scouts managed to survive, a small, nimble creature taught in the ways of silence and subterfuge. Wet Nose immediately asked it to check the surroundings, making it a priority to find a potential base location.
"Tunnels would be nice," the unlucky leader murmured. "And maybe a bigger cavern to house the dragonfly, then water and food in proximity."
The rest of his subordinates huddled together behind the plants, shaking off the water. The tamed monster also crouched nearby, more for the company than any real need. One of the crafters cautiously set its cracked wing straight, the same treatment given to any wounded rats. Still, it was only a temporary solution. And then they waited, cave ceiling up high, glistening with a constant mysterious light. Never-ending dusk ruled in this place. What interrupted their rest was a panicked scout shooting out of the bushes.
"Snakes!" he squeaked in terror, immediately hiding behind his compatriots. "Defensive positions!" screamed Wet Nose. "Remember your training!" he added, and the rest of the rats automatically spread out in a half circle, spear throwers ready to fire at any incoming threat. Even the scouts somehow regained enough control to join the survivors. Their eyes scanned the tightly growing plants, trying to pierce the living wall. Silence descended on the small group, scouts' heavy breathing being the only sound they could hear. And then the enemy came into view. A trio of serpents slithering through the mud, forked tongues tasting the air. Each of them stood twice as tall as the common rat, their eyes glinting with greed at the sight of what they perceived as easy prey. The one leading them had a blue belly with green scales covering the rest of its elongated body. 2 others flanking it were completely green and visibly smaller specimens. Their arrival was completely silent. Were it not for a scout's warning, the expedition remnants would be completely taken by surprise. Both sides sized up their opponents for a single moment before jumping into an inevitable battle. Unlike the sentients, these monsters had no need for diplomacy or subterfuge. Their might would decide who will end up as today's dinner. The first exchange was awfully one-sided. The ratlings shot their spears, wounding 2 of the attackers and outright killing 1. Serpents weren't discouraged by their losses, though, lunging forward with widely stretched mouths. Their fangs dripped with venom. The blue snake was visibly more skilled. It avoided the claws and teeth of the defending rats and bit an unwary soldier on the leg. The ratling trembled and in mere seconds succumbed to the paralytic poison, eyes glazing over. His green-scaled compatriot wasn't as lucky, though. One of the spears stuck in its flesh, already severely limiting its mobility. A few of the additional attacks pinned it to the ground, where it was simply mutilated by the frenzied rats. Seeing this turn of events, the only surviving monster grabbed his victim and started to retreat. Yet while it was focusing on the armed opposition, an attack came from its blind spot. The formerly still dragonfly extended its insectoid head and took a bite out of its body, eliciting a hiss of pain. It was enough of a distraction for the rest of the rats to charge recklessly forward, tearing chunks of flesh from the serpent. With a roar, the snake freed itself from the assailants and started to escape. A singular spear flew through the air and skewered its head at this moment, ratlings frozen by the sudden attack.
Their heads turned toward the direction from which it appeared, only to see a gigantic, bronze-furred rat smiling at them. The countless, barely healed scars on his body, a crazed look, and enormous muscles didn't inspire confidence in the survivors, though. They warily watched him approach, only for an awkward silence to be broken by their leader. "Bronze, you're still alive. This little rat couldn't be happier." Wet-Nose squeaked while running forward to hug the giant ratling. The new visitor looked startled for a moment, but recognizing the incoming rat, his tension also dissipated.
Wet-Nose! Of all the rats in the world, you're the last I would expect to lead the expedition in the unknown, he hollered, his voice deep and growling.
"Don't remind me. This lowly one was chosen." The smaller rat shook his head in despair, changing the mood, but a smile blossomed on his snout a moment later. "At least you're here. Now we truly have a hope of survival." "Yes, yes, little brother." The giant smiled shyly. "It is hard to live in this hellish place, but together we shall conquer it in the name of the Creator." His bellows roused something in the surrounding warriors, their eyes suddenly hoping for more than a place to rest. "This one would be happy with just a peaceful and dry resting place," mumbled Wet-Nose quietly, so quietly that nobody managed to hear him. "Follow me. We need to administer the antidote to the one bitten, and worse, the commotion might have drawn more of them, of the tall short ones," he added mysteriously. "Yes, yes," nodded the expedition leader. "Get the wounded and paralyzed on the dragonfly, and don't forget to butcher the snakes." His head turned. "Please lead us. This rat will follow." He bowed quickly, and in the meantime, his subordinates busied themselves while eyeing warily the still monster. The tamed insect, however, regarded them with calm indifference, still chewing on a piece of meat wrenched from the snake's body. The group organized their meager belongings and walked in a single file towards the promised safety. Bronze was leading them quickly but warily. An hour later, they arrived at a small cave entrance hidden behind a few large but twisted leafless trees. Their roots made for a quite lovely labyrinth, something that every rat could appreciate. Thankfully, the cave proper was large enough to house both the new occupants and their tamed monster. The wounded were taken care of properly, poisoned given an antidote, and hungry had their bellies filled. Thus, in the safety of the new home, questions brewed in the heads of those who managed to survive, and most of them were answered. Bronze talked slowly but surely, like each word was a precious coin he loathed to part with. His deep voice echoed off the walls as the rats gathered around the burning flame. He spoke about the 3 earlier expeditions, about the battles against the constant stream of snakes assaulting them and the strange 2-legged beings who turned the simple hunts into a 3-way war, about the painful losses, new poisons they discovered, and simple dull things they did for survival, about learning about the enemy and waiting for the unavoidable reinforcements, about lonely patrols searching for the supplies and survivors, finding bodies, about scavenging and even cannibalizing, about rats dying left and right while learning about dangers and braving the mud, about the constant struggle and planning, constantly planning their great revenge. "This place is huge," said Bronze, staring into the flames. "We managed to scout most of the outer ring, but the way towards the middle is guarded by the stronger and stronger creations. There is even a snake that looks like the tall ones." He shook his head. "These serpents, they spawn continuously, reminding me of our home." The rats whispered, one of them bold enough to speak out.
"It's a blasphemy, brother. There is no second place like our blessed homeland." The speaker curled up, seeing the madness in the larger warrior's eyes.
"I know, this place is wrong, full of mana, but wrong, not at all like our home." His snout relaxed, remembering his birthplace once again. "But the way it creates is similar, and I saw chains with words on them, binding someone in place." He stopped for a moment, taking a deep breath. "And it looked similar to the Creator." A bunch of gasps emerged from the newcomers' mouths. They stared incredulously at the giant ratling, waiting for his next words. It was Wet-Nose who broke the charm. "This simple rat has to ask then, what are you planning?" Bronze grinned, but what answered him was a different voice coming from the entryway. "We're trying to break the chains. A dungeon core has a right to be free. The scarred, one-eyed rat answered in a cheeky tone. Behind him, 10 more ratlings were slowly making their way into the cave. We wanted to wait for more of our brothers to arrive, but with a dragonfly... Yes. With a dragonfly, we can do it.
You think so? As soon as its wing will heal, we can start our attack. The tall, short ones are growing lax nowadays since we're killing most of the snakes. A wild grin appeared on his snout.
This lowly one acquiesces. Wet Nose answered with his own smile. In the background, both the veterans and newcomers cheered with bloodthirsty expressions.
045. Uno. I really dislike surprises. Surprise visits by friends, surprise birthday parties, surprise boyfriend's day presents. It doesn't matter. My life should be as boring and predictable as possible, because that's safe.
I sometimes wondered if this quality of mine was part of why I was chosen to work as a dungeon core in this new life. This inner instinct was to hide, burrow, and avoid other people and their loud, obnoxious attention. Not quite the basement dweller, but close. Now that I started to wonder about the past, it's easy to notice that these memories grow more and more blurry with each passing day. The human me is getting steadily replaced by a colder, more crystallized persona. Some would even say, an inhuman imitation. Not me, though. To live is to learn, and to learn is to change. And I'm doing just that. Well, not exactly. To tell the truth, I was currently busying myself with a hasty rework of the tunnels and kind of trying to duplicate a current collector. I had not enough knowledge about how it worked, but I was going to need it. Right now. Anima be damned. Meanwhile, my loyal Libiers were slowly carrying the now undead Tina on a stretcher. Their target was clear. The central pond room. Of course, before the whole journey started, they were ordered to bind the undead girl with some ropes, both for her and her escort's safety. Who knew if she was in the mood to attack my minions, so I wasn't going to risk it. There was no us, monsters versus them, humans mentality. It was more of a free-for-all in my mind. To make the whole affair harder, the Revenant's face was hard to read, bearing her habit of suddenly screaming or babbling. Even then, the words she threw out concentrated on revenge and pain, making up a few parts of an endlessly repeating mantra. I once saw something like that in reality, when a bullied guy in my class muttered endlessly, working himself into a rabid rage to beat on his oppressors. He was expelled, by the way. His bullies were not.
I sure hoped it wouldn't happen again. No matter, back to the work.
Discarding idle thoughts, I focused on remaking the ceilings between the first and the second floor, more precisely the tunnels with a staircase starting up behind the Guardian's room, and then leading the whole way down, right into the central pond. It was only 10, maybe 20 meters, but the trouble it brought me... At least the whole shape was a spiral with steps carved into a rock instead of something built by brick and mortar. Because of that, I easily managed to carve a ditch in the middle of the ceiling, deep enough to slide my copper wires through it. This action only added a few more meters to the already gigantic network. I guess it was kind of similar to the human nervous system. The one I saw on TV, at least. The feeler wires were stretching everywhere and connecting all the important parts of my body, the dungeon itself. Now came the hard part. Like I mentioned before, what I wanted was something akin to a current collector. What it was exactly? A mobile device had been used on a tram to attach it to the power lines. In my case, I had an idea to interconnect it with a cluster of wires already attached to Guardian's head and allow him greater mobility. It didn't escape me that a current collector, as its name described, wasn't made to transfer information or mana, but it had to do. The anima would fix something similar enough. I could also go the other way. Just extend the wiring and make him more mobile this way. In a normal situation, this would be even preferable. I had to just make sure that he kept the spare wire somewhere safe. It was this somewhere safe that I was worried about. Currently, my first floor was teeming with soldier patrols. They were checking every nook and cranny while constantly staring at my already spawned floor boss. I was paranoid they would go for an attack of opportunity as soon as they saw that Guardian was absent. My options were limited, so instead of useless thoughts, I just worked, shaping stone and copper into an imitation, leaving it to the anima to connect the pieces. All the while, Guardian tried desperately to converse with me. "My lord," he whispered mentally, his unstable and frightful thoughts freely flowing through my mind. "My lord, I'm sorry. Please, please speak to me." A moment passed, and my existence focused on something more important than his whimpering. My lord, he cried again. The silence. It is too much. He clutched his armored head, suddenly sitting on the ground. The metal on his body clinked, and a rogue that was watching from just behind a corner darted away in panic, seeing my iron giant move. Guardian ignored him completely, though. I have sinned, my lord. His insectoid dark form slumped even more, a broken being without a purpose. The weapon he earlier sported, a blunt, two-handed broadsword, was nowhere to be seen. His red eyes, 2 points of light in the otherwise black mass of metal, moved toward the ceiling. I shall repent. My blood and those of the invading sentience will paint your walls. His form condensed, a purpose found. Standing up, one of his hands reached for the bundle of sanity wires. A moment of hesitation, and he touched the glistening metal. For the dungeon, he shouted mentally, only to get instantly chided in the next second. Shut up and let me finish my work, Guardian. I exploded, forced to hear his whiny nonsense for a long while. And worse, during so delicate task, any bit of anima wasted was unrecoverable after all. My lord, you speak. He laughed happily. Of course I speak, you fool. Can't you see I'm busy right now? I snapped back, irritated at the childishness of my most powerful creation. I see. Blessed silence lasted only a few seconds. What are you doing then, my liege? He changed his words a bit, maybe understanding that his my lord routine was starting to sound like mommy to my ears. Preparing a way to the lower level for you? And why am I needed down there? I sighed and spoke immediately, sensing his rising panic. There is an undead down there who is not under my control. I started, only to get interrupted. I see. As your strongest pawn, I shall dispatch this monstrosity in your holy name. He screamed zealously, his physical form flailing and once again scaring the shit out of already returned scout. I decided to once again stop his unneeded enthusiasm. Shut up. I need you to communicate with her, not fight. She may become my servant yet. I mumbled the last words, remembering how Gangria called her a present. She was a bit damaged, but I had an idea of how to remedy that problem, now only to negotiate. My attention turned to the present. Walls were changed, wires extended, all in complete silence. Meanwhile, the big child called Guardian was staring daggers at the humans, hoping they were stupid enough to challenge him. He even murmured under his helmet, loud enough to scare anyone peeking inside. One could say that without a weapon, his ability to kill and maim was severely limited. And yet even if his armored hands were empty, the sheer bulk of my creation was enough to rend bones and smash any armor these pathetic humans could produce. Seeing him calm down, I continued my work and summoned a mace similar to the weapon used by Boulder, the half-orc. Guardian swung his new toy with glee, while I used this time to describe Tina's character and share any knowledge about her and her companions that I had access to. It wasn't much, yet a few hours passed in a blink, humans relentlessly patrolling the first floor and digging away the new rooms to the east. A large amount of rock has already been excavated, and a new batch of workers descended into the darkness. This time they weren't the miners, though, but artisans, architects, planners, sculptors. As they practiced their craft, I was growing more and more certain that they worked on a bunker of sorts. But what disaster do they hope to survive? That I did not know. Yes, people talked with each other in hushed voices. Yes, they stared at shadows and prayed more often than not. But the problem was they weren't really specific. I just understood that something really bad was going down. The suspense was killing me.
Bah! Not really.
What does a dungeon core care for the problems of mortals? I grumbled a bit, my work nearing the finish, and decided to diverge even more. The earlier excursion taught me how to grow the cameras through the ground. This ability was now a part of my experience, something that I was able to do without much conscious effort. And since I needed knowledge, I focused on seeding about 25 more. While the deed was being done, I taught Guardian what I knew about principles of communication, the theory of it at least. I wasn't very good at it, and by the time the rest of my work finished, only 4 cameras were alive. The locals were quite persistent in squashing them whenever they showed up, all while calling them devil eyes. Curious that this world had devils too. Then again, in a place where gods were real, it wasn't a far-fetched thought to have demons and devils too. Not that it mattered now. I used the survivors to confirm that something big was still going on. The traps were being built, the palisade had already been finished, and a large plaza was full of constantly sparring soldiers and adventurers. I was glad that my cameras lacked a sense of smell. My view shifted. The tent was full of adventurers, dirty, loud, and full of testosterone. There was a discussion going on. All this getting stronger at all cost bullshit. A person in charge had been asked a few times to send a party or two into the dungeon to gain experience and explore the second floor. For a moment, I hoped for a bit of excitement. These people weren't even as half as strong as the Swords of Hope, so they would get squashed. Sadly, their leader immediately refused, citing the princess's opinion as a reason. Contrary to my expectation, they simply swallowed the explanation.
No grumbling secret plans, no nothing.
I was feeling disappointed. At least, the way down has been finished. Guardian was currently slowly lumbering down, trying to keep his large feet on the narrow stairs and not tumble down in an unsightly manner. Yep, that was an oversight on my part. Gotta remember to change that as soon as possible. Thankfully, he managed to get down without any problems and then safely emerge from the tunnel, all to meet our special guest. The girl in question was calmly lying on the stretcher while staring at the ceiling. She was muttering to herself. The loneliness, silence, and darkness weren't fazing her at all. She should feel right at home down here, according to the analyzed description. Anyway, I ordered Guardian to come closer and repeated the last order given, in a somewhat vain hope that he won't screw this up. Now, ask her who she is, what she remembers, what her goals are, and, most importantly, do not slip up that you're asking on behalf of a dungeon core. I hissed, and my boss monster straightened his back even more. The last few steps, and his red eyes stared at pale face up close. Not the best position to start a conversation, staring someone down. Welcome to the dungeon, undead. He started while the girl seemed to ignore his words and continued her mumbling. It was, however, noticeably slower now. Can you hear me? He repeated, waving a black hand before her eyes. This got her attention. Whoa? She asked, throat having trouble with speaking proper words. Me? I'm called Guardian, and I guard the dungeon's first floor entrance. You should remember me. He added, hoping that the recent battle would rattle her memory.
Member, she growled. Fee fight, fear, be battle. Her eyes focused, suddenly full of reason. Enemy?
No, not anymore. Guardian shook his head in denial. You're already dead, remember? No need to fight against a fellow undead. It took her a moment to understand. For the first time, she really looked over her body. It was mutilated, pale, and dirty. She wasn't a sentient anymore. This knowledge seemed to sink in, nearly breaking her. But then, with a sudden influx of willpower, she clenched her fist.
How? Not dead?
No, you don't understand. You're one of us now. Guardian gestured towards the nearby Labir, having it turn its skeletal head towards the girl. See this guy? You're similar. No, can't. Too much. Her mood changed once again, black tears threatening to spill from her unblinking eyes. Shh. Focus on the present. Leave the past behind. It is the only way. Guardian coaxed her gently, somehow used to this situation. His hand landed on the girl's shoulder, reassuring her. Then, in one swift motion, he undid her bonds and she sat down, trembling like a small animal. And the mumble had returned, only with a focus on different words this time. No. Sisters, she whispered while rocking back and forth, like a patient in a mental asylum. The living don't matter now, girl, Guardian rumbled. The dead are even more irrelevant. It's a new life on the other side of the barricade. You should have a single purpose now. What is it? He asked gently at the beginning. Seeing his charge descending into madness, he repeated the words louder this time. What is your purpose? Silence. What is your purpose, girl? He shouted in the end, waking Tina up from her stupor. Black eyes stared at him unblinkingly, like the earlier humanity she had shown was only a lie. The silence continued until a single word left her mouth. Revenge. She answered crisply, her only hand tightened so hard that black blood started to seep between twisted fingers. Good. Guardian nodded, his voice once again calm and collected. Who is the target of your revenge? Gynard Kingdom. Who? My servant simply repeated his question, forcing Tina to think, to search deeper into her newborn mind. Nobles. Hawks. She iterated each word, each letter a chore. Leaders.
Are all of the humans your targets? He reconfirmed.
No. She shook her head in denial. Not Kakare.
Do you remember anything else? Your friends, family, enemies? The Gynard Kingdom you seem to hate so much?
Guardian continued his interrogation, but the only answer he got was an unblinking, silent stare. Tina, former Swords of Hope rogue, seemed to be nothing much, but an empty husk right now.
I can work with this,
I mumbled. My lord? Guardian asked, shedding his older brother persona.
Offer her a way to restore the limbs she had lost, I ordered, staring at the seemingly calm revenant.
What our terms should be then, my liege? None. Just let her sow chaos in the world. I grinned. Not that he could see what my face looked like right now. Not that I could see. Why? She could be groomed to become a powerful ally. And how would you control such a being? Isn't her goodwill a good enough bargain chip? The world doesn't work that way, you know. Not between monsters, anyway. I sighed. It was a tempting proposition, but I sensed a trap. Gangria was content with sowing chaos everywhere. Somehow I doubted that she would exclude me from her plans. But yeah, we should probably ask her for something. I guess hunting and dragging back some of the larger creatures should suffice. More data to work with is always good. I said, mostly to myself. Do you have any preference?
Just not the bats.
He visibly winced. Right. I stopped for a moment thinking, searching for holes in my reasoning. There wasn't anything else I wanted him to do. Then off you go, negotiate, I ordered. The giant once again stomped close to Tina. She didn't react to his presence, still mumbling and staring into nothingness. Let's start again. He spoke and sighed in exasperation. What is your name? I already told you mine.
Ninanone.
You don't remember? He asked, trying to interpret her words. The revenant shook her head in confirmation. Nane. You don't have a name then? A sharp nod. That's troubling. A head tilt. How should I call you then? You and Revenant are going to get stale real soon. The girl closed her eyes and started to think about the question. After a few minutes of deliberation, an answer came from her lips. Non. Another sharp word escaped her mouth. I will call you Non then. Guardian nodded. What are your plans for the future then, Non?
Kill!
How? He asked while staring at her stumps. You lack a leg and an arm. You're weakened, and there are human warriors everywhere. You'll get killed as soon as you leave the second floor. The girl in question only stared, not moved by his simple analysis. And your vengeance will end unfulfilled. These words were effective, though. No! She twitched, trying to unsuccessfully stand up. Must! Kill! A wet stare once again found her anchor in the Guardian's red-eyed helmet. Help! She said unabashedly. I can help you. Non's face brightened. But there's always a price. Her smile was immediately replaced with wariness. Oh, don't look at me like that, Guardian grumbled. It's nothing much. I can use some of the powers hidden in this place, but in turn, you should hunt some animals and drag them inside once you get better. That's what I meant as a payment. Kill! She shook her head in denial. Listen, you can't be the only one to gain something in this transaction. The world just doesn't work that way. If you don't want to, I'll just leave you to your own devices. There is no rush. There was a smile in his voice. I'll be over there, he added while pointing at the nearby lakeside, then walked away with a steady gait. He sat on a fairly flat rock, simply waiting for her response. Minutes passed in silence until Guardian decided to interrupt the calm with his mental voice. Talking with her reminded me of my younger sister, he said while staring at the waves. She was also taciturn and stubborn. Where is she now? I asked. Dead. I see.
I can remember her figure, voice, even the things she said. The giant stopped, his fist clenched. Why can't I remember her name or her face? That I do not know. I answered softly, "Yes, I'm sorry, my liege. I guess as we return from death, there is always a price to pay." He grumbled under his nose. I should consider myself lucky. That girl, she lost everything but her revenge. And how do you know that? Her emptiness feels similar to mine, only it's deeper, much deeper.
Aren't you afraid she won't come?
Oh, she will. He paused, scratching the wires extending from the back of his head. People like her, people like me, we're always moved by a single-minded purpose. She knows we hold the keys to her freedom. A few more minutes later, his prophecy came true, as Non dragged her half-destroyed body along the ground, leaving a thin, snake-like trail. She appeared determined, her only arm clutching the earth and rock. "Have you decided?" Guardian turned his head to look at her. Yes. EX change. Good. Up you go then," he said, lifting her small body in his arms. She struggled for a moment, surprised, but soon stopped moving altogether. "You," he pointed at one of the Labirs mulling nearby. "Get the core and bring it here," he ordered, while simultaneously speaking mentally. "My lord, please. With grandeur, if possible." Yes, and the Labir in question simply walked into the lake, traveling down into my hidden but fake core room. The normal poker face that Non sported changed as she understood that something was down there, deep underwater. Something important. It took nearly 30 minutes to prepare my soldiers, heavily armored Labirs, flanked by their electric and exploding brothers. The one in the middle was a Failsmith brother, another bile-brained golem encased in dark armor. In his hands, a dungeon core rested, suffusing the air with its power. Both the carrier and the surrounding soldiers were traveling slowly. Both the undead and golems can travel underwater, but it was hard to work your way against the pressure. More importantly, the minions walking had most of their attention focused on the core and its carrier. I quickly analyzed my substitute, finding it the same as before. Mechanical core gem. This mechanical creation is indistinguishable from the real dungeon core for the sapient races. It can give orders to dungeon creations and even to attack and defend on its own. The communication ability is restricted to at least part mechanical creations. It can be subordinated to the dungeon core or left to its own devices after giving orders. As such, it allows to grow the dungeon's influence even outside its normal borders. The additional effect is cleansing of the surrounding mana while converting most biological and mechanical life forms to dungeon-created ones. The ability to attack and shield with electricity allows it for a modicum of self-defense, but the real strength of the mechanical core is its ability to direct and create new beings. Due to its nature, the amount of subordinate cores you can possess is directly linked to the dungeon core level. Threat level D. The additional effect is cleansing of the surrounding mana while converting most biological and mechanical life forms to dungeon-created ones. I mouthed the words, a little surprised. I did not have any means to control her, yet. My cautiousness also disallowed me to convert her immediately. The risk was simply too great. Who knows what she could have done until completely taken over? But this? A way to strengthen her and then to let my influence slowly grow, only to win out in the end? I grinned maniacally, my non-existent face full of ecstasy. Do it. I ordered the core, and a computer-like beep of acknowledgement echoed in my mind. I wondered, was that something created from my memories, or were mechanical beings just similar even when created in wholly different worlds? As I mused, the power that resonated from the mechanical core was growing stronger and more focused. The fake core looked just like me, an onyx gem about 15 centimeters in diameter, but the power it wielded was different from my own. The color and intent were different. Instead of electricity, a cone of bronze energy suddenly expanded from it, covering both newly named Non and Guardian. The girl twitched in surprise while my servant stoically waited for the process to end. Then a scream came, and another one. Weird living metal was growing on Non's body, the infestation starting in the stomach region. Unlike any metal known to man, the blackish substance breathed in and out,
and with each passing second, the energy that it carried seeped into the revenant's flesh. It was strengthening it and somehow regenerating appendages that were lost. Besides muscle and bone getting grown from nothingness, the rest of the metal started to cover the nearly naked body, devouring the bits of flesh and any clothing, more like rags, that were still left. Liquid-like iron draped itself over each centimeter of the pale body and then retreated, building a light armor similar to the one she wore when alive. Chest, arm, and leg pieces appeared before my eyes. Then the metal retreated, leaving a finishing touch, a black mask covering her whole face. It was a simple, oval piece of equipment with slits for eyes, and then it was over. Nan's moans of pain slowly died down as my subcore retreated with its retinue, their job already done. What was lying in the Guardian's burly arms was a completely different-looking revenant. Analyze, iron-melded revenant, named Nan. A type of the cursed undead returning to haunt the living and exact her revenge. Parts of her body are made from iron, creating a functioning body, a combination of a golem-like arm and leg with the pale flesh, combined to create a form of a young woman. Her brown, braided hair and black eyes look human enough a first look, but the stench of death that permeates her surroundings quickly reveals her true nature. Revenants are masters of death magic in many forms. This being uses her newfound power to hide and ambush her foes. The darkness is her home, and 2 corroded daggers on her waist are much more dangerous than they look. Her small frame may be mistaken for a child. As all revenants, she has a target of her revenge, Gynard Kingdom, which mistreated and starved to death her younger siblings while she was outside, serving their nobility's interests. Threat level D++. Perfect. And I smiled. And then she was gone. Guardian panicked, getting into a defensive stance, while the rest of my servants looked around dully. Undead weren't too bright after all. Nan had already departed the 2nd floor after all. How did I know that? Well, she wasn't exactly stealthy when Gynard Kingdom's patrols were in her way. Screams and the smell of blood followed her every move. People falling, killed or dying, with their throats sliced by an unseen monster. Some were running. Others simply prayed to the unfeeling gods. None were spared, and in their absence, my dungeon released its pent-up stress. Both undead and the bosses returning to defend me. Decapitator, Jailer Jonathan, and the Libiers were being summoned one by one. I caught a glimpse of her black iron armor as she stood near the stairs leading outside. Her eyes were still completely black when she turned to give a last, long look at my dungeon's interior. I could hear her scoff. "Not wanting to keep your part of the deal, girl?" I laughed soundlessly. Even Guardian was outside my range right now. Now I knew why villains tended to project their plans when encountering a hero. It just feels so good.
Don't worry. I wasn't one to keep to mine anyway.
A manic grin once again appeared on my face. "See you later." I sent to her mind. She twitched with disgust and ran into the encampment premises. Screams followed. 046. Uno.
No.
It was only a solid few hours later that sounds of battle quietened and then slowly faded to nothing. Nan had successfully escaped after exacting her revenge, if the dark faces of the returning soldiers were any indication. Unlike before, the sentients were concentrated strictly on guarding the entrance room. Their sentries comprised mostly battered and bandaged people. No more forays in the dungeon, and no loud, haughty conversations told the story of a dire defeat. At the same time, my decapitator was up and running again, his thirsty blades etching scar after scar in the stone tunnels just behind a corner. There wasn't much in this bile brain of his, but I clearly felt the desire for revenge, to rip and tear. Yet for now, there was no chance to do so. I gathered the contents of the hushed whispers that sentients shared over smoldering campfires. It quickly became clear that most of the battle-capable soldiers remained on the surface. Ergo, the threat up there was much greater than underground. Something was coming, I could feel it. But, like before, I had no reasonable options to interfere with the outside world. Because of that, life in my halls returned to its earlier tranquility, interrupted only by the workers' relentless digging. It was calm if one ignored the dungeon core's ethereal body currently bashing his head against the wall. It was a futile endeavor, seeing as the walls were real while I was not. The reason for such behavior? I was lamenting my totally unnecessary cockiness. It was just like me trying to look cool only to get kicked in the balls.
Why did I send that last mental comment into Nan's mind?
All this time I endured and let Guardian do the honors. He was leading the Revenant in and cajoling her until the girl was convinced that every step she took was out of her own volition. The trap was set, ready to snap, and in the last possible moment, I just had to fuck myself over.
Yes, I was giddy. Everything was going my way for once, and now somebody knew I was a sentient dungeon. God damn it, why did I do that? Stupid. Ugh. Sigh. Let's calm down. Maybe the situation wasn't that bad.
The undead girl only knew that someone other than Guardian had the ability to communicate mentally in my dungeon. At least I wasn't dumb enough to actually introduce myself. Nan's ability to speak was pretty non-existent too, so the chance for her to slip up and divulge my existence was minimal. Who knew, however, if this would change with time? The next problem, she was bound to encounter some powerful individuals in her quest for vengeance. I was certain that both nobles and royalty had capable bodyguards in their employ, not to mention some of them being powerful warriors and mages themselves was a distinct possibility. I still remembered that the people who managed to conquer my first floor were a royal princess, a noble, and their retainers. This meant she could get easily captured. Another unpleasant notion, there might be ways to extract knowledge from the undead, just like I did with Guardian. Stupid. I once again bashed my ephemeral head against the wall. There was also a chance of betrayal, changing sides, as she wasn't one of my creations after all, and her blatant disregard of our deal only reinforced that notion. All this thinking was giving me shivers.
Whatever, I don't care. Out of sight, out of the heart. Whatever happens, happens. Let's just focus on more important and interesting tasks. Namely that, without any fanfare or cultivation like Epiphany, I had gained a level.
Yep. All these weak soldiers killed by the rampaging undead weren't that filling, but be it bread or rice, a sheer number of the dead carved by Nan's blackened blades was more than enough to push me over the threshold.
And because of that, I could gaze at my new status with pride. Like so.
Race,
Dungeon core,
name, Uno.
Dungeon core level and affinity,
Electricity,
element,
anima, location. Henrik Walzer ruined castle, dungeons, magic, none, skills and none, innate abilities. Mana sight, anima manipulation, electricity encroachment. The empty magic and skills parts were hurting my gamer soul, yet there was little I could do to fill them. The only speech-capable monster in my dungeon, Guardian, was clueless when it came to such things, which may or may not have stemmed from thorough brainwashing I put him through. And there was no way in hell I would ask the sentience for help. But then again, nothing that some kind of torture wouldn't solve, now that I had a willing mouthpiece to ask questions. These were plans for the future, though, and there was no time like the present. My first instinct was to dig, to burrow deeper and further away from the greedy sentience. I fought that feeling with all my might, barely stopping myself from ordering my sturdy stone drones. The usually calm stone dolls seemed a bit more active right now, likely sensing my excitement. Unlike most of my creations, these guys were only useful when another level was being excavated. I had no ability to dig on my own, but somehow managed to easily maintain my tunnels and caves. I guess that was what happened when every stone and brick wall was part of a giant organism. Anyway, I managed to suppress my innate desire to burrow and decided to focus instead on the creation of another subordinate core. While I wasn't using them much in the past, the recent incident involving Tina, or rather non-clearly proved their worth. They had a different skill set from mine, and it was time to use them for something else than Dungeon Slaver's bait. At least the new one. I summoned my mana and forced it into an already familiar shape. It was easier this time, just filling the gaps between reality and slowly feeding the emerging monster. I stared at the newborn core with a strange sense of camaraderie and innate understanding. It was my servant, bound and ready to fight. I knew that it would look just like me, with an onyx-like smooth surface and the darkest blackness swirling inside, except it didn't. Or rather, there were notable differences between my shape, the other sub-core, and this newcomer. The aura that swirled around it reminded me of old, crusty blood. Analyze, I whispered quietly. Mechanical core gem. Curse. This mechanical creation is indistinguishable from the real dungeon core for the sapient races. It has the ability to give orders to dungeon creations and even attack and defend on its own. The communication ability is restricted to at least part mechanical creations. It can be subordinated to the dungeon core or left to its own devices after giving orders. As such, it allows growing the dungeon's influence even outside its normal borders. The additional effect is cleansing the surrounding mana while converting most biological and mechanical life forms to dungeon-created ones. This specific gem has been changed by the residual energies of the souls devoured by the dungeon. Because of this, a new ability to create cursed equipment has been added. Unlike its creator and predecessor, this gem also produces an unhealthy reddish glow. Threat level Oh. That was new. Did that mean that my actions had consequences even when creating new minions? Would that mean that I could force some evolutions on my Libirs or Ratlings, or maybe even Bilebrain golems? I already started to experiment in this direction, but seeing no results, I simply abandoned this venue of research. Should I try to create a Kodaku, a space that was filled with poisonous worms that would devour each other until the strongest one remained? Metaphorically speaking, of course. Let's keep that thought, but cursed weapons, you say, Analyze. I could work with that. From what I gathered listening to Sentient's conversations, most of the dungeons had some kind of a trial in which a challenger had to prove themselves worthy and then receive a prize. Said prize being often a weapon, armor, or otherwise magical item. A foolish notion, but one I couldn't escape in my pursuit to grow less conspicuous. As in, I'm not a sentient dungeon, folks. One could, of course, say that my uniqueness was already set in stone, but I desperately wanted to remain as standard as I could, since unremarkable was already out of the question. Yet it just didn't sit right with me to simply bestow my enemies with weapons or armor, be it of an average quality that I was capable of. Thus, with this ability to create cursed armaments, I had another avenue to choose. Lovely, there were also other things to consider. For one, I forcefully switched Guardian's position with the enhanced golem that earlier guarded the underground core room. The fake one, of course, as my own position remained entrenched on the first floor in the isolated chamber. The big guy whimpered for a bit, unwilling to leave his home. But I quickly managed to convince him that the whole dungeon was something akin to his manor now. Only then he moved to the underwater tunnel and further down, into the lonely room that guarded one of the two planned ways down. While he moved, I closed the ceiling trenches, effectively confining him to his new place. The plan was to lead him even deeper, but that had to wait. I felt nearly a physical need to dig down, but Not yet, Uno. Stay strong. Instead of going down, I ordered my stone drones to dig east from the rat beast holding pen. They ran towards the place in a nearly rabid fashion, zealously scratching at the stone and dirt, their moves more similar to how animals tore their victims' flesh apart than calm construction workers building a new annex. Large gorilla-like rat beasts growled at the sudden intrusion, but considering that the newcomers weren't made from edible material, they just let it go. An instinctive feeling of belonging, which usually connected the dungeon residents, helped too. Not even an hour passed when my little minions managed to excavate a sizable room. Good. I sent, and despite not understanding me in the slightest, the drones rejoiced. Was it me, or were they looking a bit more alive right now? No matter. I smiled and sent a few of the Libirs to fetch the flame caller, Iron Flame Rat King. He normally lounged in the south part of the dungeon, the place which Iron Flame rats turned into something like a combination of a temple and training grounds. They sparred there constantly, slowly building up an organized and bloody structure. Now that I think about it, wasn't that a clear indication that the surroundings had a direct effect on the individual's evolution paths? How did I not notice it earlier? Was I growing dumber? No matter. The hulking 3-meter-tall flame caller arrived, flanked by his 2 Iron Flame Rat Temple warriors and about 10 simple, lesser demonic Iron Flame rats. He barely squeezed through the tunnels dug for much smaller beings. At least the newly dug room was nice and spacious, easily capable of holding Rat King and his retinue.
It was the right time to introduce them to the visiting adventurers or soldiers, or anybody else stupid enough to invade my dungeon.
The system calling him the king really did the giant rat warrior justice. He looked a bit like the rat beasts that were currently busy trying to meld into the walls while whimpering in fear. His 2 massive clawed fists were used to lumber from one place to another. He looked powerful but slow, yet I knew that these looks were deceiving. Not once or twice I saw him soaring through the air, like death incarnate. On the top of his head, a red crest stood proudly, while the rest of the rat's face and body was covered in sturdy scar tissue and natural leather armor. Seeing that both of my chosen entrance points were secure, I let it all out and ordered stone drones to dig. They reacted without hesitation, and I felt another barrier crumble as two downstairs were being made, one near the underwater tunnel and the second one behind Rat Beast's pens. I willed them to converge in one position, and they did, thanks to the savant genius of the stone drones. A third level was being made, and my head was already full of ideas to implement. My minions created a safe room with two stairways descending inside. They were ending on the west and east side of the room. This way, anyone dumb enough to check the second one would have to contend with the boss. I also ordered the drones to carve 4 statues in the corners of the room. They froze, not understanding what the order meant. I sighed, sharpening my image. Sentient with a magic staff, one hand lifted in the air. Sentient with a bow ready to strike an unseen foe. Sentient with a large mace and tower shield. Sentient with 2 daggers in hunched posture. The diggers threw themselves at the work, full of fervor. Too bad that their skills were lacking. What I ended up with were 4 statues of something. From an objective standpoint, they looked more like prisoners half plunged into the earth, trying desperately to claw their way out. Their faces were indistinct but open in silent screaming. Weapons no more than broken and rusted sticks, deformed flesh slowly being devoured by the greedy earth. I could work with this ambiance. Behind each statue, I ordered an alcove to be dug out, and then a rock lid to be fitted, creating a small empty space. Ratlings were already digging through the 3rd floor, spreading their network of tunnels, so it took a little nudge to lead them toward this room. In a few more minutes, levers and mechanisms were fitted by their tails and claws, similarly to how the spear traps on the first room worked. Only instead of the spears, I had hidden labor exploders in the alcoves. I had finished the preparations and was going to give out orders when a blue box appeared before me. Fuck, I cursed, seeing its contents. You have created a statue entrance room. This room, unlike most entrances, is fitted with deadly traps and was thus converted into a variable trap room. The rules of the trap activation are as follows. An adventurer attacks the statue in the room. An adventurer attacks another adventurer in the room. An adventurer attacks a non-aggressive monster in the room. Yeah, fuck you too, Gangria. Then again, monsters that were not aggressive. I had a ton of these. Immediately, one of the stone drones was chosen and ordered to stay in the entrance room. After a minute of thought, I ordered it to carve into the surrounding walls and even allowed the drone to gather materials from the surroundings. It nodded gently. The drone wouldn't fit anymore, so I decided to simply call it Sculptor. And then nothing happened. Duh. It was not like a simple naming ceremony was that big of a deal. I mean, yeah, it was important, but the name came after purpose. It was the purpose that led to the process of evolution, a need to acquire something, an individuality. That's what I was thinking right now anyway. The flow of life would surely verify my knowledge. The next room came to life pretty fast too, and the next 11 rooms with it. Only a few days passed, but I was so enthused that I hardly noticed. An obvious advantage of becoming a dungeon core. No more piss breaks and an annoyingly growling stomach. Goodbye, sleep and tiredness.
The rock was harder down here, with less soil present, more disparate stone, and even some ores present. Nothing special was found, though. Copper, iron, some coal. No hidden hoard. No skeletons.
In the end, I waited for the drones to finish and started working on the smallest room south of the entrance. After a second, I filled it with devil eyes, their half-mechanical eyes tracking any movement. From my earlier experiences, I knew that these plant-like cameras were considered sources of the curse and bad luck by the sentients. This little psychological play was, however, only a prelude. A large door was carved in the stone and then covered in a thin layer of gold and a few precious stones I could scramble. Probably a useless gesture, as sentients were sure to steal anything not nailed to the floor, but it fit. That was also why I ordered my freshly minted sculptor to start working on the 2 blocks of stone standing near it. I had it focus on the simple expression, greed. Sadly, the newly made individual was lost, just like his brothers before. I guess it was too much to expect from him right now. A fat merchant clutching the bag of gold, coin spilling.
Sculptor started moving a bit, yet still looked shocked if a faceless stone doll could have any expressions anyway. Then I sent another image and it once again stood there, overwhelmed.
A woman pointing at the merchant, armored guards running from behind her. I chuckled for a bit. I guess all these new words, fat, merchant, bag, gold, coins, woman, guard, armored. These new concepts and the information that came with them were a bit too much. I left the pondering creation alone, smoothing the rooms and connecting them with similar doors. The drones worked and I put in the finishing touches, one room on the left and one room on the right. Repeat: chamber of daggers, chamber of swords, chamber of axes, chamber of spears, chamber of maces, chamber of shields, chamber of helmets, chamber of gauntlets, chamber of breastplates, chamber of greaves, the great greed hallway. In each of these, a bile brain golem. And, as a finishing touch, a larger room with a larger bile brain golem. Unlike the others, this creation of mine had 6 arms, 3 on each side, and a special chamber hollowed in its chest. My newest fake core was implanted within, and the golem changed. Analyze. Bile-cursed golem. This creature is a fusion of bone, dead flesh, metal, and stone, created to do its master's bidding. The metal parts, breastplate, greaves, gauntlets, helmet, and a mace are magical items carrying various curses in exchange for destructive power. While strong and robust, it's not very intelligent, but due to being made partially from earth, it retains its stubbornness. Given any task, the golem will try to finish it to the best of its abilities. The large mass and slow movements make this being a perfect shield for the others. It is, however, slow to heal as the material it was made from is somewhat rare. At the same time, due to its rarity, knowledgeable adventurers will hunt it down to the end of the world, especially because of the magical items it's wearing. Threat level D++. It growled, a curious sound considering the lack of a mouth. The items it wore languished with other sounds, screams of tormented souls, fiery auras, cold crystals materializing from the thin air. The cursed golem just stood in the middle, eyes aghast with red color. I smiled as another sound of notification resounded through the air. I was right. A trial was created. The trial of greed has been created. Your dungeon has become a host to a first trial. The trial encompasses the Hall of Eyes, Chamber of Daggers, Chamber of Swords, Chamber of Axes, Chamber of Spears, Chamber of Maces, Chamber of Shields, Chamber of Helmets, Chamber of Gauntlets, Chamber of Breastplates, Chamber of Greaves, the Great Greed Hallway, and Cursed Golem Enclosure. The rules of the trial are as follows. The challengers are allowed into the Great Greed Hallway unless they damaged anything in the Hall of Eyes. The challengers are allowed to enter any of the chambers while defeating the golems inside. The golems are armed with 1 piece of cursed equipment each. Each defeated golem adds its piece of equipment to the cursed golem. The main trial begins when the challengers open the cursed golem enclosure or eliminate all auxiliary golems.
Once challengers enter the Great Greed Hallway, they cannot escape.
Ha 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 ha. Yes, that's what I was talking about. That's some bullshit difficulty. And the reward for all this hard work was a cursed magical item. Perfect. And now I only had to order Sculptor to work a bit on these carvings to actually represent the pieces of equipment. I felt like singing. My lord? A sour voice interrupted my little self-congratulatory session. What is it, Guardian? I sighed, expecting another complaint about his new home. I think something is not right. He answered hesitantly. Huh? My mind snapped back to the dungeon, noticing the now fully staffed and guarded complex on the first floor. The civilians were in the middle of the evacuation. I moved my attention towards the surface, searching the surroundings through my few remaining cameras. And as I thought, there were people standing in the shade of the walls. Soldiers, adventurers, mages. All of them clutched their weapons, cold sweat visible on their faces. Their stillness was foreboding, the silence full of tension. I followed their gaze and looked towards the tree line. There were monsters, various races squirming and roaring, their deformed silhouettes emanating bloodlust and desire to kill and devour. I could recognize small and hunched goblins, armed with sticks and stones, muscular and fang-faced orcs, boulder-like trolls, centaurs with vicious features, goat-legged and hairy satyrs, giants, werewolves, lizard men, nagas, and more. A horde was approaching. I should be afraid, but instead the only feeling I felt was hunger for their bodies and souls. 047. Uno. My cameras were observing the delicate balance between the two armies, a solemn atmosphere, vicious gazes. On the one side, humans closely guarded their impromptu outpost. A rather large squad of the shielded spearmen and supporting troops were deployed outside. Their aim seemed to both provoke and intercept anyone stupid enough to attack without a plan, a passive strategy of waiting for the enemy move. Then again, as an outnumbered side, there wasn't much more they could do. On the palisade behind them, numerous mages and archers stood at the ready. I zoomed in, only to see pale, sweaty expressions all over. The morale wasn't high. The commanders, who were pacing a few steps behind the soldiers, didn't look any better, but under all this panic and strained nerves, there was something else, a sense of purpose, a wild hope. These people had a plan, a chance to survive. Their faces told me as much. Between the static spearmen, some teams of adventurers slowly moved from one place to another, easily recognizable by mismatched armor and use of strange weapons. Their faces looked full of fear and tension too, but some enjoyed the atmosphere, the excitement. Crazy ones, adrenaline junkies. That was what they were called, right? But nothing was happening. Nobody made the first move. Yet, I tuned back to the monsters like a bored teenager switching TV channels. At first glance, they were a chaotic blob of different races and languages, more and less barbaric depending on their species. There was no sense of purpose, no leaders, no nothing. Just wild, crazy, hungry horde. And yet, after a few minutes of observation, I noticed that I was wrong. There were some rules pertaining to their behavior, like how the bigger and stronger monsters were concentrated in the middle of their group. They were also the ones with fewer deformities and wearing way better equipment, mostly made from metal, which contrasted with stone, wood, and leather common amongst the rest of the horde. It also seemed like there was a clear structure, with the smaller, mostly less intelligent goblins, kobolds, or even lizardmen and orcs being both a vanguard and scouts for the more important and powerful beings. It was a simple tribal structure, but hey, it worked. Especially because, as I saw, the defiant monsters were devoured by the leaders. Amongst the giants, trolls, and ogres camping in the middle, a small group of many different beings caught my attention. They seemed to be heterogeneous, comprised of many different races. While largest of them were giants, it was not uncommon to see a naga, orc, or even a goblin walk by, undisturbed by the other, theoretically stronger beings. The one thing they had in common were staves, or more like sticks with human skulls embedded on them. Each of these, let's call them tribal shamans, radiated an aura of magic, but no mystical shit. A literal, colorful aura that could be seen with a naked eye. Blue, red, yellow, green, and so on. Even the biggest of the other monsters seemed to avoid them, leaving a rather large stretch of no-man land in the middle of the horde. Their appearance also seemed to rouse the humans, in a bad way. "Nobody said that they will have mages," shouted a large armored man towards the commander of the defense, red-haired mage called Charles. "We're screwed, totally screwed. They're going to take my Nadia's head and mount it on the spike," he mumbled while shaking. "This was always one of the predicted outcomes. We will survive nonetheless," the noble answered calmly, looking down on the man from his platform located on the palisade.
Lies!
The warrior yelled back, ignorant to the gazes of pity that the surrounding soldiers showered him with.
"You and your noble friends are going to hide in the dungeon while we bleed and fight for you," he screamed even louder. "Let us down there too."
"That's an interesting thing you said, considering that I'm standing right here, and it is you who wants to whimper and hide." "Are you saying I'm a coward?" "Worse." The red-haired man smirked. "A dead coward."
"Huh?"
"Flamebolt," he chanted quickly and threw a fiery projectile right into the man's chest. It lodged deeply, burning flesh and filling the air with his screams. And once more, for good measure, firebolt. The second one seemed to be more accurate than the first, entering through the already dying man-eye, while killing him instantly. The soldiers stood around, shocked, not knowing how to react, while the adventurers murmured angrily. The situation was volatile, but Charles immediately grabbed the chance to defuse it. "Do you see how the cowardice ends?" he asked while pointing at half-burned body. "We need to be strong, we need to be courageous, and we need to act according to plan, understood?" "Sir, yes, sir." The soldiers saluted while the adventurers grudgingly bowed. The people who had been in the party with the departed especially had to stifle their anger. Somehow they managed to do it, but not before sending a few furious glances up to the noble.
Now get back to your post and prepare for a fight. Remember, do not lay down your life thoughtlessly. We have a way out, and it will come true if each of us will fulfill our duties. The commotion ended, and the only people left were Charles and some of his adjutants. Make sure somebody cleans up this waste, he said to nobody in particular. I need a moment. The surrounding people looked at each other, confused. A moment alone, he repeated. Adam, stay please, he added as the old butler was ready to leave with the others. With a small bow, the silver-haired servant stood behind his master's back. Do you think I was too harsh? Charles asked while staring at the horde. We willingly burdened you with this task. There are no bad decisions now, only more and less costly, sir. I see. The mage glanced at his soldiers, once again ready to fight. I want the friends of this man to not survive the battle, one way or another. His red eyes searched the orderly ranks. This should subdue any notions of disrespecting the nobility. It shall be done. The butler only smiled, then bowed to Charles and left. A solemn sigh escaped the man's lips. Only I was here to hear it, though. It was time to switch the channel. There were 4 cameras left, giving me a sufficient view of the battlefield. A flat plain with only a few of the silvery tree stumps was surrounding the oval outpost. It was hard to believe that just a few days ago this place was a jungle. Now, in the middle of this devastation was a palisade and a shallow trench filled with sharpened sticks. The only road towards the gate was blocked by a large contingent of soldiers and adventurers. They stood guard quietly while waiting for their enemy move. Some of the mages and archers joined them as support, but these were mostly comrades of the vanguard adventurers. Behind them, on especially prepared platforms, archers and uniformly clothed mages waited in anticipation. The said mages were mostly using violet robes, with a few exceptions of red, yellow, and light blue garbs. I couldn't see any civilians, which was pretty obvious in the hindsight, considering that pretty much all of them were hidden in the newly excavated area. The air tensed even more as the horde started to move. It was a sudden primal action. The kobolds and goblins ran ahead, their small figures and primitive weapons looking comical if not for inhuman faces, sharp teeth, and common deformities. There weren't any recognizable words in the shouts they produced, and I watched as the whole lot of them clashed with human warriors. Soldiers armed with shields and spears stood their line, barely hampered by their senseless wailing. From behind them, adventurer teams were slipping in and out, leaving a bloody trail behind them. An interesting combination because, as far as I knew, spying on the sentients being my new hobby, a common soldier was a level 1, 2, or maybe 3 being, and yet they stood their ground against an army a few times bigger. The little beasts were outmatched, but they didn't break. They bit the humans on the ankles, tried to spit in their eyes, or just cut any part of their clothing that was not armored. It was even a bit adorable, if not for their full of madness and single-mindedness. It reminded me how my dungeon creatures tended to throw their life away to please me. After a few minutes of harassment, most of this wave's monsters were dispatched, and a loud, deep sound resounded in the background. Not that I thought about it was also here before, when the goblins charged, yet this time I managed to identify the source. It was a horn from some large beast, mounted on a stable platform and used by a giant clad in wooden armor. Well, calling it armor might have been an overstatement, since it was simply a large door held by some ropes. Anyway, it signaled something, but I wasn't sure what. The little goblins and kobolds knew, though. They shrieked in shrill voices while gesticulating towards the human defensive line. Some of the men spewed curses in response, others simply prayed. The second wave of creatures emerged from the horde, this time reinforced with groups of orcs, lizardmen, and satyrs. Unlike their predecessors, these medium-sized monsters were using leather armor and had weapons other than clubs at their disposal. They were still crude and rusted, probably scavenged from the fallen, but a jump in quality was clearly visible. Unlike before, there was a commotion. People on the walls were preparing, counting arrows, gathering their thoughts, getting into positions. The horde advanced, many monsters growling and shouting with excitement. They crossed an invisible line, and so an order was given. Fire! A cloud of arrows flew through the air first, skewering many of the enemies. The line wavered, but it was still not enough. The ones pushing from the back forced the remaining creatures to advance.
Then the spells arrived. The fireballs burned the advancing monsters to the crisp. The ice flowers froze them into abstract forms, and the earthen spikes broke them apart. Violet energy, similar to lightning, fell from the sky, only to burn and cut and maim, stopping the enemies in their tracks. I observed this magical hurricane in awe. For a moment it seemed like the sheer power the humans produced would be enough to keep their enemies at bay. Then the horn sounded again, and more medium and small-sized monsters arrived on the battlefield. Some hesitated, some tried to run when arriving at the death zone, but in the end, their sheer bulk was enough to push through. But it wasn't enough to avoid falling into another trap. The earth they were standing on gave in and broke under their weight, 100 monsters falling to their deaths, onto sharpened sticks below. A large trench was uncovered, the one that humans were digging earlier. I was wondering where it had disappeared to. Sounds of pain and exertion followed as the smaller monsters were squashed by the larger ones, while all of them received some concussions, bruises, and cuts. The unlucky ones were killed instantly. The hole was wide enough to block the whole approach and a few meters deep, ending in a rocky flat surface, which reminded me of something. Human warriors cheered loudly, seeing another wave of the invaders meet their doom, some of them even shooting arrows and magic towards the helpless monsters.
They were yelled at for wasting ammunition.
A wise decision as the horde grew even more restless, and another horn sounded in the air. More monsters were coming. Hearing the echo, those imprisoned in the ditch grew frantic, frightfully grabbing loose dirt and stones, trying to claw their way out. The spearmen weren't having any of that. Their sharp weapons poked the eyes and skin, instantly forcing orcs to tumble back down. The lizard men were a bit better off, their natural armor allowing them to easier endure the abuse. Still, an accurate hit was enough to blind any of the advancing braves. More importantly, those standing watch over their makeshift moat knew that they couldn't allow a single monster to gain ground on the other side. The desperate struggle continued while the horn sounded a different note. Like before, small goblins and kobolds advanced, same with orcs and other brutes, but the ones flanking their advance were nagas and centaurs, half humans, half horses, and half humans, half snakes. How fitting for the sentients to meet their end at their cousins' hands. The centaurs accelerated immediately, their long legs giving them an advantage. Barely any of them wore furs, but each had a spear or another long weapon. Their speech was incoherent, and each of the advancing warriors bore a sign of disease: broken skin, unseeing eye, and infected wound. With a brave leap, they jumped over the dry moat and landed amid the defenders. Most of them were slaughtered in a brutal battle, but some managed to hold their ground long enough for the reinforcements to arrive. The Nagas used their serpentine movements to easily scale moat walls while dual-wielding their sharp swords, spears, and axes. The upper part of their bodies looked human-like, but anybody seeing their eyes would say otherwise. Those were Naga men with naked chests and bald heads. Their advance was calm, silent, and felt inevitable as they slithered with practiced movements, each of them trying to cut the legs of their opponent only to finish them with a bite from their unnaturally widening jaws. This battle seemed to turn against humans, something I wasn't too worried about. After all, as an observer, I was sure to weather any incursions from the horde. I even welcomed it, especially these shamans with their skull-like accessories. A notion of neutrality that was overturned a few seconds later.
"Do it, mage!"
Charles snapped at his second-in-command, a violet-robed elder in a strange helmet. Yes, yes. So impatient, the man in question murmured. He raised his hand upwards, and the rest of the similarly clothed wizards followed his example. In a second, he started to murmur, violent energy collecting on his palm. The rest of the surrounding people also chanted, their spheres seemingly significantly smaller, but looking no less dangerous. 30 seconds passed, the air humming with concentrated power. And then... disintegrate. He breathed out exhaustedly. Arcane Lance. The rest followed with a slightly different spell. A while later, the old man's spell flew towards one part of the moat, while the combined arcane lances moved to the other. The difference was that the disintegration just left a trail of the monsters turned ash, until it impacted the ground, tearing a large chunk out of it, while the arcane lances, on the other hand, simply cut through the enemies, puncturing anything on their way until exploding, and also tearing a large chunk out of the ground. There was no pain, no fear, just a sound of the escaping mana, similar to the kettle with boiling water.
It was then that I understood. These fuckers were drilling holes in my dungeon.
A moment later, I lost direct control over the cameras and my network, the severed cables no longer sending the data towards my core. I gasped. The loss of sight was always painful.
Thankfully, the cables and the network were just crutches. I could still search the first level manually, and so I did.
There were 2 large holes, 2 breaches, one located in the twisted tunnels, other in the conservatory.
The latter was more important, as it pretty much severed my ability to influence the walls, to shape them. It could start to crumble at any moment now. What was worse, the humans were evacuating downstairs, filthy cowards. "Move! Move! Move!" shouted the sergeants while pushing their men down the stairs in an orderly fashion. "Adventurers last, soldiers later, mages first. Remember your training," people shouted, fear nearly visible in the air.
"Keep them away.
They're not moving."
"Good. Use that time wisely."
"Run! Orderly, Bell's tits! Orderly, I said, fuckers!" "Master Vincent!" Charles, the red-haired noble, yelled.
"Yes?" With a small smile, the absent-minded old man, no, a terrifying mage, answered his question. He was still observing the aftermath of his work. "Are you sure the monsters will focus on these holes?" "Yes, but not exclusively. The biggest, like giants, will wander off in time, and the medium and large abominations will flock to the new entrances like moths to the flame. The small creatures, who knows?" His brow scrunched. "Also, we didn't foresee the arrival of the shamans. They're the bad news, those ones."
"Any weaknesses?"
the younger man asked brusquely.
"No, not that I know much about them anyway. Not my venue of research. Not to mention each of them is different." Their discussion had been interrupted by the arriving messenger.
"Sir, most of our forces are already in the shelter. We're awaiting your arrival."
"Let's go then."
The man nodded and the violet-robed mage followed his footsteps. A small whisper escaped Charles's lips. "Finish them." A faint shadow behind him nodded in confirmation. I ignored the rest of their conversation. After all, there were more important things to take care of, like an invasion on my doorstep. Only a few minutes had passed since the explosion, and both my monsters and those outside were confused. But confusion didn't mean inaction. 4 of the already hurt orcs were in a bad position earlier, squashed under the bodies of their companions, slowly choking to death. That was until the explosion threw them down into a weird hole, their grunts echoing in the cavernous tunnels. Sensing that the dead flesh of their companions disappeared, my doing, by the way, they stood up, their primitive weapons readied. A second or two passed in silence until their ears started to hear again, and a strange sound repeated in the background. Clang, clang, sealang, clang, clang. It was getting closer. The monsters huddled together, their breaths growing quicker and quicker. With widened eyes, they stared at the closest corridor, none of them wanting to advance. And then Decapitator found them. My thirsty walls were once again splashed with warm blood. The group that had fallen into the conservatory was a bit luckier, the only enemy here being my plants. That is until one of them stepped on a fiery dandelion, one of my more acidic creations. It spewed the corrosive material all around, just like it was designed to do, killing and hurting the intruders in the process. My Libirs or jailer Jonathan didn't even have a chance to shine. I was sure that no matter how many enemies would come, my creations would stand tall. It was a certainty that I was going to regret in the coming hours. According to my cameras, most of the monsters had indeed crowded towards the newly opened entrances. Some moved to the old one and bashed down the hatch covering it. They were currently fighting it out with the sentients. The rest was funneled towards the second floor. Yes, my monsters fought valiantly, Libirs and even Failsmith mounting a resistance every few centimeters, backing out when another enemy fell, but the space to retreat was limited. In the end, they gave their lives trying to bleed the enemy dry. My traps and plants also worked wonders, taking many with them. The spears, the pitfalls, acidic plants, strangle roots. Decapitator managed to turn the walls bright red before it was overwhelmed. In the process of said battle, it also collapsed my tunnels, now without a fresh surge of mana to reinforce them. This in turn divided the enemy forces cleanly, forcing those in the east to focus on humans while the rest attacked me.
My monsters still respawned, since the system didn't recognize the invaders as sentients, but the appearing creations were immediately getting torn to shreds, but not Jailer Jonathan, or Decapitator, or Enhanced Bilebrain Golem. These three fought their own battles, especially the last one. A hulking brute stuck in a room where any bleeding would trigger a bloodlust effect. He was a showstopper for the steady trickle of enemies trying to conquer my lower level. But none of them managed to return. All my creations, undead and whatnot, were on high alert, and the once calm central pond room now looked more like a surface of moon than a jungle, with all the craters covering every free centimeter of space. Every few minutes a large explosion echoed, adding to the grunts and screams of the invaders. I managed to time my Lebier exploders production in such a way that they appeared when another group beat the floor boss. The resulting explosion pretty much always decimated the incoming monsters, feeding me enough energy to keep producing more exploders and more Lebiers. The ratlings had their hands full too, fighting a guerrilla war in their tunnels, murdering any goblins, kobolds, or other small monsters inside, and getting murdered in return. It was a brutal campaign, with claw against claw and teeth against teeth, a war of attrition. Not once or twice I saw a rat perish while still strangling the neck of his enemy. The unreasonable violence continued as my creations threw themselves senselessly at the advancing horde. They weren't stopping, but neither was I. At least the giants, trolls, ogres, and other large creatures seemed bored senselessly after only a few days of observing the slaughter, since they were too big to fit into my corridors and join in the fun. They just up and left without a word, leaving a clutch of shamans and a veritable sea of monsters behind, still waiting to ravage my dungeon. The situation stabilized, for me at least. The days passed and the humans were on their last legs. Constantly charging monsters, a lack of sleep, the tension of their families waiting just behind a corner combined into a veritable powder keg. It was only a question of time until somebody broke, and then a few more days passed again. The sentients were screaming at each other, and I hoped to taste all that goodness hidden in my halls, especially their mages. But the fucking elves arrived as reinforcements. Couldn't catch a break, could I? 048. Uno. The Longiers arrived unseen, their stealthy troops making short work of the sentries that the fallen tribe's horde had dispatched. Well, calling the random assortment of the lesser races anything like guards was a stretch in itself. But then again, they fulfilled this role with surprisingly high effectiveness. I was sure that the rangers wearing the green and brown armor would get discovered soon, considering that the horde didn't lack monsters with a superior sense of smell. Yet somehow their advance was unhindered, long, straight daggers reaping life after life. Even so, they stopped once the stragglers were taken care of, as the rest of the sleeping enemies were in groups far too big to quietly overwhelm. Only a few hundred were left on the surface now, about the same amount surging angrily through various parts of my dungeon. My first and second floors contained small, wary groups of monsters wandering through and occasionally battling against my creations. A surprisingly large part of their number was concentrated near the place where the humans holed up, the Colosseum, and a newly dug out tunnel turned into a bloody battlefield. I was wondering what the elves were up to, these 200 soldiers getting on my nerves like Damocles' sword. My few remaining cameras were stretching their half-biological stems to survey the surface. It didn't take long to notice the commotion. A few richly clothed elves were vehemently arguing with an important-looking girl. Somehow they managed to do it in relative silence too. Color me impressed. The said girl had long blonde hair curled into locks and a pair of piercing neon green eyes that seemed to glow in the dark. Her small body was clad in greenish-blue leather armor. I ascertained it was a magic item of some kind, mostly after seeing the seams shift lazily every few seconds. She wore a leather helmet too, complete with boots and sturdy pants, while a wooden wand rested in a belt loop on her thin waist. Currently, she was listening to the other people's arguments with a bored expression on her pretty face. I could barely hear them, but it didn't matter anyway. They were using a foreign language I was not privy to. I guess my constant contact with humans had me at a disadvantage when it came to other races. Just behind the bored blonde, a large, no, more like gigantic man was standing quietly, his blue eyes surveying the surroundings with a calm sense of caution. He was clad in leather armor, strengthened with metal plates, a bit different from the people surrounding him, but that wasn't the source of the incongruity he emanated. Only after a few minutes I understood what was so strange about him. All the people around had sharp, knife-like ears, but not the giant.
That's what it was. A human amongst elves. Rarity. And considering the disdainful glances thrown in his direction every few moments, the other people weren't entirely pleased with his presence. He ignored them splendidly, though, not wasting any attention on the surrounding soldiers, instead of focusing more on the outside. Not much was visible under his armor, but what flesh peeked out was scarred and tough like the man himself. A veteran. His weapons of choice were a sword and shield combo, right now both hidden in their sheaths. The quarrel between the girl and the other elves didn't look like it would end soon, so I shifted my attention downstairs to observe the human underground encampment. A constant battle raged in a small and now damp corridor, which was technically no longer a part of my domain. The monsters were mostly getting slaughtered, orcs or lizard men no match for a few powerful human fighters remaining. From time to time, a bolt of magic or a blast of otherworldly energy cut off the constant stream of challengers, making sure that the defenders had at least some respite. A small, slender man in a red bandana was currently fighting, his butcher's cleaver carving chunks of meat out of attackers. He laughed loudly, staring at the incoming enemies. His clothes were splattered with red blood, both fresh and old, and a few cuts marred his muscular body. A desire for blood and battle emanating from him was a clear deterrent to the advancing monsters, but also his own troops. The few remaining human soldiers and adventurers were already pale, their dead eyes and slow movements a clear sight of exhaustion. Most of all, the fear they felt, both because of the boisterously laughing man and the advancing horde, was clearly visible on their faces. "Come! Come, fuckers! Join us in this bloody dance!" shouted the man in the red bandana, his sudden voice startling both his allies and enemies.
"My blade wasn't fed enough today. Neither was I. Come and quench our thirst," he continued.
The monsters stopped in their tracks, trying to decide who would be the courageous one to lead the advance. For a few seconds, a silence ruled over this small piece of hell, until a roar resounded from the back. Something big was starting to make its way toward the defenders, monsters howling in elation, until they understood that for the new champion to appear, their own lives had to be forfeited. The tunnel wasn't big enough to let it safely plow through after all. With a sound of exertion, one of the orcs was pushed forward, tumbling down in the process, and another after that. Each of them met their end under the humans' blades and spears. Their howls turned resentful, forced to die without purpose. And then it appeared, a large, obese monster that once resembled an orc, but not anymore. It has lost its tusks. The green color it was born with faded long ago. What remained was a mass of flesh, vibrating with each step it took. Pale flesh, with visible folds of fat underneath, was slapping against each other. Plop, plop, plop. Unlike the champion's sickly-looking skin, its hands had turned into fearsome weapons, enlarged, serrated claws made from bone. The beast raised its arm, letting the claws touch the walls, and amidst screeching noise, a long scar appeared on the rock.
"Damn! Our weapons weren't even able to scratch that," mumbled one of the adventurers in a fearful daze.
The orc champion roared once again, sending the remaining monsters into a frenzy as they rushed forward, practically throwing themselves at the defenders' blades. Yet, as was the case when attacking without considering one's safety, their reckless charge managed to kill and maim 3 out of 8 warriors in the room. The screams of the wounded filled the air as the bandana-wearing man commanded,
"Get the wounded to the healers. This bitch is mine." A wild, wide smile appeared on his face. "Come here, fatty. I wonder how you'll taste." As if to emphasize his words, he licked the butcher's cleaver comfortably resting in his right hand. A large amount of blood ended up in his mouth, enraging the opponent and pushing the human forces for a quick retreat. Guildmaster Lois really lost it, huh? One of the escaping soldiers scowled, only to get reprimanded by his companion. "Shut it. Do you want to end up as an unnecessary casualty like that one guy before?" Hearing the adventurer's words, the disgruntled warrior only shook his head in silence. Right, that was the bandana guy name. Lois, the new guild master of the Adventurers Guild. I knew I had seen this man somewhere before. But then again, his figure was much more gallant at that time, not to mention he wasn't fighting like a maniac. Not my business, though.
With the butcher's cleaver in one hand and a sting-like dagger in the other, he waited for the fat orc champion to fully emerge from the tunnel. A useless but gentlemanly move. That was what I thought at first. Then, as soon as the pale monstrosity breathed in to roar its challenge, he struck. The long and thin dagger easily delved into the monster's stomach, only to get stuck. Lois retreated immediately, leaving the weapon stuck inside. This time it was the monster who laughed, slapping its flabby stomach and jumping forward with speed unbecoming its mass. The human guildmaster wasn't taken by surprise, though. He deftly avoided the incoming claws, retreating a few meters to the back.
"Throw me some daggers, people,"
he ordered, not even looking back. "We'll be having some skewers tonight." The men complied, swords, daggers, and even spears thrown into the impromptu ring. Lois laughed loudly, picking up a rather heavy-looking sword. He swung it around with one hand, swishing noises showing how much strength was contained in this thin frame of his. Pale Orc roared in anger, not understanding the contents of the speech, but clear on the mocking tone. It charged forward, once again trying to kill the annoyingly buzzing fly. This time, however, Lois wasn't content with just avoidance. His silhouette flashed and disappeared, only to emerge behind the monster. "A little appetizer for now," he laughed again, chopping down on the flabby flesh. The new sword cut deep inside the beast's back, but in the end, it didn't manage to sever it. Lois grunted, forcing it even deeper, only to get swatted by a large arm. He flew away, bouncing back from the chamber's wall. Then, for a long moment, he was just lying there, while the pale orc roared in delight. Blood started to pool nearby, while the soldiers and adventurers under his command looked at each other before nodding deeply. "He might be a son of a bitch.
And a dastardly fucker. But he saved my life more times I can remember."
"Brothers with me. Save the guildmaster."
Their screams were cut short when, with a grunt, Lois lifted his battered body. "Don't kill me off just yet, boys!"
A grin escaped his lips. He licked his bloodied arm.
"Salty! Now let's pay you back, fatty!"
He roared back his words of defiance, and the soldiers responded in kind. "Enough!" A loud voice shattered their celebration. It was Charles, the noble leading these survivors. His red hair and eyes were alight with magic. Fireball. A large ball of flame flew forward, staggering the beast and scorching its flesh. Firebomb. Magical energy landed on the ground, soaking the stone. The fat orc roared in confusion. Fireball. Another flame soared through the air and exploded. This time, however, the enemy was prepared, shielding his scalded face with pale arms. The attack still did some damage, but didn't manage to stop it from moving. With another roar, the champion charged. Charles mumbled under his nose, seemingly ignoring the advancing enemy.
"Hey! Hey! Look out!"
Lois couldn't stop himself from screaming. It seemed, however, that the red-haired noble planned for this attack. As soon as the fat orc stepped on a stone a few meters away, the magic that soaked it suddenly activated. For a split second, I could see a complicated magical circle appearing, and then an explosion pretty much cut and maimed the monster's legs, just like an anti-infantry mine would. The orc roared in pain, slowly dragging its body towards the chanting mage, still stubbornly clinging to life. Greater fireball. He finished the chant, and a large ball of flames appeared in his palms. A moment later, he threw it unhesitatingly, betraying the solemn grace of a person already used to decimating his foes. The orc was swallowed by the fire and turned into ashes without any ceremony. Like a tense battle that Lois had to go through was just a lie. Then, in one swift motion, he turned back to the tunnel, where the next wave of monsters was already coming. Seeing the decimation, they staggered, though, casting fearful glances on a powerful human fire mage. This was a mistake on their part. Charles mumbled under his nose again, quickly unleashing another powerful magic. Wall of flames. Instantly, the tunnel was filled with fire, burning and killing any monsters inside. As I expected, it didn't create a single-tile horizontal blockade. No. Instead, it started at the entrance of the tunnel and ended just before the defensive chamber. It was perpendicular, ingenious. "I never grow bored of these magics of yours, Charles," mumbled Lois through his bloodied mouth. "And I believe, Guildmaster Lois, that we had a deal." The red-haired noble answered in a cold tone, making his companion twitch uncomfortably for a moment.
Hey! I didn't know they'd send a champion this early." But they sent it, and according to our defensive strategies, I was to be informed of such intrusion. The mage continued. May I remind you that while you were playing games, our men were dying? His voice trembled for a moment. May I remind you... Charles. The guildmaster interrupted, lifting his hands in a gesture of surrender. Charles. His words snapped the mage's attention to himself. I was not playing games. You and Master Vincent are our aces in the sleeve, but look at you. He pointed towards the mage. It was only now that I noticed that the noble eyes had been not only red, but also bloodied from a lack of sleep. He was swaying on his feet, trying to keep straight and proper. Look at you, friend. You need to rest. Lois continued in a quiet tone. How much did you sleep through these 2 weeks? A few hours? A day, maybe? It was enough. The red-haired mage stubbornly refused. I leveled up, so... No! Believe me, I know that leveling up fills you with power, but it doesn't replace a need for sleep. The slim man grabbed the mage by his shoulders. Go to sleep. We'll manage. For Bella's sake, please! The guildmaster bowed and remained in that posture. The soldiers and adventurers behind him heard the whole conversation, and their voices echoed Lois' sentiment. Please, sir. We'll manage. For the Gynard kingdom, believe us and rest, sire.
Sir.
Seeing the whole room bowing, Charles sighed loudly while impatiently combing his red hair. Yes, I heard you. I'll go. He frowned. But remember to call me when something powerful comes through. We cannot fail. He stumbled only to get caught by a few adventurers. The wall will burn for about half an hour. Prepare accordingly, Charles added while slowly returning to his quarters. After he left, a silence ruled the defensive chamber. It was Lois who broke it. Get the wounded out of here. Ask the tenders for water and food. And change the shift. A new voice appeared from behind him. Mullen. Lois laughed loudly, seeing the once proper captain of the Gynard Kingdom army, Mullen Dury, casually walking through the tunnel, flanked by his subordinates. The prim and proper soldier was wearing a damaged uniform, yet somehow managed to stay clean in this hellhole. Hello, Lois. The man nodded seriously before laughing loudly. You should take care of yourself before reprimanding our fire-wielding maniac. What are you talking about? Frowned the guildmaster. It was our turn to stand guard 2 hours ago. It's not a competition. Yes, but remember that these shifts were assigned this way to let the common soldiers rest. He squinted. I'm not talking about monsters like you. What are you... You nearly took on a champion by yourself, didn't you? The man grinned. Yup. A similar grin appeared on Lois's face. Then, how's leveling? A quiet question. Close to level 10. An even quieter answer. Good. Mullen clapped his back, then spoke out loudly. We're taking over. Then he added even louder. Let's show these folk how the army does things, boys. Yes, sir. A choir of voices answered. Interesting. On the surface, it would seem like the obstacles on their path forced the sentients to come together and fight for their collective survival, to abandon preconceptions and fears while presenting a united front to the enemy. It was only on the surface, though. While the soldiers fought, the civilian population was forced to live in squalor and manage on the pitiful rations. Food was, after all, reserved for those who defend them. No matter how sheep-like the common man was, he would turn rabid once forced into a corner. Through my rats, I felt the masses shift, women cradling their children and asking their husbands for salvation. Cold and cruel beatings were administered to those who dared to speak out. I had heard the whispers in the dark. I had heard the murmurs of food and weapons going missing. I had seen the new tunnels being built, away from the defensive line, deeper into the wall, and then up, always up. But their tireless escape had been blocked by me. More escape tunnels breaching the surface meant more entrances, something that I wasn't too keen on. To prevent that, I focused on growing the roots of my silvery trees.
Yes, they were cut down to build the defensive outpost, but nobody bothered with pulling out the stumps. Any mana that I managed to gather and wasn't immediately funneled back into my defenses was sent over to the root network. The plants grew sturdier, their above-ground parts changing to accommodate this evolution. The silver iron barks, they were called once, were large trees with dangerous leaves. Some of them remained, too far from the former outpost to be used by the workers. They grew even now, left to their own devices, but many more were destroyed, their flesh used in sentient constructions. Over these few days, I had forced them to grow, to stay alive. Their network expanded and intertwined, covering the ground with steel-like growths just below the surface. No more drilling holes in my dungeon. No more people simply digging to reach me. There were two unexpected changes to the plant itself, though. One was pretty minor. The root network accepted my other creations, giving space and sometimes even sustenance to grow them. However, this treatment didn't cover plants like wheat, rice, or whatever other food was normally grown in the Gynard kingdom. This meant that the experiments with rattling agriculture had to be moved forward in time. The second one rather baffled me. The remains of silver iron barks turned into natural traps. The stump simply dissolved into a flat, circular plate directly connected to the roots. Innocuous, right? Except that when something or somebody stepped on it, a large number of spikes would appear, skewering the victim and thus allowing the plant to feed. I decided to call it spike sundew, due to how it reminded me of this certain insect-eating plant. Coppergrass often grew nearby, covering the otherwise easy-to-spot flat surface of the plant. After a few successful hunts, the bodies of the fallen were additional bait, so I left the spike sundews alone, happy with another way to thin out the attacking horde. Well, here I was, going off tangent again. The point was, these humans weren't going to hurt me like that again. The mana on the first floor was still thin, but the additional entrances were healing, slowly. An invisible membrane was forming over them, retaining most of the spent energy. I guessed that something similar must have happened when I explosively made my surface entrance, but now I had an opportunity to observe how it all worked, in slow motion too. That said, I was still far away from creating a dome, or a magical equivalent of it, a barrier maybe, and thus conquering the surface.
But a dungeon core can dream, right?
A few more hours had passed, and the elves came to an agreement. Their forces started to move towards the human encampment. The proud elf girl said a few harsh words, but lifted her hands in a gesture of surrender. At least that was universal. A moment later, she left with her human in tow. Once the decision was undertaken, the silent warriors attacked without warning. Most of the monsters died in their sleep, rarely getting up and screaming before being cut down anyway. This, of course, woke the remainder of the invasion force, but seeing the elves eliminating their comrades in a professional fashion was too much. The monsters broke away and ran. The Longyears didn't pursue. What happened afterward was the bloody and tiring work of clearing the eastern tunnel and contacting the humans. Once the survivors heard the sounds of battle, their morale had returned, and an attacking force was immediately formed. Hours later, the last monster was dead, and the warriors and mages were wading through a mixture of invaders' flesh and blood reaching up to their ankles. In these circumstances, a meeting between Gynard Kingdom forces and the Elven expedition came to be. The elves were represented by the girl, shadowed by a large man from earlier, while humans had Charles Blueflame flanked by Captain Molinderie, Guildmaster Lois, and Master Vincent on their side. My name is Minalia Luna, third princess of the royal family. She bowed graciously, her foreign accent nearly impossible to discern. I have come to your aid according to the Northern Kingdom's pact. We welcome your aid, O fair princess. Charles, even as tired as he was, remained a true blue-blooded noble. Charles Blueflame of the noble house, Blueflame greets you. The mage's bow was much more pronounced and servile than hers. Good. A cold smile appeared on the girl's face. Then let's start. Our arrival here wasn't a random occurrence after all. We know that this place... She wildly waved her hand while scrunching her pretty face in disgust. Harbors a forgotten dungeon. Our aim is simple, to destroy it, to smash its core. After all, no technology from the Forbidden Era may remain, according to Luna Kingdom's law. I refuse to let that happen, answered Charles simply, while observing the incredulous expression on the princess's face. We're on Gynard Kingdom's territory, and your laws don't mean anything here, princess. He once again bowed deeply, a trace of contempt hidden under the mask of gallantry. The temperature froze. 049. Uno. The blonde princess's reaction was interesting to watch. She just looked at Charles incredulously, her mouth opening and closing a few times, like a fish out of the water. Different emotions swirled in her eyes: surprise, anger, humiliation, and then simple resignation. Too bad. I was getting ready to see how she differed from other people trying to reach my core. With a sigh, Minalia raised her hands in the air, eliciting surprised grunts from the humans. They all entered a defensive stance, two high-ranking elves behind the princess also trying to move between both parties in a rushed panic. Somebody here was treated as untrustworthy, huh? All she did, however, was turn her head in the direction where her people stood and spout a long series of words in Elvish. After speaking her piece, she simply turned and stormed away, taking her bodyguard along. The rest of the room froze in consternation, humans much more weirded out by this than the elves. Thankfully, I wasn't the only one who didn't understand a word she said. "Master Vincent," whispered Charles while trying to look calm and collected. "I don't know Elvish. Could you please translate what the princess said?" "Yes, I should be able to. It was quite quick, but I believe she spoke something along the lines, 'Since you were the ones who wanted to save humans first, then deal with this.' I have better things to do than to quarrel with these rude people. So clean up your mess." "Idiots," he whispered back with a quiet chuckle. Charles just stood there for a second, digesting new information. "She isn't that different from our princess, then," he responded with a tired sigh, but quickly adopted a noble demeanor, noticing that the two well-dressed elves were approaching the human delegation. "I'm afraid that our meeting started on the wrong foot," smiled the larger and more muscular of the two. "My name is Agric Oakbound, and I am one of the commanders for this mission." The scars on his face gave a dark impression, which was quickly dispersed by his cheerful demeanor. He walked forward with his hand outstretched, and Charles immediately greeted him back. "Charles Blue Flame of House Blue Flame," he repeated while bowing and pointing toward his companions. "Behind me you can see Master Vincent, our magic advisor." The old man in a weird cap cheerfully waved back. "Guildmaster Lois, chief of the local adventurers." The young butcher looked disinterestedly at the half-elves, but nodded deeply nonetheless. "And the commander of our military forces, Captain Molin Dury." The man in question saluted, his eyes never leaving the approaching party, and the handle of his sword. "Nice to meet you." Agric bowed softly while half turning towards the last member of his own delegation. "This guy's my co-commander and our resident mage, Ian Sleekit." Behind him, a smaller, more delicate elf was simply observing, his full and childish face somehow more serious than those of his companion. Nonetheless, he bowed deeply when introduced, speaking in a soft tone. "Hello, humans. I hope we can reach a compromise." "And you have to breach the topic this way, Ian," mumbled Agric, surprisingly in human language. Then he shook his head. "Let's negotiate." He then turned his attention back to the Charles's group. "I'm not sure if there's a need for any negotiation," said the red-haired noble as he stared down the half-elves. "We simply can't reach the compromise. You want to destroy the dungeon core, and we want to preserve it. We don't have anything to talk about." His head shook in a calculated denial. "And since these are our lands, we don't intend to budge." A small smile appeared on his face. Yes, I know it all. But for now, we need to understand if this place is really a forgotten dungeon." Charles's raised brow prompted Agric to continue. "You see, we don't really have any proof that this place produces the Magi-Tech Empire-era weapons." He stopped for a moment, and I noticed that his companion, Ian, stabbed a finger in his back, likely trying to deliver a message, "Don't tell them that." The bigger man, however, simply ignored him and continued. "Because of that, I would ask you to present an electric weapon that our scouts found on the first floor, as a show of good intentions." Agric smiled widely, staring at the human delegation. His intention was clear. "We know there is a weapon like that, so show it to us or we'll go check it ourselves," was the message. Charles nodded in consent. "Master Vincent, could you please do so? If I remember correctly, the weapons were in your custody for research purposes." He half turned, asking the old mage for help.
Yes, of course. Acolyte, please get me the lightning weapon sample. A moment later, violet-robed mage arrived with a wooden box. He carefully moved towards Vincent and deposited it in his hand. Thank you. The old mage smiled, his wrinkled face more focused on the weapon than anyone present. Master Vincent? Charles coughed. Ah? Yes, here you go. Please handle it with care. Our samples are limited at the moment. He smiled again while smoothly handing the weapon to the elves. I'll check it out. It was Ian who intercepted Agric's hands. His eyes glittering with curiosity, I more often than not saw in Master Vincent's eyes. He put the box on the ground, unlatching the hatches and opening it impatiently. A small gasp escaped his lips as he stared at my creation, touching it delicately like he was afraid to break it. Then, with a renewed vigor, he picked it up and imitated a few wide attacks. Then, with a press of a button, electricity buzzed on the surface of the weapon, mesmerizing the surrounding crowd. Then, with a sigh, he turned it off and spoke. It's a forgotten dungeon for sure. He shook his head. This level of quality is unmistakable. I'm doubly sure because this item uses magical engineering principles, not simple enchantments. What's the difference? Asked Charles curiously. I was interested too, not knowing that there was another way of doing this stuff. The half-elven mage stopped his work for a moment, thinking about the correct words to explain. It's hard to say because nowadays the art of enchantment is already lost, but there's a rule of thumb to recognizing these things. When using enchantments, an array, you may call it a magic circle, is carved onto the weapon or similar artifact to grant it a special effect. Then the user spends his mana to activate the said effect, feeding it energy. This thing, he pointed towards my crackling mace. It doesn't need an activation process. It has energy reserves inside, making it perfectly functional in the hands of a non-magical person. So what? You say it's a bad thing. That only means that even soldiers who are not gifted with magic can use it. More versatility is always nice. He smiled widely. Ian wasn't having that, his hard stare never leaving my creation. So what? Are you for real? What you have here is a powerful weapon that doesn't need a mage to operate it. Think about the consequences, human. Hey, elf, don't get carried away. Captain Dury stepped forward, not having a random demi-human offending his companion. Surprisingly, Charles grabbed him before things escalated. What you think is a demerit for the Luna Kingdom counts as an advantage for our Gainard Kingdom. Greater good allows any sacrifice. The noble bit back, citing something or somebody with a solemn voice, his eyes hardening too. I guess the half-elves hiding out in their forest don't know the real meaning of desperation just yet. A toothy but cruel smile appeared on his face. No matter how hard the war gets, our Luna Kingdom will never change or forsake our tenets. We are not like the lesser races. Ian answered with a heated gaze, pride seeping from his very being, but stopped speaking when Agric put a hand on his shoulder. There is no need for hostility, please. The bigger elf stepped in. What matters is that we confirm that this place is indeed a forgotten dungeon. So it means that the dungeon core had consumed some of the earlier era technology and is now reproducing it, right? Lois asked, gathering a bunch of derogatory gazes. What? I was a common adventurer before. None of this magical bullshit mattered. Yes, you are correct. Master Vincent decided to get into a teaching mood. What we call a forgotten dungeon is a dungeon core, which somehow devoured a complicated magical technology of the earlier era and now started to reproduce it. It is worth mentioning, however, that there are many levels to how the dungeon can interact with this new knowledge. You mean it can gain experience and grow? No, nothing so simple. For example, this weapon. It could be that there was an armory containing such lightning maces. Unlikely, but possible. It would be a recreation level. Not really that dangerous, despite what our long-eared friends say. He smiled warmly in the elves' general direction. Another possibility would be that the dungeon has acquired a similar item, like the lighting bows we discovered before in other sites. This would mean that the idea behind the weapon was remodeled to fit different criteria. Because of that, it would be called a remodel level. More dangerous, but also more profitable, depending on the point of view. Once again, his gaze wandered towards the demi-humans present in the room. And you think that this place is of remodeling type? Lois made sure.
Yes. Are there other types? There is one. Transform level. The ability to freely use any acquired technology and implement it into existing designs. The elves visibly twitched. The Luna Kingdom had a bad case of such dungeon in its infancy, thus the current policies. Could you tell me about it? Lois asked, for once not bored with the conversation. His eyes glittered like those of a small child. I could, but it's a story for another time. I'm afraid that we have more important things to worry about. A kindly grandfather-like smile appeared on Master Vincent's wrinkled face. One could nearly forget that he was a powerful mage commanding forces beyond human comprehension. Good, sighed visibly bored Charles. Anyway, it doesn't matter what your intentions are. This is Gaynard Kingdom soil, and this forgotten dungeon is ours. I am sorry, but that may not be true. Agric smiled apologetically. What do you mean? I would assume that you know about the monster wave that assaulted the northern border. Of course. It was the reason we were seeking shelter in these caverns. Charles nodded warily. The great defensive line of the city bastions was broken. Kojin, Grode, and Frist had fallen, Agric said solemnly, looking at the human's reaction. A flash of surprise appeared in his eyes when Charles started laughing loudly. Ha 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 ha. They have fallen, you say? He asked, mad light brightening his irises. Yes. And what do you want us to do? And we could offer you shelter and a place to live in exchange for the D-Dungeon R rights. The elf stuttered his last words, seeing the human noble coming closer. He grabbed his clothes and lifted the struggling longer. Fuck off. The earlier toothy grin wasn't an illusion. The Gaynard Kingdom is fighting a losing battle against its enemies, and you dare to come, offering me abandon it? Talk about the double standards, you pieces of shit. Noble elves, my ass. Charles threw the bigger man back, the co-commander landing heavily on the ground and rolling away. He grunted and started rising. And you? His face turned towards the other elf, Ian already preparing to cast a spell. Get your companion out of here before my patience completely runs out. You! The mage was seething with rage, but straightened himself out after seeing a flame appearing suddenly on the human's hand. I wasn't asking! With a huff, the smaller elf dragged his companion out of the tunnel while glaring at the humans with hatred. Was that wise, sir? Asked Captain Dury. It was the only answer I could have given, unless you want to serve as Luna Kingdom watchdog, just like this poor sod following their princess. Charles shook his head, losing his earlier monstrous look, his figure turning weak and desolate. I see. Captain, please get our sentries topside and start rebuilding the outpost. These trees should regrow completely in a week or two, so use the local material, he ordered in a tired voice. Yes, sir. Also keep the elves out of the dungeon, especially the princess. Why? It was Lois this time asking the question. I have a bad feeling about her. She smells similar to Princess Agnes. He noticed a weird stare from Lois. What? Smells like, sir, what have you been doing with your life? The black-haired man smiled dumbly while licking his lips. He was immediately smacked on his head. Ow! What that was for. Do you need to ask? Charles answered exhaustedly while returning back to the human campsite. Yet thanks to the Lois question, the atmosphere turned somewhat lighter. The humans retreated, same with the elves. The former re-established their outpost on the surface, slowly rebuilding. The latter formed a cordon around the place, living off the land, which was impressive considering that most of the surface was either a wasteland or under the thrall of my metallic dominion. And I was killing off the last waves of the invaders. According to the ratlings, most of the kobolds, goblins, and other small monsters were already exterminated. A few last bastions of opposition were found and summarily razed. Their guerrilla warfare turned most of the rat tunnels into the death traps and taught the survivors valuable lessons in the art of battle. My rats were hardier, more ruthless, and more opportunistic when fighting. More importantly, when killing the last of the mutated kobolds, The rat's vanguard discovered something interesting. The cowardly kobolds were defending with a frenzy earlier unseen, throwing their scaled bodies against the ratlings' enhanced claws in a futile attempt to stop them. The advancing units were getting the worst of it. Nearly half of the rats were wounded or dead. In the end, we managed to conquer the nest only to find out what they were defending. Eggs. A clutch of eggs. There were 36 of them to be exact. Unlike the ones we fought, with damaged limbs, weird growths, and blind eyes, they were looking surprisingly healthy. Still, their loyalty after birth was not guaranteed, so I decided to use my ultimate move, which was to have them transported near my mechanical core gem and then converted into dungeon lifeforms. It would be a waste to learn that I had such ability and then simply forget about it, right? Under my command, both Labirs and Ratlings did their best, moving egg after egg into the underwater chamber, where they were carefully put on the ground, like offerings before some pagan god. This was also the place where I moved Guardian, who until now was just standing there, looking bored while staring at the enclosed walls. Because of these new additions, he once again grew lively. "Can I name them, my lord?" he asked pleadingly over our mental link.
Yes, yes, you can do whatever you want with them. Pet them, eat them, train them, whatever. Once they're born and my secondary core will convert them, I'll get the blueprints. So you can do what you want with them. Thank you. He was somehow able to transmit his feeling of contention. I should ask the smith golem to make some armor and weapons for them. He mumbled more to himself than to me.
"Do as you wish." I closed up the link before more of his inane ideas bled through. I turned my attention to the last invaders instead. A group of them was moving into the underground lake room. Should I say another group? These creatures simply didn't learn. My ratlings already understood that the glass progenitor attacked anything that produced vibrations, be it sound or movement, so their scout teams wore special boots over their paws. The invading orcs and lizardmen didn't use any precautionary measures. They simply charged forward with no preparation, scouting, or anything. Because of that, I was a witness to another bloody scene. 2 of the lizardmen decided to go for a swim. Who knows why? Their sleek yet deformed forms were cleanly cutting through the dark water. It took only a few seconds for the progenitor to recognize that the food was on the table. It snatched the lizards in one fell swoop, dragging them down to its enormous maw, turning the water red after a first chomp. The rest of the warriors, about 20 or so, understood that there was something dangerous in the lake and bolted towards the nearest door. Sadly, instead of retreating, they chose to run towards the room at the far end of the artificial coast. 3 more warriors were picked up by the hungry progenitor when the first of the runners arrived at the closed doors. He jerked the handle back, only to get skewered by the suddenly appearing spear. The rest screamed something, curses maybe, and hesitated for long enough to have 2 more of their number snatched. Roaring loudly, they disappeared under the water, saturating it with even more red color. This forced the rest of the band to advance. And advance they did, right into the spikes, water cutters, and, as a final touch, the spear pit. Only one orc managed to stagger back, his body cut and battered, hyperventilating sob and enlarged irises a clear sign of shock. Too bad that the glass progenitor was still hungry. Seeing that these invaders were dealt with, I moved to the other points of resistance, only to notice that my creatures were having a field day with the attackers. One of those was in the middle of the metallic jungle room just south of the central pond. It was a training place for both my Air Force ratlings using their tamed dragonflies and iron flame rats. Their cooperation was perfect. The flying rats were harassing the enemy, while small, self-sufficient teams of temple warriors and common iron flames were cutting down enemy numbers with a combination of fireballs and good old melee, one by one. The jungle was full of screams, the otherwise silvery trees singed with flames or blood. They would get reclaimed soon, returning the area to its earlier look. Some battles were also raging to the north and east from the main room, but those were mostly confined to small exchanges between Labirs and the enemies, with Labir captains thrown in the mix. Not to mention a random exploder or electro-touched appearing, it was turning into a battle of attrition, one that I was winning, which forced me to consider another question. What should I do with the central pond room? Right now it looked more like a moonscape than the forest full of vitality. I guess that was how the unrestricted usage of exploding Labirs changed the environment. Something in me wanted to leave it how it was, to spread fear and awe in my would-be conquerors. On the other hand, the trees and small hills made spotting my fiery surprises that much harder.
Decisions, decisions, decisions.
Not to mention that the third floor was still being dug out. I needed a place for experiments, but also to turn my ideas into reality. And, of course, start both my rattling enhancement plan and fuck you anima plan. Iron Melded Revenant. Gynard Kingdom Capital. Shield Star. The journey towards the country's capital should take about a month for a prepared wanderer, yet such speed was normal only if considering that they needed to sleep, defend against the dangerous beasts, as well as eat and shit. These constraints were no longer binding for the undead being that Tina turned into. She ran forward with a single-minded conviction, a burning feeling of revenge. Her figure disappeared from shadow to shadow during the days, with the nights being full of long jumps. Doing so, Non didn't care about being seen, birthing rumors about the Dark Maiden traversing the shadows while clad in metallic armor. Thanks to that, she arrived at Shieldstar in about 2 weeks since her birth. The imposing walls and gates meant nothing for one wandering the night. She teleported to the battlements in a span of a second, surprising one of the patrolling guards. Before the man could confirm whether what he saw was an illusion or not, she disappeared from his sight. Sloppy. What would her instructor say? In the other life, in the other time. Was he alive too? She didn't care. With a steady gait, she disappeared into the alley, her half-naked body drawing glances, but nothing more. She looked like an adventurer, and the look of her armor suggested a magical nature. There weren't many people stupid enough to mingle with such a dangerous person. Not on the streets, anyway. The pickpocket who followed her into the alley looked around in confusion. She was gone. With a shrug, the young thief returned to his everyday tasks. Non decided to first check on the place where her sisters lived. While the Corps has been accommodating and the goddess sympathetic, she wasn't able to trust them before confirming her siblings' whereabouts with her own eyes. She found that their place in the orphanage had been taken, 2 small boys sleeping in the bed where her family once lay. It took all her willpower to not strangle the life out of them. Instead, she appeared in the nuns' quarters to interrogate the woman she once loved like a mother, the one who took care of all the things happening in this place. Mother Superior, she was called. Nobody bothered with her real name. Non's shadowy figure appeared from the darkness, scaring the older nun. She opened her mouth to scream, only to have it covered with cold, armored fingers. "Shut up," groaned the figure. Only when she nodded in compliance, the dangerous hands relented. "Please, please don't kill me. I'm nobody. I don't know who are you searching for, but it's a simple orphanage. Please." The old woman bowed deeply, her body trembling, a voice no more than a whisper. "Joanne Beria, Wary?" asked the armored figure, and the nun suddenly raised her head. "Tina, is that you? Child, what happened?" she asked, trembling still. Answer. A simple word spewed like a curse. But, you should already know I sent letters. I told the overseer." Her voice cracked, a realization dawning on her face. "Oh, please, don't kill me, please. I had nothing to do with it." "Answer." "They died a few years ago. The overseer deemed them unfit for duty and stopped their rations. They starved to death. I am sorry." A few tears escaped the nun's tightly closed eyes. The undead Non was also trembling. A wave of cold anger was currently coursing through her veins. She glared at the kneeling woman. "Overseer Henning?" she asked coldly. "Yes." Non nodded. She remembered. There were many things, many memories she had forgotten, but in the end, only the revenge mattered. With a single arm, she lifted the struggling woman up in the air. Please," she begged, struggling to get free. "The other children will die without me." She whispered the last few words, clearly losing her breath. "Have mercy." "No." With a swift movement, she separated the woman's head from her neck. These enchanted daggers are no joke. The body fell to the ground with a dull thud, then blood started to seep into the carpet, dyeing it red. Non only stared at the scene of the carnage. All was silent. Then she curled up her fists. Unknowingly, her mouth stretched in a wild, inhuman smile. "Henning!" A moment later, the shadows fluttered and she was gone. Her revenge was not yet complete. 050. I was digging on the 3rd level, or to be more precise, my drones were digging. Their upgraded stone chassis easily tore through the soil and an occasional rock. This deep underground, they even sometimes got stuck on a particularly stubborn piece of material. These were getting more common than before, too. I should probably start researching another upgrade for the drones. I guess iron would be a logical next step. Anyway, I was hoping to discover some new metals, perhaps a petrified skeleton of a legendary monster that could be useful in developing some nasty surprises for the next invaders. Yet nothing came up. Just the monotone brown and gray of the underground. Hours passed as the tunnel was dug towards the north, starting from the stairs chamber. I decided to leave the trial room alone for now. Who knew if digging near it would have some dire consequences? It was still new territory, so better safe than sorry. After a few more minutes of digging, I prodded my drones to change directions. They moved westward, chewing through the stone and soil. It was quite a zen experience, staring at them, busy and serious, like ants building a new colony. Some time had passed, and I managed to drill out a large oval room. It had a nice rich floor covered in the best soil I could find, which should be enough to start my seeding project. Not wasting any time, I added electrical chandeliers to the mix, bathing the area in their cold blue light. The wire network came just after, eye cameras popping in sensitive locations, giving me the ability to see and react accordingly. The ratlings were hard at work too, their little paws adding tunnel after tunnel to my new design, intertwining their emergency exits, small watch posts, and warehouses with the already existing chamber. Soon it was ready, an experimental farm smack dab in the middle of my underground, or for now, just a bare room with a large space full of dark, rich soil in the middle, intermingled with an occasional rock protruding from the floor. A beginning. Let's get started then. For now, I decided to refrain from feeding the plants any magic, not directly anyway. Instead, seeds of various common plants were summoned and planted in the soil with a little help from the ratlings. They had their own names, but I decided to call them using my old world equivalents. There was wheat, tomatoes, watermelon, and a pair of different berry bushes. Then something resembling corn, small paprika, stout cucumber of unheard size, and 3 or 4 bean-like plants in different colors, which needed a pair of wooden poles to grow. Then I had radish and carrot lookalikes, with a slight variation of color and size. Each of them was planted in its corner of the experimental farm, and for now just allowed to grow at its leisure. If I was correct, the concentration of mana on my 3rd level should rather quickly show some interesting effects. Once that part of the experiment was complete, I only had to isolate what made them special. And bam! A magical plant ready to grow. Of course, there was no way to check which special abilities would develop, or if they would develop at all, but that could be easily remedied with generous flooding of the area with my mana. Even if they wilt or explode, I had an unending supply of the seeds. I was about to start testing some more volatile things when a commotion above ground attracted my attention. The humans were at it again. As I shifted to one of the last surviving devil eyes to have good enough vision, the Blue Flame Noble was quickly moving towards the place where Master Vincent and Merchant Uteles Kamap stood, staring at the ground with serious expressions. Surrounding them was a large crowd of farmers and other unimportant civilians, waiting in worried silence. The atmosphere was heavy and somber. Bald Tom was also present, his large frame easily recognizable against his less muscular peers. He didn't dare to step forward, though, waiting at a respectful distance instead, still closer than the randos around. I guess that denoted his position as somebody above the common man, but with only 1 foot in the places of power. Heh. A few minutes later, Charles arrived, the onlookers' expressions somehow brightening. Most of them knew that the red-haired noble was responsible for their miraculous survival in the depths of the dungeon, and learned to rely on him when it came to decision-making. The man himself took the burden like he was born to bear it. The whispers in the dark attributed him to every success of the colony and much more, the destruction of the fallen tribe's horde being one of his supposed feats. The rumors grew, feeding on each other, making him out to be a superhuman figure and the sole hope of survival when it came to the Gynard kingdom, something that he was wholly unaware of. "What seems to be the problem, Master Vincent Uteles?" he asked before noticing the bald giant. After a moment of hesitation, he nodded towards him. "Tom." A simple gesture, but important enough to have the large man swooning. "Sir Charles!" he shouted while bowing. The 2 others also responded, their faces austere. "We have a problem, Sir Charles," said Master Vincent while digging in the dirt.
A serious problem, Utels added. I see. The noble looked around. We'll continue this discussion in private then. His voice took a more serious and firmer tone as he addressed the surroundings. Good people, please disperse. Both I and the masters are on the case. There is no need to worry. Return to your duties and let us work in peace. Hearing his plea, most of the onlookers dispersed immediately, and the rest were convinced by the suddenly arriving guards. The soldiers appeared immediately after Charles, taking care of the stragglers. Even Tom was about to be displaced, but managed to remain after a lazy wave from the human outpost's sole ruler. Speak then, please, Charles asked, his tired face scrunched while preparing for the bad news. As you probably know, after the destruction of the outpost and our re-emergence, we embarked on a hard task of rebuilding. The merchant started. Like most Gaynard Kingdom, the former Walzer Castle allows us to grow both wheat and vegetables throughout the year, thus normally alleviating much of the food problems we experience. I know. To the point, please. Yes. Utelis bowed slightly, his face nervous. The point is we can't grow anything. Huh? Why? Let me explain, my boy. Master Vincent interrupted gently, stopping Charles's angry outburst. He rose wearily, an old body straightening with nearly audible creaks. You see under this remarkably rich soil. He grasped a handful of dirt and let it slowly fall to the ground. There is a network of equally remarkably sturdy roots. His gaze hardened. We already knew about them, but they were contained in much deeper strata, and more importantly, they didn't mind our crops growing beside them. They were harmless, the operative word being were. With a small sigh, he gathered magical power without any explanation and blasted the nearby ground. After the dust had settled down and soldiers stopped panicking, an interlacing net of silver and brown tubes could be seen inside the remaining hole. It was completely blocking the recess, and under the wary eyes of the onlookers, the roots even regenerated, returning to their former shape. I guess you tried hacking it away or clearing them out using either poison, fire, or some other means, Charles murmured while poking at the silvery growth. Yes, fire, poison, arcane, ice, lightning, even brute force. Nothing works, and if it does, then the solution is only temporary. They regenerate back pretty much instantly and suck out the energy from any ordinary plants in the process. They're a dungeon creation, then?
Yes, seems like it.
Why now, though? I don't remember reading any reports about such behavior in any of the books about dungeon cores, asked Charles incredulously.
Maybe because there were no prior dungeons with 2 forcefully added entrances, commented Master Vincent. That might have been the cause, admitted Charles bitterly. Even animals tend to curl up when attacked. Yes, I agree that this may be a self-defense mechanism. So these roots, will they grow weaker with time? Relax, so to speak? Inconclusive. Master Vincent shrugged his arms. There was never a situation like this. True, some dungeons were outright destroyed when necessary, but nobody managed to do what you did, sir. I somehow feel like that wasn't praise. Oh, but it was. The old mage's face flushed with excitement. There aren't many occasions to experiment with the dungeon behavior after all. Are they like animals, curling up and trying to weather the bad times? Or do they unchangingly endure like the oldest oaks? Do they want revenge on those who brought them pain? So many questions. He grinned, calming down a while later. That's why I'm grateful to you, sir. Yeah. The noble waved his hand dismissively, but I noticed a small tremble on the word revenge. What are our options, then? Do you have any solutions? We can always hunt the dungeon rats for some meat, but other than that, most of the monsters down there are undead, bad for consumption. Maybe we should get some meat from the invaders, piped up the merchant. Eating trolls, goblins, or orcs? We haven't fallen so low. How's that different from cannibalism? Huffed Charles. No, I was more thinking about the various beasts of burden they used. Call them barbarians all you like, but they needed something to carry their supplies. Such animals are usually useful as the meat sources, be it horses, oxen, donkeys, or less docile beasts. Tell the truth, you're just trying to save your draft animals from landing in the pot. So what if I am? They are the lifeblood of any merchant.
Losing them means a pointless death. Not a literal one, of course, but still, a slow and agonizing fall into obscurity. Uteles corrected the feathered cap on his head. And besides, my idea is not bad. I agree, but it is still a temporary solution. Not to mention that the elves would never allow us to claim them, considering our current standing. They would rather let us starve. Charles shook his head. Master Vincent coughed artificially. Yes? They're half-elves. Not elves, sir. It might be wise to stop calling them that. After all, Luna Kingdom and Elven Theocracy are in a state of silent war. He sighed theatrically. It's similar to likening humans to the orcs or goblins.
You know, I don't care about the sharp ears, right? The red-haired noble answered haughtily.
We were talking about starvation issues. The merchant interrupted, calming the two men instantly. I also have an idea, reported Master Vincent. I sure hope it's not about the mushrooms, murmured Tom from behind. My good man, these mushrooms would be fit for consumption in no time. Not before half of my workers die from a stomachache, calmly retorted the chief carpenter. Anyway, it's not about them. Hearing this conversation, I decided to closely follow what Master Vincent did in the future. It seemed like his experiments weren't far from my own ideas. Of course, his attempts at playing God were much humbler than what I was working with. Nonetheless, it was an interesting turn of events. That's why I was shocked by his words. There is a dungeon nearby. What? Another one? But wasn't that against the rules? The red-haired noble wondered aloud. Not to mention, I didn't hear about it before coming here. He squinted his eyes, worried and a bit accusatory. The dungeon I'm talking about is deep underground, under the protection of the dwarf Oathbreakers. His words elicited another growl from the mage. I have nothing against the dwarves, but Oathbreakers, they're bad. They're not outcasts, at least. Their word is as good as any other dwarf, smiled Master Vincent. They're called Oathbreakers, for God's sake. How can I not worry? After the scream left his lungs, Charles breathed in deeply, slowly calming down. 2 questions. He continued, visibly tired. How long does one have to travel to arrive at this dungeon of yours? And what is its specialty? I presume it's something edible. About 4 to 5 days by using carriage, and as for specialty... The helmeted mage scratched his feeble beard in embarrassment. Snakes. A moment of silence followed. Really? The noble shouted again, exasperated. Really? Thrice cursed snakes? Oh gods, why? Rats and snakes, that will be the contents of my future meals. Who did I cross for me to have atoned in such a way? Charles screamed aloud, turning the heads of the surrounding guards. We do what we need to survive, mused Master Vincent, not ruffled in the slightest. I could even spy a small flame of interest in his iris. They're commonly eaten in the Dross Republic. Otelus mumbled wearily. Anything to fill our bellies. Tom's reaction was the simplest. He smiled gratefully, bowing towards the old mage. In the meantime, the red-haired noble managed to calm down. His face was still flushed and his eyes widened, but at least the screams had stopped. What would we trade for food, though? He asked, unconsciously poking his chin. Our stores are limited. Otele shook his head, a small notepad suddenly appearing in his hand. And the remaining supplies will last 2 weeks. 3, if we start rationing them now. There is something we can barter with. Vincent mused happily. Then what is it? Don't keep us in suspense. Simple. The trade goods I was talking about are weapons produced on the first floor. These weapons? Scoffed Charles. They're useless. Any dwarf worth their salt will tell you that. Any smith at all. That is true, but they have another rare quality. You see, they have been made from high-class iron. For us humans, it's just a useful but otherwise secondary resource. Yet dwarves love this stuff, and are always searching for more ores or items suitable to melt down into ingots, said the mage excitedly. Hearing this, Charles's eyes brightened. You're right. A wide smile appeared on his face. It's decided then. We'll try your solution. Spring returned to his step. Utel! He shouted, even though the Dross Republic merchant was just beside him. Yes, sir? The merchant unconsciously straightened his back. Borrow a few of the Lois adventurers and Captain Dury soldiers. Gather your people too, and the remaining carriages. Ask Master Vincent for directions and lead the caravan towards the dwarf dungeon. He turned his head back to the mage.
What it's called? Snake pits. Yeah, towards the snake pits, he mumbled. Freaking lovely. Then he added in a louder tone, Do it.
At once.
You. The noble pointed at one of the surrounding guards. At your command, sir.
The excluded man bowed sharply, saluting in the process.
Ask Guildmaster Lois and Captain Dury to organize hunting rotations in the dungeon.
The noble breathed in, staring at the faraway camp full of lithe half-elf figures.
Most of the new squads should be on hunting duty, while the rest will focus on gathering the weapons produced on the first floor.
Yes, sir. A wide, bloodthirsty grin appeared on the soldier's face.
Remember to not engage the first floor guardian and do not, I repeat, do not move downwards, Charles cautioned, his tone raised to near scream.
Acknowledged, sir.
Run along.
The noble waved his hand in dismissal, and the man sprinted into the freshly built barracks. His loud laughter echoed in the enclosed space.
I hope it's enough.
Charles sighed. It surely will be, sir. Tom, the forgotten carpenter, dared to speak at this moment. He quieted quickly, aware of the awkward silence, and seeing the surprised face of his leader, he quickly bowed his head. Charles didn't even remember that he was nearby. Tom, it's good that you're here. Please ask Master Vincent, in his free time, of course, if he has a wish to build a permanent magic tower in the vicinity. A small smile floated on his face, only to be chased out by an expression of worry. Also, is there any news from the capital? No. The large bald man looked tired too, his fear carving the first wrinkles on the otherwise calm face. The princess took our magic communication artifact with her when she left, and none of the runners had yet managed to return. With a heavy nod, the red-haired mage turned back. We still have time. Even a runner would take about a month to arrive at the northern frontier, and then they need to get back. Yes, sir. Their silhouettes disappeared in one of the nearby houses, the speech too quiet to understand, and I decided to return underground. I was staring at the happily growing plants, while my drones tried to dig out even more tunnels and rooms. Everything was fine. Iron-melded revenant. Gynard Kingdom capital, Shield Star. The undead was prowling the night. It was not hard to gather information about Henning.
A deathly kiss here, a clink of coins there, and the picture was born.
Peter Heening, the first administrator of the Hawks, an important figure in the bureaucratic faction of the court, he was awarded the rank of a baron. Titular, not hereditary, but still. A man who weighed the life and death of many would-be spies and assassins gathering under the command of the Hawk, no matter the cost, no matter the consequences, but always for the kingdom. Married with 3 daughters, Bella, Dorothea, and Casia. Lived in a great mansion nearby, guarded by a knight legion and leeching off the kingdom's luxuries like a great fat parasite. A man of power, a man of wealth and influence. One of the 7 most important figures in the king's court, and right now, a man on the run. Slowly he crawled away from the terrifying shadow that arrived at his opulent residence. The formerly lit mansion, which was echoing with sounds of life, now turned silent, distant, and cold. No sound traveled the abandoned halls, but the lamentation of a human turned into simple prey. The orchestra room no longer reminded him of the violinist who graced these chambers. There was only fear. There was only despair left, and a maddening mantra of, it's not real, it's not real, it's not real. Peter was never muscular or strong. His figure resembled a pear, with folds of fat unpleasantly clapping when he moved. That never stopped him from indulging in the most beautiful women, the sweetest nectars, and the rarest delicacies. It was the first time in his life that he regretted these actions. He regretted not training, not praying enough, not gathering enough personal power to escape this abomination. She stalked every shadow, a pair of black eyes following him through the estate. He noticed a sitting figure, a knight in full armor resting on the nearby couch. With a berating yell, he jumped forward, believing himself safe.
Wake up, knight! Defend me for goddess's sake! His screams were cut short when he touched a heavily bloodied body, and its macabrely carved head tilted back and landed on the floor in total silence. With a soundless scream, he retreated, landing on the floor with a wet thump, and hissed in pain. The cut tendon still radiated pain. In the beginning, he tried to jump on one leg to run faster, but this soon exhausted his stamina. Afterward, he was forced to crawl on his knees, moving like a worm. Tasting the humiliation for the first time in his life, he sobbed and turned back to stare at his pursuer, with defiance born from desperation. "Whoa, what do you want?" he screamed in the darkness, half hoping for silence and a half for a timely rescue. What answered was a hiss full of malice. Give what? Please. Money, women, power. I have it all. Just let me live. Give back." "What? Joanne, Bay Area, where?" she asked with hatred, each word slowly crawling out of her mouth. "What? Who are they?" Peter asked, feeling the silent black pressure wash over him like a cloud. "Girls, under hawks." "I don't know. Please, I really don't know." He lied with his eyes closed, praying to every god, every demon that listened to save him. But no one did. Wrong. Answer. Non smiled widely, her perfect-looking teeth leaving a mad, crooked impression. "Penalty," she said, throwing something out. "Eh?" The administrator jumped back as far as his battered body allowed, only to fall into the pool of sticky blood. The liquid felt cold and dirty, but soon a feeling of something landing on his lap attracted his attention. Bloodshot eyes of the administrator wandered down against his will, only to see up close a cut-off head of his wife staring at him with an expression of shock. "Yeah!" A scream echoed through the empty mansion as the grisly trophy was thrown in the air. Non didn't waste any time. She repeated the question. "Girls, underhawks." Slowly accentuated words twisted like venomous snakes. A shocked, wide-eyed stare was the only reaction. The Revenant watched her victim for a moment, giving the human a chance. Then she repeated coldly, "Wrong, and swear." This breaks the spell, but it's already too late. Another cut-off head soared through the air, and this time the fat administrator was silent. He just widened his arms and sobbed quietly. "But Bella..." "No, it's not happening, my little Bella." "What? Why?" He raised his tearful eyes only to meet a pair of black orbs staring heartlessly at his despair. "Why are you doing this?" "Girls under hawks," was the only answer his interrogator had given. I can't, please, I'll die. My family will die." "Wrong! And swear!" Words spill out of the shapely mouth with the precision of a dwarven time counter. "I beg you!" A voiceless scream rose in his chest as another severed head landed on his already bloodied lap. He breathed deeply, lamenting, clutching, and hugging the remains of his daughter. "Girls," she whispered in the broken man's ear. "A notepad under the mage light table. Press 33418 and twist it right." He answered soullessly, his eyes focused on the remains of his family. Another small head joined the quickly rising pyramid, but Peter didn't react. He couldn't. There wasn't anything left out of him. All he could do was to weep, desperately hugging what remained. Tonight Peter Henning died, and nobody could bring him back any more. With the grace of a predator, Non moved towards the table he mentioned. It was old, well used, and indeed had a mage light above it. On its wooden surface, a bunch of numbers was carved. Following the instructions, the Revenant opened a hidden compartment. Then, with bated breath, she searched. The hope she carried in her heart beats louder and louder. Then she finds a small, unimportant note. Joanne Beria, Tina's younger sisters. Found inadequate. Eliminated. Due to an emotional connection, eliminate the older sister as she finishes the assignment. The hawk agrees. Under that, written in clear, bold print, were words, "Peter Henning, Chief Administrator," and her heart broke completely. That night, a pair of voices howl in pain, scaring the surrounding urban area into submission. At dawn, military police found only a scarred, broken man who was once called Chief Administrator. Non still haunts Shieldstar, though. It was time for her biggest prey.